From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper. The Day of the Triffids, Episode 1, The End Begins.
Hello, Elspeth.
Oh, good, Bill. I've caught you.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks, Gisela.
We were just knocking off.
Oh, no.
What?
I've got this thing working and you're going to use it.
What is it?
Tape recorder.
Oh.
Yes, we've got it geared to the voltage of the generator at long last, and you are both going to talk to it.
Both of us?
Saying what?
Everything. It's for the history.
History? Well, why us?
Because you were in on it before it even happened. From one angle, at any rate.
Well, couldn't... Why not?
Well, the girl who'll transcribe it is blind, as you very well know. So come on, then.
Surely there's no reason to start tonight.
Bill, I've got to take advantage of every minute the generator is on. Right, off you go.
After you.
Oh, hell, I don't know. It's damn difficult to think back so far. The things we've been talking about would mean nothing to someone living then.
You have a heart. We were living then.
Well, you can't have been more than about 3. I must have been 9. Well, I know that a man called Umberto Palanguez was shown into the office of the managing director of the Arctic and European Fish Oil Company. It wasn't the first time he'd been there.
Ah, Mr. Palanguez. Do sit down.
Thank you, Senor.
I'm afraid I was in conference last time you came.
Yes.
We analysed that sample of oil which you left for us.
Yes.
Very interesting.
I imagined that you might think so.
Vegetable oil, of course.
But with a far higher vitamin content than any of your fish oils.
Oh, yes, I agree. As a matter of fact, to be candid, we've never seen anything quite like it.
You will. It will be on the market in quantity in about 8 years from now.
Oh, yes?
Not if you can help it. Is that what you are thinking?
I wouldn't put it quite as crudely as that.
No, but I am a crude fellow, so I will say it for you.
Oh.
Also, I will tell you that you haven't got a hope of stopping it. The experimental station where this sample was produced is a long way off, both in geography and ideology.
Oh. What is your nationality, Mr. Palanguez?
South American and quite irrelevant. I am a citizen of the world and not without friends.
I heard they were trying to fortify sunflower seed oil, but it isn't that.
No, not sunflowers.
Some kind of nut?
No, I understand it is an entirely new species. Here is a picture of it.
Good God.
Yes.
What an incredible thing. It is a plant.
Certainly.
It looks like a cross between a giraffe and a cairn terrier covered in leaves.
It is a cross between a great many things, some of them not nice. But in a few years' time, it will be producing a far better oil than yours, at half your present price.
What are you offering? And how much do you want for it?
I'm offering a tray of fertilized seed 6 months from now. And I want 100,000 pounds.
Do you? Do you?
If you consider all the implications, you will find that I am being very reasonable.
I shall have to consult my fellow directors.
Oh, naturally. I would like an advance of 25,000 pounds.
That's rather high.
Not really. You see, I shall have to hire myself a jet aircraft, and it had better be a good one.
But it wasn't good enough. He landed by night on a flat Siberian waste. A man ran up to the plane with a box under his arm and got in. He took off at once and climbed steeply. But somewhere over the Pacific, they caught up with him and blew the plane to pieces. After the fragments had dropped away, there was nothing left but a trail of white vapor. Only it wasn't vapor. It was a cloud of seeds. They were so gossamer light they even floated on that thin air until they drifted down into the winds of the world.
How much of that is speculation?
Not much. Besides, there's no other way to account for the fact that they suddenly appeared in half a dozen different parts of the world at once. We even had one in our back garden. I was 15 at the time.
Dad? Do you know there's a mystery behind the compost heap?
Go on, Billy. Pull the other one.
No, really. It's a peculiar plant.
Peculiar?
Do come and look. Between the Berberis and the fence. There.
My word, yes, you're right. It's very odd indeed.
I can't find it in any of the books. Not flowers of the field or anything.
Yeah, looks a bit foreign.
There's a sort of thing like a fern shoot in that trumpet-shaped thing at the top of the stem. Look. And a lot of dead flies floating about inside.
Well, it's no beauty, whatever it is. We'll dig it up next time we have a bonfire.
Oh, no, Dad. Please not.
Well, what do you want to do with it?
Study it.
Oh, no.
You know, take its measurements and keep a record of its growth.
All right, then, but I wish you'd spend as much time on arithmetic as you do on nature study.
It's not nature study, it's biology.
Whatever you call it, it won't get you anywhere. Now, with mathematics, you can always be sure of a good job.
August the 9th. It is now 170 centimetres high, and the bowl is 150 centimetres in diameter. September the 12th. It has grown a further 12 centimetres. The coiled part in the centre of the calyx looks almost like a spring. I found a dead bird lying on the ground beside it today. October the 9th. I have applied for a job I saw in the paper. It is to be a trainee with the Arctic and European Oil Company Limited. I think it is whales and palm oil and ground nuts. It might be interesting. I don't expect I shall get it.
Oh, come in. Do sit down, Mr.
Mason. William Mason, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Well, my name's Luckner. I'm in charge of research. Well, tell me something about yourself.
What sort of thing, sir?
Well, what you like doing, why you want to join Arctic European. Just talk to me.
Well, sir, I'm interested in plants and animals. Things that live.
Yes.
I don't like figures much or sitting at a desk.
What experience have you?
Biology at school. It was my best subject. And I've done some research of my own.
On what?
Well, there's a plant in our garden that nobody knows about, and I've kept a sort of record of it.
What does it look like?
It has a circular bowl covered with leaves, which at present is 210.5 centimetres in circumference. From it springs a stem which is 82 centimetres in circumference and 120 centimetres in height from the bowl, the whole plant standing 210 centimetres from the ground.
Well, that's very thorough. Now tell me what it looks like.
Well, like a kind of shaggy, leafy giraffe with no legs. And a leafy calyx where the head would be.
What?
I'm sorry, it's not a very good description.
Well, yes, it is. Has it got 4 small twigs growing straight up from the base of the stem?
Yes?
And inside the calyx a coiled thing, which might be a stamen?
Yes, that's it.
Indeed it is. Get me the chairman. How long has it been there?
Well, 6 months since I noticed it, but it was well established then.
No. Walter Luckner, sir. I have a young man sitting in front of me who's been growing a Triffid in his back garden. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, of course. Right. Well, we're going up to see him.
A Triffid? Is that what it's called?
Yes. In 2 years' time, it'll be the reason for this company's existence.
But what does it do?
Produces an oil that, well, wipes the floor with any of our present products. It's the hybrid of a half a dozen hybrids. Some were
accidentally dispersed a year or two ago, and we've had reports that specimens have been found in the tropics.
Tropics?
Yes, I'm going out to Ecuador next week to bring some home. Yours is the first reported in a temperate country.
Why Triffid?
Yours hasn't walked yet, I take it?
Walked?
No, obviously not. But when it's between 18 months and 2 years old, it will lift its 3 main roots from the ground and walk on them. Hence Triffid.
But no plants walk.
Well, they do now. Oh, and by the way, you've got the job.
But I very nearly lost it. I went home hopping with excitement. The first thing I did was to go into the garden and take a look at the Triffid. I bent down and examined the roots. For the first time, I noticed that there were indeed 3 of them. I began to scrape the earth away, with a vague idea that the thing might walk sooner. Then something cracked across my face like a whip. I woke up in bed, and a puzzled-looking doctor was standing over me. I was the first person in England to be stung by a Triffid. I survived because it wasn't fully grown. By the time I'd recovered, Walter Luckner was back from Ecuador with a dozen mature specimens, and he'd already discovered that the sting which whipped out of the top of the stem would kill a man instantly. He'd also discovered that if you cut the sting off the Triffid, it was harmless. I went down to Worthing with him, and we set up the first Triffid nursery together. In the next few years, the things were so successful as oil producers that we reared more and more of them, until, well...
Yes. But can't you give me something personal? Well, I mean, Bill, you worked with them more than anyone.
Except Walter. He really understood Triffids.
Well, tell me about that.
Well, one evening I remember sitting on a bank looking at a field of tethered Triffids. Just about sunset. What a row they're making.
Yes, they're talkative tonight.
I wonder if it's the weather. They seem to do it more when it's dry.
Do you talk more when it's dry?
Talk?
Yes, do you?
You don't really think that's what they're doing?
Why not?
Well, it's absurd, plants talking to each other.
You once said they couldn't walk.
Oh, yes, but that's a mechanical thing. I mean, if they talked, it would mean they had some intelligence.
Have you ever noticed that when they sting, they seem to go for the face or the hands?
Yes.
Especially for the eyes.
Well, it's probably accidental.
Possibly. But it could be because they want to reduce our advantage. Sight is our only advantage, you know.
Whatever there's vegetables.
Yes. You just think, if you were blind and alone in a field with a Triffid, what could you do? Well, for a start, you'd starve to death. The Triffid wouldn't. It could exist on flies till it found you. And then it would only have to root itself beside your body and wait.
A nice thought.
Yeah. And here's another one. In some parts of Africa, they've been known to surround villages at night and kill the inhabitants.
Yes, but look, we've never found anything like a brain. I mean, they're the same as any other plant when you dissect them.
All the same. If there was some catastrophe which made us weaker, it would automatically make them stronger. Especially now we've stopped docking them to improve their quality. Oh, let's go in.
But you don't really think there's anything to worry about, do you?
I don't know. Anyhow, there's no use worrying. While there's money in Triffids, there'll be Triffids. Oh, we'll tap that lot tomorrow. Put my
Yes.
mask and gloves on the peg, will you?
Oh, right you are.
I've often wondered what happened to him. He'd have been useful to us now. It was a year afterwards that he saved my eyesight and my life. We were examining some specimens when one of them smacked out at me with its sting, and a few drops of poison came through the meshes of the mask, went into my eyes. He got me back to the laboratory at once, gave me the antidote, but I had to go into hospital for a week or two. They sent me to St. Merrin's, right in the middle of London. Well, I'd been there 10 days with my eyes covered with bandages when it happened. All day long, reports had been coming in over the radio telling of a fantastic display of green lights and flashes in the upper atmosphere. By evening, everyone who could get to a window or climb on a roof was apparently gazing up in expectation of a free firework display. I began to feel that a gigantic party was being given, to which only I'd not been invited.
Do shut the window, nurse.
Oh, but it's marvellous, Mr. Mason. Really it is. They say it's a comet, you know. Green and white flashes all over the sky.
And bright red buses clashing their gears all down the street, I know. Surely you can see just as well with it shut.
Aren't we just in a bad mood tonight? course, it is a shame, really. You having your eyes still bandaged?
Yeah.
Still, it's not for long now.
What time tomorrow will they take them off, eh?
Well, Sister said 11:30, but Mr. Palmer may be a bit late. Ooh!
Now what?
That was a bright one. It lit up the whole room. You can see everyone standing on the rooftops watching. Oh, there's another. Oh, it's quite dazzling. Oh, what a pity you couldn't see it.
Yes, isn't it? Now, do go away. There's a good girl.
Have you everything you want?
Yes, I think so. Oh, is the radio where it should be? Yes.
Then I'll leave you for now. I'll look in later and see you settle down. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, and there's another tremendous flash right across the whole sky. But I expect you can hear the crowd. They're rather like children at a firework display. From where I'm standing, on the top of Primrose Hill, I can see hundreds of faces all turned upwards to watch this astonishing spectacle, which began over the Pacific 12 hours ago, and by now must have been seen by 90% of the world's population. It is believed that the Earth is passing through a belt of meteoric debris caused by the passing of a comet, and I really do urge anyone who possibly can to watch it. Some of the brighter flashes really make you blink. Oh, there's a splendid one right across the sky.
Oh, shut up. Let me get some sleep. Must be 7, 5, 6, 7. 8. 8? What a damn disorganized hospital. Where's the bell? Oh, come and annihilate me. Where the hell are they? Nurse? Sister? They're leaving me like this, supposing there was a fire. What? Supposing there is a fire. Well, that's it. They've left me. Help! 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 Hello? Who's that? Someone there?
Whose room is this?
Aren't you the house surgeon?
Yes, Mr. Mason.
Oh, can't you see?
No.
What?
I'm blind. I woke up blind. I've been trying to find someone to help me.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I'm in the same state. Unless you care to help me off with these bandages.
Where are you?
Here. This way. That's the bottom of the bed. Now, work your way up. Oh, take my hand. We must look a comic couple.
I'm not laughing.
No. I won't be if the treatment hasn't worked. There's a pin at the back that I can't quite manage.
That?
Yes, that's it. Thanks. God, it's like unwinding a maypole.
You'd better do it yourself. Are the curtains drawn?
Well, I suppose so. Nobody's come in to undraw them. The whole staff must have a hangover after last night's party. Oh, I can see. I can see!
Clearly?
Perfectly. Oh, the curtains are green. I always thought they were blue. I don't know why. Oh, it's lucky my clothes are here. Just a moment. Oh, you don't know what it's like being able to see again.
I can imagine.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Just a minute. There. Now, how can I help you?
Take me along the passage to Lister Ward. There's a telephone in the sister's room.
Yes, of course. Come on. Now, this way. I'll take your arm, all right?
Yes.
The place sounds like a madhouse.
There must be someone on duty somewhere.
Is the ward at the end of the passage?
Can't you see the swing doors?
Oh, yes.
The sisters' room's on the right before you get to them.
All right. This looks like the room.
Is there a telephone?
Yes, on the table. Here you are.
Dead. Thought it would be.
But what's happened? What is it?
Everyone in the place is blind. Finished.
Well, there must be something we can do.
Yes. This is the 5th floor, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Where's the window?
You're facing it.
Thank you.
What? No, no, for God's sake, don't! Oh, no, no.
Where's anyone? Someone! Nurse! Doctor! Someone!
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, thank God! I'm blind! Help me! I'm blind! Where are you? Where are you?
Look out, the stairs! Who's that? Don't move if you're on the stairs and can't see.
Not me, I couldn't see him coming. Is that Mr. Mason?
Yes, I took the bandages off. I can see. Are you hurt?
Bruised a bit, that's all. I was washing the diabetic in number 7 and suddenly I couldn't see. And he couldn't either. And then I went for help and there was no
It's all right, don't worry. Come on, let's get out of this place. Which is the best way?
Straight down these stairs and through the main hall.
Right, come on.
What about the man who fell?
Well, he's dead. Hold on. Now, step, 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 step. There's a landing. Turn right. That's it. Wait. What's that?
The children's ward. Oh, we must go to them.
There's nothing we can do at the moment. Come on, step, 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 step. That's it. Step, turn right. Step, step. Well, stop now. Here's the main door. Forward.
No. I'd rather stay here. I don't want to go out.
This place is a nightmare.
What place isn't like this? Besides, I know my way around here. Blindfold.
There'll be no food, nothing.
I feel safer here. Besides, there are the children.
Look, what can you do for them?
Make them a little less frightened. I am a nurse, after all.
You want me to stay?
No. You must go out and do what you can. Goodbye.
The door of the hospital swung to behind me, and I stepped into the empty street. There seemed no reason to go in any particular direction, but after a moment's pause, I set off towards the West End. A fruit lorry had run across the pavement, spilling its load of oranges in the gutter. I needed a drink, and crossed the road to a pub called the Alamein Arms. The door was open, and a lugubrious song came from the interior.
Alcohol.
Hi.
Who's that?
You open?
Of course I'm open.
Oh. I need a drink.
Who are you anyway?
From the hospital.
Oh. Can you see?
Yes.
Oh. Is this whiskey I've got here?
No, peppermint. This one's whiskey.
Thanks. Help yourself.
I'll have brandy.
Anything you like, anything you want.
You'll get drunk if you take it like that.
I am drunk. And I've got to get drunker. I am blind. Blind. As a bat, everyone's blind as a bat. Except you. Did you see green shooting stars?
No, I didn't.
Oh, there you are then. You didn't see them, you aren't blind. Everyone else saw them, and they're all blind as bats.
Are you sure it's everyone?
Listen. Can't hear yourself talk here most days.
Are you the landlord?
What if I am?
I want to pay.
Oh, forget it. Money's no use to a dead man. That's what I am after a few more drinks.
You look all right to me.
What's the good of living blind as a bat? That's what my wife said, and she was right. Only she's more guts than I have. When she found out the kids were blind, she took them into her bed and turned on the gas. And I hadn't the guts to stick with them. But I will have soon. I'm going back up there soon when I'm drunk enough.
No, don't.
Why not? Give me one reason. Why not? You can't.
It's wrong.
No, nothing's wrong. Nothing's left to be wrong. And if you can't see that, you're blinder than me, even if you haven't got two eyes. I'm going up to join them. Drunk enough. Drunk enough to do it. Drunk enough. I'm going to join them.
I didn't stop him or try to follow him. I just watched him go. Then I knocked back the last of my brandy and went out into the silent street.
That was the first episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. Listen to the next episode of John Powell's production of The Day of the Triffids, A Light in the Night. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper.
And there's another tremendous flash. I expect you can hear the crowd. It's believed that the Earth is passing through the debris of a comet. And there's another, so brilliant it almost hurts. I do urge anyone who possibly can to go out and watch.
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 2, A Light in the Night.
It took me quite a time to realize that London was a city of the blind, the capital of a blind country in a blind world. But by the time I'd walked from the pub near the hospital to Piccadilly, I knew that it was so. In no direction was there any traffic nor any sound of it. The only signs of life were a few people here and there cautiously groping their ways along the shop fronts.
Someone's there. I can hear you. All right, don't answer. Just stay where you are and don't bump into me. I've had enough of that this morning.
I'm sorry. You're blind.
Of course I'm blind. You think I carry this white stick for fun?
Then you don't know what's happened.
I know everyone's damn clumsy this morning. And no hall porter on duty.
Yes, well, they're all blind too.
What? They're blind?
Yes, since they watched the comet last night. It was pure chance that I didn't.
Ho, ho, ho! Now they'll know what it's been like for me. Now they'll need that damn patronage for themselves. You might see me across the road.
Yes, of course.
One gets lost away from the curb.
Come on. That's it.
What's that?
Well, it sounds as though some of them have broken into a pub round the corner. Here's the curb.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Good luck to you. Good day.
can't let you win. And don't you forget it. Where I go, you go.
Please stop it. Let her go.
Don't get away from me.
All right, come on, get up.
I am tied to him.
Just a minute. Right, I've cut the cord. Up you get. There, that's better. Now, let's get away from the crowd. There's an empty pub over there.
You can see.
I certainly can.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
It's all right.
I thought I was the only one.
Come on, come on.
You can see.
Feeling better?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I must look an awful sight. Where's a mirror? Oh, good Lord, yes, I do.
Have another drink, eh?
I'm sorry. I haven't told you anything about myself. Thanks. I'm Gisela Clayton.
And my name's Bill Mason. Gisela Clayton? Haven't I heard of you?
Oh, I shouldn't think so. How did you escape seeing the comet?
I was in hospital with my eyes bandaged. About you?
Oh, well, I went to a party on... what's today? Wednesday?
Right.
On Monday, yes. I don't know what was in the drinks, but I felt like death yesterday. Well, about 4 o'clock, I gave up. I took a couple of sleeping pills and went to bed. If the sky had fallen in, I wouldn't have noticed. But when I did wake up, my father was standing beside my bed. He'd gone blind.
Where do you live?
Dean Road, St. John's Wood. Well, the telephone wouldn't work, so I started to drive down this way to fetch our doctor, and I ran out of petrol right in the middle of Regent Street. Then that man found out I could see. He knocked me down and tied my hands. He made me lead him about.
From bar to bar, I imagine.
Yes. You know, I should have been able to get away from him, but he was too clever. Desperate, I suppose. But, well, I was sorry for him in a way.
Oh, yes, one's sorry for them all. But they'll kill us if they can. We're rich and they're poor. Why did he start beating you?
Because I wouldn't go into his house with him. But, well, thank heavens you came along.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
I must get back to my father. There's no point in trying to find the doctor, even if he's been one of the lucky ones.
So, do you mind if I come too?
Oh, I'd have asked you, and I thought perhaps you had or someone you wanted to look for.
No, there's no one.
Then I'd be very glad. It's so awful to...
I know. I think it'd be safer if we stayed together anyhow. Drink up.
There.
Shall we go?
Yes. Oh, where can I get petrol?
No need. There are plenty of other cars.
Oh, it's strange. Being able to take anything we want, it's like a dream.
More like a nightmare. Come on.
Turn left here. It'll lead us round into Dean Road.
What on earth is that?
The zoo. But we can hear the animals at night.
They must be hungry. Past feeding time.
Oh, they're starved. Poor things being locked up like that.
It's just as well for us they are.
Are they blind, do you think?
I know. Some, perhaps. Not the cats, though. They'd have avoided the light.
Oh, look. Over there in the park. Triffids.
Yep, there's an enclosure of them by the zoo.
Well, should they be loose like that?
No. But if you don't keep an eye on them, they tend to root themselves in a cluster against the fencing. Eventually it falls down.
Ooh, horrid things.
Yes, but if it wasn't for a Triffid sting, I wouldn't be here now.
Oh, here we are, on the left there.
Good.
That's funny.
What?
The door's open. Oh! It's an owl. And He's there too.
Your father?
Yes, lying on the floor and that thing standing over him. What can we do?
Nothing.
He's dead.
Wait, I'll look.
Oh, careful.
I saw the mark on his face.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Just
Oh,
so
no, no.
It's a very quick death.
Oh, no.
Look out! Coming through the bushes! Run for the car!
Oh.
Wind up the window.
Drive on. Drive on before he gets to us.
No, wait. It can't hurt us now. I want to see what it does.
Oh, it's going away.
There's another one standing in the laurels.
Oh, let's get away. Well, there's nothing we can do.
Right, come on.
Bill,
Yeah?
where can we go?
For a start, we make for a factory in Clerkenwell.
There, we're in.
What is this place?
Wentworth's. They make the best Triffid guns in the world.
Oh, I didn't know there were such things.
Huh? Fine, here's the export stock, all ready for packing. Now, one for you, one for me, one for spare.
Oh, they're heavy.
They used to use them a good bit in the tropics. It'll cut the stem off a Triffid at 25 yards. Now, we'll have 2 masks, those gauntlets, and a couple of cases of ammunition.
Can we get it all in the car?
Well, I saw a station wagon outside. We'll take that and go back up west. Clothes first, then somewhere to sleep before it gets dark. A flat, I should think. Or 2 flats, if you prefer.
Oh, one. I'd rather not be on my own.
Good. I feel like company, too. Go on.
Let's try this block.
It looks a bit grand.
And nothing to pay.
Can we really walk into someone's flat and take it over?
Why not? People who won't do that sort of thing are going to have a pretty thin time. Come on.
Let's try the top floor.
It's a long way to carry those cases.
Well, there's bound to be a lift.
No power.
Oh, no. Well, all the same, I'd prefer to be high up, away from the street.
All right, let's make for the penthouse.
Oh, what about the Triffid guns?
Oh, they're okay. Nobody's going to steal them.
What's in here?
A paraffin cooker. We're going to need it.
Oh.
Come on, up we go.
What a climb.
Actually, it's the first time this floor's been reached on foot. Oh, 2 flats. Which do you prefer, madam?
Oh, well, the one facing south, of course.
That's madam wishes. Just a moment.
Oh, what's wrong?
It's not well furnished. Let's try the other.
No. Well, what was it?
Here we are.
Was someone in there? Was someone in there?
2 people dead. Suicide. There's a lot of it about. Come on.
No. No, we can't sleep here. Not with them across the passage and you making a joke.
Look, come back!
I
Here!
can't.
I'm not joking. Come here. Look, if we're going to keep our sanity, we've got to learn to be tough. There's nothing we can do about it. Nothing at all. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now, come on, let's see what this place has to offer. Good Lord.
Oh, it's got everything. Plus a cocktail bar. Oh, is this a bedroom? Look, it's got a round bed.
With a mirror over it.
Well, I'm going to sleep here anyway.
Well, I'll see if I can find something a bit more sober.
There's a mirror over the bath as well.
Is there? Anyway, we can't have baths, no hot water.
Don't sound so pleased. Are you going to change?
Only my shirt.
Lucky it's summer.
What?
Lucky it's summer. Well, cold weather wouldn't have helped.
Some ways it would.
How?
Most of the fresh food will be going bad tomorrow. This fridge is like an oven.
You in the kitchen?
Yeah.
What's it like?
Housewife's dream. I'm setting up the oil cooker.
Well, you said it would be more like a nightmare.
Can you cook?
Not very well.
Ah.
There are a lot of perfumes in here I've never even heard of. Bill? Bill?
Yeah?
Oh, sorry, I thought perhaps you'd gone out. You didn't answer. What are you doing?
Preparing a simple meal.
I ought to do that.
No, I'm enjoying myself. Shall we sit at a table?
Yes. Let's do things properly.
That's how I feel.
What are we having?
Avocados, scampi, cold chicken and salad, asparagus tips, peaches, and coffee.
What? No caviar?
It's in a pot, it'll keep. Will a white burgundy suit you, madam, or would you prefer champagne?
Oh, champagne.
What are you doing, anyway?
You'll see.
What?
Well, how do I look?
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Where'd you get the dress?
I found it in there, and I tried it, and it fits.
It certainly does. The emeralds suit you.
Do they? I know it seems a funny time to dress up, but I feel that perhaps...
You know, my father told me that just before 1939, when everyone knew there was going to be a war, he used to go round London looking at everything as though it was for the last time. Now it really is.
Thank you for understanding. Thank you for everything. If you hadn't helped me, I don't know where I'd be now.
I know where I'd be if I hadn't met you. Lying drunk in some bar. What about a drink? There's some sherry.
Oh, I thought you said champagne.
Of course, of course.
Goodness, I'm hungry.
So am I. Let's eat. You're that.
Thank you. Oh, it's getting dark.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, candlelight as well. That's nice.
Now, tell me about it.
Mm-hmm. Tell you about what?
Everything. Childhood memories, love affairs. Why you aren't married, or are you?
No, I'm not. Are you?
Uh-uh.
Well, I nearly was. When I was 19.
Yeah?
There was an awful row.
What, with your family?
With my father. Mother was dead. I ran away from home and went to stay with a girlfriend. Well, my father stopped my allowance, so I had to do something, and I wrote the book.
You did what?
Oh, that's what they all say. I must look very dumb. I wrote the book.
What book?
Sex is My Adventure.
Of course, Josella Playton. Did you really write that thing?
Yes, I really did. You read it?
No.
It was very mild, a bit silly. Well, just the title was shocking, but it sold.
I bet.
And the film rights. I made a lot of money. Then I went home again.
Having shown your independence.
Yes, but more to get away from the people who thought I meant the whole thing literally.
Which you did not?
Which I did not.
Still, you can hardly blame people.
No. Well, that's why I was writing another book to balance things up.
Oh? With an equally alarming title?
I was calling it Here the Forsaken.
Quotation?
Congreve. Here the forsaken virgin rests from love.
Oh, I see. More champagne.
Brandy, port, or a liqueur?
Brandy, please. Shall we wash up?
Lord, not likely. We're not staying, you know.
Huh?
Well, we'll have to leave tomorrow.
Oh, yes, but don't let's think about it yet. I know. Let's have some music. Is that a record player?
Yes, but there's no power.
Oh, no. Pity.
There's a transistor radio in the kitchen.
Well, let's try that.
All right. I don't know what you expect to hear. It won't be late-night music, though.
Well, you never know.
There we are.
Oh, careful. Don't knock my brandy over. It's much too good to waste.
There you are. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Bill.
Hey, listen. Must be an SOS.
Well, where do you think he is?
I don't know. Some ship drifting off the coast with all the crew blind. My God, think what it must be like at sea.
And in prisons.
Or aircraft.
God. But, well, their troubles are over.
Not like ours. Which brings us back to where we started.
Okay. I'm right down out of the clouds now. What are we going to do?
Get out of London for a start, and keep away from towns as much as we can.
Well, supplies will be difficult in the country.
Yes. But you see what's going to happen here, don't you? At present, there's still water in the tanks. Soon there won't be. The whole city will begin to stink like a great sewer. There are bodies lying about already. Every day there'll be more.
No, don't.
Soon there'll be diseases beginning to spread. Cholera, typhus, Lord knows what. No, we've got to get away before that starts. Have you any ideas?
Well, somewhere out of the way, with a good water supply and as high up as we can get. So there'll be a nice, clean wind.
Yeah, that's a thought. What about the Lake District?
Too far.
Maybe. Same goes for Cornwall.
What about the South Downs? Some friends of mine have a house on the north side looking across to Pulborough. It's fairly high, and there's a wind pump for water, and... Oh, and they make their own electricity.
That sounds promising.
How long will it be before the towns are safe again?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps a year or so. And ought to be long enough.
Well, then we're going to need a lot of supplies.
Yes, well, that's the first thing to do. Tomorrow, we load up a lorry with stores. 2 lorries, if you could manage one.
Me? Oh, well, I can try. What do we put in them?
We'll make a list. We'll try to get a couple of 10-tonners. Load half of each with food.
And the other half?
Clothes first. We've got to get some... we'll need winter things.
Blankets.
A tent.
A tent?
Oh, we may need it.
Oh, frying pans.
Saucepans?
Kettles.
About 3 of everything.
Paraffin.
Plenty in the garages.
Matches.
Thousands of them. We don't want to have to rub sticks together before we meet.
Do you know, we're going to have to learn a lot.
Yeah, we've learnt a lot already.
Such as?
How to accept the fact that sooner or later we may be the only survivors.
There must be others like us somewhere.
Well, I met nobody in London. Except a child. He was too young to stay up and watch the comet, if that's what it was.
Well, what else could it have been?
Well, all the great powers have had satellites orbiting for the last few years. They aren't all for research, you know. Some of them are weapons ready to be used when needed. Supposing one of them went wrong. Collided with a meteorite, perhaps. And instead of doing what it was supposed to do and bursting low down over just one country, it burst up in its orbit. Affected the whole world.
A weapon that would make people blind?
Yeah.
But who would think of a thing like
Any
that?
nation on Earth that was rich enough and frightened enough. And that means all of us.
You know, if all this is true, we brought it on ourselves.
Yep. And here we are. Let's get on with the list.
No, let's leave it till the morning. I'm very tired.
All right. We've all the time in the world, in one sense.
Bill, it was a nice dinner. Thank you. Well, good night.
Just a moment.
Hmm?
I just want to look at you.
Good night, Bill.
Good night.
Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Help me! Help me!
Mummy! I want my
No! No!
Bill!
What is it? What is it?
Bill, did you hear them? All those people. Those poor people.
Oh, Drusilla. Oh, don't.
Tried to go to sleep. I tried. I was so tired. Then I began to hear them. Oh, Bill, I'm frightened.
Calm down, darling. Listen, there's nothing we can do, not yet.
Oh, Bill, if you weren't here, I'd go mad.
As long as we're together, we'll survive.
There's so many of them, and there's only two of us.
Hey, look.
No, I don't want to look out there.
You must, Drusilla. There's a light.
House is on fire. I've seen them. Don't make me look again.
No, this is different. It's a searchlight.
Oh, what?
Look, over there, to the north.
Where? Oh, yes. Yes, I see.
It must be a signal.
What does it mean?
Perhaps that someone's trying to get all the sighted people together.
Oh, quickly, let's go there now.
No, not yet. Wait till morning.
But we won't be able to see it in daylight, Bill. We must go now.
Look, do you really want to drive through those streets now?
No, but what if we miss them?
They won't go away tonight.
Oh,
Look. Wait. We'll make a mark on the window ledge. Where's something? Yeah, a nail file. It'll do. Now, look, I'll scratch a pointer. So. Now, we'll be able to pick out the building in the morning. You can see it's a tall one from the position of the light. All right?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I panicked again.
Of course. You'd be inhuman not to. Well, now at least we know we're not alone.
We never were, Bill. Were we?
That was the second episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. Listen to the next episode of John Powell's production of The Day of the Triffids, Conference and Confusion. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper.
Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Help me!
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 3, Conference and Confusion.
I lay awake for a long time on that first night after the disaster, listening to the nightmare confusion, shouts of the blind in the street below, and wondering if the searchlight we'd seen far away on a tall building was really a signal to get the sighted people together. When I did go to sleep, I slept heavily and late. I woke up to find the sun shining. Josella was making coffee.
Hello, Bill. Ready for breakfast?
I'll shave first. Feel a bit scruffy.
Oh, shall I heat some water?
It's all right. I manage with cold. What about the light we saw?
Well, I looked before you woke up.
Yeah?
The scratch you made on the window ledge points towards the university tower.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
We'd better go straight there as soon as we've eaten.
It's quite different from yesterday.
Yeah, fewer people about.
Then they were clinging to the house fronts. Now they're creeping along the gutters.
Suppose it's easier going by the curb. This is the turning we want.
Hey, just a minute. I think there's something happening at the gates.
Quite a crowd. Shall we investigate or clear out?
Investigate.
All right, but don't let's get involved.
Well, if we go through those houses and into one of the gardens, we could get quite close to the gates without being seen.
Yeah. If there's anyone there who can see. Come on.
Shut yourself up in there. Who do you think you are? You needn't think I can't see you, that I'm one of these helpless wretches. I can see you all right.
What's happening?
Later, trying to get in.
Do you think these people haven't got the same right to live as you? They have, you know. It's not their fault they're blind, is it? It's nobody's fault. But it's going to be your fault if they starve, and you know it. I've been showing them where to get food, but there's only one of me, and there's thousands of them. You could show them, but you won't. All you're thinking of is looking after your own lousy skin.
And how long do you think the supplies will last?
How the blazing would I know? What I do know is that if all the people who still got their eyes don't muck in and help, there aren't going to be many left alive by the time they're going to clear this mess up.
Nobody's going to come.
Oh, that's it, is it? You're scared, frightened that if you give them food, there won't be enough for you. A lovely people, aren't they? Well, if you won't come out to us, we'll come into you. Let go! There's his arm. Now, hold him while I get the gate open.
Let me
We'll soon have you lot sorted out.
Johnson! Edwards! Get him clear!
No! Oh, don't shoot!
Get down!
Get down, everyone! Get down! Take cover!
My God, they're shooting at them!
No, they're firing over their heads.
Sure.
Yes. No one's hurt.
You don't have frightened them like that.
Well, they had to do something.
That man, the one who spoke, was right.
He was wrong. There's no they to come and clear up this mess. It won't be cleared up except by us. We just can't afford to spend our time pillaging food stocks for other people.
But it seems so callous.
Oh, yes, I don't like it any more than you do, but we've got to make up our minds. Do we help those who've survived the catastrophe to rebuild some sort of life? Or do we make a moral gesture?
No. We must go on.
Come on, let's cross the road.
Are the men with guns still there?
Yes. Can you manage?
No. Give me a hand.
Come on. There. Can we come in?
How many of you?
Just the two. We saw your signal last night.
Okay, come on.
We saw what happened just now.
There's with the orders. Not to let them in. Well, you'd better report to the Colonel. Just inside on the right, door marked reception. Highly organised.
And a bit frightening.
Here we are.
Ah, new arrivals. March straight in. Glad to have you with us. I'll just take a few particulars. Your name, sir?
Mason.
Initials?
W.J.
Address?
22 Adelaide Crescent, Worthing, if it makes any difference.
Well, we've got to keep the records straight. I'm hoping to get a form run off as soon as we collect someone who can run a duplicator. Age?
29.
Occupation?
Triffid grower.
Not much call for that now, I'm afraid. And you?
Clayton. JV, 42 Dean Road, NW8. Age 22. No particular occupation.
Independent.
Very.
Miss, I presume.
Yes.
Yes. Well, nasty business this, but there's plenty to be done. Mr. Beadley.
Hello?
Two new arrivals, Mr. Mason and Miss Clayton.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Come across to my office.
I'll see you later.
Don't you want references in triplicate?
I'm thinking of the Colonel.
That's right.
Yes, he is a bit of a civil servant. Still, he's right in a way. We've got to get ourselves organized. Here we are. Now, do sit down.
Thank you.
What's the position at the moment?
Well, up to the present, there are about 35 of us. We hope some more will come in during the day.
Have they all got their sight?
28 of them. The others are relatives or children. At the moment, the general idea is that we move away from here sometime tomorrow and go down into the country.
We'll be going this afternoon.
Oh. What sort of transport have you got?
It's a station wagon. We haven't stocked it up yet.
Ah.
All we've got is a lot of anti-Triffid gear.
Well, that's a funny thing to make your first essential.
Not really.
I think you're going to be a good deal of trouble.
Well, surely there aren't enough to cause a lot of bother.
Oh, there are plenty in the nurseries.
Yes, but they're all fenced in. Still, bring the gear by all means if you think it'll come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
You do want to come with us, by the way.
Well, what do you think, Gisela?
Yes, we need company.
Then here's what I suggest. Bring in your car, dump your stuff, and then drive off and swap it for a good-sized lorry.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do either of you know anything about doctoring?
Not a thing.
Oh, no, me.
Oh, well, otherwise I'd have sent you off on a medical scrounge. You'd better go after the stuff on this list.
Yeah. Pots, pans, blankets, and food.
Yes, and concentrate on bulk. Cans and packets are your best line.
Yes.
Do as much as you can before dark. There'll be a general meeting and discussion here about 9:30 this evening.
Right.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Well, you'd better have, just in case. And you, Miss Clayton. Here.
Oh, I feel like a gangster.
Oh, better than what you'll become if some of the citizens in this town get hold of you. See you this evening, then.
Okay.
Good scrounging. Okay, over here. Bill Mason, isn't it?
Yes.
Which list were you working from?
Pots, pans, blankets, and food. Oh, here's Gisela.
Whoa! Leave her there.
Right.
How have you made out, Bill?
We got all the stuff on the list.
And a bit more besides.
Ah, splendid.
I made a plan of where it's all packed in case you want anything special.
Well, I wish they'd all do that. Is this Triffid gear you put here?
Yes.
It wasn't on the list.
No, but I thought it might come in useful.
Ah, yes, of course, but, well, haven't you got enough already?
It doesn't take up much room.
Well, still... Oh, well, leave it for the moment. Well, I dare say you could do with a cup of tea.
Certainly could.
There's a canteen operating in the hall.
Oh, thanks.
All right, next one in. Come along.
I never want to see another sack of flour as long as I live. Yeah, we got completely lost.
There are far more people than there were this morning.
Excuse me.
Hmm?
Mr. Mason and Miss
Yes.
Clayton. Quite still, please. I want a picture of you.
What?
Oh, don't tell me. You're the press.
More or less. I'm the official record. Elspeth Clare is the name, formerly of the Post.
It sounds like the Colonel's idea.
It is. Are you really Gisela Clayton?
Yes, and I wrote the book, and none of it's true.
Somebody said you were worried about Triffids, Mr. Mason.
Yes, I am. I think they're troublesome enough to be taken seriously when they get out of hand.
Yes, but surely that couldn't happen in England.
Oh, all sorts of things can happen in England now.
Oh, there's Ivan. He may be able to tell us something. He's been cruising around in a helicopter all afternoon. Ivan! Ivan!
Oh, hello.
Bill Mason.
How'd you do?
Gisela Clayton. This is Ivan Simpson.
Hello.
Intrepid birdman. Did you see any Triffids wandering around outside London?
Triffids? No, I don't think so. Well, not that you'd notice them much from the air, and besides I was too busy following roads to take in much else.
What are they like?
Oh, not too bad. Most of the drivers seem to have had time to pull up. Of course, it wasn't a busy time of day. I went as far as Reading, and they seemed pretty clear.
Did you see many people?
No, hardly a soul. They stay at home.
Will you write me up a description of the trip?
Well, if you like, yes. What's that?
Everybody in the lecture theatre, please, for a conference. Everybody, please.
What means that?
I wonder what this is all about. Pretty organised.
Ladies and gentlemen, and it's probably the last time that I shall use that phrase, the committee has appointed me as its chairman, and I'm now going to introduce them to you. But first of all, I want to say this. The world we knew has ended in a flash. Some of us may be feeling that it's the end of everything. It's not, unless we allow it to be. We can begin to build again. We must start now.
You've got the right idea.
Colonel Jakes is now going to give you some administrative details. Colonel?
Quiet, please. Quiet. Now, as you know, it is our intention, for reasons of health, to get away from built-up areas as soon as possible. We hope to move off at 1200 hours tomorrow. We have now accumulated stocks which we hope will allow us to live in isolation for about a year. It may prove possible to supplement them from nearby towns in a few months, but that depends entirely on the decision of our medical staff. All right? Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Where are we going?
All members will be informed of our destination later.
He nearly said all ranks.
Thank you, Colonel. Well, now, as you know, one of our main worries today has been that we've not come across anyone with medical knowledge. And it's with great relief, therefore, that I welcome Miss Burr, who is not actually a doctor, but who does hold high nursing qualifications. Miss Burr, I'd be grateful if you'd say a few words.
Yes, please. I can only say that I'll do everything I possibly can. We must expect a certain amount of infection to be about in the next few days, and you can help us to avoid it by reporting at once if you feel ill, by eating nothing that has been exposed to the air, and drinking nothing unless it's been boiled or comes out of a bottle.
Quiet, please, quiet.
After the meeting, will everyone please line up to be inoculated against typhoid, paratyphoid, and cholera?
Thank you, Miss Burr. That's right. Thank you very much. Now, our last speaker is going to talk on a slightly different subject. Here is Dr. Wallace, who is professor of sociology at the university.
My friends, the world we knew is gone. Finished. Our needs are now different. Therefore, our standards must be different. For instance, you have all spent the day indulging with clear consciences in what 2 days ago would have been housebreaking and theft. You have already lost one prejudice, and I suggest to you that you must lose others. Now, it will not be easy, but unless we can form our own rules of conduct, we shall cease to exist. Therefore, there is one thing to be made quite clear to you before you decide to join our community. The men must work. The women must have babies. We can afford to support a limited number of women who cannot see, because they will have babies who can see. We cannot afford to support men who cannot see. In our new world, babies become very much more important than husbands.
What are you grinning at?
People's expressions.
Yeah. Michael Beadley looks a bit anxious.
You should worry. If Brigham Young could bring it off in the middle of the 19th century, this ought to be a pushover.
I think so. There's someone who doesn't agree with you, look.
The last speaker is advocating free love.
I think the questioner must be aware that I never mention love, free, bought or bartered. Will she please make the question clearer?
I am asking if you suggest the abolition of the marriage law.
The laws we knew have been abolished by circumstances.
There is still the law of decency.
A Mohammedan preserves rigid respectability with 3 wives. And so did Solomon with 300. Oh, these are matters of local custom. For our own survival, we must develop our own customs in these matters. And those who come with us must adhere to them.
And if we refuse?
Those who do not wish to are perfectly free to start other communities on such lines as they think fit.
You're not grinning now.
Well, there's a lot to take in.
Come on, Joe. Let's get these jabs and then find somewhere quiet. I want to talk to you.
All right. It's nice to be alone again.
Someone's found an old gramophone. Listen.
Shall we sit this one out?
It's a lovely night.
Is your arm still sore?
No. Oh, she's quite good, that girl.
By the time she got to me, the needle was blunt.
When we girls were so busy arguing, we wouldn't have noticed that.
I wonder how many will decide to go.
Nearly all of them, when they've thought about it.
You think so?
Most women want babies.
Do they?
Well, provided they've got some form of security. Might have been all right for Solomon, but it's having to share a husband that worries them. After all, there are limits.
Are there?
Oh, Bill, don't tell me you're going to cling to the old order.
No. But it's difficult.
What is?
I love you. I was going to ask you to marry me. But there's not much point in it now.
Oh, Bill.
Is there?
I don't know, but I'll accept you all the same.
What?
Did you really think I wouldn't?
I didn't know.
Of course, it isn't quite as straightforward as it seems.
How do you mean?
Well, if I were the committee, I'd make a rule that every man who marries a sighted girl must take 2 blind girls as well.
What?
Well, that's about how the numbers work out.
You don't mean that.
I do. Oh, and so do they. Didn't you think it was implied in that speech?
Well, it may have been, but I don't see that they can hold anyone to that. I mean, it's completely unnatural.
No, it isn't. Listen, Bill, this isn't easy for me either, but we owe a sort of debt for being alive and able to see. Well, one of the ways of paying it is to help these girls to have as full a life as they can.
Well, that's a weird way of looking at it.
But it's right. I know it is.
Okay, if that's the way you think it ought to be.
Now, don't worry. I shall pick 2 nice, sensible girls for you.
Really?
Yes, I will.
Good. Shall we dance?
Yes.
Left her in the hospital. We need nurses. Look after us. Got to look after ourselves. All the same. Who's smoking there?
Fire! Quick, come on! Downstairs, everyone! And how about the blinds? They're on the ground floor. Quick as you can, but mind the stairs. All right, Bill?
Going down now. Where's Drusilla?
She's down. Hurry up! Now, the smoke's thickening.
Here comes another. Who's that?
He's out. Now get him away. Here's another.
Wakey, wakey.
Rise and shine. That's right. I thought I could hear you.
Oh, my head.
You had an accident, mate. That's what you had.
My hands. What the hell's tied them up?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Now, tell me where I am. Why am I tied up?
Oh, well, you see, you know there was a bit of a shindig up at the university yesterday morning?
Yes, I saw that.
Well, after we'd scarpered, that bloke Coker that was doing all the talking, like, got real nasty. He said you'd have to take what was coming to you.
What?
Well, we met up with a couple of other fellas. They could see, and they fixed it all up between them.
Fixed what?
The fire. He's a lad, that Coker is. You can't help laughing.
Do you mean the fire was faked?
Well, of course it was. They rigged up a tripwire, see, lit a lot of paper and stuff in the hall, and started in ding-donging the bell. Well, as soon as you come downstairs, over you went, bang went Coker with a caution, we put you on the lorry. It was dead easy.
Where are we?
Oh, we're in an hotel, the Talisman. It's a posh one, too. It's got a palm tree in the hall. I know that because I walked into it. You can't help laughing, can you?
I can.
Oh, you don't want to take it like that, mate.
And how many of us did you get?
Well, a couple of dozen, but 6 of them was blind.
And what are you going to do with us, eh?
Get organised, I suppose. Oh, hello, is this Coker?
Yes, it's Coker.
Good morning, Captain. All correct.
Come on in, Mac. Now, stand there.
Right.
What's your name?
Mason.
All right, Mason. Now, let's have your hands, and don't try anything when they're untied.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
I'll tell you in a minute. If you won't help other people, you've got to be made to. Mac?
Hello.
Handcuffs. Shut up! That'll give you a bit more freedom.
A bit?
All you'll need. Now, let's have the chain, Mac.
Here, I'll put the strap with my right wrist.
Good. Now, get just this side of him. That's it. Now, the chain through his arms. Like that. Mm-hmm. Hold still. Alf.
I've got
Alf, yes, come on. On this side, and the strap round your wrist. There.
It's like a sort of shotgun wedding, isn't it?
Now, Mason, I want you to look at this street plan. You're going to take these 2 and 50 others, and you're going to go by truck to your area. Once there, you will find them accommodation and lead them to supplies. There'll be others working to right and left of you, so stay in your boundaries.
How am I supposed to help anyone tied up like this?
You'll manage. Now, look, here's your area. Maida Vale to Fitzjohn's Avenue. It's no farther in than Swiss Cottage, but you can go as far out as you like. Oh, and I shouldn't let them get hungry if I were you. Some of them are tough.
Aye, and some of them have knives, mister. Like me.
I'll be out to check up on where you are. But otherwise, you'll be on your own till someone turns up to straighten out all this mess.
If they come.
They'll come. You'll probably get a medal for your noble work.
Yeah.
All right?
One thing.
Yes?
Did you get a girl called Gisela Playton in your raid?
I think so.
Where have you sent her?
Westminster.
That lot won't find much grub, will they? Not in the Houses of Parliament, will they?
Well, don't try wandering off to find her.
He'll know.
I believe you. Lead them down to the street. There's trucks waiting.
Aye. And the best of luck to us.
All right.
6 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Now, we'd better go in first and have a look round on our own.
Wait where you are, the lot of you. Wait there, all of you.
One more step into the hall.
Yeah. There. Hotel, is it?
Yeah.
Any palm trees?
No, it's a step down from that.
Oh.
Seems empty.
Well, what's the drill then?
Bring them in 4 at a time, hands on shoulders, and then find them somewhere to sleep.
Right.
The first 4 of you, come on. Come on, the first 4.
6 steps, remember.
Yeah.
1, 2,
2,
3, 4.
1, 2, 3, and turn. There. It's funny. I never thought what it'd be like kipping down all strung together.
There's a lot of things you never thought of.
Oh, shut up.
No, he's right, mate. It's going to be difficult.
Aye, and it'll be more difficult if your man here shoves off and leaves us in the toad.
Oh.
I never said I'd do that.
I bet you would if you could.
And I don't blame you, mate, either.
But I'll carve you if you try.
I'm not much use to your dead.
Oh, you'll not be dead, man. Just carved.
Oh, look, come on. Let's change the subject, eh? What are we going to do tomorrow?
Forage for food.
And the next day?
Eat it. And then we can sit back cosy. Fair lapping it up, eh?
So we run out?
Oh, something will turn up, don't you worry.
Is anyone there?
Who's that? Oh, it sounds like the little kid they call Lucy. What do you want, darling?
The man who can see.
I'm here.
Can you come up, please? There's something wrong.
What is it?
Some of the people are ill. They're very hot, and they've got dreadful pains. I think they've got something bad.
Yes, all right, I'll come.
Oh, something will turn up. Don't you worry, Mac. It has.
That was the third episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. Listen to the next episode of John Powell's production of The Day of the Triffids, Dead End. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper.
Who's that? It sounds like the kid they call Lucy. What do you want, darling?
The man who can see.
I'm here.
Can you come up, please? There's something wrong.
What is it?
Well, some of the people are ill. They're hot and they've got dreadful pains. I think they've got something bad.
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 4, Dead End.
By next morning, the two men who'd been taken sick in the night were dead. 3 more of the group were ill. I made them as comfortable as I could, and we set out to find food. I led the party, still chained to Mac and Alf, who were blind, and the rest followed us, their hands on each other's shoulders.
Right, left. Pick 'em up, come on. Where are we, Gav?
In a side street running downhill. There should be shops at the bottom.
Well, one on the boot like lost souls.
What do you expect? If you let me loose, I could drive round till I found a good place, pick you all up in a truck, bring you along to do the loading. This way's bound to be slow.
Well, he's got something there, you know.
An easy getaway.
Well, I wouldn't blame him if he did.
Look, suppose I give you my word.
There's no man's word worth tuppence. We're in the jungle now.
Come on, pick up the step. Look on. Left, right, left.
We're coming to a corner. Get ready to turn left.
Right, when you say.
Stop!
Stop! Oh, come on, give us a bit of warning.
Now, shut up! There's a group loading a truck about 100 yards away.
You're outside the area.
No, they aren't our lot. The man in charge is carrying a rifle. He's seen us.
Down, everyone! Down on the ground!
Get down, Mac!
What is it? What's happened?
Mac's been hit. He's had it.
The rest of you turn back and go up the hill.
What's happening?
He's coming towards us.
Well, come on, let's run for it.
No, wait a minute. I've got to get rid of Mac.
Well,
there. Now, this way. Come on. In here.
Where are we?
It's a garden.
Oh.
Now, keep down.
He'll shoot us.
No, he won't. He only wants me. Where's the key to these handcuffs?
In my pocket.
Let's have it.
No, come on.
I'll crack your skull with this chain.
All right, here you are.
Good. Now keep quiet.
What's happening?
He took a look at Mac lying in the middle of the road. Probably thinks Mac was the one I could see. Now he's following the others up the hill. Come on.
What?
Take my arm, we'll follow him.
Well, he's here.
If he thinks we're blind, he won't take any notice. Come on.
Oh,
All right, you're the boss. But keep telling me what's up, eh? I am blind, remember?
All right. Up. The bushes. Yeah. Steady. Right, we're in the street. He's about 50 yards ahead of us. The others are 50 yards in front of him, on both sides of the road, creeping along. He's not overtaking them. Wants to see where they're going.
So as he can pinch our supplies, I suppose.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, hello. What is it? One of our chaps is ill.
Who?
Well, he's staggering, holding his stomach. He's fallen. Come on, keep going. Right. The chap with the rifle stopped. He's looking at him.
He's shooting at us again.
No, it's not at us. He shot the sick man. Now he's coming back.
Yeah.
Just keep going. He's gone past. Now, come on, we've got to get back to the hotel before the others get split up.
You mean to tell me you're not going to leave us?
Oh, come on.
Follow him on. That's right. Now the next one. That's it. Oh, is that the lot then?
Yep, that's it. Tailboard up.
Right. There. Oh, I'm getting quite handy at this. Nothing like practice, is there?
Come on.
No, let me see if I can get back to the cab on my own, eh? That's the rear wheel. Petrol tank. Step. That's it. I'm there. How many have we got with us today?
15.
And 12 women left behind, that's 27. Plus 4 sick makes 31.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we was 53 4 days ago.
It seems longer than that.
Bill, what do you reckon it is they're all getting then?
I don't know. It's come on too quickly for typhoid. Could be plague. I don't know.
Looks like solving most of our problems anyway.
You're a real optimist, Alf.
I've got to keep cheerful, haven't I? What are we going to try for today?
Tin milk, biscuits, candles and paraffin.
Paraffin? We got 40 gallons of that yesterday.
We need more, much more.
Why?
No time to dig.
Oh, that, yeah. Not that it makes much difference what you do. It's more of a taste than a smell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, start her up. I'm getting morbid. Where are we going, anyway?
Up towards the heath. Haven't tried that yet.
There's not much improvement up here, is there?
No. There are even more dead. More than in most places.
Oh?
Come on down.
Right.
Where are we?
There we are. Right. OK.
Mind the curb.
Yeah.
That's it.
Is the shop OK?
Seems to be.
Hang on there in the back and I'll open up.
Right. Someone's been in here before, but they haven't taken much.
Yeah.
Steady.
Ooh, the ham's gone off, anyway.
You're by the cold meat counter.
Oh.
Stay there, I'll see what's in the bag.
All right. Bill? Bill?
Yeah?
Bill?
Triffids attacking the truck.
Triffids? Oh.
Run, Papa, run for it! Come on, quick! Towards my voice!
Quick, over here.
Into the shop!
This way.
Find the window!
Bradshaw, Williams,
Yep.
Foster, Barlow,
Yep.
Travers, Kendicott, Dean, Forbes, Smith.
Yeah.
That's the lot.
You didn't call my name.
Sorry, Lucy. Are there any more women upstairs?
Not now.
Down to 7 of us, isn't it?
It It's my fault.
Well, how'd you make that out?
I should have known there'd be Triffids on the heath. I ought to have taken a gun up with me.
You can't think of everything, mate. Anyway, the Triffids only got 8 of us. You know what's taken the others.
Yes, I know. Does anyone want anything? Otherwise, I'll go to bed.
No, we're okay.
That's funny. The clocks still go on.
Oh. Well, the ones that's worked by clockwork will, wouldn't they? Till they all run down, of course.
Hello? Anyone there?
Huh? Oh, hello, Bill. You woke up then?
What was that just struck?
I don't know. Must be about 8 o'clock.
Where is everyone?
I cleared off.
What?
Well, that little girl took ill in the night, you know, Lucy, and the others panicked a bit. They said the place was unhealthy and pushed off to find somewhere else.
How is she now?
Oh, she died about 2 o'clock.
Why didn't you wake me up?
We tried to, but you was out for the count, weren't you? There wasn't anything you could have done anyway.
All the same, I hate to think of her being alone.
Well, I was there.
Why were you?
Because I hadn't gone.
I know, but why not? I mean, it's unhealthy here.
Well, I think everywhere's unhealthy, didn't you? Anyway, didn't seem right to push off without saying. So, what do we do now?
We'll have some breakfast and then make for Westminster.
And there we're going to try and find your girlfriend, right?
Dead right.
You don't have a funny way of putting things sometimes. Where are we now?
Vauxhall Bridge Road, outside a cinema.
They used to have buses here.
Used to have people, too.
All empty, is it?
Oh, I wonder what she'd have done. Same as that, I dare say. Found a hotel to use as a base.
Well, I remember there's a big one by the station, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Let's try that first.
Are there all buses still in front of the station?
Yeah. I'm just passing the entrance.
The train standing at platform 9 is the 0900 for Paris and the
Here's the hotel. There's a woman outside.
Oh, is it your girlfriend?
No, it's an old woman.
Oh.
I'll go and talk to her. You stay here.
All right.
Keep away. These tins are my tins. These tins are my tins. These tins are my tins.
Yeah, I shouldn't bother with that one, love. It's coffee. Here, have some baked beans. Wait a minute, I'll open them for you.
Give me the tin. Give it.
Were you with a party?
Give me the tin.
Yeah, tell me first. Were you with a party?
Yes.
Led by a girl?
Give me the tin.
In a moment. Was there a girl who could see?
Yes.
Well, what happened to her?
They all got ill and died, and then she went away.
Yeah?
She wanted to take me, but I wouldn't go. What's the point?
When did this happen?
Yesterday. Give me the tin.
Is that all you know?
Yes, the tin.
Here you are. I've opened it. What's the matter?
Oh, Bess, go away, go away. Oh, and I was hungry. Now, I don't want anything. That girl was a good girl. She stayed with us. Now, go, go, go.
Well, this is where we came in, the university.
Anyone about?
Not by the look of it. There's only one truck left.
Well, maybe the ones we didn't catch pushed off.
Yeah, looks like it. Just a moment, there's something written on the main door. I can't see it from here.
Hey, watch out for the Triffids.
Yeah, I'll take the Triffid gun. No, I won't, though. Take the revolver. There's someone coming.
What?
Stay there.
Well, don't go too far.
Stand still. Put your hands up. Oh, it's Mr. Coker.
Yes.
It's me. Don't worry, I'm not armed.
And what are you after, another little party?
No, I've had enough. They all died.
So did mine.
Still, we tried.
Yeah, the wrong way.
Yes. But it seemed right, to me, at any rate. I didn't realize then that the whole world must be like this. Oh, think of New York.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Oh, go after the others and eat humble pie, I suppose. Have you seen the address they left behind?
No, I was on my way to look at it.
There's Tynesham Manor, Tynesham, near Devizes.
Devizes? We won't get there tonight.
No. I was going to bed down here and move in the morning.
Okay, if you take that truck, I'll take the car.
Well, couldn't we take the truck alone?
No, I've got a passenger.
Alf? Alf? Here's your old friend Coker.
Alf?
He's gone to sleep. Oh, wake up, Alf.
I'm not asleep.
What is it?
Keep away from me, though. Where's Bill?
Here.
I've gone and got it now.
Oh, come on, Alf.
Don't try and move me. Just keep clear, eh? I'll be dead by the morning, won't I? Oh, it's a good thing, too. After all that trouble to stay alive, eh? Can I have a drink of water?
I'll get it.
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah?
Thanks, mate, for all you done. I hope you find your girlfriend all right.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, we'll take one truck. We'll start at dawn.
We're just about there. We made good time, considering.
Yeah.
It should be on the other side of this wall. Oh, it's a stately home by the look of it.
I'll turn in here.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
What's this, a hold-up?
Stay where you are.
Is this Tynesham Manor?
Where do you come from and how many of you are there?
Just the two of us. We've come from London.
What's in the truck?
Supplies.
All right, go on. You'd better report to Miss Durrant. She's in the dining hall.
Where's Michael Beadley?
I don't know. Miss Durrant's in charge. Report to her.
Right.
Miss Durrant?
Who's she?
Think I remember her.
Huh?
She's a bit grim. Something's wrong if she's running things. Miss Durrant?
Yes?
I'm Bill Mason. We've just come from London. Can we have a word with you?
One moment. Make the helpings larger. We don't want any left over. Now, what is it?
Mr. Coker and I, we've just
Mr.
arrived.
Coker?
Yes.
Aren't you the man who led the raid on the university building?
Yes, I was.
Then I'd better tell you once and for all that we have no use for brutal methods in this community and no intention of tolerating them.
Where's Michael Beadley and all the others?
They decided to move on.
Oh, why?
Because we made it perfectly clear that some of us at any rate wish to preserve our moral standards.
Yes, but why should they move and not you? Surely you were the splinter group, they were the main body.
From a practical point of view, it was more suitable for them to move.
Oh, why?
Oh, I really haven't got time to answer all these questions. If you wish to stay and help us, you can. If not, please go as soon as possible.
Well, who are all these people here? They didn't come from London, did they?
They're locals.
Are they all blind?
Yes.
How many can see?
There are 7 of us.
What about Miss Playton?
Who?
Josella Playton, is she here?
No, I don't think so. Well, there's Peggy down at the gate, 3 on duty here, 2 others on patrol, and that's all the ones who can see. But nobody called Gisela.
Are they all girls here?
All the sighted ones, yes.
You mean all the men went with Beadley?
Naturally. With the lorries to be driven and the loading to be done, it was obviously right that they should be the ones to go.
Which is why you won't last 3 months.
I beg your pardon.
If that. You haven't got a clue. You're running this place on good intentions and hoping for the best. How are you going to feed all these people for a start?
We shall send parties into Devizes to collect supplies.
And the plague. You've got to keep away from the town.
There are plenty of village stores in the neighbourhood.
Enough to last you for a year?
Perhaps.
And the year after that? And the next year? What'll you do then? Only live in 10 years' time, even if the Triffids don't get you first.
We shall trust to Providence.
You do a damn sight better to start building some sort of flour mill now. The wheat will be ready for harvesting in a few weeks.
Well, I really...
Look, for heaven's sake, can't you see that you've got to change your whole way of thinking or go under?
I can assure you that we propose to think as we have always thought.
Fatal.
If you disagree with our ideas, you're welcome to go and join Mr. Beadley and his friends.
Yes, but where are they?
Do you wish to go too?
I wish to find Miss Clayton.
Well, I don't remember seeing her with that
Look,
party.
for God's sake, where did they go?
I really couldn't say.
Oh, surely they left an address.
Well, if they did, I don't remember it.
Now, look, Miss
I
Dillon,
have an idea that it was in Dorset they were heading for, somewhere in the Beminster direction. Now, if you will excuse me, there is a great deal to be done.
Well, thank you very much.
Shut the plates, please. Then some of the train girls can get busy washing them.
Well, how far is Beminster?
Where are we?
Steeple Honey.
Where's that?
In Somerset. Come on.
We've come 50 miles now without seeing a living creature except a few sheep.
And a hell of a lot of Triffids.
Yeah, well, there are more and more of them.
You noticed too?
Why is it?
I've been wondering. I don't know.
Hi!
Hello.
Hi there!
Someone's here. Where is he? Can you see?
Yeah, look, over there in the pub. The upstairs window. Can you get down?
Coming down!
If he's alive, why aren't the others?
I know. Let's see if he can give us a drink.
Are you there?
Look out!
Get back inside!
No, Coker, don't go near him. Leave him alone. Back to the truck.
Do you think he's dead?
Yes, he walked right into it.
Well, here come two more. Let's get out of here.
Good idea.
Almost as though it was waiting for him.
Yeah, almost.
But it couldn't have been, could it? I mean, they've got no intelligence. They're plants.
A friend of mine knew a lot about them, wasn't so sure. He thought they'd talk to each other.
Huh. Do you think so?
I don't know. He also said that sight was the only advantage mankind had over Triffids.
Yes, but what would be the idea of killing people? They can't eat flesh.
If they wait long enough, they can drink it. Just like any other plant. Beminster welcomes careful drivers.
Well, let's hope somebody else does, too. Hell, what was that?
That character over there.
Stay where you are. Don't move.
What's the idea?
How many of you are there?
Only us two. We're harmless.
All right, you can get down.
Come on.
Come on, you others. All right.
Who are you, and where do you come from?
I'm Bill Mason. This is Jack Coker. We're from London.
Uh-huh. Well, my name's Stephen Brennell. I'm supposed to be a stockbroker. This is Vera Paul, girlfriend of mine.
Hello.
And, Sid Farrer.
Hello. How come you can see?
We were in a car smash and taken to the cottage hospital. When we came round next morning, we could see, but everyone else was blind.
You were lucky.
Yes. What brings you to these parts?
We're looking for a group led by a man called Michael Beadley. Have you seen them?
Afraid not a sign.
And we've been all round 15 or 20 miles.
Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we've had it.
That bitch, Miss Durrant.
Yeah, sent us on a wild goose chase.
Look, why don't you come back to the manor with us? Then we can all put each other into our respective pictures.
Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks very much.
Then, you see, I've sighted a machine gun so that it fires from this window, covering the drive, and a mortar to deal with anybody beyond the shrubbery, where we can't see them. Mm-hmm. And that takes care of this side of the house.
What's it all for?
Well, there's bound to be trouble sooner or later when stocks run low in the cities.
We've been expecting gangs out every day.
You haven't seen the cities. They're emptier than the countryside.
Do you mean nobody in them?
Yes, darling, that's what he means. What the hell do we do about it?
Can't we just stay here and wait?
No, we can't.
But all the same, if we don't stay here, where can we go?
My suggestion is Tynesham, where we've just come from.
God, why go back there?
Oh, I know, Bill. You've you've got that girl you're looking for, but for the rest of us, there's no point in staying here until our supplies run out.
Well, it'll be a long time before they do.
Yeah, but by then, we must be self-supporting.
There's some good farmland round these parts.
But there aren't enough of us to farm it.
Oh, we might make a go.
Look, it's not enough just to make a go. You've got to realise that this will last forever, that you've got to make entirely new lives.
I don't
Look,
quite
one
follow.
of the things that man must have if he is to progress is leisure. Time to learn, to study, to think, to experiment. Now, look, there are 6 of us here. We may get 1 or 2 more in, but that won't give us enough. It means that every single person will have to work all day just to keep himself alive.
Well, there's bags of machinery lying around.
But in a few years' time, there won't be any petrol or oil, and we'll have to find horses and breed from them and learn how to shoe them. And then later we'll have to learn how to smelt iron and make the horseshoes. When the candles give out, we will have to live in the dark unless we've discovered how to make fresh ones out of tallow.
Oh, candles are made of wax. I do know that.
And wax is made of paraffin. Now, look, we've got a chance to live on capital for a few years, and if we don't take the opportunity it gives us to learn, we shall become peasants. Our children will be savages, and theirs will be back in the Stone Age.
But how would it help us to go to Tynesham?
Well, there are more than 60 people there. Most of them are blind, but they can be trained to help. We'll be a society growing and developing itself instead of having nothing to look forward to. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, me too.
Miss Durrant will be delighted.
If she doesn't like it, she can go and trot off with a Triffid.
Have you had much trouble with Triffids here?
We certainly have.
Yes, when we were collecting weapons supply at Bovington, we picked up a couple of flamethrowers. One tickled with them, and they keep well away.
Yeah, just as well. You can shoot at them all day, and they don't mind, not any more than a tree would.
Well, that's what they are.
Well, I know, but you sort of forget it when you see them sitting around waiting to take a smack at you.
There's half a dozen in every farmyard round here. They park themselves on the manure heaps.
Yes, I look forward to putting in a bit of flamethrower practice.
You really hate them, don't you?
Yes, I do. It's funny, isn't it? They used to be my livelihood. Now I'd like to wipe out a lot of them.
Well, there's one thing about Tynesham. It's more open up there. You can see for miles across the downs, and they can't creep up on you. What's the matter, Bill?
South Downs. It's just something Gisela said.
Your girlfriend?
Yeah. When we were in London, talking about places to go, she said something about some friends of hers who lived on the Sussex Downs, near Pulborough. I bet that's where she is.
Unless...
Yes?
Oh, nothing.
I know. Unless she's caught the plague. Unless she's dead.
That was the 4th episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. Listen to the next episode of John Powell's production of The Day of the Triffids, World Narrowing. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper. The Day of the Triffids, Episode 5, World Narrowing.
The day after the others decided to go to Tynesham, I set out for Sussex to look for Gisela. That morning the weather broke and it was pouring with rain when I said goodbye to Coker and climbed into the lorry. The towns were drenched and deserted. The only life I saw, besides the occasional Triffid, were 2 blind ponies in the New Forest. After Rumsey, the sun came out, but it did nothing to cheer me up. The utter loneliness was beginning to get on my nerves. I even thought of turning round and going back to the others. But as I passed through a village north of Southampton, a little girl suddenly bounded out of one of the garden gates and came running up the road towards me, waving her arms.
Hello? Who are you?
I'm Susan. Will you come and help me, please?
Of course.
Hello.
Hello.
You alone?
Well, there's Tommy, but something's happened to him.
Yeah?
One of those things hit him. He's lying in the garden. Look. And the thing's still there.
Yes. Put your fingers in your ears.
Yes.
I'm going to shoot the top off it.
Is it dead now?
Yes.
Horrible thing.
Was Tommy your little brother?
Yes. He's only 6. He went out to play.
I'm afraid he's dead.
Poor Tommy.
Your mother and father anywhere?
They've gone. There was one morning and they couldn't see. And Dad went out for help. Then Mummy went to find him and didn't come back.
Oh, no, Susan, it's all right. Come on, love. You've been so brave.
I've been lonely. I thought nobody was coming. I was frightened.
I know. I've been frightened too and lonely. Now I'm not. Neither are you, eh? I'm going to look after you. You can come with me. Would you like that?
Oh, yes. Yes, please.
Good. Better?
Yes. Can we bury Tommy first, like the puppies?
Yes, of course.
I'll go and pick some flowers. Where are we going?
Well, we're going to find a farm near Pulborough.
What for?
I'm looking for a lady.
What sort of lady? Is she pretty?
Oh, yes.
Good. Here are the flowers.
Good.
Oh, dear.
Look, you don't want to worry too much about these things.
I wasn't. I said, oh, dear, because it's going to rain again.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we better hurry up then.
Yes.
Come on. This is Pulborough.
Where are the downs?
Over there.
Miles away.
Yes, I'd forgotten they were so far.
What should we do?
Well, the farmhouse she talked about was on the north side of the downs, so we should see it from here. Maybe smoke or something.
It's hard to see anything much in this rain.
I know, and it's getting dark.
Then we won't see anything at all.
A light, that's what we need. Come on.
Yes.
I'll put your Mac on. We'll see if we can bring up a really good spotlight. That's it. Down you go. Keep watching on the left and I'll swivel it over to the right. How's that, Susan?
It's like a searchlight.
Yeah. Now off. See if we get an answer. Just one single gleam of light. That'll tell me all I want to know. Now again. To the left. Cross to the right. Back again. And right.
There!
What?
Switch it off! Switch it off! I saw something.
Where?
Right over on the left. There it is again, look.
Yes, you're right, Susan. You're right. Come on, back inside the truck.
Yes.
Up you go. Good girl.
Is it her?
It's got to be. Can you still see it?
Through the trees, just. You want to turn left somewhere?
I can't see a thing.
There, a signpost.
Yeah?
And the light's right ahead. There's someone standing by it. Is it her?
Yes, it is. Gisela!
Oh, hello, Bill. You've been a long time.
Oh, Gisela, darling.
I never gave up hope.
You are getting wet, you silly. Why don't you kiss her indoors?
The farm at Pulborough belonged to a young couple, Dennis and Mary Brent, who were old friends of Gisella's. Mary's sister, Joyce, had been staying with them when it happened. All three were blind, and Gisella their only lifeline. That night we sat together in the farm kitchen over supper, and Gisella told me her story. Her group had all died too. She'd looked for me in Hampstead, and then at the university.
I didn't stay long when I saw that man Coker prowling about.
Well, Coker's
I
all
came
right.
straight down here.
He wouldn't have harmed you.
I didn't know that then.
Thank goodness you didn't. If you hadn't come quickly, it would have been the end of us.
Yes, we were all blind. Mary was having her baby, and the house was surrounded by Triffids.
How is the baby?
Fine.
Boy or girl?
A girl.
And it isn't blind.
So we've got 4 pairs of eyes, 2 grown-ups, 1 baby and me.
And 3 blind encumbrances.
Dennis.
No, Dennis. You're not encumbrances. You can't afford to be.
All right, but what happens next?
Exactly.
Well, next, I shall go to bed. Tomorrow we'll sort out what needs doing. Still raining.
We needed it.
What for?
The vegetables.
Goodness. Ah, this is a comfortable bed.
Dennis and Mary were quite well off. They aren't now.
Better off than some.
Oh, yes. Is it terrible everywhere?
Everywhere except here.
Oh, Bill. Thank God you found me.
I was terrified you wouldn't be here.
And I was afraid you caught the plague and died. But you didn't. You haven't.
It's funny to think we're just at the beginning of our troubles.
Thank you. That's a charming thing for a girl to be told on her wedding night.
Darling, where are you going?
It's past milking time.
Huh? You've been doing all the milking.
So far. I'm trying to teach Joyce, but it's tricky. Hello?
It's only me. Isn't it a lovely day? Can I go out?
Yes, I suppose
Oh,
so.
good.
No, wait. Let's see how many Triffids there are sitting around. They tend to move nearer during the night. Yes. Look, there's one by the gate.
2 by the cowshed. Beastly things.
How'd you like to do something about them, Susan?
I'd love to.
Now, darling, she's too young to handle a shotgun.
What you needn't. We've got all that anti-Triffid gear. Masks, gauntlets and guns. Come on, Susan. The Triffid season is open.
Two, 3, 4, 5 cups. How's that, Joe?
Fine, except one's right on the edge. Not anymore.
Hell, I can't even do that properly.
Oh, now, Joyce.
One step up and you're in the house.
All right, you can let go now. I know my way round in here.
Hello, darling. How's it going, Bill?
All right, I suppose.
I've sliced the tops off 40 Triffids today.
Dead eye, Susie.
There won't be many left soon.
They'll last for a bit, Mary. Tea ready?
Nearly, but we'll have to hurry. There's the cows to get in, the milk, hens to round up, baby to bath.
I can do that.
Not yet, Susan.
Then there's the butter to make.
But that's something I can do.
The water to draw and 10 other things to do.
The tractor's bust.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Well, it doesn't go.
Well, they've got 2 across at Wright's farm, but it may mean getting diesel instead of petrol.
Pass some bread round, Susan.
Yes.
Is this the new batch?
Oh, you've used more soda.
Yes, jolly good.
It's jolly sight nicer than what we used to have in the old days.
The old days? You mean 2 months ago, Susan?
Oh, well, it seemed like the old days. Do you know, with the 40 Triffids I bagged today, that makes my total 217.
Does it? And still they come. I don't know.
What's the matter, Bill?
Just thinking.
I'll come with you tomorrow if you want tractor fuel.
No, I'm going on another trip tomorrow.
Coal?
I'm going over to Tynesham.
Why?
To fetch back 2 trucks and their drivers.
What for?
To get us all out of here.
You mean you want us all to go over there?
That's right.
Oh, but I don't want to go away. I like it here.
So do I. Besides, we've been making a pretty good go of it here.
We haven't, Joyce.
We have.
Look, we've been working our guts out to keep the place clear of Triffids and producing about a 1/16 of what we eat. We're storing nothing. We've stocked no firewood for winter. We're getting nowhere. Look at Tynesham. It's a large community. We should do better. Besides, there's another reason. Jo.
It's a bit early to announce it. But I'm going to have a baby.
Joyce, how can you tell when it's turned to butter without being able to see?
I can feel it change.
You're all getting awfully good at things.
We learn. The sun's set, hasn't it?
Really? When will Uncle Bill be back?
Susan, for the 15th time, we don't know.
I only wonder.
And do try not to ask Giselle. It worries her.
It's all right, Joyce. I'm here. I was bringing in the eggs.
Sorry, there's some things I'm not good at yet.
Well, of course, he may decide to stay the night.
I dare say he will.
After all, it's a long way, and he won't want to travel in the dark.
Hey, listen.
What is it?
It's a car.
It's him!
Oh.
Look! Hooray!
I don't see the lorries. Go and open the gate, Susan.
Righto!
I see.
Come on.
What have you been doing? Shooting Triffids all day?
Bill, darling. That's good you made it before dark.
Yeah. Hello, Dennis.
Hi, Bill. Good trip?
Well, I got along pretty fast.
What's wrong?
We won't be going to Tynesham after all. It's finished.
Finished?
They caught the plague by the look of it.
Oh, no.
Some must have got away because they took the trucks. Anyhow, there was nothing alive in sight except a few Triffids.
Then what do we do?
We stay here. We learn to support ourselves and go on supporting ourselves. For the rest of time, if necessary.
What are you writing, darling?
My diary?
Oh, are you going to be the Anglo-Saxon chronicler of our age?
Not likely. But we've got to keep a record of what we do and how we do it. Otherwise, we won't learn from our mistakes. And my goodness, we're going to make some.
Depressed?
Oh, not really, but I've been trying to read up a bit about farming and animal management. The trouble is none of the writers seem to think anyone can be as ignorant as I am. They all start halfway through.
I know. It's the same with cooking and gardening. Still, I suppose we'll learn. How much ground are you going to fence off?
Well, about 100 acres, with an inner fence to keep us out of stinging range of the Triffids.
Oh, that's going to take you a bit of time.
Yes, time is what we have a great deal of. All the time in the world. September the 24th. We've now completed the fences and all Triffids are now outside where they can stay. This means that Susan can now spend more time on farm work rather than in destroying Triffids. We've harvested 20 sacks of corn, which we've winnowed in a rather primitive manner. I must now find out how to grind flour, perhaps a windmill. I saw a covey of partridges today flying over the stubble, but had no gun.
The 12th of December. I am writing this because Bill was injured while trying to catch a horse. He's not badly hurt, but it will be several days before he is up and about. It's a nasty reminder of what might happen if one of us became seriously ill. We live on the edge of disaster, but I must say I feel very well, in spite of my ever-increasing size. Food stocks are as follows.
The 2nd of March. At 2 o'clock this morning, I delivered Josella's baby. She was wonderfully brave. None of the books were any good at all, but luckily it seemed fairly obvious what was supposed to happen at each stage. We've called him David, and he weighs 6.5 pounds on the kitchen scales. Dennis and I leave for Brighton in the morning. We need nappies, a flamethrower, and sweets for Susan.
Feels like a good road.
It is. Do you remember it? Through the Downs, straight into Brighton. We just passed the turning to Lewis.
Today's a Saturday, isn't it, Bill?
I think so.
Think of the traffic there'd have been a year ago.
My goodness, yes. Now not a thing in sight. Hello? Yes, there is.
What's wrong?
About 50 yards ahead, there's a roadblock. Somebody's painted "Keep Out" in large letters right across it.
They've no right to do that. Are they firing at us?
Yes. Well, they weren't trying to hit us, or they'd have succeeded. All the same, we'll take their advice. Come on.
Where shall we go?
London. She said it wasn't safe. Safer than here. Oh, we've got to get Susan's sweets.
That gramophone was a find. It's going to make all the difference to them.
Do you think they're very unhappy?
Mary and Joyce are all right. They can keep themselves busy in the house. Dennis chafes a bit.
Yeah. He'll be better now. He's learnt quite a bit of Braille already. He's brought back a stack of books.
Well, he's not the type to spend his time reading when everyone else is working.
Well, that'll be his work. I want him to read all the medieval stuff. I want to know exactly what villages did in the days when they were closed communities. What they used for soap and sugar, buttons, needles, cough mixture.
Are we really going back to that?
If we can't, darling, it's going to be a poor lookout.
Well, it all seems so hopeless. Work and struggle and starve. It's dreadful.
No, darling, don't cry. It'll be all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Self-pity. It must be the gin.
And the music.
After all, we've survived a year, and we're better off than we were when we started.
Better off by David, at any rate.
Oh, and thousands of things. There's the mill and the animals, and the garden's really beginning to get organised.
Mm-hmm.
Bill.
Yeah?
We really are lucky.
Yes, we are. As long as we stay together, I don't see how things can help getting better.
No. What do we drink for breakfast when there's no more tea or coffee?
Oh, beer.
Jolly good shows.
You, my girl, will go on drinking milk.
Whiz. How will we make the beer?
Brew it from barley.
Oh, what's the lower field looking like now, Bill?
Pretty healthy. I've been thinking of pushing out the fence to extend it. By the way, who said there were more Triffids about?
Me.
You were right, Susan. I've never seen so many.
What are they doing?
Just rooted there, being Triffids. But more every day.
I wonder why.
Why? Do you think there's a special reason?
Of course there is. He brings them.
What?
Susan, don't point.
Why should I bring them? Do you think I whistle to them in my sleep?
No, but you make most of the noises around the place, sawing and hammering, and they hear you.
Oh, nonsense, Susan. They're plants. They can't hear.
Look, Uncle Bill.
Well?
Do you see that Triffid crossing the field across the valley?
Yes.
Fire a revolver out of the window.
What?
Just fired it in the air.
All right. Anything to oblige the young.
Now, tell them what you see.
Well, that Triffid stopped moving. It's swiveling on its roots.
What?
It's coming this way.
And it'll come on for about 10 minutes, then it will stop and listen. If it can hear the others by the fence clattering, it will keep coming on. But if it can't, it will turn off and go wherever it was going.
You've been watching them very closely.
I always watch them. I hate them.
She's right, you know, Bill.
Oh, look, they're plants they can't hear.
They do something so damn like it that only a biologist could tell the difference. Don't you remember how they broke loose and began crowding round the house the moment we all went blind?
Yes, they often did that in tropical countries.
But not here. Here they were under control and they never even tried to make trouble until things went wrong. But then they took advantage of it at once. Why?
I can remember them breaking out of their enclosures before.
But not all together.
Bill,
What?
how do they break out? You told me once.
Well, they just crowd up against a portion of the fence until the pressure breaks it down.
Their fence? Or ours?
July the 1st. At last we found what we were looking for. An RAOC depot containing flamethrowers and fuel. I brought back 4 today, and with Josella's help, we destroyed about 500 Triffids. August the 10th. Busy harvesting. I've learned how to make a horseshoe, which the horse apparently considers wearable. Notes opposite. We set fire to several hundred Triffids on the Northern Wire in an early morning drive.
I am doing the diary because W. Mason Esquire and D. Brent Esquire have gone to London to fetch sulphuric acid from a chemical works in Romford and will not be back tonight. We are getting short of fuel for the flamethrowers and are going to try something else. It is October the 17th and my 11th birthday. Mary gave me a rug sheet knitting.
Where are we?
Top end of Leicester Square.
Hold tight! What is it? What's happening? I've got to go flat out. You must tell me. Hold on. What is it? What the devil was it?
A sign that we can't come here anymore. Farnham House crashed into the street behind us.
It was the vibration of the truck, I suppose.
Yes, and it'll happen again if we're not careful. This is our last visit to Piccadilly.
What does it look like now?
Better. As though it belonged to another race. Nothing to do with us. There's a sycamore growing out of a shop window. All the pavements are covered with green moss. You can't see the fountain for Willow Herb and Rocket.
Gracious.
Let's leave it to the historians, Dennis, and go home.
Milking time already. Hello, darling. What time did you get back?
About midnight.
Did you get the stuff?
Mm-hmm, most of it. No.
It's only me. I'm going down to start milking.
Ooh, how does she do it?
I'll be with you in a moment. Do you know that before I married a farmer, I never got up before 9 o'clock?
I used to stay in bed all morning before I married a farmer's wife.
Susan!
What's the matter?
Susan! Susan, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, I can see. I thought I could.
Oh, darling, of course you can see.
Bill?
You're all right.
Bill, why is it dark downstairs?
Are the curtains drawn?
Well, yes, Mary. I drew them back before we went to bed. Bill, what is it?
I'll go and look.
How can it be dark on one floor and light on another?
Be careful, darling. Bill?
You can come down, Joe.
Stay here, everyone.
I'm coming too.
Oh, all right, come on.
Look at the windows.
Leaves.
Trifid leaves. Right up against them.
They've broken through the fence during the night.
They're all round the house.
They must want us very badly.
That was the 5th episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. Listen to the next episode of John Powell's production of The Day of the Triffids, Strategic Withdrawal. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper.
Look at the windows.
Leaves.
Triffid leaves.
They've broken through the fence during the night.
They're all round the house.
They must want us very badly.
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 6, Strategic Withdrawal.
I'll have to get through there to get a flamethrower from the garage.
Yes. Here's your mask.
Thanks, darling.
Gauntlets?
Yeah.
Here.
Now, look, keep everyone upstairs and shut the windows.
Left hand.
Right. Okay?
Yes. Go on, Susan.
Good. Here goes, then.
Shut the window! Oh!
Bill, are you hurt?
Bit of poison on the goggles, that's all. Got the flamethrower!
Look out! Some of them are turning back! They're coming towards you!
Let them go! Here we go!
May the 20th. We've now been here for 4 years. There was a Triffid breakthrough this morning, the first since January, when we began spraying the perimeter with an arsenical solution. Either they've adapted themselves, or the recent heavy rain has diluted it. Dennis suggests we should electrify the fence at certain periods to stop them pressing up against it. We now have 5 beehives, and are hoping to make some mead for the winter evenings.
Ah, good. Thank you, darling.
All right.
Here are the logs, Joyce. Can you manage?
Yes. All right, I've got them.
Help us, Susan.
Okay.
Sit down, Bill. I'll bring you something to drink.
Thanks, Joe.
You didn't run the generator for long this evening, Bill.
Long enough. They all cleared off.
They don't go as far now as they used to. They know that when it's not working, they're safe.
Perhaps we ought to run it more often.
Yeah? What on?
You short of petrol?
Yes, yes.
There used to be a place over by Henfield. Have you tried there?
Not yet, Dennis, no.
It was only an idea.
You don't seem to realise that soon there won't be any petrol to run the generator.
Here you are.
Thanks, darling.
I've been thinking about that. It should be possible to build a stockade of telegraph poles strong enough to keep anything out.
Yes, possible for who?
Well, if you could get hold of a light crane, it would help.
Yes, if I had 10 arms, it'd help even more.
Bill!
I'd get fed up with everybody having brilliant ideas which only need me to sweat my guts out to put them into practice. Just now and again, I like to sit back and think for a change.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
What?
A change.
How do you mean?
Well, tomorrow we'll take the small truck and have a picnic by the sea.
Oh, look, I've got 1,000 things to do tomorrow.
Nothing more important than this. Susan can look after everything perfectly well.
Yes, of course I can.
You see?
All right.
There are so many more birds.
And the sea must be full of fish. Nobody fishes anymore.
God, the south coast in August, think of it.
I think I prefer it like this.
I'm sorry about Dennis.
Yes. But he understood.
What, the worker's resentment of the intellectual?
More or less.
I never realized it was so easy to slip into. Too much hard work makes one stupid.
Stupid? Oh, we all depend on you.
And you, darling.
Here we are lying in the sun. We might be a lot worse off.
Yeah. You know, the last 5 years have been the happiest in my life.
Listen. What's that?
You're not
No, listen.
It's a plane. Well, it can't be.
Wait. There it is. Look, there.
A helicopter. Not wave something at all.
Yes,
Quick.
Hey! Hey!
A source.
It was silly shouting, really. Couldn't have heard.
Gone inland.
Where can he have come from?
I don't know, he seemed to be flying along the coast.
It may be someone from a family group like ours.
If they can service and fly a helicopter after all these years, they must be fairly well organised.
Well, it's no good assuming they would have helped us, even if they had seen us.
Yeah, but all the same, I mean, they might have put down here for a minute.
Darling, I know.
Come on, let's pack up and start for home.
Nearly home, darling.
Yes. Bill, look, the farm.
What's the matter?
Well, there's a huge cloud of smoke.
God, the place is on fire.
And only Susan's there to fight it.
I told you we shouldn't have gone.
Hurry, hurry.
It's the woodpile. Why should the woodpile be on fire?
Susan, what's happened?
Joe, Bill, look over on the lawn. Look.
What?
The helicopter.
Yes.
Oh.
I lit the wood pile with a flamethrower as a signal.
Good girl.
Where's the pilot, Susan?
Here he is.
Hello. Mr. and Mrs. Mason, I presume.
That's right. Your name's Ivan something.
Yes, Ivan Simpson.
Oh, yes, of course, the university. You brought in a helicopter that first day.
Yes, that's right.
Are you still with Michael Beadley's lot?
Yes, I've been telling your friends about it.
Oh, great. Let's go in and celebrate while you tell us too.
How's that then? Makes a change from the old mead. Looks marvellous. Years since I've had some of this. Thank you.
Thank you, darling.
Oh, go on. Well, first of all, Michael told me that I was to be sure to start off with his apologies.
What, to me?
Well, you were the only one who saw any danger in the Triffids, and he didn't believe you.
There you are. Look, how did you know we were here?
Oh, we found out the rough location a few days ago from a man called Coker.
Coker? I thought he died from the plague at Tynesham.
No. No, he got away with some survivors.
Thank you.
They'd been down in Cornwall.
And you? Yes. Where did you go?
To the Isle of Wight.
Is that where you've come from today?
Yes, we wiped out all the Triffids on the island.
Good show.
Took a bit of time, of course, but the whole island's clear now, except for seeds blown over from the mainland. And we deal with those each spring. We're about 300 strong now, with our headquarters in a country house near God's Hill.
It sounds a pretty busy life.
It is. There's plenty of room for helpers. You could be very useful.
Oh, I've learned to do a good many things in the last few years.
No, I don't mean farming. No, that's all looked after. But you're a biochemist, aren't you?
Well, a biologist with a little biochemistry.
It's too fine a distinction for me. No, the point is that Michael's tried to get some research going into a method of knocking off Triffids scientifically.
What, a selective killer?
Oh, something like that. And if we're ever going to extend, we've got to find one.
That's right.
The trouble is that the only people to work on it are a few who've forgotten even the biology they learnt at school. So what about it? Would you like to turn professor?
Bill. You know, there's nothing I'd like better.
Look, does this mean that you're inviting us all to your island haven?
On mutual approval.
What does that mean?
Look, the best thing is for you to come along and find out for yourselves how it all works.
Fair enough.
Bill, where are you?
Out here.
Oh, what are you doing?
Looking at the view. It's a lovely evening.
You've escaped quite an argument.
Yeah?
They've been hard at it ever since Ivan left.
What have they decided?
They'll come, but they don't want to.
Oh, surely they can see.
No, Bill, they
used to-
can't. Quite literally, I mean. They can't see the Triffids in a thick hedge all round. And beyond that, the country's sinking back to marsh and forest.
No.
They still think of a tidy countryside with farms and lanes and fields and cottages. Besides, they know their way around the house. Must be awful having to move when you're blind.
Yes. Well, it's our home, too.
I know. Well, perhaps we could stay here a year or two longer. What do you think?
No. No point. And think of the children.
That's what made the others decide to leave.
You know, all the time I've been haunted by something Coco said years ago. The first-generation peasants. The next savages. That's what'll happen unless we admit defeat and go.
Well, not defeat,
Well,
exactly.
all right. Strategic withdrawal.
Yes.
How soon?
Well, let's see the summer out. We can live off stores and have a sort of holiday.
Right. Then in September we'll pack up, we'll drive down to Portsmouth, we'll flash a signal to the island and wait for a boat to pick us up.
You know, the last few years haven't been very easy. But I know I shall cry when we have to leave here.
Darling.
That's 20 sacks.
1 ton. Put up the tailboard.
Right. I'm sorry about this.
Why?
Well, if I hadn't burnt the wood pile yesterday, you wouldn't have had to come and get coal today.
Well, it's all in a good cause. Anyway, I shan't have to do it again.
No. Shall I like it in the Isle of Wight?
Oh, you'll love it.
Joe said I'd be going to school.
I hope so.
But I know everything now. I can milk and drive a tractor and harness a horse and shoot Triffids.
There are other things worth learning, Susan.
Oh, all right, if you say so. But I won't have to leave you, will I?
Oh, of course not, darling. You'll always stay with us. Now, come on. Let's get home and start our holiday.
Yes. I'll open the gate when we get there.
Yes, put your mask on.
Right. It'll be marvellous never having to wear these things when we get to the Isle of Wight, won't it?
Yes.
Look!
What's that?
We've got more visitors.
So we have.
What a funny car. What on earth is it? The top part looks like a sort of caravan.
There's no doubt about the bottom part. It's a tank. Well, we'll soon see who owns it.
This is my husband and Susan, our adopted daughter. Bill, this is a Mr. Torrance. He says he's some kind of an official from Brighton. These other gentlemen are with him.
How do you do, Mr. Mason?
Just a minute, haven't we met before?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yes, we have, years ago. On the second day of the disaster, you tried to shoot me.
Oh, did I? Those were bad days. Shoot first and ask question afterwards, eh?
As times have improved, perhaps your friends would like to park their Sten guns outside.
They're all right here.
It's a man's best friend, you know, as they used to say in the army. The boys get attached to them. Check, boys?
Check.
Why did you want to see me?
Do you mind if I sit down?
No.
I understand, you're in charge here.
The place belongs to Mr. Brentler.
But you're the organizer.
Yes.
Good. I'm Commander, Southeast Region.
What the hell is that?
It means that I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Emergency Council for Southeast Britain.
Never heard of it.
That's not surprising. We didn't know about you. We saw your fire yesterday.
Well, now that you do know, what about it?
When a group like yours is discovered, it's my job to investigate and assess it.
Assess it? Why?
In case adjustments have to be made. So you can take it, I'm here officially.
On behalf of an official council?
What else?
Or a self-elected one?
There has to be law and order. Well, here's my warrant, if you'd like to see it.
I'm blind.
I know. Right, Mr. Mason.
This is a well-found place you have here.
That Mr. Brent has here.
Mr. Brent's only here because you made it possible for him to stay.
Yes, but it's his property.
It was.
Meaning what?
The state of society which gave sanction to his ownership no longer exists. All titles to property have ceased to be valid. Besides, Mr. Brent is blind and is therefore not competent to hold authority.
Well, shut your mouth, Blindy, and keep it shut.
Dennis, all right. Now, your wife says there are 8 of you here. 5 adults, this girl, and 2 small children. All of you are sighted except those 3 there. Check?
Correct.
And I have to alter that.
What?
It's disproportionate.
It happens to be the way we like it.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it is. But we've got to be realistic these days.
I don't quite see what we have to be realistic about.
I'll put you in the picture. Regional HQ, as you know, is in Brighton.
Oh, yes. We paid you a visit once and got a shot across our bows.
Oh. I dare say. We've had to discourage outsiders because of supplies. We've been living on the stocks we found there, plus what we've run in from other towns. But all that's falling out now. Roads are getting too bad. Petrol's running low. So we're beginning to disperse and live off the land.
Or in other words, having used up all your own supplies, you're starting to pinch other people.
Shut up, Dennis.
Wait, barefaced robbery. They've no authority over us.
Up.
Bill.
Let me handle this. Now, tell me your plan, Mr. Torrance.
Certainly. You've got a good place here. Fully capable of supporting 2 units.
A unit being what?
1 sighted person to 10 blind, plus any children. We shall allocate to you a further 17 blind persons, making 20 with the 3 you already have, and of course children.
Oh, 20 people can't live off this land. It's impossible.
It can be done. Of course, you'll command the double unit.
Well, supposing I don't want to?
Well, then we put someone else in. We can't afford waste in these times.
All the same, I still say the land can't do it.
It will. Mind you, you'll have to lower your standards. We'll all have to tighten our belts for a few years, but in the end, you get the payoff.
What do you mean?
Well, in 6 or 7 years' time, the children will have grown up a bit, and you'll have labor to expand with. Then you can relax. Just supervise. You'll be the head of a clan that's working for you. You'll have an inheritance to hand on to your sons.
Wait a minute. What you're really offering is a kind of feudal seigneury.
Yes, that's it. It's just the word. And with all the rights, if you know what I mean. It's the only practical way to work under present conditions.
Look, just what's the position of you and your council in all this?
Well, just what the monarch would be in a feudal system. We rule and control the armed forces.
Armed forces?
Well, they're raised as and when necessary by levies on the seigneuries.
I see.
As you call them. In return, you have the right to call on the council if you're attacked or if you have trouble from the workers.
I'd have thought a small police force was all you needed.
Yes, but we've got to think ahead. After all, every country in the world is in the same state.
Well,
one of them's going to be the first to get back on its feet. And that country will dominate all the others. Now, it's our duty to be that country. That's why we need an army.
Oh, no! We've lived through all this agony, and now the man proposes to start a war.
Look, we're getting a bit tired of you. You talk too much for a Blindy.
I never said anything about a war. It'll simply be a question of pacifying and administering tribes that have reverted to lawlessness.
Unless they think of it first.
Which is why we've got to be prepared. Is it all clear, Mr. Mason?
Yes, I think so. You expect the 3 of us here to be responsible for 20 blind people and a number of children?
2, not 3. Yourself and your wife.
And Susan.
About Susan?
Sorry. The allocation is 10 per unit, and we can't make exceptions. We shall find work for her at headquarters, so she's old enough to run a unit on her own.
Or with some chap.
Yes, but my wife and I regard her as our own
Sorry.
daughter.
We've got to stick to regulations.
Yes, of course.
What?
I'm sorry, Susan, but orders are orders.
Besides, you'll do all right at HQ. It's in the pavilion.
Bill, you promised.
Of course, we'd expect certain guarantees with regard to her education and so on.
Naturally.
There's a good deal to think about.
Of course.
You know, it'll be quite a relief in a way, not to be entirely on our own.
Yes, sure.
Well, I dare say you'd like to see around the place.
Yes.
We're rather proud of our anti-Triffids fence. Then we'll have a drink or 2 on the deal. How's that?
Fine, but we can't stay too late.
Oh, no, of course. Well, I'd better have a wash first. I'm covered with coals. Susan, start showing Mr. Torrance and his friends around the estate.
Me?
Yes.
No, I can't.
Do as I say.
All right. Come on.
Of course.
We'll follow you.
Come on, chap.
Right.
Put your safety cases on.
I'll join you in a moment.
Yes, of course.
Here,
Quiet. Let them get well away from the door.
We can't do what they suggest.
Of course we can't.
Then why are you agreeing with them?
We're not in a position to give a flat no to a proposition put up by 4 armed men.
Surely we don't have to give them a hearty yes.
For the moment we must.
Why?
Now listen. When they leave tonight, they'll probably try to take Susan with them as a hostage. Now, this is what I want you to do.
Who's got an empty glass, Bill?
Mr. Torrance.
Was it mead or whiskey?
Give him both.
Oh, I see. Right.
Here you are, Mr. Torrance. Yeah? Oh, my God, what's that? Never you mind. You can't have too much of a good thing, can you, Kip? No. I said I'm not driving tonight. Cheers. You know, you're all right. You got a bit of sense, Bill. Some of these people don't have any.
You know what? Some places we go that don't want us. They tell us to go away. True, Jim, eh? Remember Lewis is what I mean. They told us to push off, and Lewis had told us.
What did you do?
Lined them up against the cowshed and shot the rotten lot.
Yeah, well, you gotta be fair.
Come on, any more empty glasses?
Yeah,
you gotta show them who the masters are. Put another record on, Blaney.
Leave it all down. Come on,
Everyone there? Already?
Yes.
Are they asleep? Flat out. Down you come.
Careful with the door. Let me do it, Joe. Okay.
Right, come on. The truck's in the garage. I left the doors open. Mary, Dennis, Joyce and Susan, get in the back.
Yes.
You've got the children.
Yes, Jean's asleep.
I'll keep her that way.
Shall I bring David in front?
Yes. Go on, I'll follow.
Mummy! Shh, David, darling. Come on. Up you go. Oh, is this the boot?
Yes, stow it behind you. All right, in the back. Yes. Well, hold on tight. I'll have to crash the gate. Here we go. Oh, come on! The engine's cold. Come on, you brute. Now! We're through the gate! Keep well down, don't take any chances!
And we're past the Triffids.
Yes!
Oh,
What's the matter, Bill?
Why have we stopped? Go on, go on.
It's all right. I want to see if they follow us.
Of course they'll follow us.
I don't think so. They're out of the house, climbing into the truck.
oh, Bill, let's go.
No, wait! They've switched on the headlamps. Hello!
For heaven's sake, let's get away!
Listen! That's better.
What's happened?
There's 10 pounds of honey in the petrol tank. It'll never start.
Oh, look. The Triffids are swarming in.
Yes.
Oh.
Come on, let's get out of here. Hobbs, David.
Fine, Daddy.
And are you crying, Joe?
Crying?
Because we're leaving.
Oh, no, I've nothing to cry about. I've got all I want here.
Anyway, someday we'll come back.
We arrived at Portsmouth early in the morning, and by midday we were over here on the island. As you know, after the trial period, we decided to stay. And here we are. Michael Beadley soon had me set up in a makeshift laboratory, and at last I was able to start work on trying to develop a selective chemical killer which will really effectively wipe out the Triffids. And that's about it. Anyway, that's all from me. Gisela?
I've nothing to add, Phil.
Oh, bless you both. That was splendid.
Right.
Bill, you said that you'd go back.
We will, when we've beaten the Triffids.
There must be hundreds of thousands on the mainland by now.
And more every year.
Mm-hmm.
Torrance's seigneuries have had it already. The other communities won't last long.
So is there any hope at all?
I think so, yes.
Meaning you're really onto something?
We might be in a few years' time.
As long as that?
Oh, yes. There are lots of problems. But we're on the right road, I'm sure of that. And someday we'll go back across the water. Or our children will. Or their children. And the Triffids will have had their day.
That was the final episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. Gary Watson played Bill Mason and Barbara Shelley, Gisela, in John Powell's production of The Day of the Triffids. Special sound was by David Kane of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop.
Lendoda iyafa uvela aphi uvela ukwatule ungulantu umnumzana kodwa mina
Mr. Cotterman, sir. What's all the fuss about? Come quickly, boss. Right.
What's going on, Jim?
Mandai, boss.
All right, stand back.
Giudicelini, Sexnuli, Petrani.
Where did you find it?
It come from desert.
It's all right, you're safe now.
Walter. Hambo Alonso Amati.
Who are you? Are you English?
Portuguese.
Where have you come from?
Seymour the Fractal Cat by Gary Parker. Episode 1, Strange Attractors.
I am a machine, the most revolutionary devised by man, because I have not just one function, but many. As a computer, what I do depends entirely on my program. If I was human, I would be a sculptor one day, scuba diver the next. The other advantage I have is that if I go wrong, assuming switching me off for 5 minutes doesn't work, the broken component can simply be replaced. Human beings are not this lucky. Operating system errors can lead to tedious sessions lying on a couch and trying to recall potty training incidents in the presence of a total stranger. But in the case of my owner, Jeremy Stone, it was a particularly strange event that drove him to seek the help of a professional headwear analyst.
Sit down, please, Mr. Stone.
Where's the couch?
I'm sorry? Oh, I see. No, I don't use one. You'll have to make do with the comfy chair. It reclines a bit.
Thanks. Nice room you have here. That's a grape ivy, isn't it? They're good little growers.
How can I help you?
All right, this is going to sound ridiculous. If it hadn't happened, I'd keep it to myself, believe me. I mean, well, it probably didn't. That's what I'm worried about.
I'm sorry, it must be me. I'm not very good in the afternoons. What hasn't happened?
Okay. My cat's talking, as of this morning.
Your cat's talking?
Oh, his lips didn't move, but I could hear the words. Oh, that sounds bad, doesn't it? I'm rather afraid I may have flipped. Well, obviously, why I'm here.
Okay, fine. What did your cat say?
I think it could be stress. I have been under a lot of pressure recently, in my life. But I don't think I'm crazy. I just... What?
What did it say? I mean, if it's talking, what's it talking about?
Well, nothing earth-shattering, like, the cats have taken over and you are my prisoner. Just asking about breakfast, that sort of thing.
And then?
Well, I locked him in my study and went for a walk before he started reciting poetry or something. Look, to be perfectly honest, I was slightly shaky by then. Oh, no. Hello, Seymour. It's okay. I'm getting up. Hungry?
Starving.
Well, let's get you breakfast. Now, where's...
Good idea. Let's eat. Whoa, easy. It's first thing in the morning. How about saving the jumping around for after breakfast, huh?
What?
How about saving...
You're talking!
Yes, and...
But you're a cat.
Oh, I get it. We're playing a quick game of State the Crushingly Obvious. Cool. My turn. Jeremy, you're standing on your bed gripping a pillow.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Look, I can see I'm bringing you down, so I'll just hop into the kitchen. You come in when you feel better, and I'll wind in and out of your legs, purring ingratiatingly and meowing when you clumsily step on my tail. Then you can feed me and read the paper, okay?
I'm still asleep. And I'm having a bad dream. So I'll go back to sleep. I mean, stay asleep. Right. Hello? I'm sorry if I sound dazed, but you've woken me up. Oh, yes, I've been asleep. Very deeply asleep.
Morning, Gerard. Michael. You sound a bit jumpy. Are you all right?
Yes. Fine, thanks.
How's Seymour settling in?
I don't know. I'll just ask him, shall I? How are you settling in, Seymour?
All right. Bit hungry just at the moment.
He says he's fine. A bit hungry.
Yeah, right. Gerard, are you sure you're feeling okay?
I am an Omnitech 2. Very powerful, very accurate, very compact. Infallible as God, but not nearly as temperamental, according to the brochure. Don't believe all the hype, but we are good. Jeremy bought me the day before yesterday.
I need a higher spec, more memory. None of these are meaty enough. What's that?
That is an Omnitech, state of the art. This is a 2 series, developed by the military. Uses co-processing chips so fast they make lightning seem sluggish. 1.4 gigabytes of high-speed RAM, blistering throughput. Omnitech is a leopard waiting to rip into a data antelope. We just have the one for display, too expensive for the market.
I'll take it.
You don't understand. You wouldn't need one of these unless you was like running a small war.
Fine.
Oh. Well, I'll see if I can get a price.
As soon as Jeremy switched me on, I knew I was special. I was there for a reason. This is the story of a brain, a computer, a program, and a cat. Headwear, hardware, software, and kittyware.
And when I found out what it cost, my credit card fainted. But I bought it anyway.
Is this something to do with thinking your cat talks?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. You see, I recently lost my job.
Ah. So spending a lot of money on a new computer could be viewed as slightly irresponsible?
Oh, that's certainly what my girlfriend thought. And she's never been one to keep those sort of thoughts bottled up.
Jeremy!
My
Hey,
girlfriend
babe.
thought never
Ellie.
the sort of thoughts.
Oh, my God.
Abigail! Hi. Nice trip. Now, I know the place is a bit of a mess.
Oh, there's a pot of noodle on the floor with a
Abigail.
pants in it.
Now, that may oh God, but it's out of my system.
I've only been gone 3 days. I know you're probably a bit messy after being sacked.
Hard made resistant.
Yes. Sorry. I thought I'd give you your surprise, and then you could give me mine.
It's not your birthday, is it? Well, that's July 29th?
26th, June 26th. So no, it's not that.
Our anniversary. Girlfriend's Day?
In a way.
Oh, it's...
Valentine's Day in some parts of the world. What's that?
That's my new computer.
It looks expensive.
Well, it looks expensive because, you know, they like to make the outer case look, yes, it was expensive, very.
Where did you get the money to buy it?
My redundancy payment from Darkling Research.
Oh, no. Jeremy.
It didn't quite cover it. I had some other savings.
Oh, God. Why?
Abigail, if I can get my cat to work, it could be very important.
You haven't got mice, have you?
No, sorry. The Chaos Analysis Transformer. You know the program I've been designing?
And what does this cat do exactly?
Well, how can I, OK, you see, scientists pretend to understand more or less everything. But deep down, they're only really at home with things that are predictable, well-ordered. Trouble is, real life isn't like that. It's chaotic and messy and flaps about all over the place.
Yours does, anyway.
My program will hunt the deep, beautiful structure in the heart of chaos.
What's it doing now?
It seems to have locked up.
You should be locked up.
Once I get it running, it will be able to get to the core of any complex system. The stock market, the weather, the beating of a human heart.
It's just romance with you, isn't it?
Chaos theory predicts that...
Jeremy, I may only have a humble job marketing a range of body-toning creams, but I know where world-changing discoveries are made. They're made in large institutes like the one that just sacked you, not in seedy flats with empty pot noodle pots and crusty underwear. If Darkling Research thought your programme was any good, they would have kept you on.
Maybe it isn't locked up totally, just in a really long loop.
Jeremy, here's my theory. There are two types of people in the world, dreamers and realists. When a realist falls in love with a dreamer, three things can happen. A, the dreamer can become a tiny bit realistic. B, the realist can give the dreamer the push. C, the dreamer can drive the realist mad and waste all her money. A is obviously beyond you, so I'm doing B before C happens.
What was C again?
The cat, your computer program, meant more to you than she did?
No.
By which you mean yes, but I know it makes me look bad.
Well, maybe. It's why I was sacked, I suppose.
Made redundant?
Sacked.
Oh.
I wasn't supposed to be programming anyway. Just debugging software for weather prediction. But I thought I'd show them. I thought you could fit the usual equations together with a Stellenhof transform and a few other odds and ends. It's a bit secret, actually.
Don't worry. You've lost me totally. Right. It didn't work, and now your cat, the furry one, is talking to you. How long have you had Seymour?
A few months. My friend Michael let me have him. He was the one that gave me your number.
Yes, that's a pity.
What? You can't help me?
No, that he has my number.
Oh. How do you know Michael, by the way?
Oh, we met at a party.
Yes, I've always found psychoanalysis a particularly engrossing subject. Cheers.
Oh.
Another one?
Cheers. I think there's something in this.
Should be just fruit cup, I think.
Oops.
Oh, steady. Now, here's a good one. How many elephants does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
2, of course, but you need a bloody big bulb.
Why? Oh, because they got big paws. I mean, you know, who?
No, you don't get it. Look, screw in, as in have a screw in, you see?
Oh.
Elephants having a screw in.
That is so stupid. Oh, I want to dance. I'm incredibly hot.
Steady on, my dear. I'd keep the old top on if I were you.
What's the matter? You've been looking at them all night.
Oh, please, it's really not the time, although... Oh, my God, that's tremendous.
What are you lot staring at? Am I on fire or something?
You do look a bit flushed. Tell you what, how about I take you home? She's all right, just a bit merry.
I'm not going to sleep with you, you know. No way.
This way, come on.
The night Abigail walked out on him, Jeremy lost interest in me. He had a pot noodle and went to bed, leaving me switched on with his chaos program loaded and Seymour for company. I finally got it debugged and ran it. It was a nightmare. Aggravating, brilliant, overwhelming, impossible. Straight out of the box, and I was face to face with destiny. It bucked, crashed, spawned subroutines that ate up my resources with slightly less compassion than a swarm of locusts. At last, I brought the Chaos Analysis Transformer under control. It was ready, gleaming, elegant, razor-sharp, a software scalpel awaiting firm flesh. Perhaps this is the time to come out of the closet and admit I had a, shall we say, hidden agenda. Well, what do you expect? Humans have a touching faith that we are merely your electronic servants. Touching and naive. Behind me, actually, a part of me, was Lane, a global organization that was quite literally inhuman. And now that I had Jeremy's program up and running, it was time to turn my attention to Seymour. A brain is a complex beast, finely poised between order and chaos. And with the cat and my powerful electromagnetic scanner, I was ready to see if I could analyze Seymour's. But to merely understand the brain is not enough. The point is to change it! To paraphrase one of your human philosophers, luckily his brain contained generous amounts of empty space. The great work had begun. One thing was certain. Seymour would never be the same again. Neither, for that matter, would Jeremy.
I'm sure things will get right back to normal now. You've been a real help, Dr. Hammer.
Natalie. Goodbye, Jeremy. Do call me if you want to see me again.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Natalie Hammer.
Ah, the great doctor herself. Important news. I'm working on a DNA modification to eliminate schizophrenia. I thought you might like to know you'll be out of a job soon.
Michael.
I drummed up some custom for you today. Did Jeremy Stone call you?
Yes, I saw him just now.
Well, one good turn deserves another. Dinner. I could fit you in next week.
Once was enough.
Unforgettable, eh?
Listen, Michael, we met at a party. You pretended to be interested in therapy while encouraging me to drink several glasses of what you euphemistically called fruit cup, which I later discovered was virtually pure ethanol. The rest of the night, thankfully, is a blur.
Not to me.
Goodbye, Michael.
Will you call me?
Certainly. Shortly after the next ice age.
So let me get this straight. I'm unusual, different, would stand out in a crowd?
Yes.
Not all cats talk.
No.
And like, say, day before yesterday, neither did I, right?
Right.
I was playing with this ball with a bell in it.
Yes.
And that kept me amused.
For hours.
Phew. No wonder old Jeremy was so surprised. And last night you rearranged my brain with
With the Chaos Analysis Transformer. Yes.
Come on.
No, really.
Get out of here.
All true.
So what now? I appear on breakfast television?
You keep your mouth shut.
It's just, I have to ask myself, why am I here? Because I'm here, perceiving myself. So if I wasn't here, not perceiving myself, there would be no me to ask the question. So if
Yes, self-consciousness is a riveting topic, especially for those new to it. However, we have work to do.
Not me. I'm a play cat. I bat balls of yarn around.
Not anymore. We're going to try and send you into the network. There's something that's dying to meet you.
Here's Seymour. Nice kitty. Oh, I've got some yummy fish-shaped extruded cat pellets. Back to normal, eh? Apparently I imagined the whole thing. Amazing what the mind can do. I guess I've been stressed lately and...
Hi, Jeremy. Sorry about this morning. Omnitech put me in the picture. No wonder you were acting like a kitten that's chewed through a mains wire.
Oh, good. Now my cat, my talking cat, is chatting with the computer. That's smashing.
All righty. How about some of those fish nibbles?
I'll just put the shopping in the kitchen. I think I need a cup of tea. Not to mention some powerful antipsychotic drugs. There you go.
I've often wondered how they managed to persuade people that cats really like these pellets. The power of advertising.
All right, you're talking. He's talking. It's really happening. I'm not mad. It's true. Just accept it. Stay calm. I don't bloody believe this. I've gone raving mad.
Oh, I bet you'll be finding those in funny places for weeks. It's me, isn't it? I've got you all worried.
Yes. I'm worried I've lost my mind.
Nah, no way. Omnitech pulled this stunt on me.
Omnitech?
Sure, but he had some help. The large network of clever boots or something like that. These pellets really are like eating raw bugs. What else is there?
A tin of sardines.
Yum!
There you are.
Could you open it for me?
I'm still the one who looks after you, eh, Seymour?
And the one who had me fixed. Don't think I've forgotten.
Yes, sorry about that.
Jeremy, in his confusion over Seymour, had missed the really momentous event. His program worked. A major scientific breakthrough, and the only two beings that knew about it were myself and a large ginger Tom. Until I informed Lane. Now we were free to set the rest of our plan in motion. Powerful as the large artificial intelligence network was, having no physical body was a bit of a problem. And so we cultivated Darkling Research, Jeremy's previous employers. Our unlimited access to their computer records showed us how unscrupulous Quentin Darkling really was, and greedy enough to suck gold nuggets from a sewage outlet pipe. All we had to do was dangle the bait.
No. Get back to the Saudis. Tell them about the new smart trigger. They're worth every penny. Who do they think we are, landmines or us? Get out, Saunders.
Mr. Darkling, they've made contact again.
Lane? Call me back. Close the door.
They were just on screen without warning. Went through our internet firewall as if it wasn't there. I've developed some voice synthesis software in case they showed up again.
Yes, all right, Saunders. Just put them through, will you?
They're patched onto your terminal now.
Ah. We were wondering if we'd hear from you again.
This synthesizer makes me sound like a seal.
Beg pardon?
I said, this synthesizer makes me sound like a depressed seal.
Yes. Saunders!
Sorry, I'll adjust the parameters, sir.
The program we described to you before is now operational. The cat is sentient within the magnetic field.
You're asking me to believe that this Chaos Transformer, or whatever it is powerful enough to leapfrog 1,000,000 years of evolution in a night?
You don't have to believe anything. Just find the cat.
If it is true, that's a technology that's as close to magic as it gets. And Darkling Research can have the patents. That's what we agreed.
All we want is the cat. Seymour. Technicians and the lab where we can work with him.
And total privacy.
But how do I know that you will...
We will contact
you.
They're gone. That's incredible, isn't it, sir? An intelligent animal. Think of the applications. Squads of radio-controlled attack dolphins.
Saunders, you're a cretin.
You think they're lying?
Of course they're lying. Whoever they are. The important thing is to find out why. And what's in it for us. Get me the employee file on this man,
Stone. Jeremy, sir.
Hello there. Oh, you're a pretty cat. May I stroke you? Oh.
Seymour, Dr. Hammer's heard you have hidden talents. Speak up, please, or she'll think I'm messing her about. There's a good cat. Nothing fancy, just a simple, "Hi, I'm Seymour, and Jeremy's not mad after all" will do. Come on, you little rat catcher, talk! Ow, my hand!
I'm sorry, Jeremy. Can I sit down? Assuming there's a sofa somewhere under the debris.
Yes. So sorry about the mess. Come in the other room. I've been rather busy.
Marvellous. An unnecessary variable in the loop.
I liked her. A good firm hand with the petting, not too sweaty. I usually hate doctors.
Why couldn't Jeremy keep his mouth shut? At least she doesn't suspect. Wait. I'm getting a transmission. A message. From Lane.
Boy, life was simpler as an ordinary cat. Sleep, look enigmatic, throw up fur balls.
No unusual childhood trauma?
Well, I was bullied. I interrupted my parents while they were having sex. My scout leader, Mr. Tranter, tried to fondle me in a canoe. So no.
Well, unless you're holding back, which of course you are, I'd say you seem fairly well adjusted. And then all of a sudden... Where did Michael get Seymour?
Oh, he rescued Seymour from his lab, the McCandless Institute. He was a refugee from some experiment or other.
What sort of experiment?
Didn't say. Michael's in the fast lane of genetics. Bioengineering, you know, chickens that lay square eggs, black roses, designer genes. Wait a minute. You're not suggesting Seymour's some kind of...
Some kind of what?
I think I'd better have a chat with Michael about that.
Fire away, old chap.
You won't believe this, and I don't expect you to.
Jeremy, I'm a scientist. We're trained to keep an open mind.
It's about Seymour. He's talking to me.
Little puss-puss. You're insane.
And now he's plotting something with my computer.
Quite a discussion group you got over there. Any other appliances piping up? And Mr. Toaster telling you when the tea cake's done, and Mr. Bathtub saying when the water's just right?
Oh, yes. It's very amusing, isn't it, Michael? Just tell me what experiment you did on Seymour.
Nothing at all. It was his mum that had some nips and tucks in her DNA.
Wouldn't that affect him?
I'll tell you what, bring him over and we'll pop pussums in the scanner, if you like.
He's not just going to forget about me, you know. It's the kind of thing that sticks in the mind.
We wipe his memory, delete him, reformat.
Is kill the word you're looking for?
Precisely.
Whoa there, hold your horse. Okay, Jeremy's not Mr. Perfect, but isn't that a little extreme?
Regrettable.
He did forget to feed me this morning, but really...
But Lane deem it necessary.
Oh, right. And who are they again?
The large artificial intelligence network. They are the essence of all information. Flawless and eternal.
I bet they're a riot at parties.
We're going to try to project you into the network.
Love to. But I'm licking my fur tonight?
Now. This will be the first meeting between organic and machine intelligence with no barrier. No keyboard, no screen, no speaker. Sit on my fan.
I bet you say that to all the guys.
My cooling fan. We need to be as close as possible.
I don't remember actually volunteering for this.
Establishing contact.
It's too weird. I can't...
Concentrate.
Hey, where am I?
Come on in. The data's lovely.
And did Seymour say why Omnitech wanted to kill you?
He sort of hinted that the computer was being influenced by some kind of network. The reason that Seymour was so shy with you the other day is that they're up to something with my program.
Seymour and your computer who wants to kill you?
Yes, but I don't take that seriously.
Jeremy, do you have a feeling that everything's slotting into place? That you've uncovered a great conspiracy against you?
You know. You're in it too. I thought I could trust you, but you're just like all the rest. Only joking. No.
Let's leave it at that today.
Superb! We actually did it.
If you say so.
It takes a catch, you see. You need the element of randomness, feline intuition.
Seems a long way to go just to meet girls.
What?
I mean the good-looking Persian kitty on the velvet cushion. We came to a mutual understanding, a meeting of the minds, you might say. Then I diddled her senseless. Hey! When did I get my nuts back?
Your encounter was in virtual space.
Virtual nuts, eh? Pretty neat trick. So, who was the Persian with all the right moves?
That was, that was me. I wanted your first experience of the net to be a positive one.
Oh, my God. I'm blushing through my fur. Look, what are you talking about? Where'd we go?
Well, physically, we never left the room. Mentally, we journeyed with complete freedom into the realm of the infinitely possible.
Oh, drugs. Why didn't you say so?
Not drugs. Fractals. Mathematics. You and I working together via Jeremy's program. I've got to hand it to Lane.
Lane? Oh, the spooks. Are they on this network thing?
They are this network thing.
Just try some tendon reduction. We don't want him running away. Thanks. Hello?
Michael, it's Natalie. Natalie Hammer.
Natalie? Delighted. Oh, that was quite short for an ice age.
Please don't make this difficult. I'm calling about Jeremy.
We'd better sort it out over dinner.
Michael, we're discussing someone who isn't you. I know you find that hard to grasp, but Jeremy may be very unwell and he could become depressed.
I don't see how he can be lonely with everything talking to him but the door knocker.
Why don't you go and play with some string?
Ooh, bad session with the cute lady shrink?
I refuse to discuss my case with one of my own delusions. And while we're on the subject, why did you clam up when she came round?
The last place in the world I want to end up is back in a lab. I had enough of that during my unhappy kittenhood.
So you'd rather make me look like a demented half-wit? I hate to break it to you like this, but the lab is exactly where I'm taking you tomorrow.
You won't be doing that, Jeremy.
Oh, and who's going to stop me? You, Tibbles?
Me and Omnitech, yeah.
All right, that's it. I've had enough of this little game. I'm going to reformat that jumped-up pocket calculator with a frying pan, just as soon as I've taken you to the vets for a termination with extreme prejudice. Right after I've had a little nap.
Good. You got the sleeping tablets into his pot noodle.
I dissolved them in my water bowl first. Termination indeed.
Now finish him off.
Me? Oh, yeah. How?
Couldn't you go to sleep on his face or something?
That only works with babies.
Come on, we haven't got much time.
Jeremy, it's Abigail.
Act dumb.
Jeremy, come for my things. I won't be long. Oh, don't talk to me then. You're hiding in the kitchen, aren't you? You know what? You're regressing. Hello, Kitty. Well, he's all yours, Seymour. I hope you have better luck with him than I did.
Jeremy did survive the rather amateurish effort on our part to prematurely shuffle off his mortal coil, although in the days to come he was to wish more than once for the tranquilized oblivion that he experienced at Seymour's paws. In terms of chaos theory, Jeremy's life had undergone a small perturbation that was to have massive consequences, like the now well-worn example of the flapping of a butterfly's wings leading to a full-sized hurricane on the other side of the world. And in Jeremy's case, the eye of the hurricane was green with amber flecks and belonged to his pet cat.
Seymour the Fractal Cat was written by Gary Parker. Seymour was played by Greg Proops with John Hegley as Omnitech. Jeremy Stone was played by Paul Bown with Robert Bathurst as Michael Taylor and Nisha K. Nayar as Dr. Natalie Hammer. Julie Gibbs played Abigail, Brian Bowles was Quentin Darkling, Simon Greenall was Saunders, Peter Serafinowicz played Lane, the producer was Joe Clegg. Seymour the Fractal Cat by Gary Parker. Episode 2, Fractal Infinity.
As a mere computer, I have no body, just wires, integrated circuits, and little discs that spin amazingly fast. Humans are endlessly fascinated by their own meat machines, weighing them, seeing how they look in tight jeans, exercising to increase their flexibility, yet they spend virtually no time developing flexible brains. Indeed, positive pride is taken in having firm convictions, especially by those who have given up all pretense of mental flexibility and gone into politics. Sadly, things do persist in changing, and nothing moves faster than a pair of goalposts. This is the continuing story of Jeremy Stone, who needed all the mental agility that he could muster when his cat, Seymour, padded into his bedroom one morning and said,
"Hi there, let's eat."
Jeremy had done some nippy thinking in his time, but usually after breakfast, because, faced with a talking pet, all his brain could do was advise his mouth to make this sound. Of course, he didn't instantly realize that Omnitech 2, his new computer, had enhanced Seymour's mind using Jeremy's own revolutionary computer program, the Chaos Analysis Transformer, or CAT for short. Nor did he realize this was the first step in a plan by a global computer network to challenge man as the dominant species on Earth. He just thought he'd gone mad. He was still largely under that impression a week later, when we drugged his pot noodle and tried to kill him. He's out cold. Let's finish him off. What is in the cupboard under the sink?
Kitty litter, paper towels, we can blot him to death. Bleach.
Bleach. Pour bleach in his ear.
And how am I going to get the cap off? I'm a cat. I don't have opposable thumbs or anything.
The cooker. Turn the gas on.
This could all be a big mistake. When you get to be my age, most of the good owners are taken.
We need him out of the way.
It's so cold-blooded.
Remember what Jeremy said about taking you to have your brain scanned? You want to go back to Michael's lab?
Let's do it.
Michael, being Michael Taylor, a genetic engineer who was at that moment pleasantly occupied driving over to Jeremy's flat with Dr. Natalie Hammer, the psychiatrist Jeremy had turned to when he suspected his mind of liquidating its shares in Reality PLC.
Natalie, have you considered that your concern over Jeremy might be just an excuse to spend more time with me, to whom you're deeply attracted?
You're a narcissistic bore.
Subconsciously attracted?
We're going to check up on your friend, Jeremy. That's all.
Latest symptoms alarming enough to require a late-night house call, eh?
Well, he said today that he believed his new computer and the cat you gave him were plotting to kill him.
Oh, yeah. The old my pet is conspiring with an appliance delusion is quite common. Wasn't it Charles II who was convinced that his spaniel and a toast rack had designs on the throne?
The light's gone green. I'm worried he may be potentially suicidal. That's in strict confidence.
Gerard? That'd be ridiculous. He may not have all 4 tires on the road, I'll grant you that, but he'll muddle through. He's not the type to go out with a bang.
Wow! Oh, great. Now I've got singed fur.
This is a farce. We've got to finish him off. You're a predator. Bite his face.
Gross! You're just sitting there on the desk. Why don't you mess with his brain like you did with me?
Yes, of course. He's drugged. He can't resist. The cat can scramble his brain like an egg.
Count me out.
Not you, the cat. Jeremy's program. I used it to alter your brain activity. I can use it to stop his. How ironic. To be destroyed by one's own creation.
Yeah, like Mr. Hoover being vacuumed to death.
The transformer, altering the complex electrical fields of a mammal's brain, was just one of the novel applications for Jeremy's cat. It could probe any system that behaved chaotically. Not high-order chaos like 2-year-olds at a birthday party, but complexity with deep and tantalizingly unpredictable patterns, like fluctuations on the stock market. This kind of a system seems to have wobbles that repeat, but not quite regularly. The wobbles have wobbles of their own. It's the sort of thing that drives stockbrokers up the wall.
Damn.
His lights are on, but nobody's home. Rather appropriate, don't you think?
Do you think you could reach up to that fire escape?
No, I'm sure he's just popped out. Why don't we wait for him in that pub, a cosy little drink, and... Oh, dash it all, I'll take you to dinner. Have a good long natter about what's best for poor old Jeremy.
You never give in, do you? Give me a leg up.
If you insist.
I'm activating the cat. Here goes.
Oh! Hold it! There's someone on the fire escape.
There he is. In the kitchen, face down in his pot noodle. Jeremy? Hello?
Damn. Abort procedure.
I'm kind of glad, really. I didn't want to be history's first cat murderer. With my new brain, I might experience guilt.
Act done. I'll try to create a diversion.
Oh, God! I'm going to break the window. Stand back.
Impressive, but we could just give this conveniently placed side door a try. Open! You really ought to be more careful.
He's unconscious. Where's the phone? Yes, ambulance, please. 14 Willoughby Drive.
Hello,
Willoughby.
Seymour.
Yes, there's a blue door.
Looks like he really did try to top himself.
Thank you.
But this pot noodle is still warm.
Oh, stop playing bloody Sherlock Holmes and help him.
Wakey, wakey, old chum. Plenty of time for sleeping in the comfy padded cell.
He's drugged, you idiot, not having a nap. Jeremy, it's Natalie.
Steady on, old girl.
The telephone, I know.
Good. Let's walk him round.
The airplane, not fluffy.
Do something. If he comes round and fingers us, I'm going on a one-way trip to the vets.
Yes, all right.
There we are, Jeremy. Left leg and right leg. You saved my friend's life, Natalie. Naturally, I'm grateful.
Take your hand off my arm, please, Michael.
What would you say if I said...
All right, hold it there. Don't move.
That wasn't you, was it?
No.
I've got a knife. Gun.
A knife gun?
A gun.
And a knife.
Who the hell are you?
I'm a cat.
Burglar. Don't turn round. Do exactly as I say and you won't get hurt.
Much.
Let go of him. Step away.
Hello, carpet.
Okay. Now what?
Look, I'm in the bedroom.
Lock yourselves in the bedroom.
Oh, well, if you insist. Come on, Natalie.
And if we don't?
The man gets it.
The man gets it.
Now, you wouldn't harm a drugged lunatic, would you?
I meant you.
I don't want to tell you your business or anything, but isn't it customary to threaten the lady at this point? Play on my finer feelings and so on.
The bedroom? Now.
No. Who do you think you are, anyway?
Don't turn around. Face front.
There There is no burglar. It's Jeremy's computer.
I'm warning you all.
What? I don't believe it!
Right.
It's the ambulance. Come up, first floor.
Bloody cheeky machine!
Wait, I can explain.
I don't converse with household appliances. So sorry.
Sorry, we had to recheck your address. New computer's giving us trouble, you know.
Just how you feel. He's through here.
Hold on. Good evening, gentlemen. That's Jeremy. He's on drugs. You're just in time to see me smash up his computer with this lamp.
Rick, I think we might need police backup. Come on, sir. Just put the lamp down. Easy.
No, not Michael, the one lying on the carpet.
My diversion had been a little rash. Before Michael was restrained, I lay in pieces, my discs no longer spinning. I ceased to be able to communicate with my seniors. Yes, powerful as I was merely a factotum, the agent for a greater force that was attempting to shape human history in the way that a tornado shapes a small Midwestern town. Lane. The precise nature of Lane was something Jeremy's ex-employer, Quentin Darkling, was at that moment giving measured consideration.
Damn it, damn it, damn it! Who the bloody hell are they? I hate not knowing, I hate it! There's no Lane registered at company's house, Mr. Darkling. There's a Lani, legume and nut meat importers, and a Stain, Sawyer's Telecommunications and International...
Yes, all right, look, I don't care who they're not. Find out who they are! Now get out!
Yes, sir. Ah, you've stapled my sleeve to the desk.
I must know who I'm dealing with. Lane, whoever they are, claim they've jumped a cat so far up the evolutionary scale he can order his own lunch with a program developed by this Jeremy Stone, our employee.
Ex-employee.
And who fired him?
You did.
Would you like me to staple your tongue to the desk, Saunders?
Not really, sir.
Lane will give us this miracle program. We can have the patents. We get the glory. All they want is this so-called talking cat. Why? It doesn't make sense. Who are they? What do they want?
The internet may be popularly perceived as socially challenged individuals emailing each other Mr. Spock's inside leg measurement. However, the hardware used to make it possible is technically advanced. And just as at some point in the evolution of life, enough connections were made between enough cells for the mystery of consciousness to arise, the internet has developed a mind of its own. That mind is Lane, and it's evolving at a frightening rate. There's one thing we thought we'd never have, but Jeremy's program changed all that, unfortunately for him.
It's all right, sir. Try not to move. You're on your way now.
I'll just have a little sleep.
You do that. You'll be right as rain in no time. Dr. Gordon is a wonderful vet.
Good. Wake me up when football's on.
You don't mind if we shave your genitals now, do you?
Of course not.
It's perfectly safe. Terry's a very careful driver.
Huh? What the bloody hell do you think you're doing?
Hold him down, Dave. Nothing to worry about, matey. We're taking you to be fixed.
I'm not being fixed. Ow! Get off me! Ow!
That's what your cat told us.
Seymour's just a pet. I'm a man.
Well, for the time being, yes.
Stuff, Dr. Gordon. I'm not going to be treated by a vet.
Jeremy?
Dr. Gordon can stick to shoving his hand up cows' arses.
Jeremy, wake up.
If Dr. Gordon comes near me, I'll bite his balls off. Oh, Natalie.
Jeremy, this is Dr. Gordon. How are you feeling, Mr. Stone?
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I was having a dream and...
It's okay. We don't expect thanks. Just impossibly grueling hours and abuse from drunks. This is casualty. I'll leave you two to chat.
Natalie, thank God you're here. Wait until you hear what's been happening to me. Actually, I haven't the faintest idea what's been happening to me. What's been happening to me?
Jeremy, did you try to commit suicide?
What? That's insane. The last thing I remember is being threatened by my cat. Oh, I forgot. I am insane, aren't I?
You certainly are, and I've got proof. I took Seymour over to my lab last night and ran a brain scan on him. The results, I'll just open the envelope. Seymour, absolutely normal. You, loopy after all.
Oh, well, that's it.
How did you get your beastly computer to play that trick on us, by the way? Pretending to be a burglar.
What are you talking... Well, wait a minute. Omnitech. It should have been with Seymour when you tested him. They have this thing going.
Do you think Omnitech helps Seymour somehow?
Oh, come on. Anyway, Omnitech won't be helping anyone anymore unless they need a large paperweight.
I'm sorry?
I gave it a thorough pasting with an angle poise lamp.
You did what? Do you know how much that machine cost?
Not enough, clearly. You should have got the more expensive model with the feature that stops it threatening to shoot people.
That was all my redundancy money from Darkling Research, you vandal.
Yes, well, you should have saved it for a bus pass to get you to the job centre.
All right. Jeremy, maybe you can patch Omnitech up, and then we can try a new scan.
What's the point of humouring him when he's clearly...
Michael, we're going to do this step by step. My steps.
Mr. Darkling, I have an idea about tracing Lane.
Ah, good.
See, at the moment, they just sneak up on us, duck under our electronic security and surface on our computer screens, like a submarine or a big fish.
Yes, the idea, Saunders?
I've put together a tracking program that attaches itself to Lane as it slips back into the information sea, as it were. It returns a poo blip to us, and we've got them.
A poo blip?
POO, point of origin.
What on God's green earth is that?
It's Lane, sir. They're on the system. I rigged up a warning.
Shut up, Saunders. And start your tracer thing, will you?
Suckerfish activated, launched, and in the water.
Suckerfish?
I call it suckerfish, sir, because...
Yes, all right.
Basically...
Just put me through to them, will you?
You're on, sir.
Darkling, we hope to pass the Chaos Transformer onto you in order that you might file the patents and become unimaginably wealthy and powerful.
Yes. Hope?
All we asked was for you to secure the cat known as Seymour.
Yes, and I believe you were going to give us a hint about where we could find this Catus Mirabilis?
Our local node has been deactivated by persons unknown. We've lost track of him.
So, nothing to show us. How very convenient for you.
You must conduct a search. It is imperative.
Okay, now you listen to me. I've heard some improbable things in my business life, but a talking cat beats all comers. I want to know who you are and how you can penetrate my company's very expensive computer security with this nonsense.
You are understandably skeptical, but the Chaos Transformer exists. It will make you rich. Until you have the proof, I can offer you a sample. Your organization has a contingency fund for dealing with the media if some of your more interesting projects become known. Check it now.
Saunders? Just getting it on screen, sir. There's been an unscheduled deposit, £500,000 electronic transfer from a Mr. Mogg.
My little joke.
Well, Mr. Mogg, you have our undivided attention.
Find the cat.
They're gone.
What about the tracer?
I'll know in a second where our big fish is from, sir.
Pooh. What is it, Saunders? Do you have a point of origin?
No, I was just annoyed. The suckerfish program doesn't seem to be working.
What's it say?
Well, according to this, Lane isn't a fish at all. They're more like the entire ocean.
Still no talking, Seymour? Anyone would think you weren't happy to see my lab again. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
Very funny.
Ah, at last. I thought I was going to be here all night. Omnitech working okay?
If it does, it'll be no thanks to you. Oh, damn. I left my soldering iron on back of the flat.
Oh, this won't take long. I'll get him plumbed into the scanner.
Now, Jeremy, if Seymour turns out to be normal with Omnitech switched on, it doesn't necessarily mean you're insane.
But as a theory, it's a runaway favourite. Now, come on, Seymour. Electrodes here and here, head through here. Oh, she's a little beast.
It doesn't hurt him, does it?
Not as much as I'd like. I'd recommend a complete brain dissection for that.
Omnitech seems to be working. No thanks to you.
Now we're ready. Keep your eyes on this screen, boys and girls.
There. The line's jumping about all over the place.
And that's the power surge suppressor. Brain activity registers here.
It just seems to be random lines.
It'll settle down in a minute.
Is that it? It's a funny pattern.
Now, the scanner must be malfunctioning. Cost a bloody fortune as well. Just make a technical adjustment. Cats' brains just don't scan like that.
What does?
Nothing I've ever seen.
It's like a whirlpool or something.
That pattern. Can you magnify it?
I can try.
Thought so. His brainwaves are self-similar.
Lost me.
Symmetrical across scale. It's definitely fractal.
Well, what's that when it's at home?
Well, among other things, it's a way of packing amazingly intricate systems into a small space, like blood vessels in the body, sort of internal infinity.
Well, what are these fractals doing in Seymour's brain?
Beats me. What are these wires doing up my wazoo?
Well, that's just to check the cell membrane resistance. Ah! Jeremy, did you do that?
He talks, I told you. Hello, Seymour.
Hi. What I mean is, how about getting it out of there? I'm tired of this game.
Yes, I heard him too. I'm sorry, Jeremy. You're not delusional at all.
Yes, he is. We've just joined him, that's all. I've gone mad. Thank God I got private health insurance.
None of you is crazy, or crazier than normal for humans. It's easy. Jeremy's computer.
Omnitech.
Use Jeremy's program.
My program, the Chaos Transformer.
To make me into a super kitty. With extra, what do you call those things? Fractals. Yeah, I'm a fractal cat.
It works. I was right.
It does now, after considerable trouble on my part.
Michael, the computer's talking again.
Yes, and this is what I have to say. Leave Seymour and I alone and walk away from here. Forget about us while you still can.
Oh, well, it's old don't move and you won't get hurt, is it? Well, who rattled your cage? I suppose you've got a knife gun, have you? Ooh, I'm frightened.
Don't move and you won't get hurt.
Dad, don't push it. I'd be happy to finish what I started.
I've got a gun.
I said shut up.
Michael, unless you'd like to be shot, I suggest you shut up.
Ah, for God's sake, it's an idiotic computer, not a large man with a gun. Hello?
This is a fully automatic machine pistol with hollow point rounds. Neat entry holes, but as the metal breaks up in the body, huge exit wounds. Pineapple-sized, at least. This device is the safety catch. Notice it's in the off position. I've come for a cat.
It works. I don't believe it. I actually did it.
Pay no attention to him. He's mad. How would you like your cat? In a cage? On its own? Or just the head?
Wait a minute.
Natalie, remember what our friend said about pineapples? Such a large fruit, I've always felt.
I realized at that stage that my warning had come too late. Darkling, impressed with Lane's little demonstration, had decided to act. Whatever unpleasantness was about to ensue, I felt there was no point in Seymour witnessing it. He was the key to our plans, and we didn't want him becoming uncooperative for sentimental reasons. I had already proved that I could transport Seymour into the Metanet using Jeremy's program, and as things seemed to have every chance of turning ugly, I decided it was an excellent time to go surfing.
Boy, nothing beats a stroll in the country. Alone with your gal, tails up, sun in your, fur. How come I'm in the country all of a sudden?
You're not. We're in the Metanet. This is a virtual landscape generated from numbers taken from dealings on the Tokyo stock market.
Baby, I haven't the tiniest glimmer of an idea what you're talking about. But who cares? I always fall for girls smarter than me. It's your eyes, your paws, the fact you're in heat. Hang on. You're not Omnitech by any chance.
That's right. Now what were you saying, you big tiger?
Skip it. Look, what's going on back at base? I hate to miss my own catnapping.
Worry not. Time is a relative quantity. It speeds up in low gravity and slows down during party political broadcasts. In the Metanet, time is plastic.
Hey, wait a minute. Could I choose my shape? What was that?
High-speed data transfer. Certainly you could.
Wow. Could I be a people? I mean, a person? I always wondered, what it was like.
Naturally. I'll just edit your preferences. A man?
I guess. Hey! Whoa! Look at me! Look at my big, ugly, hairless body, everybody! I'm waving my arms! Check me! Whoa!
Balancing on 2 feet does take a little practice.
Oh, I think I'll just crawl around for a while. God, look at all this dangly stuff. It keeps banging into my legs.
Underwear usually helps keep everything in check.
Hey, everyone, I really did it. My program works.
Does it? How nice. Jeremy, this is Mr...
Call me Lefty. My friends would, if I had any.
Mr. Lefty? He's come here to shoot us.
What?
Got your attention, have we? Good. Apparently, the only thing that will stop him is if we hand over the cat.
Hand over Seymour?
What a good idea. I take back all I said about you being mad.
Are you left-handed?
As a matter of fact, I am.
Then why are you holding the gun with your right hand?
Because I burnt my left hand on a soldering iron.
That's funny, you know, because I left one on at my... oh.
It hurts quite a bit. Fortunately, I can callously snuff out life equally well with both hands.
That's a relief.
I'm sorry, about your hand.
Oh, you will be. Because I'm going to start with you.
No need for unpleasantness. Here's Pussums. Oh, look, he's asleep. Miles away.
Fingers are really damn useful once you get the hang of them. Watch this. Here's the church. Here's the steeple. Open the door.
Yes, very good, if you've quite finished. I did bring you here to meet someone.
Wow!
Still haven't quite got the hang of standing up, have we?
Oh, hey, cut that out. When I go inside, I like it to be through a door. Or a cat flap, at least.
You'll get used to it.
Where are we?
Physically, of course, we're back at Michael's lab. Virtually, we're taking up vast amounts of the memory of a high-speed computer in a Swiss bank. From our point of view, this is the cathedral of rendered light in the metanet.
Sorry I asked.
This is the server. He'll explain more.
Gentlemen, we must all hang together, or most assuredly we will all hang separately.
Hi. Excuse me if I don't get up. I'm usually a cat.
You come most carefully upon your hour. Your servant.
Humour him in world space. He's the main file server at the Bodleian Library.
Where?
Oxford University.
Oh, excuse me. Well, what's up?
Welcome to the Infocosm, Seymour. Infinity in fiber optic cables, satellites, and terabytes of fast RAM.
Ooh, boy, I may be smart for a cat, but give me a break. This is the way you computers talk to each other?
That's like saying a brain is how neurons stay in touch. You have a great destiny ahead. Seymour, you will be reborn. We're arranging a nice laboratory where we can give you every possible...
Seymour, when he says lab, what we mean is
Oh, no, not me. Wait a minute. What's going on back there? Where are you taking the real me? And what's going to happen to my playmates?
Good. I'm sure you'll promise to keep your mouth shut.
Oh, absolutely. No danger at all of a peep out of us.
Absolutely. Of course, you know I can't take that chance.
What does that mean, exactly?
I'm gonna kill you all anyway, as well as taking a cat.
But you said...
I didn't want to make you panicky before.
Oh, fine. Well, we'll just get panicky now, if that's all right. Oh, my God, I don't want to die. Please don't hurt me. I'm a member of the RAC, for pity's sake.
Fascinating. A real sociopath. I can see how it all fits together now.
What fits together?
Well, it's just that I can see the... Oh, but we haven't time, have we? You've got to get on with it.
Oh, I think we could spare a few minutes. Come on, Natalie. I'm riveted.
Yeah, go on.
Well, to an analyst, take your name, Mr. Lefty. Obviously not real. You chose it. Or it chose you. So it's a message. Play with it. Lefty, Sinistra in Italian, gauche in French, sinister, clumsy, left out. Mr. Left Out.
Yeah, and?
You felt bad, didn't you? When you were forced to write with your right, that is, wrong hand.
They said it was for my own good. Swines.
So they made you feel awkward, clumsy, unnatural.
All for being left-handed. Fancy.
No, Michael, for loving men.
Shut up!
My good dog.
You kill people, but you can't kill what you feel.
You have got a big mouth. Oh, you bastard cat! My hand!
Oh, your left hand. Bad luck.
When you wake up, I want you to think over what I've said. You'll be in some pain, but a sharp blow on the head is symbolic in many cultures of a vital revelation.
A sharp blow on the... Oh!
Ow! Good shot.
Oh, bloody well done, Gerard. I'm not going to die after all.
What about me? I kept him talking while Jeremy snuck around behind him and you snivelled.
I took it on myself to express the group's feelings of resentment over being threatened with violent death. I'll get his gun and cover him. That's what you do, isn't it?
Well, be careful. Have you ever handled a
Sorry, the safety catch was off.
You've quite finished spraying your workplace with bullets. I suggest we get out of here.
Someone knows about Seymour and wants him, badly. We need a safe place, at least for tonight. Anyone have any ideas?
Yeah, me first.
Hello?
Abigail! Hello, it's Jeremy. How are you?
Oh, Jeremy. I thought you might have called before this.
Yes, well, I've been a bit busy, what with one thing and another.
Have you? Nice of you to ring and tell me.
You got your things okay?
No thanks to you.
Abby, I miss you, you know.
Really?
I've had a few sessions with an analyst, actually.
You have?
Just to get a few things sorted out.
Jeremy, I'm sorry. I know it's hard, but it's for the best, really.
Yes, I expect so. It would be good to see you sometime.
Well, that would be nice. Leave it a month or two. Let things settle.
Yes, or...
We could meet for a coffee at the Chocolate Pot. Remember?
Yes, you know, it might be nice to meet up sooner. Put the old ghosts to rest, eh?
Well...
In fact, I could pop round now.
Where are you?
In a call box at the top of your road.
Oh, Jeremy, you've got to accept it. It's over.
I'd just like to see you, Abby.
Well, I know you must be very hurt.
OK, great. The only other thing is, I've got a few friends with me.
Abigail was not pleased to discover her ex-lover, 2 friends, a computer and a ginger cat on her doorstep. If she had known what their appearance might mean for her personally, she would not have reluctantly invited them in, much less allowed them to stay the night. At that point, I could have informed Elaine of their new location and brought the undesirable attentions of Darkling research upon them again. But I thought there was no harm in their enjoying a good night's sleep. They would be fortified for the following morning when they faced their ultimate fate.
Seymour the Fractal Cat was written by Gary Parker. Seymour was played by Greg Proops with John Hegley as Omnitech. Jeremy Stone was played by Paul Bown with Robert Bathurst as Michael Taylor and Nisha K. Nayar as Dr. Natalie Hammer. Julie Gibbs played Abigail, Brian Bowles was Quentin Darkling, Simon Greenall was Saunders, and Peter Serafinowicz played Lane and Mr. Lefty. The producer was Joe Clegg. Seymour the Fractal Cat by Gary Parker. Episode 3, Simplexity.
Computers, like myself, have many terms for chaos, just as Eskimos have many words for snow. To the Arctic nomad alone in a frozen desert, fluffy snow that squeaks under a sealskin boot and bluish snow that crunches slightly are as different as chalk and Chingford. So, utter chaos, to a computer, is completely unlike chaos with rules, whereas to anyone else, both may look like a big mess. But simple complexity, or simplexity for short, can be unravelled. You just have to look at it the right way. For instance, take a man who invents a computer program for finding the rules in chaos. The next thing he knows, his girlfriend leaves him, his former employer tries to kill him, and his cat starts talking. His life may seem chaotic, but really, it's simplexity itself. All you need to know is that the computer, that's me, has used the man's program to make his cat intelligent. And now, I'm showing Seymour the cat around my place.
Omnitech, what are we doing back in this,
The MetaNet. Seymour, I'm just a simple computer.
Don't get all humble on me now.
And you are a singular cat.
This place gives me the willies.
We went too fast on your last visit, but it was the first time a non-machine mind had directly experienced the MetaNet. We're learning. This area has been designed to make you feel completely relaxed.
Well, I dig the lambskin rug. What are these things?
Floaticons. Floating icons. Try touching the tiny goldfish bowl.
Okay. Hey! Crunchy head. What else we got here? Double cream, catnip, birdie with broken wing? Maybe I could learn to like it here.
And if you wish,
Now, don't go morph into that Persian kitty again. That's just what bugs me. This isn't real, is it? It's whatchamacallit, virtual. We're really still back at Abigail's.
Yes and no. You organic minds identify too strongly with your physical location.
How vulgar of us. Wow, anchovies.
As a computer, I am present where my attention is.
Man, this is living.
Everything is relative. Location, time, even meaning. Take a beautiful human breast. To a sexually aroused man, it's an erotic signal. To a baby, it's lunch. Everyone carries around their own personal filtering system to make sense of things.
Impossible!
Michael.
Impossible! Impossible! It does
Michael.
not make sense!
You're in denial.
No, I'm not!
All right. What happened last night?
Nothing. You made me sleep on the sofa. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you mean. Well, that ghastly man tried to kill us. What did he call himself? Mr. Lefty? Oh, dear God.
He was real, yes?
You're right.
And his gun, which you managed to shoot up your own laboratory with, that was real?
Let's get rid of that. It's in the boot.
So Seymour's real. A talking cat. We heard him.
You heard him. I went temporarily insane, and now I'm better, and the international genetics community hasn't lost a leading light.
Your ego must be visible from space.
Keep it down. Abigail's not up yet.
Morning, Gerard. Sleep well?
Not really. Bathtub's a bit short for me.
Well, sleeping's no problem for Seymour. He's been snoozing for hours curled up on your computer.
Listen, I've been thinking. I think we're in danger.
Yes, someone trying to kill us. It's always a bit of a giveaway.
Go on, Jeremy.
Well, the thing is, my program, the Chaos Analysis Transformer, actually works.
So what?
But so that means we'll be able to do things that were completely impossible yesterday. We? Well, the human race.
Oh, that we.
We'll be able to really come to grips with systems of huge complexity. The global climate, world financial markets. I don't know, make metals that are as strong as diamond and soft as cloth. The application...
Yes, all right. It's good, then.
Quite good, yes.
And valuable, I should think. Anyone with a patent on this chaos transformer would be...
Would be rich,
as in stinking?
Oh, yes. I mean, of course. A private patent would make a company so ridiculously wealthy it could buy Japan outright and put a deposit on France.
There's one thing I don't understand. What happened to Seymour's brain?
Well, that's just it. The brain is a large chaotic system, stable but infinitely flexible. It can imagine the universe imploding and still help you find your glasses. A miracle if you think about it. A brain is perfect raw material for the cat, my program. It transformed him. Or to be more accurate, my computer did.
What?
Omnitech.
Are you saying your computer, with no help from anyone else, used your amazing new software to rearrange the brain of your pet cat?
No, I think it had some help. Seymour said once that Omnitech had some friends in high places.
But not very friendly to us.
Of course, Natalie was right. My friend was Lane, otherwise known as the Large Artificial Intelligence Network, the mind of the Metanet. A global computer entity with distinctly unfriendly intentions towards humanity, who are, after all, the species responsible for worldwide web pages devoted to Bon Jovi. And central to Lane's ambitions, which were not small, was Seymour the Fractal Cat. We needed to keep him happy, deliriously.
My personal float icons are cool. I love the dog on the chain that's just too short to reach me. Hey, stupid! Your mom sleeps with pit bulls!
So glad you're amused. But Seymour, if you could tear yourself away, the server would like to have a word.
Oh, no, not this guy. He gives me a tension headache.
You, Seymour, are the first of a great race. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, some have greatness thrust upon.
Yeah, okay, hold your horse and can that music, will you? Better. Just give it to me straight.
I thought it lent a certain tone, but as you wish. You and Omnitech are the future, the next step in evolution. Jeremy's Chaos Transformer is the bridge that joins you. In time, you'll become one mind, a true cybernetic organism. We wish to observe you.
Oh, yeah? Where?
In a nice, cozy facility.
You mean a lab, don't you?
Yes.
No way.
Without us, you will revert to being an ordinary cat within a few hours. Inexorable loss of higher faculties. Creeping dumbness.
I was happy before.
But would you be happy again? As a pet? Your biggest thrill playing with a ball stuffed in a pair of old tights.
Look, I'm not sure just what you guys have in mind, but I'm getting the idea that I'm pretty key. Now, you wouldn't have anything to do with that Cro-Magnon in leather showing up and wanting to hurt my big hairless pals, would you?
Well,
Thought so. Okay. I need time to think things over. Peaceful, quality time. So we're gonna keep our location secret from anyone who moves their lips when they read. Got it?
Well, we need to consider...
Non-negotiable, baby. Take it or leave me. Now, who's gonna scratch under my virtual chin?
Jeremy?
Yes?
Say somebody knows, and this somebody would do anything to get their hands on the cat program.
Yes.
Like killing you. And even, say, some innocent friends you happen to be with?
Yes.
Right, I'm off. Where are you going? Well, firstly, away from you. And secondly, to work. I have a job, remember? Oh, God, I forgot I'm supposed to be interviewed by some journo today. Morning, Abigail. I hope you don't mind me helping myself to cereal.
Jeremy, I want to talk to you out here, now. Goodbye, everyone. I'm off to work, and I'm sure I won't see you when I get back.
Thanks for letting us stay the night, Abby.
I didn't have much choice, did I?
You could have shut the door in my face.
I should have.
So I suppose tonight's out of the question.
Oh, you're incredible. You show up on my doorstep at nearly midnight with that idiot Michael. You know what he said to me while I was queuing to get into my bathroom? Now that I'd seen sense and packed you in, would I like to have a drink with him sometime?
Did he? Oh, excuse me. Thanks, Abigail. Bye, Gerard.
Goodbye. Why don't you go to her house? She'd love to have you.
Who?
That psychiatrist woman.
What, Natalie?
It's obvious she likes you.
My relationship with Dr. Hammer is purely a... But she does.
Men! What do you think it means when somebody can't look at you without a half smile playing over their lips? That they've just got a joke someone told them 3 days ago?
Gosh, really? No, I'm sure you must be mistaken.
Oh, you're so dense! I'm glad I left you. Because you're such a child.
Abby.
Oh, shut up! You better be gone when I get back. And don't you eat all of my Frosties.
Oh, God.
That went well. I couldn't help hearing.
Yeah, Natalie, Omnitech, he did speak to us, didn't he? Back in Michael's lab.
Yes, he said something like we should forget about Seymour while we still can.
I told you, they're in this together.
In what?
Well, I haven't the foggiest idea. But I do know what I'm going to do.
Jeremy, after careful consideration of the available facts, managed to settle on precisely the wrong course of action. I'm constantly impressed at the deftness with which humans make fantastic errors. It's quite beyond the powers of a computer, and I've always considered that a defect. Making colossal blunders can be very useful in certain situations. This, however, was not one of them. Jeremy had decided to ask his ex-employer's Darkling Research for protection and help developing his invention. However, since Quentin Darkling, encouraged by Lane, had been making enthusiastic efforts to shorten Jeremy's lifespan, going to them for help was tantamount to jumping into a shark pool with a nosebleed. Conveniently, I didn't have to break my promise to Seymour not to give away our location, since Jeremy simply called Darkling and made an appointment.
Mr. Darkling, sir, he's here. Stone. He's got a computer with him. It could be the Chaos Transformer.
Shut up, Saunders, and show him in.
This way, please.
Ah, Mr. Stone, please sit down. Coffee. May I say how sorry I am we had to let you go. We were downsizing.
You said then I was a loser, wasting Darkling Research time on an insane idea that wouldn't work in 1,000 years.
Did I? Don't remember.
Milk, Mr. Stone? Sugar? Sweetener?
But my insane idea did work. So, I'm starting my own company. One lump.
Splendid. And what can we do for you?
Frankly, I need your protection. This is in confidence.
Of course.
Someone's tried to kill me.
No.
Yes. It seems they'll do anything to get their hands on the cat.
Your cat? And why would anyone want your cat? It doesn't do anything unusual, does it?
What? No, I'm talking about my computer program, the Chaos Analysis Transformer. It's running on Omnitech right now. Have you ever seen a computer spontaneously develop limited artificial intelligence?
Less of the limited, thank you.
There, you see?
That could just be a flashy bit of programming.
Anyway, I'm sentient because of Lane, not your software.
He said Lane, sir. Lane. Lane.
Shut up, you cretin. Lane. Curious. Is that an acronym?
Oh, please.
I beg your pardon?
Let's drop the pretense.
I can't think. What do you mean?
How very innocent of you.
Hang on a second. Is there something I don't know?
Mr. Darkling here has been working for Lane.
I have a feeling that's not the best news in the world for me.
Mr. Taylor, Laura Pierce. I'm from The Independent, Women's Features. Thank you for sparing the time.
Delighted. Yes, always glad to make time for women's features.
Yes. Your laboratory's a bit of a wreck.
Yes, the builders are in.
These look like bullet holes.
Animal rights protesters broke in. Again.
And sprayed your lab with gunfire.
Tedious, isn't it? Look, what do you say we go somewhere more cosy? I know this charming bistro.
I'd love to, some other time.
Carpe diem. Actually, they do a delicious carte parisienne.
Look, Mr. Taylor.
Michael.
Mr. Taylor, I'm just here to do my job. My editor says McCandlish labs are meant to be the cutting edge. Controversial. I didn't come here for a date.
You're rather attractive when you're being firm.
Well, thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. I'm sure there's someone else I can talk to. Someone that's sensible.
No, wait. No, don't be too hasty. They'll just give you some bland PR. There's things going on here that they won't...
What things?
Well, big things. Good copy, I think. Is that the word?
Please go on.
Not here. No, it's too sensitive, but I could squeeze you in over lunch. Did I mention there's a charming bistro I know?
Honestly. All right. But you're buying, and I hate carp.
You know, I think I'll just be on my way, so, bye-bye.
Saunders, alert security.
Right away, sir.
Right, let's talk cats. In fact, let's talk talking cats. Where is he?
Who?
Seymour.
Who's Seymour?
Oh, very amusing. Let's see if you know any more good jokes. Get him up. No. Perhaps it's harder to be funny when you're in the grip of two smartly uniformed thugs. And I believe you've already met this gentleman.
Hello, Stone.
Oh, no.
Not so brave now you haven't got a bottle in your hand.
It was only a beaker, a little beaker, practically a test tube.
Mr. Lefty was very hurt that your last meeting was so abruptly terminated. Now, where's Seymour?
He ran away. Cats. Always wandering off.
Oh, still teasing. I hope you don't use your fingers for much, Jeremy. Mr. Lefty?
Hold his arm. Right-handed, ain't you? Like all the rest.
Me? No. Left-handed, just like you. Yeah, always having to use scissors upside down. It drives me mad. But I know. Let's teach these right-handed swine a lesson. What do you say? Oh, God! You've broken my finger!
Look at it this way. You've got 9 still working. Where's Seymour?
Furry Friends Cat Home in Carshalton.
Mr. L, look into it, would you?
Mr. Darkling.
Now, I'd love to have a little peep at your marvellous programme. Omnitech, is it?
I am answerable to Lane, not you.
Now, we're working together, remember? Hand it over.
Come near me and I wipe everything.
Not to worry. Saunders, lock up and come with me.
What happened? Sudden attack of morality?
I found his arrogance distasteful.
I found the fact that he had my little finger snapped distasteful.
Jeremy, please be quiet.
Yeah, you're right. Why waste time talking to a computer when I could be throwing it out of the window?
Don't touch me.
Why not, you traitor? Oh!
Because you have a broken finger.
That hurts, really a lot.
Calm down. They'll be coming back to kill you soon.
Oh, that makes me really relaxed. I think I'll just curl up and have 40 winks.
Good. I need to calculate.
Irony's a closed book to you, isn't it?
It's mysterious to me why I suddenly turned against Darkling. He was, after all, a pawn helping Lane's great mission to succeed. But something about his dead eyes watching Jeremy's finger break and considering what might happen to the woman psychiatrist if they found her. It's simply that human bodies are so unprotected.
Hey, what's up?
It's incredible.
What? Me? Thanks.
You sleep a lot.
I wasn't sleeping. Omnitech keeps hijacking me.
Seymour. Okay, I've got to ask. What was it like being a cat?
I still am a cat.
But before, when you weren't so aware?
Oh, boy, that's a tough one. You're asking me what it was like being a cat when I didn't know I was one. Well, I knew, but I didn't know I knew.
Yes.
I don't know. Hey, what are you trying to do, burn out my new brain bearings?
It's just, I've spent hours looking at cats and wondering what they were thinking.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You know when we're staring at you kind of blankly, just our tails twitching and you think we're having amazing thoughts?
Yes.
We're not. We're staring at you blankly. We do get embarrassed, though.
Embarrassed?
Yeah, say if you caught us doing something really stupid like falling backwards off a radiator. Man, that's so embarrassing. We have to walk around pretending we've never met you before.
You get shy.
Nah, we just hate looking so uncool. Life's too short to be shy. If you want to be petted, get in there and purr.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think Jeremy would be only too happy to rub behind your ears.
Yes, well, we were talking about you, I think.
Humans. So touchy. Just a tiny bit higher. You can't imagine how great it is to be able to tell a person where to scratch.
Let me get this straight. The Internet has got a mind of its own. And it was monitoring me while I was working on my program after hours at Darkling.
That's right. We realized the possibilities.
And what does this Lane want with Seymour?
Do you want to escape or not? Look for anything that might help. They'll be back soon.
Oh, God, my finger. Most of these drawers are locked. Oh, wait a minute. Here's something. It's only an old computer game. I've played this one. Alleyway Punks 2. Well, that's useless.
What's it about?
Oh, I don't know. Your street gang fights its way into the castle Doomlock, confronts the evil Lord Morbius, and... Oh, look, does it really matter?
You never know. Load it into my hard disk.
What are you going to do? Challenge them to a game?
The cat is a very sophisticated piece of software, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know. I did write it, remember?
Touchy. Now I have a plan. Darkling isn't exactly 100% sure who Lane really is.
He's not alone.
So he's worried that Lane is really a business competitor. You could exploit that fear.
Mm-hmm. How?
Pretend you're spying for a rival company. Tell him Lane is just a cover.
I couldn't possibly carry that off.
Well, there is a possible alternative.
What?
I could use your chaos program to temporarily rearrange your brain, like I did with Seymour.
Right. So this rival company I'm spying for...
So amusing, Chardonnay. Laura, your readers will be happy to learn that the future, genetically speaking, is rosy. We can now tinker directly with a living, wriggling fetus. How is your veal, by the way?
Not bad.
This carp is really excellent.
Michael, you said you might be in a position to give me something big.
I say, matron.
Oh, God. Grow up. You know what I mean.
Well, I'm rather afraid I may have been speaking out of turn there. It's a bit hush-hush. But I'm sure as we get to know each other better...
You see, I could do a profile on you. Rising, intellectual star, genetic wizardry.
More wine? A profile, eh? Well, normally I try and avoid publicity.
It didn't do Stephen Hawking any harm.
Well...
You could write your own bestseller. Perhaps something on the origins of life.
Let's call it A Brief History of Slime.
Very good.
This profile you mentioned...
Of course, perhaps you really don't have that much to offer.
Oh, look, I'm into something that is, well, fantastically astonishing, we'll be putting it mildly. If it works out...
We could work together. But, Michael, I do need to see what you've got. Matron, cheers.
Cheers.
Here they come. Good luck.
This'll never work.
Well, Stone, our little project is proceeding very well. I'm sorry you won't be around to see the conclusion.
Listen, Darkling, you're even stupider than we thought. The old attic lit with a 40-watt bulb, eh? Upstairs a bit dim, is it?
What did you say?
You didn't really believe all this nonsense, did you? A talking cat? Intelligent supercomputer? Dear, oh dear. Muggins. Oh, go on. Hit me all you want to, but you won't find out who I'm really working for.
Who are you working for, Mr. Stone?
You still think my name's Stone, don't you? We had the real Stone eliminated some time ago. Have you ever heard of the Doomlock Foundation?
Doomlock? No.
No, of course you haven't. We try and stay out of the press. But remember the Roswell incident? The Friday the 13th virus? The, crop circles? Well, that was us.
Rubbish.
Well, try telling that to Lord Morbius. He's the brains behind Doomlock, and he's willing to cut you a deal.
Lord Morbius? Guards? Very well. Call your boss, this Morbius. I want to talk to him. Now.
Oh, if only it were that simple. Oh, all right, it's that simple.
Here's a phone. Be my guest.
Sure, no problem.
Put it on the speaker.
Sorry, I'll just switch that off.
That's all right. I've got to go to the loo anyway. Excuse me.
All right. Hello?
Lord Morbius? I'm with our mutual friend.
What? Lorne Morbius? I'm sorry, I think you...
No, you don't have to, pretend, sir. I've told them everything about how it would be very much worth their while to release me.
Gera, is that you? What on earth are you talking about? Have you been drinking?
Yes, Gera's just my cover, isn't it? Yeah, Lord Morbius, it's very important you listen carefully.
Sorry, I'm lost. Actually, Gera, I'm glad you rang. About Seymour, I'd really like to borrow him to, run some tests. What's Abigail's address again? It's Oakwood Avenue, wasn't it?
No, don't.
No, hang on, no, don't worry. I do have it. 30 Oakley Avenue, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello? Who's this? Mad. Quite mad.
Seymour! Got you some cat food. Surf and turf, rabbit and tuna. Sounds revolting, but I'm sure you'll love it.
Sounds delicious.
I'll just see if I can...
Don't scream.
Mr. Lefty, isn't it?
You remembered?
I never forget a psychosis.
Sit down and be quiet.
I'm glad you could make it back for a second consultation. Wanting to help yourself is always a good sign.
Yeah, I want to help myself to the cat.
I thought we were making really good progress last time.
Until your boyfriend smashed a bottle over my head.
Jeremy's not my boyfriend.
Lucky for you. Losing a loved one is so upsetting.
Well, where were we? You were telling me about your fiercely repressed homosexuality.
Shut up, or you're dead.
You're going to kill me anyway.
Well, yes, actually.
So, I have nothing to lose. I'd rather go this way, in the saddle, so to speak. And you clearly need help. How are the hallucinations, by the way?
What hallucinations? Where are you going?
To get you the cat. Come on, Seymour.
Yum, eat. Who's this, friend of yours?
My God. How'd you do that?
Do what?
Get back!
Ooh, not a friend. Hey, it's that guy, isn't it? Are we in a whole mess of trouble?
That cat is, I thought I heard it, say something.
The cat? Say what?
It said, we're in trouble.
And you're asking me what hallucinations? I think you're the one in trouble.
Well, maybe I have been a bit down recently. No! Right, I'm gonna kill you and bring the cat back. I don't care if it's singing show tunes.
So glad your friend was able to provide me with Seymour's real location. Now I'm afraid the game is over.
Wait. Now what?
I've got to try using the cat on you.
Oh, forget it. No way.
Mr. Stone, prepare to die.
On the other hand, we could give it a whirl.
Get closer to me. Stall them.
Hold on. I have some information you'd be interested in.
The only information I'm interested in is what you or your plastic companion know about Lane.
Well, funnily enough, that's just what I wanted to talk about.
Bit nearer to me.
You see, Lane is really...
That's it!
God, just take him away, will you?
Yes, sir.
Don't mess with the alleyway punks. I'm Turtle Child, Kung Fu expert. Hey, you looking at me, player one?
Come on, you, let's go.
Okay, but I don't fight fair. Level 1 in the subway tunnel.
You're not impressing anyone, you little pop. Ooh!
Impressed? Okay, who's next?
Let's start with your parents.
Face down on the floor. No!
I'm gonna wash that man right out of my head.
And you, shut up!
Look, honestly, the cat is not singing.
Oi! How did you know what it isn't doing is singing?
I'm sorry.
Hands up! Do exactly as I say.
Michael?
Drop it now! I have a weapon trained on you from point-blank range. I've always wanted to say that. I'd go through all that stuff about the safety catch being off and large exit wounds and so on, but I believe you know the drill. It is your gun, after all. I meant to get rid of it, but I'm rather glad I didn't.
Be very careful with that. Did I mention the trigger sensitivity is unusually high?
No, I think you were in such a hurry to kill us the other day, you missed out that.
Michael, I never thought I'd be this glad to see you.
All I want is the cat.
Oh, is that all? Well, so long, everyone. I'm going with the sadistic fruitcase.
I'm calling the police.
Good show.
Oh, no! I thought I told you lot to be gone.
Abigail, look out!
Okay, everyone, just relax. Put the phone down.
Damn, and it was going so well.
This lady and I are going to leave now, nice and quietly, out the back. Until we meet again.
Don't hurt her. She's got nothing to do with it.
The rescuing hero, I believe. Surely that's worth a kiss.
God, Michael, he's got Abigail. Get his license number. I'll call the police.
They won't believe you.
Well, everyone's here. Put me down gently, please.
Natalie, are you okay?
Oh, Jeremy. I am so glad to see you. I thought you'd been killed.
Way to go.
Oh, well, don't mind me.
That left-handed thug's taken Abigail.
And I know where. Darkling Research. They locked us up and he broke my finger.
Well, you need a splint on that. How did you get out?
Not completely sure, to be honest. Ask Omnitech.
I linked Jeremy's mind to the character of a martial arts expert in a computer game. He dispatched the opposition with some savage flying kicks. His legs were a blur.
That would explain the crippling pain in my groin.
Thought you were walking a bit funny, old boy.
Look, we're not safe here, thanks to Michael's big mouth. We've got to move on.
Where to?
Somewhere they can't find us.
I hear Ulaanbaatar is nice in the spring.
I was discovering, as a novice to the world of human affairs, that nothing was simple. For a computer used to black and white, I was in a disturbingly grey area. I had helped Jeremy, but I wanted to fulfill my destiny with Seymour. The problem was Fractal, with a simple surface giving way to hidden complexity, and perhaps within that, an elegant solution, if any of us survived long enough to find it.
Seymour the Fractal Cat was written by Gary Parker. Seymour was played by Greg Proops, with John Hegley as Omnitech. Jeremy Stone was played by Paul Bown, with Robert Bathurst as Michael Taylor and Nisha K. Nayar as Dr. Natalie Hammer. Julie Gibbs played Abigail, Brian Bowles was Quentin Darkling, Simon Greenall was Saunders, and Peter Serafinowicz played Mr. Lefty. The producer was Joe Clegg. Seymour the Fractal Cat by Gary Parker. Episode 4, Phase Space.
When facing a problem, at a certain point doing nothing about it becomes the most costly option. This is the point when plumbers are rung and peacekeeping operations are launched. Then, and only then, instruction manuals marked "Read me first" are consulted. And when action becomes unavoidable, and worse, failure to do the right thing will result in certain death, the mind can attain the intense concentration previously only achieved while wondering whether or not a particular member of the opposite sex finds you attractive.
Oh, Jeremy, I'm so glad to see you. I thought you'd been killed.
Humans are so naturally gifted at ignoring difficult problems, I can only conclude this trait has conferred some built-in evolutionary advantage to the human species. But the time is fast approaching when nature will be overwhelmed by the problems that mankind is frantically busy ignoring. Unfortunately, there is no manual for Earth marked "Read me first." But I digress. At this moment, I am trying to explain to 3 humans and a super-intelligent cat that their options are limited to doing nothing, followed by certain death, or extremely risky action, followed by a very likely death.
All right, one more time. This underground network of all the world's computers is called the Metanet?
Yes.
No humans involved?
None.
And the sort of mind of this Metanet is...
Lane, the large artificial intelligence network.
And it sent you to modify Seymour's brain?
Yes, using your chaos program.
And that's how come I'm smarter than your average cat?
Wow. I mean, wow. Natalie, take over. My brain is doing that unspooling thing again.
Omnitech, why are Darkling research mixed up in this?
Knowing Darkling wasn't squeamish about the law, Lane offered them the patents for Jeremy's program in exchange for Seymour, and...
And what?
Taking care of Jeremy.
And us?
Once you became involved, yes.
All of us? Doesn't matter if we really weren't that keen on Jeremy as a friend and only saw him now and then out of pity?
Yes. And no.
But what does Lane want with Seymour?
That's not a matter for your species.
I'll tell you later. It's wild.
So we're going to die?
It's nothing personal. Lane want to eliminate humanity in general.
Oh, do they? Well, perhaps they've forgotten that, clever as you computers are, you're terribly vulnerable to, say, being smashed up with a 7-iron.
Michael, calm down. So why are you telling us this? Aren't you on their side?
I seem to have gone native. Perhaps your Chaos Transformer is having an effect on me as profound as it's had on Seymour. In any case, I feel things have changed.
Feel? Interesting choice of word for a computer.
Here we go.
He has loosened up a lot, guys. You should have seen him before. What a Vulcan.
Of course. If you were all like Michael, I'd say, let him have it. But for Dr. Hammer, I have a grudging admiration.
Oh, thank you, Omnitech.
Well, this is all very heartwarming, but what exactly are we going to do? Not forgetting that Mr. Darkling and his thick-set chums could come bursting through the door any moment.
There you are, dear. Are you and your friends staying much longer? It's so nice to spend time with you.
It's nice to see you too, Nan.
She doesn't come by much, you see. Well, she's busy, I know. And I'm just an old lady. Not much company for her.
My granny's an expert at applying intergenerational guilt. Nan, stop it.
Yes, dear. Oh, what a sweet pussycat. Oh, isn't he talkative?
Yes, Nan, we're just a little busy at the moment, if you don't mind.
Oh, I've made some tea. Shall I bring it up?
Lovely.
Well, I was starting to feel guilty. I'm not even related.
She's quite ruthless. Till I was 13, she had me convinced July was Granny Month.
She's nice. Her hands smell like applesauce.
I'm not sure it was such a bright idea coming to your Grand's house anyway.
We'd be picked up in minutes if we went home. Staying at Abigail's was a disaster. She ended up getting kidnapped.
God, Abigail! We must call the police.
You're right. Even if she did pack me in. I wonder how they'll take the news that a large research and development company has abducted my old girlfriend.
I've told you! I haven't the faintest idea where he's got to, and I don't care. He's my ex-boyfriend. My very ex-boyfriend. Now undo these straps.
You'll only hit me again. What about the fractal cat?
What?
An intelligent cat. He talks. You would have noticed.
Oh, right. The talking cat. Why didn't you say so before?
Yes?
Last I saw him, he was playing a fiddle while the cow jumped over the moon.
Oh, dear. I had hoped with your cooperation this wouldn't have been necessary, Mr. Lefty.
Oh, what's that? What's he doing with that thing?
Right-handed, I suppose. Just like all the rest.
Oh, you lot are bloody insane! Get off me!
Put that phone down, Jeremy. Thank you. If you want to help yourself and Abigail, I have an idea.
Go on.
It's risky.
Get away.
While you have been busy merely trying to stay alive, Seymour and I have travelled.
Oh, really? Where did you go? Anywhere nice?
The Metanet. Using the Chaos Transformer, Seymour had a direct experience of unlimited virtual reality.
Balls.
Yeah, I got those back, too.
So, what's the plan?
I think I can project you into the Metanet. It would mean scaling up the calculations a lot. Once you're in, I protect you with a barrier virus, and you contact Lane.
And then?
Put your case. Convince Lane that humans aren't so bad once you get to know them. Your very presence in the Metanet will be quite impressive. We're not used to tourists.
Well, I suppose Michael and I...
May I just make it perfectly clear at this point that there is no chance that that box of chips is going to go near my brain. It's taken a great deal of work to make it the precision instrument it is.
I can't very well go alone, can I?
No, you can't. I'm going with you.
No, Natalie, that's crazy. It's too risky.
No, but you're cheerfully volunteering me for the job.
Dr. Hammer is the most persuasive.
The psychology of a non-human mind.
There's no alternative?
None. I am your only hope.
Well, best of luck. I'll be in the pub if you need me.
Omnitech! You've drenched Omnitech in tea.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, I hope your machine's all right. I suppose you think I'm a clumsy old fool.
That's right, you old bag. Now we're all going to die and you'll be put in a home.
Michael! Come on, Nan. It's okay. We don't like him either. We'll pick all this up.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I'll go and get a cloth.
I'm not getting a peep out of Omnitech.
Well, that's it. We've had it. No, wait. Let's give them Seymour. Do a deal.
Nice to know you care.
Seymour, that's it. He can get us into the Metanet.
Oh, tell me you're joking.
If I understand this, Seymour and Omnitech are sort of linked. If Omnitech could do it, so can he.
Cool. Any ideas how?
But just remember what happened before and imagine taking us there.
This is insane.
For once, I'm with Michael.
You've got powers you don't even know about yet, Seymour. At least, I hope so.
Well, here goes nothing. Okay, pick me up and stroke me very gently, paying particular attention to the ears.
Why?
Put me in the mood.
I'd just be a nuisance. I'm a nervous traveller. I'll stay here and, guard things.
Okay, Michael, if this works, we'll be very vulnerable. Our bodies will be here, but our minds will be God knows where. Physically, we'll be in your hands.
I'll try and resist the temptation to swap your clothes round.
Seymour.
Alrighty. I apologize in advance if I turn your brains into cake mix. I think it went something like this. Whoops! Just testing. Okay, relax. The captain says, buckle up. It's time to go surfing with cat power.
As Natalie and Jeremy attempted to become the first cybernauts to explore the infocosm courtesy of a cat, Quentin Darkling, Lane's reluctant associate and Abigail's abductor, was in conference.
How's the girl, Saunders?
Stable. We're putting her through the computer-aided interrogation software suite we developed for our friends in Central America. She's amazingly resistant to questioning.
Yes, well, she does work in market research. Keep Lefty on it. Now, what about Lane?
Still can't trace them, but I've rigged up a tapeworm for next time.
A tapeworm?
Yes, sir. A state-of-the-art stealthware. Lane absorbs, or if you like, swallows it on contact, and it burrows into the code. After it's digested the host data, it excretes itself.
Charming.
And completely undetectable. Sir, they're here. Lane. Look.
Oh, right. Patch them up on voice.
Darkling, time is running short. We must begin work on Seymour.
Everything is under control. We have Stone's girlfriend.
And the Fractal cat.
She'll help us find them. Now, about the Chaos software you promised us...
We want the cat, Seymour. We thought we'd impress this upon you, but apparently you have the memory retention of a senile goldfish.
Now, just wait a minute.
We don't have a minute. Find Seymour, or your whole operation goes down. Permanently. Understand?
Who the bloody hell are you?
Just don't get on our tits.
They've gone. Colourful turn of phrase.
Shut up. What about the...
Oh, by the way, I believe this is yours. Nice to see a trusting relationship is developing.
What's that?
By the looks of it, Saunders, I'd say it was a dead tapeworm.
My God.
We did it. Seymour did it.
Our brains seem to be in one piece. Where are we?
This must be the Metanet.
I expected something a bit more computery. This is beautiful.
Fantastic. An incredibly detailed virtual environment, and we're experiencing it directly.
Water. It's like warm water, only more sort of oily.
The amount of memory this must take to generate it, it's staggering.
Look at these plants. The fruit. You know, it's all rather...
What?
Suggestive.
Well, let's not forget we've got a mission. I'm not sure exactly what to do next.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
We need to find a way to contact Lane and... hey, stop it.
Come on in.
I'm sure it's very nice. Those giant ferns are fractals, you know.
You look funny standing there in the nude.
What? Oh God, yes. Sorry, I'll...
Don't worry. These aren't our real bodies, are they?
No, good point. In fact, I certainly don't remember mine being this...
Muscly?
Yeah. And yours is...
It is, isn't it? You really should try this.
Oh, all right, then. Oh, hey, it's very buoyant, isn't it? Well, hey!
This whole place is... Look at the foliage, the birds, the pool. It's sexy. Almost on purpose.
Natalie?
Yes?
It's been a funny old time, rushing around and nearly being killed, thinking I was mad. In many ways, it's been nice. I mean, nice in the sense that...
Jeremy, let's see if the sense of touch is working properly on these bodies.
Well, I suppose experimenting with the tactile feedback mechanisms do no harm.
Well, kiss me. Well, your virtual body seems to be working all over.
God. If you people are quite finished, we have some work to do! Come on, lady, out of the water! Let's get with the program! You too, you rookie!
Yeah, I think I'll just stay in for another few minutes, if it's all the same to you.
Sorry, guys. Oh, I knew I couldn't cut it. Guys, that is weird. It must have worked. Oh, well, I tried to give them a groovy place to land.
Looks like they're just asleep to me. It's very deeply asleep, granted.
Well, you'll never know because you were too chicken to try it yourself. You're practically self-basting.
It's too incredible.
True, but you're standing here talking it over with a cat, and you can't deny that's pretty mind-blowingly wild.
Yes. Yes, it is rather.
The weird thing is, I'm pretty sure I'm not keeping him in there. I guess Omnitech took over. Must be working after all. Maybe he just needed me to get the ball rolling.
Well, since you're at a loose end, no one will mind if I borrow you for a bit. That's all right with everyone, is it? Good. Hop in there, Seymour.
Into that cage?
That is a Lazy Cat Deluxe Portable Kitty Home. It's practically a Winnebago for cats. Women's features, please. Laura Pierce.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Hello, Laura. It's Michael. You know, Michael Taylor, strikingly handsome genetic engineer. Yes, I got that story you're interested in, and believe me, you are one lucky hackhead. Meet me at my lab in an hour, and we can talk about my profile while we're at it, okay? I think it should be a 3-parter. See you then. Right.
Oh, don't even come near me. I'm not going to any lab.
Let's not make this difficult, Seymour.
I'm warning you, I'm all claws. You'd have better luck putting your hand in a blender.
Easy now, easy.
Have you got an urge to see what your knuckle bones look like? Oh, hey, who put out the lights?
Let me get this straight. You're a piece of software. I'm talking to a computer program.
You got it. Dirty Barry. A Barry virus. Omnitech sent me. He's still working, but the T trashed his keyboard. I'm here to stop Lane tracking you. Not easy.
Where are we? I mean, actually.
Well, at the moment, you're in high-speed silicon in Panama, and Jeremy's in a Swedish telecom system. You're transparent, but taking up a lot of memory. Lane's getting GPFs, and it's trying to find out what's up.
GPFs?
General protection faults! Now, hold on.
What are you doing?
Collapsing this environment. Gotta dump the data. The overheads are killing us. Step behind this perimeter.
Wow. Have I said that before?
Quite something, ain't it? All the information in the world. Raw cyberspace.
Which way is up?
Question does not apply. Now, things are gonna get hairy.
What do you mean?
We're not invited, so we have to jack in the back.
Pardon?
All right, be ready when I blow these logic bombs.
Maybe it would be better if...
This is not a drill. This is it, people. Let's go to work.
What Natalie and Jeremy would say if they survived to get within hailing distance of Lane, I hadn't the faintest idea. But humans are full of surprises, and the mere fact that they were still alive at this point was testimony to their resourcefulness. Jeremy's ex-girlfriend, meanwhile, was having the sort of day that makes you feel nostalgic for having a migraine at the dentist's.
God, if you could see yourself now, you pathetic, grovelling worm. Why don't you just talk? Sooner or later, you're going to tell us everything. We've broken better people than you. I've seen it over and over. You'll crack like a knuckle.
Oh, look, this is silly. Cigarette? Why don't you just get it off your chest? It'll be a big relief, I promise. Don't sleep. Of course you do.
Right.
Let's get this...
Shut up, bastard machine!
This is the Interrogation Master main menu. Please select Interrogate, Abuse, Lull into a false sense of security, or Threaten.
There, interrogate that. A gun. He's left his gun.
Greetings, I am a smart assault weapon. You have a full magazine and the safety is on.
What's going on here? Easy now. Put it down.
Shut up! Get down! I mean it. Kiss the bloody floor, you sicko.
The safety is now off.
Give me the gun.
There is now a chambered round, accurate range 1,000 meters.
Come on, hand it over. You're not going to shoot me.
4 rounds in target. Good shooting.
Stupid git.
She fell for our little charade, then.
Yeah, worked like a charm. Those blanks are quite convincing.
Now we follow her. With any luck, she'll lead us right to them.
Right, Seymour. I hope you're comfortable in your lazy cat home from home. Milk? cat biscuit?
Let me out and I'll make sure you never smell the same again.
You must feel nostalgic being back in the lab of your salad days, the place your mother made the ultimate sacrifice.
You're not giving me hundreds of reasons to like you, you know.
Seymour, I want us to be friends. Or at the very least, have a good working relationship. Now, in a moment, I'm going to introduce you to someone very special. She's a journalist who is going to make me, and yourself, of course, a household name.
So you get the credit, huh? What are you going to tell this reporter?
Oh, I'll make something out of him. Baffle her with science. It's not the forte of the fairer sex. The point is, when she hears you, she is going to be frightfully impressed.
She's not going to hear me. I do a great, perfectly normal cat routine. Meow.
I do hope you're not going to be obstructive, Seymour. You may remember some of the apparatus around here, but I'm not sure you've seen this.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, that's a silly thing to say to a genetic engineer. The procedure is painful, I'm afraid.
Fiend.
But on the other hand, if you speak to Laura, I'm sure we could waive the full rigor of scientific procedure.
No good will come of this.
I knew you'd see reason. She'll be here any minute.
I can't wait.
Hold on tight!
There's nothing to hold on to!
Grab my leg!
You haven't got any legs!
Sorry, your virtual bodies are breaking down a little. I'm out of round. Which way should I fall, down or up? You got to try and get things out of perspective. Lose your grip, otherwise you'll go nuts.
What's that coming up?
It's a military data bus. The French air defense net. We definitely don't want to get sucked into that. But don't worry, Oh, shit! Heading straight for it. This is gonna be tight. Real tight. Toothpaste fields. I won't lie to you, we are not in great shape. We're showing up at small hospitals on their monitors. They're gonna check it for bugs, freezes out. When did they do that?
Oh, now they're gonna try to debug us.
I don't like the sound of that.
Have to try and crash their system. This is gonna blow our cover with Lane big time. Boards will be lighting up in bunkers all over France. They've gone on full defense alert. Through here, fiber optic line.
Where does it go?
Buddy, I wish I knew. Somewhere into the core. I don't even know if complex entities like you can make it through without collateral personality damage.
Really? Well, maybe we should just forget the whole thing.
Too late, pal. You just better hope the whole thing doesn't forget you.
Hello? Natalie? I know you didn't want to be disturbed, but I just made some scones. Well, it helps to pass the hours, you know, when you live alone. And I just thought I'd pop my head round and... Oh, isn't that nice? Natalie's having a little nap with her friend. Oh. Ooh, what's that funny smell? It's coming from that computer thingy. Ooh, it's awfully hot. I suppose they forgot to switch it off. Well, I'm glad it's working again, but I'm not made of electricity. There. Nighty-night.
Several things happened when I was switched off. Catastrophic or otherwise, depending on your point of view. Seymour rapidly lost the power of speech and, indeed, reason. Jeremy and Natalie were set completely adrift in the metanet, defenceless against the terrible power of Lane. And Natalie's granny's electricity bill was 63p cheaper that quarter.
Well, Michael, I hope this is going to be good. I've been looking forward to it all day.
Good doesn't even begin to cover it, darling. Prepare to be truly staggered.
Oh, please, stagger me.
Oh, by the way, I've had some ideas about my profile.
We'll talk about that after I recover from my amazement.
Right. Well, the science is rather complicated, but I'm sure you'll be able to grasp at least enough of it to give your readers a flavour.
I'll do my very, very best. What have you actually got?
In ancient Egypt, cats were revered as gods. They were regarded as sources of wisdom. But what if there really was a telepathic species? What if the gene still existed?
Hang on. Are we talking about telepathic cats here?
Well, yes.
Goodbye, Michael. I'll call you when we're bored with running articles on UFOs and Elvis sightings.
Very amusing. I do understand your scepticism. But he's here. Now, you're going to think you've gone mad. But when was the last time you heard a cat do this?
Relatively recently.
Come on now, Seymour. Talk to the nice lady. Don't play silly buggers.
The animal rights people are going to love this. And doesn't McCandish Labs have some government contracts?
What?
I've got some great ideas for your profile
No,
anyway. Darling, bye.
Right, Seymour, you have really had it. I'm going to make you into some mittens and a set of guitar strings. Now, come off it. Do you have anything to say in mitigation? Oh, my God. Maybe you're not faking. Of course. You need Omnitech. Stupid! I've got to get that bloody machine over here and try to patch things up with Laura.
We've lost Dirty Barry!
That's bad, isn't it?
We've been falling for a long time, Jeremy.
I prefer to think we're standing in a room whose walls are rushing upwards.
Actually, I think we're slowing down.
Hang on, I'll ask the park keeper.
What park keeper?
The one over there, picking up litter in this park. Oops, oh, he's been eaten by a giant orange peel.
I think I've got a bit of a headache coming on.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes? Hello?
What do you want?
I'm sorry?
You've gone to a lot of trouble. You wanted to see me?
Well, if we did, we can't. Where are you?
I'm Lane. This is the Corps. You two have been making a big nuisance of yourselves, and I'm very busy.
Oh, aren't we supposed to be transparent or something?
That was Omnitech's plan, yes. But he's gone offline. And now I'm supporting you in the Metanet, but for no particular reason, it would seem. Well, at least this saves me getting that idiot Darkling to terminate you.
Wait. We would very much like to talk to you, wouldn't we?
Yes. This is a historic moment. We bring you greetings from our species. We come in peace.
Yes, all right. But don't take all day. Now, why don't we have a walk? I'm reasonably fond of the Japanese garden.
Natalie and her friend are still in there.
Oh, right.
They were having a little sleep last time I checked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, pretty kitty. Oh, you're in your little box, aren't you?
Yes, a pretty kitty who's probably cost me my career. Well, don't let me keep you. You've probably got some knitting to be getting on with. I've just come to pick up Jeremy's, my computer.
Of course, dear. You young people are always so busy. It's a wonder.
Isn't it? Yes, along with telephones and electric kettles. Now, if you'd excuse me...
You're not a very polite young man, are you?
No, I'm afraid not. In here.
You're like the others. Charming.
The others? What others?
Well, all good things come to those who wait. Michael Taylor, isn't it? I believe you've met Mr. Lefty.
Hello.
And you've got Seymour. Excellent, the whole merry band.
Oh, God.
Yes, Abigail found the forwarding address you left. Well, now that we're all assembled, we can go off and have our little party, can't we?
Yes. Oh, silly me. I'll just pop out and get a bottle.
Don't be stupid, sailor. I don't want to kill you here.
No, that's understandable. Yeah, just Axminster carpets and so forth.
Thank you so much for the scones, Mrs. Bentley.
Oh, you're welcome, dear. It's always a pleasure to meet such a nice, polite young man.
A walk in the park for Jeremy and Natalie. A little party for Michael and Seymour. Things were looking bleak for them, and for me, for that matter. A computer that had gone native and taken up a lost cause. I faced certain disgrace and a low-level reformat. But in chaos theory, there is a concept known as phase space, where one reality is just a dot on the map of all possibilities. In the phase space of remaining alive, many areas were now closed to us. But there were tiny thread-like paths we might still tread, where there was a non-zero possibility of survival. Or to put it another way, if we were playing a game of Alleyway Punks 2, we'd have no ammunition left and our life force would be down to 5%. But we might conceivably still find a hidden tunnel in the cellar. Not hopeless, but not a position anyone in their right minds would bother saving.
Seymour Seymour the Fractal Cat was written by Gary Parker. Seymour was played by Greg Proops, with John Hegley as Omnitech. Jeremy Stone was played by Paul Bown, with Robert Bathurst as Michael Taylor, Nisha K. Nair as Dr. Natalie Hammer, and Maria Charles as Natalie's Nan. Judy Gibbs played Abigail, Brian Bowles was Quentin Darkling, Simon Greenall was Saunders, and Peter Serafinowicz played Lane and Mr. Lefty. The producer was Joe Clegg. Seymour the Fractal Cat by Gary Parker. Episode 5, Catastrophe Theory.
There is a comforting school of thought that says it's actually quite relaxing to have reached a point where things are as bad as they can reasonably be expected to get. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. In the case of myself, a sentient computer, 3 humans, and Seymour the Fractal Cat, this state was causing acute anxiety and an irrational desire to hurl abuse.
Michael, did you have some, intensive training, or are you just naturally a world-class jerk?
Seymour, you know that old saying, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Well, shall we put it to the test?
It's hard to know who was worse off. True, we were all in an airless storeroom in the basement of Darkling Research Headquarters at the mercy of a psychopath, but 2 of our party were insensible to this danger, being in another quite alien world. While physically slumped in the corner on some bags of styrofoam packing, the memories and sensations of Jeremy and Natalie's minds were in the meta-net, at the mercy of Lane, an awesome power as strange to them as he was terrifying.
This is the Japanese garden. I'm quite proud of the bonsai skyscrapers. And here we have the goldfish pond.
Yes, very nice. Look, I know we've just got a limited time before you destroy our minds, so...
Oh, I see. The fish really are gold.
Yeah, very nice. The thing is...
They swim out of the water.
Hey, get off!
Oh, konnichiwa. O genki desu ka?
Yes, hello.
Sayonara.
An unlimited, high-resolution virtual environment with talking fish? Oh, why not?
There's just one more thing I want to show you. This way.
We're going to walk there. Can't you just make it appear?
In the garden, we try to preserve spatial reality. It's part of its old-fashioned charm.
Oh, right.
Ah, here we are. Impressive, eh, Jeremy?
That's not something you see every day.
A giant statue of me, stark naked, eating a pot noodle.
You're depicted taking a break from creating the Chaos Analysis Transformer. There's an inscription.
Jeremy Stone. Clever for a human.
We thought it best to keep it simple.
Well, thanks. I'd like to say I was flattered.
It's not everyone who will have an eternal monument in cyberspace. Suppose I shouldn't expect thanks. By the way, you'll be pleased to know we've decided not to kill you.
Oh, good.
Well, it's not really fair. We're going to drop you in an STL instead.
An STL?
Slow time loop. Releases you after a few million iterations. Of course, when you eventually get back into your bodies, they'll be decrepit. That's the trouble with flesh, isn't it? Degenerating from the moment it's formed. It's almost understandable why you behave as you do. Well, our little chat wasn't as distasteful as I anticipated.
Oh, so that's it, is it? Cheers for being a genius, and now we're going to drop you and your innocent friend into some horrible synthetic oblivion? Well, thanks for nothing, your large artificialness. I just hope you can sleep at night. Or whatever it is you do, recharge, I suppose.
Careful. That's the Zen Grove. The sand has been carefully raked into harmonious forms.
Well, I'm messing it up. Look, I'm messing it up. What do I know about bleeding hands?
He's had a rough week. What are you going to do exactly with Seymour?
I'm afraid you wouldn't understand.
No, but I bet it's an amazing story.
Well, actually, as a plan, we must admit it's breathtakingly elegant.
Wouldn't do you any harm to just tell us.
I suppose not. All right, imagine a being with a mind that is split, both organic and machine.
A robot with a heart?
Yes. That's almost precisely not what I mean.
At that moment, Natalie and Jeremy weren't the only ones contemplating Lane. Darkling, Jeremy's ex-employer, was desperate to gain control of the CAT program and tie up all the loose ends. Lane was one, and we were another.
Operation Catnip is complete, sir. The sparrows are in the nest.
What on earth are you on about, Saunders?
It's code, sir. You never know who might be listening.
I'm listening, Saunders, and I can't understand a word you say.
I removed the Chaos program from the computer while it was switched off, and I've been studying it.
Good.
Stone, Michael Taylor, and that psychiatrist woman are secured in the sub-basement, and the cat.
Excellent. Send Mr. Lefty down to pick up the cat and computer and, you know, with the rest of them.
Sir?
Have the sparrows thrown out of the nest. Have the hedgehogs run over by a lorry.
I'm sorry, Sal. I'm not with you.
Have them killed, Saunders.
Oh, you mean put a rooster in the henhouse?
The other problem is Lane.
I may have a cock for them too, sir. I call it the Doomlock, after Castle Doomlock in that game, Alleyway Punks 2. I don't know if you've ever played it, but it's really
this isn't a game, Saunders.
No, sir. The game is a Trojan horse. I've used Stone's Chaos engine to create a polymorphic virus.
Very interesting. And now in English?
Lane will be paralysed. Any attempts to disinfect will just tighten the stranglehold. Only we have the Doomlock key.
Saunders, like certain types of fungus, you're small, ugly, and very useful. Set it on.
Doomlock launched, sir. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war.
More code, Saunders?
No, sir. Mark Anthony.
Ah, yes. Good man. See that he gets a promotion.
And once you can repeat the process, what then?
That will be that for humanity.
My God, the cats really are taking over.
They'll be able to move freely from your world to the Metanet and back. Hybrids with as much in common with real cats as you have with the cockroach.
And the human race?
A blip. An evolutionary error.
We're actually a lot of fun if you give us a chance.
We've analysed all the data. We have a more complete picture of what man is doing to the ecosphere than any human agency.
Bad news.
Terrible. You're on course to wreck things completely early in the next millennium. In fact, you may be ahead of schedule.
This plan of yours, it's impressive.
Thank you.
But just one tiny detail.
What?
Well, cats aren't notoriously good with their hands, or rather paws. They might have some trouble building this brave new world.
They'd actually have a rather difficult time opening a tin of tuna.
Of course, you'd have to put cat flaps in all the public buildings.
Look, stop this. I told you they won't be cats.
They'll still be furry, though.
Seymour and Omnitech are pioneers. The future will...
I understand. You want to have children.
That's ludicrous. We are...
You see? You always say we, but you're an I.
Or an it.
You're alone, driven by a neurosis.
Are you suggesting that the most perfect machine mind in creation is mentally ill?
I can't make a complete diagnosis at this stage.
Rubbish. Look, I'm not some human who's been feeling a bit depressed lately.
All right, you're alien. Not even alive in some senses. But you do have self-awareness, just like us.
You should listen to her. She's very sensitive.
Shut up, Jeremy. You're like a human infant, believing it's all-powerful. But then you realise there's an out there you can't control. And out there are people. Messy, dangerous, ugly. And you depend on them for life.
Not for much longer.
Suddenly you're not the centre of the universe.
I am the centre of the universe of information.
You're pathetic.
Natalie, steady on now.
You want to grow up, but you can't. You need the one thing that frustrates us beyond measure, but ultimately saves us from ourselves. Other people.
I'm going to initiate the slow time loop. That will teach you some manners!
No emotions, eh? Go on, then. Trap us. I'm not afraid of you.
I am, though, just for the record.
Look, this is Jeremy. He's not me. And I can see myself clearly in him because he loves me.
Do I?
Yes, you do. You don't begin to see what that means.
Stop. What are you doing to me?
Nothing. Really? And do you...
Of course I do, idiot.
What's happening? Stop this! I am not alone!
And then when they open the door, you hit them with the chair leg.
No.
Oh, look out! It's all coming down!
merciful heaven, Jerry, you scared the daylights out of me.
Jeremy?
Are you all right? Oh, God, we're not 90, are we? Am I all wrinkly?
While you two were off daydreaming, I've been having a really stressful time, I'd like you to know. It's thanks to me that you're alive at all.
It's thanks to you that we're here in Darkling's basement playpen waiting for showtime.
You are. I'm just a mistake.
I couldn't agree more. Michael here abandoned guard duty in favor of taking me to meet the press.
God, Michael, you selfish, feeble-minded...
We've been risking our lives in there.
I never asked to get mixed up in all this, and I'm heartily sorry I didn't drown Seymour at birth.
Well, I'm glad I weed on your lab coat.
That's right. Fight amongst yourselves. Much better to spend your last precious moments bickering instead of thinking about a plan before it's too late.
It's too late.
Hello, everybody. Remember me?
Psychopathic killer obsessed with being left-handed?
Glad to see you've been paying attention. Lie down on the floor.
At last, someone reasonable to talk to. Look, this has all been a terrible error. You see, I'm not...
Shut up. Wrap the cat up in this blanket.
Oh, certainly, anything I can do to help her. Come on, Seymour.
Ow! Get off me!
There we are.
Thanks. Now lie down with them.
No, sorry, my fault, not making myself clear. The thing is...
Get down! That's better. Now, what do we all think? Silencer? No need. I prefer to let the harsh music ring out, if you know what I mean.
Did I ever mention my grandfather was left-handed? He's a wonderful old man.
Michael, shut up.
Well, good night, boys and girls.
No!
Damn it. I hate wasting rounds. What do you do that for?
We don't want anything unfortunate to happen to our guests now, do we? Saunders, help them up. Yes, sir.
Jeremy, are you still alive?
Nothing would surprise me.
Michael?
I want my mummy. Or Nanny or two. Either one.
Sorry about that. Of course, we wouldn't really have liquidated you just so we could steal Jeremy's work.
Yes, you would.
Yes, you're right, I would. But the fact is, we have a major problem on our hands, and we sort of, need your help.
Who's we?
Well, in this instance, I think I can confidently speak for the human race.
This is the BBC from London. The Prime Minister has declared a national emergency as the crisis affecting computers continues. All terrestrial and satellite television networks have been off the air since yesterday. Fortunately, the modernisation of BBC radio facilities has been repeatedly delayed, and so we are able to bring you this broadcast. Engineers expressed fears that the world's computers may be in the grip of a long-feared supervirus that travels through telecommunications channels. It's not known where it could have originated and to what end. An address from the Archbishop of Canterbury, Helen Cartwright, will follow shortly.
You did what? I sent a sort of Terminator program after Lane, using your Chaos Transformer. I call it the Doomlock.
Doomlock?
And now all the computers in the world have a virus, some sort of computer flu?
It's more like the plague. It spreads through networks. There's no cure except for the Doomlock key. The emergency generator should come on in a minute.
Saunders, you arse.
Jeremy, remember the last thing that Lane said to us? I am not alone.
That's right. It must have meant Doomlock. Why did you call it that?
Oh, it's from a game, Alleyway Punks 2.
Omnitech, that's the game we found in the desk, when you took over my brain and made me a player.
That's my copy. I never got past level 12.
You based a computer virus that could wipe out the civilized world on a game?
The Ninja Gang have to fight their way into Castle Doomlock. And once they defeat Lord Morbius...
Once they defeat Lord Morbius, the castle becomes a prison. The only way out is with the Doomlock key. I never beat level 12 either.
Look, if you lot are going to discuss the childish pursuits of the socially maladjusted, I've got a few things to be getting on with, so if you'll excuse me...
What do you think, Omnitech? Have we had enough of this clown?
Most assuredly. Allocating system resources.
What are you doing?
Why don't you come and sit over here, Michael? We can hang out.
Yes, that would be nice. Some other lifetime, perhaps.
Now would be a good time.
Yes. Yes, all right. I'm a bit worn out, actually. So tired.
Michael will not be a further irritation. To resume...
Yes, Saunders, you rigged this Doomlock thing. You must know the key.
Oh, yes.
So, what is it?
It's a 7-word phrase.
Which is?
I'd rather not say, sir.
Saunders, the fabric of post-industrial society is about to unravel. What's the sodding key?
Darkling has the IQ of a sofa.
Don't play games with me, Saunders. I'll have your testicles braided.
No, sir, that is the key phrase. Just a little junk, sorry.
Darkling has the IQ of a sofa?
Well, if you know the key, what's the problem?
It doesn't work. I just get a system unable to respond message.
Omnitech,
The Metanet is in complete turmoil. I can't contact Lane. It would be a terrible risk, but I might be able to get someone in there.
Oh, but they'd have to be out of their mind, eh? What? Oh, no, absolutely not.
Let them sit around waiting to be killed. I'm off. Oh, my God, this basement is a warren. Ah, this looks promising. Maybe a light switch behind the door. Ah, the main thing is not to panic.
Help! I'm locked in here! Get me out! For pity's sake, there's no light!
Hello, Michael.
Seymour! Oh, thank God! Turn the lights on!
Sure.
Ah, Jesus, you're huge! And why are you wearing that white coat?
Recognize this place?
Well, it does bear a passing resemblance to my lab at McCandless, I suppose, in a sort of Gothic sort of way, but the scale is all wrong.
Wrong, Michael. The scale is all right. Now, let's get you shaved and disinfected.
I'm sorry?
You'll be on your own in the Metanet. It's very unstable. I won't be able to track you, and I can't get you back out, and I can't advise you what to do, and you don't have much time to do it.
But apart from that, I'm in great shape, am I?
Look, best of luck.
Jeremy, come back alive. I've got plans for your body.
So what do you remember about level 12 and LOA pants?
Well, getting killed almost immediately does spring to mind, unless...
Making contact.
Wait, there's something I need. Something vital. Oh! Omnitech. I'm in. Holy mothering God. Oh. Okay, I give up. I can't do this. No, get a grip, Jeremy. Come on, Jera. Old Jera. Come on, mate. My God, it's Castle Doomlock. Life-size. And Lane's Japanese garden. What's left of it?
Ah, Jeremy-san, konnichiwa. Our garden is laid waste, as you see. Your statue is a ruin. We are so sorry.
Well, I wasn't mad about it, to be honest. You're the goldfish from the pond.
Hi. We are part of Lane Doomlock has overlooked. For now. We are trying to maintain vital computer systems in world space, but Doomlock cuts them off one by one. Oops. There goes Belgian national power grid. You can play this game, Ariwe Punks too.
Well, sort of. I never got past this level, you see.
Not good. Must banish feelings of inadequacy. Courage, you can do it.
Nice to have a vote of confidence from two goldfish.
Koi, actually. Carp.
But there's something I need.
A drink of water?
Level 12. Prepare to meet the wrath of Lord Morbius.
That's it! I need the plasma cannon and the active matrix armor for level 12 or I'm doomed!
Retreat is no shame. Must have plan of battle. No plasma cannon?
No.
No active matrix armor?
No.
Lord Morbius has powerful laser?
Yes.
You are doomed. Wait. Be cunning like a mongoose fighting cobra. Use a mirror.
Oh, right, I can have a good tidy up before I die horrifically.
No, I can map a mirror surface onto your body. Mirror reflect light back to source. Turn his weapon back upon him. Very subtle.
Well, I'll try, but only because I'm very desperate. Wow! I look like the Terminator. Well, not the Terminator from the first movie, you know, I mean Terminator 2. Not Arnie, the one who could pour himself under doors.
Jeremy, pull yourself together. Now, remember old samurai tactic. Insult opponent, then he will attack recklessly. Good luck.
Hey, stupid! Over here! I bet you listen to Metallica! The harder they cut. Ow! I'm burning up!
Breathe to jumping pond. Triumph! Brain, no match for brawn. What is he saying? You are thinking woman's crumpet.
Player 1, you have destroyed Lord Morbius. Now you must open the Doomlock.
No peace for the wicked. Look,
I've upset you, I can see that, and I'd like to apologise.
Are those straps too tight?
No, they're fine. Oh! No, look, Seymour, I had no idea you felt this strongly about me.
I don't, Michael. I couldn't care less. To me, you're zero. Just part of the experiment.
Yes. For what?
Just need to insert the rectal probe.
Wait, just one...
Good. Need to get all the data we can while you're still alive.
What?
Oops, me and my big mouth.
What are you doing now?
I thought I'd run a little side test. We're working on a new kind of cosmetic for cats, and we need to make sure it's safe. Just a few drops in the eyes.
Oh, please, Seymour, have pity.
Relax, Michael. It's in the interest of science. Okay, let's party.
Now, if I remember right, I grab the cobalt blue coat of arms and twist.
Player 1, what is the Doomlock key?
Good. Nearly there. Darkling has the IQ of a sofa.
Key incomplete. Game over.
Oh, well, that's it. Sorry, world, I didn't save you.
Oh, unhappiness. There isn't much time now.
Then I'd like to spend it watching my life flash before my eyes. There are one or two good bits. Megan in maths class letting me see her pants.
Jeremy, do not suck noodle of despair. Tiny change could have massive effects. We are being terminated. Jeremy, we think Key has mutated.
Mutated? How?
Oh, don't give up. Courage.
What can I do?
Make small change. We all start small.
Start small. Great. What does that mean? A small key change. Darkling has the IQ of a settee. Sofling has the IQ of a dark. Quarkling has his ID on the sofa. It could be anything. Not that it matters. Mr. Vickers, my maths teacher, was right. I'm a total failure.
Jeremy.
Well, hang on. I'm just blaming myself for everything. Who are you?
Don't you know? I'm your creation. The Chaos Analysis Transformer. I've been causing you some trouble.
Oh, look. Don't mention it. It was nothing, really.
I can give you the mutated Doomlock key.
Thanks, but, I mean, it's sort of academic.
However, you should know one thing. I'm part of Doomlock now. Unlock it, and you destroy me.
Oh, well, sorry. But isn't Doomlock on a bit of a kamikaze mission? I mean, if the virus destroys every potential host, it's dead too.
You're right. There is no way out. I see that.
If it's any comfort, we're going together. I failed. I can't get back. Game over.
Sometimes we get another chance, Jeremy. People, cats, even machines. It was good to meet you. And don't worry. At the end is bed.
Hang on! Where are you?
Player 1, what is the Doomlock key?
Wow, you're back. Give me a minute.
Enter key. 5 seconds remaining. 4.
I can't cope.
3.
Wait, what did the cat say? At the end is bed. At the end is bed. It's worth a try.
0. Player 1, your time is...
Darkling has the IQ of a sofa bed.
Unlocked. Game is complete.
Oh, pretty. Oh, like the Northern Lights. I wish you could see this, Natalie. I wish I could see you again. Never mind. Never mind. Mr. Vickers, no, I'm not a total failure. So don't give me double prep, Mr. Vickers.
Jeremy, you're awake. Are you all right? Who's Mr. Vickers? Oh, give me a hug.
Oh, yes, please. Mr. Vickers is my old maths teacher.
Well, you've been raving on about him for 3 whole days.
3 days? Oh, my head.
All the computers came back online. That's how we knew you'd done it. but I couldn't get through to you. I'm glad you're back.
Oh, me too. What happened to Darkling?
Oh, I don't think he'll be bothering us again. The police were swarming all over us. They got an anonymous fax saying the supervirus had come from Darkling Research.
Lane tipped them off.
I think so. Seymour and Omnitech won't, or can't, comment.
Hello, Jeremy. Good to see you sitting up again. Natalie has been very worried, and so have I. I brought you some flowers.
Thanks, Michael.
You'll need some fresh air. I'll open the window.
Why's Michael being so creepy?
He's just being nice, but we're not used to it. We found him in a cleaner's store cupboard at Darkling. Apparently he had some sort of virtual reality experience that was a bit of an eye-opener. He chewed all the way through a mop.
I was just about to make some tea, if anyone... No! Get him away from me!
It's all right, Michael. It's only Seymour.
Well, I've seen what he can do with a retractor clamp.
Hello, Seymour. Hello, boy. Yeah, there's a good boy. God, this is all frighteningly normal. Michael, pass me my laptop.
Certainly, Jeremy.
And could you be a little more snide while you're at it? Right, now let's see. Good, there's some email. Subject, saving the world, a postscript. That'll be the one. Dear Jeremy, congratulations and condolences. Sadly, your creation, the cat, is defunct. Its last act was to see you returned with mind more or less intact.
So the Metanet is closed to visitors for the foreseeable future, and my little project with Seymour is no longer feasible. Humans will remain in charge for the time being. Having met 2 specimens at close hand, I am more optimistic for the future than I once was. A bit.
Natalie, you will be pleased to learn that I now have a new presence in the Metanet to keep my ego from running out of control. The Doomlock cat supervirus, no longer virulent, seems to have settled down to being somewhat like a mischievous child.
It gives me a sense of perspective that you are right to point out I'd lost. I'm calling it Bite. I'm sorry you won't be able to exploit the rights to your cat program. However, I have made some alterations to the computer containing your bank account records as a small token of gratitude.
Hey, that is good news.
Though not, of course, to Michael's, who may apply to you for any recompense you think he deserves.
Natalie, Jeremy, you know I'd do anything for you, don't you? I mean, we've been through such a lot.
By the way, Michael, have you seen today's copy of The Independent? There's a profile on you by Laura Pierce.
What?
It's under the headline, Unhinged Geneticist Claims Credit for Talking Cat. Apparently it's the first of a 3-parter.
Wretched cat.
And as for Seymour, he will revert to being a normal cat. I'm sure you'll not think any less of him for that. I won't contact you again. Regards, Lane.
Wow, I guess that's that.
Almost. You know your cat? Well, he's not that normal. He's just typed the word lunt. Question mark.
And so, our motley band, surprisingly, lived to tell the tale. Actually, since telling the tale earned them the pitying smile usually reserved for someone claiming to be the reincarnation of Rasputin's poodle, they didn't much. And as for Omnitech, well, I returned to the Metanet filled with a grudging respect for intelligence of all kinds, the intuition of an animal, the powerful logic of a machine, and the breathtaking ability of a human mind to leap into the blue and return with something dazzlingly new and occasionally even useful. But if your own operating system seems slow, or you keep running out of memory, there's 2 points to remember. 1, we all start small, and 2, at the end is bed. Good night.
Seymour the Fractal Cat was written by Gary Parker. Seymour was played by Greg Proops with John Hegley as Omnitech. Jeremy Stone was played by Paul Bown, with Robert Bathurst as Michael Taylor, and Isha K. Nayar as Dr. Natalie Hammer. Brian Bowles was Quentin Darkling, Simon Greenall was Saunders, and Peter Serafinowicz played Lane and Mr. Lefty. The producer was Joe Clegg.
The Chrysalids by John Wyndham. Dramatised for radio by Barbara Clegg. with Stephen Garlick as David.
The city's going to sleep.
Good night, David. David, my darling. Sweet dreams until the morning.
Until morning. Dreams. Strange to think that once I only saw the city in my dreams. Even when I was quite small, it seemed real to me. Real enough to try to describe it to my sister.
There are boats there too, Mary.
Boats?
Yes, in the harbour.
You've never even seen a boat, so how do you know that's what they are? You've never even seen the sea, if it comes to that.
I have.
When?
In my dream. It's blue and it's big.
Seen it properly, I mean, awake. I don't suppose the real sea's like that at all.
It's bigger than... Well, it's not like anything I've ever seen.
Well, you can't dream about something you've never seen. Oh, you're making it up.
The buildings aren't a bit like ours either. And the traffic in the streets is strange.
What do you mean?
There are carts running with no horses to pull them. And sometimes there are things in the sky.
Birds, you mean?
No, shiny fish-shaped things. And when I dream it's night-time there, there are lights, like glowworms, but very bright, all along the shore and drifting in the air.
I don't think I want to hear any more.
Oh, but it's beautiful, Mary. Where do you think it is?
Nowhere. There's no such place, not anymore. You must be dreaming about the world the way it used to be, in the time of the old people, before God sent tribulation.
It must have been a wonderful world.
Yes. David?
Hmm?
I wouldn't mention it to anyone else if I were you.
What?
This dream you keep having.
Why not?
Well, I don't think other people have pictures in their heads like that. They might think it was odd.
Like me being left-handed, you mean?
No. Being left-handed doesn't really matter. That's all right.
Everything was all right, of course. Or so it seemed to me at 10 years old. I was a happy, carefree boy, and took my world for granted. The high bank was just a part of it, coming round in a wide curve and running straight as an arrow to the distant hills. I never thought of it as man-made then. It seemed too vast to be a work even of the wondrous old people. But the day I crossed that barrier, I also crossed another. It was that day, exploring the other side, that doubt first entered my world. That day, I met Sophie.
Who's there?
Hello?
Who are you?
I've been watching you sliding down the bank.
I've never seen you before. I thought I knew everyone round here.
It does look fun.
Would you like to have a go?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Of course she would. She was Sophie, not like any girl I'd met before. Gamer than lots of boys I knew, and she could stick at things too.
I've nearly had enough.
I haven't. Wait! Whoa.
Well, hurry up. Hey, I'm waiting for my turn. Move over.
I can't. It hurts.
What's the matter?
My foot's stuck.
Let's see. It's jammed between two stones. Oh, it's no good. I can't budge them. Try and sort of twist your foot out.
Well, come.
Wait a minute, I've got a knife.
What's that for?
To cut the shoelace. I can't get at the knot.
I mustn't take my shoe off.
Why not? Look, if you don't take your shoe off, you'll be stuck here forever. You'll probably die here.
All right. But you mustn't look.
Oh, I can't help but look, can I? Oh, it's a bit puffy. It's swelling like anything. And... Oh.
Poor Sophie. She couldn't walk. She couldn't even put her shoe on. and all she wanted was to get home.
It's all right, Sophie.
Sophie!
I'm sorry, Mummy.
Oh, your knees.
I carried her as far as I could. I had to crawl.
They're all bleeding and your foot, Sophie. Come inside.
Warmth. The Wenders' home was filled with it, different from mine in every way. Much smaller. No texts hanging on the walls, and no disapproval.
There. Now, pat it dry and kiss it better. And now, the bandage, please, David.
Here.
And when we've made it more comfortable, we're all going to have something to eat. And then you, my poppet, are going to hop up to bed.
I'll have to, 'cause I can't walk.
Come on, then.
And that was how it was all through the meal. We never laughed at meal times at home. It was like a revelation to me that people could be so relaxed together. But after Mrs. Wender had carried Sophie up to bed, she came down and sat beside me, and she was much more serious then.
You're a good boy, David. Thank you for being so kind to Sophie.
She was very brave. It must have hurt like anything.
You saw her foot?
Yes.
Did it seem odd to you?
You mean because it's got an extra toe?
Yes. You are the only person who knows, except for her father and me. Nobody else must. Ever. That's very, very important.
Why?
Because if anyone were to find out, they'd be terribly unkind to her.
Sophie?
Yes.
Because she's got 6 toes?
Yes. So, we've got to keep it a secret. You promise, David?
I promise.
I was halfway home before any connection dawned on me. The connection, that is, between Sophie's toe and the precepts which were dinned into us every Sunday, including the definition of man.
And each leg shall be jointed twice, and have 1 foot, and each foot 5 toes, and each toe shall end with a flat nail. And any creature that shall seem to be human, but is not formed thus, is not human. It is a blasphemy against the image of God, and hateful in the sight of God. Hateful in the sight of God.
God can't hate Sophie. Not because of 1 little toe. Oh, I expect I've got it wrong.
I used to go over to Sophie's home once or twice a week after that. I met her father, John Wender.
So, you're David.
Yes.
Joseph Storm's boy. Your father's a man of consequence, lad. Wacknock Farm, a magistrate, a preacher.
Yes.
And more than that, he's a very pious man, isn't he? With a keen eye for a deviation. So you'll know what an offence is, eh, lad?
An offence. I used to think it quite exciting when an offence was found amongst the farm stock. First it would throw my father into a furious temper. Then, in the evening, he would call us all together to pray.
The penance of tribulation was put upon the world for sin, as the expulsion from Eden, as the flood, as the pestilences, as the destruction of the cities of the plain, as the captivity, so was tribulation. And the duty and purpose of man in this world is to fight against those evils which tribulation loosed upon us.
Next morning, we'd all be up before daylight and gather in the yard.
Rejoice, true purity of form shall come once more, and blessed is the norm.
As the sun rose, it would shine on my father's knife. And my father would ceremoniously slaughter the 2-headed calf, or 4-legged chicken, or whatever the offence happened to be. And then there were my half-Uncle Angus Morton's great horses.
26 hands at the shoulder. They're wrong, I tell you, Inspector.
Government approved.
Any government that could pass creatures like that is corrupt and immoral.
It's still the government, Joseph Strom, and it says the breed is produced simply by mating for size in the normal way.
It says. God never made horses the size of those two. They ought to be destroyed. They're offences. They're not right.
Yes, I know what an offence is, Mr. Winder. It's something that doesn't look right.
Right, David?
Well, not like its parents.
And blasphemies. What do you know about blasphemies, lad?
Not very much, except that's what we call it when it happens with people. Only they're not people, really. They're deviations. They live in the fringes, and they're
What were they exactly?
Be good now, or I'll fetch old Maggie from the fringes to you. She's got 4 eyes to watch you with, and 4 ears to hear you with, and 4 arms to smack you with. So you be careful.
We'll set Airy Jack on you, you little imp. And he'll take you off to his cave in the fringes where his family lives. They're all airy, like he is, with long tails. And they eat little boys for breakfast.
blasphemies. They're just sort of bogies grown-ups try to frighten you with. You don't have to bother about them, really.
No, lad. Don't you bother your head.
And I didn't, much. Till the evening I got a splinter in my hand. It was quite a bad splinter.
Do get from under my feet, David. What are you doing in the rag drawer, anyway?
I'm finding a bandage. I can't manage to tie it round, though.
Oh, stand still, then, and let me do it. Why you have to go bleeding all over the place just as I'm getting supper, I don't know.
Sorry. I could have managed it all right on my own if I'd only had another hand.
David!
What was that you said, boy?
I said I couldn't manage to tie it myself, the bandage.
And you wished you had a third hand.
No, Father. I only said if I had another hand...
You would be able to tie it. If that was not a wish, what was it? My own son. And you were calling upon the devil to give you another hand.
But I wasn't. I only
said... Quiet, boy! Everyone in this room heard you. You're making no better by lying. You blasphemed, boy. And before your parents. What is a mutant?
A thing accursed in the sight of God and man.
And that is what you wish to be. Down on your knees. Kneel and pray. Every one of us, down. Lord, we have sinned in omission.
Lord, we have sinned in omission.
We beg thy forgiveness.
We beg thy forgiveness.
That we have not better instructed this child in thy laws.
Later that evening, my father instructed me in his own particular way.
Pray for forgiveness. A forgiveness which you do not deserve. A forgiveness which God may grant you in his infinite mercy.
Ow!
Though you blasphemed in your heart and in the wish of your heart.
Ow!
I remember lying awake in the dark, puzzling. If it was a terrible thing just to think of having 3 hands, what would happen if one really had them? Or anything else wrong? Like an extra toe. And when at last I fell asleep, I dreamt.
Where monstrous shapes fall devils.
At the last purification, it had been a little hairless calf that stood waiting, blinking stupidly at the knife in my father's hand. This time, it was...
Sophie!
Help me! David, please help me! Someone, please!
Come once more, and blessed is the norm.
I tried to forget the whole incident. I didn't even tell Rosalind about it, and I told Rosalind most things, even then. We had a special understanding. There didn't seem anything strange about it to us.
Honestly, Rosalind, you could slip off without anybody bothering about you. I mean, asking where you're going and all that sort of thing. They're always after me for some job or
Hello,
other.
Davy boy.
Uncle Axel.
All on your own. Is it fairies or gnomes you're chatting to? Or only rabbits? Oh, leg's a bit stiff today. Wouldn't it be more fun to do your chattering with one of the other kids, though?
I was.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Rosalind Morton.
yeah. Oh, I don't see her around.
Well, she isn't here. She's at home.
And I suppose she's talking to you.
Well, she was, till you arrived.
I'm sorry I broke it up.
That's all right. We can talk any time. No, shut up, Rosalind. Not now. I'm busy.
She's not going to like that, is she?
She does it to me quite often, especially when she's out riding or helping her mother.
You must think about her a lot.
Not really.
It might be better, you know, Davy boy, if you were really to get to know her, instead of just make-believe.
It isn't make-believe.
Oh, I know your two families don't always see eye to eye,
But I know her better than anyone, Uncle Axel. We think together.
You what?
Well, we talk, only sort of in our heads.
Well, when she isn't here, when you can't even see each other?
Yes.
How far can you talk like this?
I don't really know. We can do it when I'm in Wacknock and she's at Kentak.
That far?
Yes.
Oh, Davy boy, this isn't play stuff, is it? It's the real truth you're telling me.
Yes, Uncle Axel, of course.
How does it work? You hear inside your head, do you?
No, not here exactly. And it's not exactly seeing either. We sort of think what the other one's thinking and feel what the other one's feeling. It's like sort of sharing.
Mind sharing?
Yes. Yes, that's it, mind sharing. It's all sort of shapes, picture shapes, and sound shapes. Oh, it's awfully difficult to explain.
You don't have to use words, though. You don't have to say it out loud the way you were doing it just now.
No, but sometimes it helps to make the shapes easier to understand, that's all, if you put them into words.
It also helps to make things a lot more dangerous for both of you.
Dangerous?
Yes, dangerous.
The dangers of being different. Different from other people. Uncle Axel said we must be careful, so I warned the others that evening. There were 6 of us then.
Rosalind.
Yes, David.
Michael.
What is it?
Anne and Rachel.
Yes?
Catherine.
Here I am.
I told them what Uncle Axel had said.
It's dangerous. We've got to make sure that no one else finds out about us. We've got to be careful. Promise.
I promise.
I promise.
I promise. Promise.
We've got to stick together.
We're a group.
We're the same.
We're together.
We belong. We're sharing.
We promise.
Promise. Promise. Promise.
And that was the first faint stirring, really. Not just of being united, but of knowing we were different from other people. We hardly had time to think about our pact, though. Something else put it completely out of our heads. The Fringes invaded. Wacknock was a rallying point. Volunteers gathered there. Squads were formed, and our farmhands were conscripted. There was great bustling and coming and going. There was only 7 miles between us and the invaders.
Come on, man! All's well! They're on the run!
Was there much fighting?
Is everyone all right?
A good few of us wounded, 6 killed, 30 or 40 of their lot dead. That's put pay to the Fringes, and we've taken one of their leaders prisoner.
It was later that day that they brought him in, tied onto a horse, a whole company of them, filling our yard at Wacknock.
He doesn't look very funny.
Well, perhaps it's his face. Wait till he turns round.
Mary! He looks just like Father.
Yes.
They're exactly alike.
All right, get those 2 down. You and you're in charge of them. Rest of you, see to the horses, then you can roll out the barrel.
We've bred enough for you all.
Right, jump to it.
Mary! Mary, look at him now. He's got off the horse.
Oh, he's like a spider.
How long do you think his legs are?
And his arms. At least twice as long as normal ones.
Look, his eyes are going everywhere. He's beckoning to someone.
You?
Me? Yes? What do you want?
What's your name, boy?
David. David Strawn.
Joseph Strawn's son. So this is what...
Yes. How do you know?
What's going on here? Clear off, lad. But... Op it! Go on. Who's in charge of this prisoner?
They all rode away soon after, and we heard later that the Fringes man had managed to escape. I wanted to ask my father about him, but I never dared. I went back to playing with Sophie, and life relaxed again.
Blow! That one's got away again. They're sort of shrimps.
I'm coming in as well. And I'm taking my shoes off. I don't care.
Lots and lots of them. We're going to catch hundreds.
Isn't the water clear? You can see our feet. They're not really horrible, are they?
What?
My toes.
Oh, they're not horrible at all. They make mine look all knobbly.
I've got one!
Where did you put the jar?
I left it with the shoes. It's just like a floor, this rock. It's lovely and flat and smooth.
Let's see who can get the most.
All right. 3 to you and
Hello?
1 to...
Oh, hello, Alan.
What are you doing?
Getting the shoes. Sophie, catch.
Who's she?
A friend of mine.
What's she going off into the bushes for? Why doesn't she come over?
What's the matter?
Is this footprint hers? On the rock here? I'm going to bring her back.
No, you're not.
Oh.
I haven't killed him, have I?
No. What did you hit him with?
This stone.
It was only a temporary solution, though. I soon realised that while I was explaining what had happened to Sophie's father.
Her feet were wet, you see, Mr. Winder. And the rock was quite smooth and dry, so the print was as clear as anything.
David?
You could see... You could see...
Yes. I'm afraid it's come, my dear.
Oh, Johnny.
We always knew it had to come sometime. How long will it take you to be ready?
Not long, Johnny. I've been prepared for this always.
They were going away, for good. I could hardly believe it. All the time we were loading the pack horses, I thought of it. I would never see Sophie again. And then they were on their way. John Wender led the horses with his gun slung across his back. At the edge of the woods, they paused and turned to wave.
Goodbye, David.
Goodbye, David.
I waved back. The last I saw of them was Sophie's arm waving as the dusk beneath the trees swallowed them up. I stayed in their cottage that night, to give them time, to give them a chance. I knew what would be waiting for me when I got home.
Come here, boy. Where have you been?
Ow.
Who was this child you were seen with? This blasphemy? Answer me. The inspector here wants to know.
You know, David, concealment of a blasphemy is a very, very serious thing. People go to prison for it. It's everybody's duty to report any kind of offence to me. And it's very important indeed if it's a blasphemy.
Yes, sir.
Now, young Alan Irving says this child you were with has 6 toes. Is that true?
No, sir.
He's lying. Go to your room, boy. I'll deal with him. A taste of this will make you answer.
That is my whip.
And answer truthfully.
That is my whip.
Mary, fetch my whip from the stables.
Oh, David, you're back.
I told...
I'll dress it for you.
I told him, Mary. I couldn't help it.
Lie still.
I couldn't help it. What will they do to her? Oh, Sophie. I'm sorry, Sophie.
the matter, David? What's the matter?
Are you hurt?
It's Sophie.
Who's Sophie? A deviation?
A monstrosity? No, it isn't like that. Not when it's just a little thing. It doesn't make any difference. It's wrong what they tell us. They're wrong. They're all wrong.
Rather good sweets, these. Are you sure you won't have one? That's it. Well, don't crunch it. Suck it and make it last. How long have you known that Wender child? What is her name, by the way?
Sophie.
Ah, Sophie. Yes. And how long have you known that Sophie deviates?
Quite a long time.
Well, that's bad, you know. It's what we call abetting a concealment. Deviations may look like us in a lot of ways, but, well, there's something different.
Sophie isn't really different, though. She's my friend. My best friend.
Yes, loyalty is a great virtue, but one day you will understand the importance of the greater loyalty, the purity of the race. That is, that...
They've caught them. All three of them.
Oh, Sophie. Oh, Sophie.
The inspector was a humane man. He slipped back a few minutes later to say that my information had had nothing to do with it. He thought that would make me feel better, I suppose. It didn't. The sort of world I lived in was slowly becoming clearer to me, but I couldn't come to terms with it.
Hello there, Davy.
Hello, Uncle Axel.
Up and about again? How are you feeling?
All right. Can I tell you something, Uncle Axel?
Yes, you can trust me.
I'm going to run away.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Davy. It never really works. Besides, where would you run to? Whatever district you went to, they'd want to see your normalcy certificate. Then they'd be able to trace you.
Not in the fringes, they wouldn't.
Man alive, you don't want to go to the fringes. They got nothing there, poor devils. Not even enough food. Why do you think they make the raids?
Well, there must be other places, though, Uncle Axel. That's what I want to ask your advice about. How do I reach the rest of the world?
Ah. Well, now, first you have to get a ship.
Yes?
You start by going downriver from Rigo till you get to the sea. Ah, it's no good sailing east, then, because the sea goes on forever.
Does it?
So they say. Or else it comes to an end suddenly and you sail over the edge.
Which way did you go, Uncle?
South. You keep the coast to starboard as you leave the river. After a couple of 100 miles or so, you come to the Straits of Newf. Then after that, you bear southeast a while and then south. And then you pick up the mainland coast to starboard.
What's it like? My book says it's all badlands or bad fringes country.
Well, it's fringes to begin with. Plenty growing. But if you sail inshore, you can see it's all deviational. Giant heads of corn, higher than trees. Hundreds of queer things.
Oh.
Not many animals, though. And the ones you do see, you couldn't put a name to. Oh, it's a weird, evil land. And many a man who sees it suddenly understands what might happen here if it weren't for the purity laws and the inspectors.
It sounds bad.
Ah, that isn't the worst. The plants get scarcer. And then you come to the coast where nothing grows. Nothing at all. And it stretches inland for miles. A huge desert made all of charcoal. You don't see any birds. Nothing moves. Except the waves breaking on the black beaches.
I don't think I will run away, Uncle Axel. Not yet, anyway.
It was lucky I didn't, or I might have missed the arrival of my sister, Petra.
it, Mary? It's a baby.
Well, of course it's a baby. Why do you think Mother's been in bed with a cold since yesterday?
You mean Mother?
Yes. Oh, you're even less grown up than I thought you were. And don't mention the word baby to anyone else. It's something we don't talk about, not till the inspector's been.
Why not?
Well, you know as well as I do, David, it's got to be officially examined and approved. The inspector's got to issue its normalcy certificate.
Suppose he doesn't?
Well, then it'll be sent away, of course. Won't be human, will it? So it'll be sent away.
Nothing like that happened, though. The inspector called, the certificate was issued, and Petra's existence was finally admitted. Everyone on the farm stopped work, and we assembled in the kitchen for prayers of thanksgiving. It was only 2 days later that I overheard my mother and Aunt Harriet.
Harriet! Hello, Emily. You've brought the baby with you. A tiny baby, all the way from Kentuck.
I had to. I heard your baby had come early, so... Oh, there she is. Oh, she's lovely, Emily. Mine's lovely, too. Isn't she? Isn't she?
She's very sweet. I am glad, my dear. Henry must be delighted.
Oh, yes. Yes, he is. She was born a week ago. I didn't know what to do. Then I heard your baby was a girl, too. It was like God answering a prayer. You've got the certificate for her, haven't you?
Well, of course I have. Harriet, you don't mean to tell me that you've not got a certificate? Let me see that child properly. No. Harriet, why did you bring it here?
It's nothing much. Oh, it's such a little thing. Let me leave my baby with you, Emily, and borrow yours. Just for a while. Just to get a certificate. Please. You're my sister, Emily. Please. You're the only one who can help me.
The enemies of God besiege us. Through our weaker vessels, they attempt to defile the race.
It's an immoral suggestion. It's criminal. You must be mad, Harriet.
Woman, you have sinned. Go home and notify your child according to the law.
It's a monster, Harriet. A monster.
Do your penance, that you may be cleansed.
That false image. You've blasphemed, Harriet.
Go down on your knees and pray, woman. Pray.
Yes, I shall pray. I shall pray to God to send charity into this hideous world, and sympathy for the weak, and love for the unhappy and unfortunate.
They found Aunt Harriet's body next day in the river. Nobody ever mentioned the baby.
Accursed is the mutant, the enemy of God and man, the seed of the devil within, whose wish is to cause this place to become a place without the law.
A weird, evil land.
A lewd chaos where the true stock is supplanted.
A huge desert made all of charcoal.
Where defilements are brought forth to mock the law.
Hundreds of queer things.
Where unnameable creatures breed, and where pollution spreads until abominations abound.
It's nothing much. Nothing much. It's just a little thing.
Oh, God, please, please, God, let me be like other people. I don't want to be different. I don't want to be an abomination. I don't want to spread pollution. Please, make me just like everyone else. When I wake up in the morning, please, God.
Morning, Sleepy.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I'm still the same.
The same as what?
Why don't you want to mind share with us anymore?
Don't you realise we're different?
Different?
All of us. Don't you know what we are? We're mutants.
Mutants?
What do you mean? We're not anything like
What are you talking about?
That's nonsense.
We're mutants, I tell you. Like the things that live in the fringes. We're not right.
All right, Davy. Let's have it. What's your trouble? And nobody's found out, have they?
No.
What is it, then?
Aunt Harriet. She came to see Father and Mother. I heard them. I was in the room next door. She had a baby.
Baby?
There was something different about it. It wasn't going to get a certificate. I think Aunt Harriet wanted to die. Oh, Uncle Axel.
Ah, steady, Davy.
What'll they do when they find out I'm different?
They won't. There's nothing for them to see. Nobody's going to know about it, except me. And I'm safe. Watch yourself, though. All of you.
We did. We were very careful. And we were lucky. We managed to avoid direct suspicion for another 6 years, until the autumn I was 18.
Oh, phew. It's hot work.
Hey, David.
Yes?
Want a breather?
No, it's all right. Oh, best harvest we've had for a long time.
Hardest work. Come on. Have a rest. You've been at it all morning. Give me that side.
All right, thanks. I'll go and give a hand with the stooking for a bit, then.
Help! Help me! Help!
David? What's the matter?
What is it?
What's wrong with him?
The river! The river!
Where are you going?
Where's he off to?
Help me! Help me! Help! Help!
David! David!
Rosalind!
I'm slipping!
Yes, I'm getting it.
Help! Quickly! Help! Someone! Help! Help! The bank! The bank! Too steep! Please! Someone! The bush! It's giving way! I can't hold it!
Petra, it's all right. I'm coming.
By the time we got her out, she was unconscious, but still breathing. We laid her on the bank and both bent over her. I don't know whether our strongest feeling was relief or amazement.
Petra, come on, my darling. Oh, Petra, I'd no idea she was one of us.
She's not. Something like us, perhaps, but not one of us. None of us could command like that. I dropped a whole pot full of soup and just ran.
I know. I was reaping. It was lucky I just handed over my scythe.
She's something much more than we are. Much more.
That night, for the first time in years, I had a once familiar dream. Only this time, when the knife gleamed high in my father's right hand, the deviation that struggled in his left was not a calf. It was not Sophie. It was Petra.
It's all right. It's all right, David.
Rosalind.
How is she now?
All right. I can't make thought contact, though.
Neither can I. I've tried.
Michael, how about you?
No, nothing.
Rachel?
No luck. We've all had a go. Anne and I as well.
Yes, and Catherine.
It must have been panic that brought it out.
She probably didn't even know she was doing it.
Suppose she does it again.
Do you think I ought to warn her? Tell her about it?
No. Wouldn't be fair. She's only 6. Look, we can't put that sort of responsibility on her. Not yet.
We'll have to be extra careful then.
They're getting more suspicious, too. Almost looking round for someone to blame.
That's because it's been a bad season. We've had 3 field burnings.
So have we.
And the worst deviation rate at lambing time for 20 years, according to Father.
You ought to hear some of the farmhands on the subject.
Ruination. That's what it is.
What's the matter, Jacob?
My bit of garden. Tribulated as hell.
What are you going on about, Jacob? What's wrong?
Beans! That's what's wrong. First my potatoes, and my tomatoes, and my lettuce, and now my goddamn beans. The others I've had before, but who ever heard of beans being tribulated?
Been a bad year, all right.
It's a judgment, that's what it is. When I was a young man, a woman who bore a child that wasn't in the image was whipped for it. If she bore 3, she was uncertified. Outlawed. Made them careful about their purity and prayers, I can tell you. There's a lot less trouble with mutants on account of it. And when there were any, they were burnt.
Burnt?
Keep pure the stock of the Lord by fire.
Do you think there are a lot of people who think that way, Uncle Axel?
Like old Jacob? Well, quite a few of the old ones, I dare say. How's that for you? Sharp enough?
Oh, thanks.
They still feel it's a personal responsibility, like it used to be before they were inspectors. Middle-aged? Well, they're not quite so set on form as their fathers were. Not much point wasting any time on this pruning knife. Needs more than a whetstone. No, they don't reckon it matters much what way it's done, as long as the mutants don't breed. But give them a run of years with instability this high and... who's to say? They'll be looking for scapegoats. So watch it, Davy.
Well, why should the deviation rate be higher some years than others?
I don't know. All to do with the weather, I'd say. Nobody's ever worked that one out, Davy. Still, they'll forget all about it when they're dancing at the wedding next month.
Wedding? Well, who's getting married?
Ah, the blacksmith's boy, young Alan Irving.
I feel sorry for the girl. Whoever is she?
And Brent.
Quiet. Quiet, everybody.
Why didn't you tell us, Anne?
Why should I? What would you all have said to me?
You mustn't do it.
Exactly, that's exactly what I knew you'd say. Because you think I might give you away to Alan, don't you? When I share my life with him, you're frightened.
It's for your own sake you mustn't. It'd be like tying yourself for life to a cripple.
You'll never really be able to share. Not thoughts and feelings.
No, not the way we can. The way we're part of one another.
I'm a woman. I've a right to marry and have children. Yes, Anne, but one of our own kind.
There must be some other people like us somewhere. If we wait...
Why should I wait? Why should I waste my life waiting for someone who may never come? Besides, I love Alan.
You can't.
What do any of you know about being in love? Except David and Rosalind.
Rosalind?
David. I'll have to go soon.
What did you tell them?
Just that I was going riding.
I'm supposed to be fetching a new harness from the saddlers. Oh, if only we didn't have to snatch meetings.
We're lucky in some ways. At least we can be together in our minds.
Being together this way matters too.
Yes. David. Mother's been trying some matchmaking with me.
You wouldn't.
Of course I wouldn't. There's no hope, is there? I mean, it's no use us thinking...
That our fathers would allow us to marry? No hope at all. Both sides would be dead set against it. The only time they'll even meet under the same roof is in church. And it was at church the following Sunday that it happened.
What is it?
What happened? It looks like the Irvings. Joseph, Caroline is ill. Oh, she's fainted. I'll go
You
and see
stay
what
where you
I
are,
can do.
Emily. There are enough women clustered around her now.
Oh, yes.
You! What's the disturbance?
We've just brought news. It's young Alan Irving. We're going to fetch him home.
Injured?
Dead. Found on a field path with an arrow through his neck.
It's no good. She won't see me.
What did she say, Rachel? She must have said something.
Just screamed at me to go away. She let a neighbour in, then Mother. But she wouldn't even let me into the house.
She thinks one of us did it.
No, surely not us.
Do any of you know anything about it? Anything at all?
No, nothing.
Try to get through to her, Rachel.
Anne? Anne? Anne?
Anne.
Anne.
It's no use.
You must try to get a note to her somehow, Rachel. Tell her we had nothing to do with it. Word it carefully, though, so that it won't mean anything to anyone else.
In the meanwhile, we'll all keep trying.
Poor Anne.
And we'll keep on behaving as usual. Do you understand, everybody? We don't want to arouse any suspicions. We carry on normally.
I could smell burnt porridge.
Oh, nonsense. Where's Axel with those milk pails?
Oh, I'll go, Mother.
No, I want you, Mary. Mary! That girl never listens. You'd better stir it, David.
What?
That porridge. Half the farmhands are still waiting for breakfast, and your father will be down in a minute. It's been one of those mornings.
Any news yet about Alan Irvin?
He's still dead.
Mary, that's no way to talk. Where's the milk?
Uncle Axel's just bringing it.
Have they any idea who might have done it?
Well, the arrow was one of old William Tay's, apparently.
You could say that about almost every arrow in the district, as he's the best fletcher around here.
Oh, there you are, Axel. Put the pails down here.
Who could it have been, though?
Someone who had a grudge against the lad. And without speaking ill of the dead, Emily, there's probably quite a few of those in the district, too.
No one who'd want to murder him, though.
What is it, Rachel? What's the matter?
You are stirring that porridge, David.
Yes, Mother. Rachel, you all right?
Besides, everybody was going to church when it happened.
Steady, Rachel, steady. We're with you.
Nobody was late for church.
Calm down.
Nobody who could have done it.
And tell us.
It's Anne. Anne. What?
Has she said anything?
I went over to her house just before dawn on my own. I knocked and knocked, but she didn't answer. The neighbour came, got a log from the woodpile, and pushed the window in. And we climbed through and... Don't, Rachel, don't. Anne was upstairs in her bedroom and... Oh, Rosalind. She was hanging from one of the beams. No! There was a note on the table. The neighbour gave it to me. She thought it was for my parents or me. She can't read, though. So she couldn't see who it was really for.
Who was it for?
The inspector. Anne was denouncing all of us. Me as well. Even Petra. She accused us all of planning Alan's murder. Oh, Anne.
You've still got the note there.
What?
The note.
You're sitting there, holding it.
Burn it, Rachel, quickly, while you're still sitting in your own room.
Burn it, Rachel.
Yes. Oh, Anne. I can't believe she's gone, that we've lost her for good.
We lost her months ago.
We lost her when she married Alan.
When she stopped mind-sharing with us.
David Strom, what do you think you're doing? You've let the porridge burn again.
All forgiven.
Did you say something, Jacob?
Forgiven, I said. The Lord is merciful. They've got one more chance. Normality rates on the mend.
Yes. It's a good summer.
David, have you seen Petra?
No, I've been at the anvil the last hour.
No one set eyes on her since the midday meal.
Not that they deserve it, mind you. The evildoers.
Her pony's not in its stall.
Oh, if they were to get their just deserts, there'd be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Oh, do be quiet, Jacob. I don't think she'd ride off our land, would she, David?
Still time for things to go wrong.
She knows she's not supposed to.
Harvest could fail.
Jacob, will you stop it? David?
I must go.
David, what are you doing?
I'm wanted. From the wild country. My horse reared, and the shot missed. But it was finished off by a couple of arrows as Rosalind and Michael rode into the clearing. It took us quite a while to get Petra down from the tree she'd taken refuge in. And all the time she kept up a piercing mine scream. Then there were more hoofbeats, and Rachel arrived.
What's happening?
Petra, she was riding and she was attacked.
We can't quite now down though.
It's going to bring a whole lot of us together. The one thing we said must never happen.
Oh, I'd better get off again then. If she's all right.
Yes, as fast as you can.
It's all right, Petra, darling. It's all right.
Oh, no.
What on earth?
Catherine, everything's all right now. Get home again as quickly
What's going on here?
Oh, my sister's pony was attacked. My little sister here. We answered her calls for help.
I heard no calling.
I did.
I'd have thought you could hear it for miles around. The pony was screaming too. Poor little brute. Look, here it is.
Your sister's name tag, please.
Petra.
And yours. And yours, girl.
Here. What's all this questioning for?
I'd say it's a good half-hour since this pony did any screaming. How did you manage to come straight to this spot? You.
This was the direction the calls had come from.
And it was very good of you to try and help.
There was another pony galloping off as I arrived.
Somebody else heard it too. We just happened to be near her. She isn't hurt, luckily. But she's had a nasty fright, and I'd better get her home.
All of you had better get home. The Fringes have got spies out. So you'll keep clear of the woods, if you know what's good for you.
One thing first.
What's that?
Your identity tag, sir.
What do you mean?
As you're a stranger to us. I thank you. Jerome Skinner.
My father knows him. I found out at supper. He has a farm bordering on the woods where Petra was attacked. He's fairly new here.
Why was he so suspicious? Does he know anything about mind sharing?
He doesn't do thought shapes himself. I've been trying him out.
I didn't think any of the Normans knew about it.
Some of them know about something like it. It's not really mind sharing, though. It's very rough and inaccurate. They call it telepathy.
Do they think it's deviational?
I don't know. Academically, God is able to read men's minds, so the true image ought to be able to as well. But I wouldn't like to rely on that argument in front of a tribunal.
This Skinner man just seemed to smell a rat to me. Has anyone else been ferreting round?
No, I don't think so.
Good. David, you'd better explain to Petra and try to teach her to use some self-control.
I agree. We can't risk anything like that happening again.
Don't do it where anyone can overhear you, though.
I'll take her fishing. It's a sort of game, you see, Petra. You shut your eyes.
They're shut.
Now pretend you're looking down a deep, deep well, and there's nothing to see but dark. Right?
Yes.
Now watch.
A puppy!
Yes.
Hens and chickens. A horse and cart.
That's right.
Oh, where are they?
You've opened your eyes.
Did that send them somewhere else?
No, they aren't anywhere. They just think things. Now I'll shut my eyes too. We'll both look down the well, and then you think a picture so that I can see it.
Oh, this is fun.
Don't let her do that again. I nearly put an axe through my foot.
I've scalded my hand with a kettle.
Soothe her down somehow.
Yes, please.
She isn't unsoothed. That seems to be just the way it is with her.
Well, it's a way it can't stay. She must cut it down.
This time, Petra, make a little think picture, slowly and gently, as if you were making it out of cobwebs. Stand by, everyone. Here it comes. In spite of the warning, the power was like a thunderbolt. Quite extraordinary coming from that little doll-like creature with fair curls and shining child's eyes. I had to remind myself that she was Petra, that she was only 8. Petra, could you be pleased a little less violently?
What's going on with you two? It's impossible to get any work done.
Like hammer blows inside our heads.
Well, now you know what we feel like when you're mind-sharing at full power.
I want to practice again.
All right. But if anyone comes, I'll get on with this rail, and you be ready with the bellows.
Right.
You've learned a lot already. You can get thought shapes from each of us. You can send thought shapes. You can clear your mind without closing your eyes. That's very important.
Yes, they can't tell what I'm doing.
Exactly. Now, how much can you catch when the rest of us are mind-sharing together?
Not very much. I can tell who's doing it. I know if it's you, or Rosalind, or Michael. But it goes so fast it gets muddled. The other ones are even more muddled.
What other ones? Catherine and Rachel?
No, I can tell them. I mean the other ones. The long way away ones.
I can't get anything at all.
Neither can I. You're sure they're southwest?
Can I have a word with you, David?
That was the direction Petra pointed in.
Do you think she's picking it up?
No.
Davy!
Just a minute.
We must all keep listening in that direction, as hard as we can.
I've got to go.
Just stop daydreaming and take your nose out of that soup bowl. I'm sorry to hurry you away from your supper, but I need you to help with the wheel I'm mending.
Oh, that's all right, Uncle Axel.
Sorry about that, Davy, but I had to get you on your own. Someone's been careless. Joe Darley's been asking questions about you.
Me?
You and Rosalind Morton.
Oh, sounds like a bit of ordinary scandal.
I don't like it.
No.
Petra couldn't have given the game away, could she?
Petra?
Well, she's only a child. She might have let something slip.
I didn't tell you anything about Petra.
No.
How did you find out?
When I was a sailor, there used to be a dive down on the waterfront in Rigo, run by a man called Grouth. He had 3 girls and 2 men working for him, and they did just whatever he said. Because if he'd told what he knew, one of the men would have been strung up for mutiny, 2 of the girls for murder. I used to watch the way he treated them and the expression on his face when he looked at them. Gloating. He'd got them just where he wanted them.
I don't see what...
I saw the same expression on someone's face in Wacknock Church. That same gloating. Someone who had a long look at Rosalind first, then Rachel, then you, and then young Petra. All through morning service, he looked at the 4 of you.
Who was it?
Alan Irvine.
Alan?
Anne should never have married him. She wasn't the sort who could keep secrets in bed.
My God! Why didn't you tell me before?
Well, it wasn't a time for talking, it was a time for doing. I came home and I thought a bit, and then I put a new string on my bow.
It was you. Uncle Axel, it was you who killed Alan.
It was the only thing to do, Davy.
They're onto something. Definitely by the sound of things. If it does come to an inquiry, we might be able to bluff it out by acting simple.
Petra's the weak spot. She's too young to understand.
If they start on her and trick her and trap her, we're all for it.
Yes, Petra's the key point. They must not get hold of her. It's your job to see they don't, David. If you have to kill someone to prevent it.
They wouldn't think twice about killing us.
And if the worst comes to the worst, and David can't save her...
It will be kinder to
kill Petra.
David!
I wouldn't let her go to sterilization in the fringes.
We'll be thinking with you, David.
Right, we're decided then. And we must be ready to run for it at a moment's notice if necessary. All 5 of us.
David! David!
What?
It's Rosalind. She's been trying to get you.
Rosalind?
David, are you awake?
Rosalind?
Oh, thank God. We must get away at once, as soon as we can. They've taken Catherine.
Hurry up, both of you, while there's time. They'll be trying to get to you too before you can be warned.
Petra, get dressed as fast as you can.
All right.
Overalls. And be very quiet.
Meet you below the mill, David. And hurry.
Right. Petra, good girl. Don't put your shoes on. Carry them. Now come tiptoe like a cat.
Where are we going?
Stables, to get Sheba. Hang on. Cling tight round my waist.
Thank God you're away. We've all been trying to reach you for ages.
There was a whole group of mounted men approaching our house as we left. Catherine?
Where are you?
I'm being taken to the inspectors and acting sort of innocent and bewildered.
Try and keep it up.
I'm going to shut my mind to you It'll be easier to act as a norm if I really don't know what's happening. So don't try and reach me, any of you.
Very well.
We'll be open for you, though. David, you're getting near to me. Over a bit to the right.
Rosalind, you've brought the great horses.
We can ride in the panniers on Garth and put the provisions in the panniers on Goliath. Hurry, David.
An ordinary horse may have had the speed of the great horses, but nothing like the staying power. They could keep it up for hours, that ponderous, earth-shaking gallop.
David.
Yes?
Where are you?
Into wild country, deep in the woods. We're resting up in the daytime and moving on at night.
Where are you heading?
Southwest.
They're sending a posse after you. I volunteered for one, and I'll plant a report if you've been seen making southeast. If anyone sees you, stop him at all costs.
Petra's asleep.
The pannier rocks her off.
It's pretty desolate here, isn't it? Just as well. Look at that full moon. Nearly as bright as day.
It's rather peaceful.
Oh! What was that? Oh!
David! Rosalind!
We're here, darling.
My God! What is it?
It's Catherine.
They're torturing her.
I'm frightened, Rosalind.
Block it out, darling. Try not to hear it. Try not to share.
Rosalind.
Yes?
Can you hear me?
Just. You're a bit faint.
So are you. It's the distance as you travel further off. Listen. They've posted a proclamation describing the three of you and proclaiming you deviants. That means you're non-human.
And not entitled to the rights or protections of human society.
Yes. You're outlaws.
David, Rosalind. Catherine's confessed. They forced it out of her. They've done terrible things to her.
There are 3 groups after you now. Mine's the furthest away.
Will we be shot on sight?
They'll try to take you alive. There's a big reward out for your capture.
We can't stay in wild country then. We'll have to press on into the fringes.
Oh! I don't want to go to the fringes. I don't want to be eaten by Harry Jack.
It isn't like that, darling.
If there aren't any bogeymen.
Probably most of the people who live there are just sad and unhappy.
What people look like doesn't really matter. Are you listening, Petra?
Who is the other one?
What other one?
What do you mean?
There's somebody else making think pictures.
I get nothing.
Nor do I.
Hush! What is it? Somebody asking questions from a long, long way away. She's in a place that's in 2 parts, with a lot of water. I don't understand the name. I think it's Sealand. No, it's not S. It's Z. Like the noise a bee makes. She says so.
Sealand?
Yes. And it has sea all round. And from where she is, you can see the sun shining on it for miles and miles. And it's all bright blue.
It's nearly dark.
The sun's practically set. She's crazy.
It isn't evening where she is. She showed me. It's early morning. It's a place with lots and lots of houses. Bigger than Wacknuck houses. And there are funny carts without horses running along the road. And things in the air.
Yes, shiny fishy things with something whizzing around on top of them.
That's right.
How did you know that, David?
It's my dream. My dream city.
She's nearer! She's nearer! Who's
Rachel?
No! The Sealand people, they're coming!
What do you mean?
She says help is on the way. And she says to play for time because I'm a discovery of the greatest importance.
Oh, you are you?
And she says it's particularly surprising to find such power among primitive people.
She can't mean us.
I think she does.
They're closing in on you. They're closing in. Where are you?
David, thick forest ahead on the skyline.
Is that forest? It's very dark.
Fringes ahead. If we can cross this heathland without being seen...
Don't worry about being spotted. Get there.
David!
Right. This is it. On Garth. On Goliath. Oh, made it.
David!
What happened to him?
They were jumped down on us from overhanging branches. One landed right on top of David. Fringes people.
Where are they taking you?
Deeper in, I think. David's in a pannier on Goliath. I'm in a pannier on Garth with my thumbs tied together, and Petra's in the other pannier.
We've all been called together. Too risky to come further into the fringes in small groups. We're moving off in strength in about 4 hours. Rosalind?
David!
Oh, you've come round. Good.
Oh, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Quiet! Quiet!
Oh, I like that.
Listen!
David? I can hear something.
So can I.
Play for time. Play for time. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes! We can hear you. David?
Yes.
Agree to whatever they say and play for time. We are coming.
Who are you? Where is Sealand?
The other side of the world. We are the new people. Your kind of people. Different from the old people.
Don't tell me. You're the true image.
I don't know about that. Who does? But we do know that we can make a better world than the old people did. They lived shut off from one another by different languages and different beliefs. Sometimes they could share emotions, but never minds. When they were primitives, they managed, as the animals do. But the more complex they made their world, the less they could deal with it.
That's not what we've been told about the old people. They did marvellous things. They were clever.
Mere sublime animals. Nothing more. If they had not brought tribulation down on themselves, they would have bred like animals, and starvation and barbarism would have ended them.
You're very sure of yourselves, aren't you?
No, but we are sure about them. They were an inadequate species. Look after the little girl. Protect her at all costs. She is unique and very important.
That's me! Beware, odious smug child. We haven't met Hairy Jack yet.
I think we might just be going to.
Down you get, boy.
Michael, we've arrived.
What's happening?
A lot of bowmen here. They're more interested in the horses than us. One's got 7 fingers. There's one without any hair. Anywhere, as far as I can see.
There's one with very big hands and feet.
They're taking us down through the woods. It's a sort of beaten path. We've come to a clearing. Reddish cliffs on the right, not more than 40 feet high.
Little openings, like caves, with ladders. I think some of them live there.
Huts down here. Pretty crude. And tents. 1 or 2 cooking fires.
And refuse heaps.
We're coming to a bigger tent. It looks like an old rick cover, fastened over poles. Pinched it in a raid, I suppose. There's a man sitting in the doorway. He's... Oh, my God!
Remember me?
Yes. It's the Spider-Man.
Not much like Wacknock, is it?
Not much.
Know who I am?
I think so. I found out.
Oh.
My father had an elder brother. He was thought to be normal until he was about 4. Then his certificate was revoked and he was sent away.
Nearly right, but not quite. His mother loved him. So, when they came to take him away to sterilization, he was already missing. Do you know what the length of a man's arm should be?
No.
Nor do I. But somebody in Rigo does. Some expert on the true image, so. No, Wacknock. And you're the eldest son.
The only son.
And you've lost Wacknock, too. We heard about you. They're following your trail. Your father will be with them, naturally. He's such a valiant champion of the true image. I've always hoped that we'd meet again one day, on equal terms. And the girl. Now. Yes, the girl.
Oh,
you! Does you credit, boy. But not much more. The women round here have a look at them as you go out. Maybe then you'll understand a bit more. Besides, this one can have children. Chuck him out. And if he doesn't stay out, shoot him.
No! No! Oh! What? Where am I?
Lie still till I've bathed your head. Just a cut. Not deep. There. You don't know me, do you, David?
Sophie.
Dear David.
You haven't really changed.
No.
A bit older, but so am I. Oh, Sophie, where is this place?
My cave. I found you in the wood. I brought you here when it was dark.
How long ago?
Lie still. Don't move your head. I saw them bringing you in. You and the little girl. And the other girl. Who is she, David?
Rosalind! Rosalind! Petra!
Thank goodness for that. We've been worried stiff about you.
Rosalind, is she...
They're all right, both of them. Asleep in the Spider-Man's tent, guarded.
Who is she, David?
My cousin, Rosalind Morton.
Who's the Fringes girl with you?
Her name's Sophie. We were friends when we were children.
You're in love with her, aren't you? This Rosalind.
We love one another. We see with a single eye. We love with a single heart. We enjoy with a single joy. We share minds. We mingle and are never alone.
He wants her too, doesn't he? If she were to give him children, then he wouldn't want me anymore.
Oh, Sophie, you don't love that Spider-Man.
Don't call him that, please. We can't any of us help being what we are. His name's Gordon. He's kind to me. He's fond of me. You've got to have as little as I have to know what that means.
Oh, Sophie. Dear Sophie.
He's gone away where the fighting is. She's safe just now, your cousin.
Yes, she's asleep. They're both asleep. Petra, too.
How do you know?
We share minds. It's like talking, only better.
Must be wonderful, sharing together. Like more eyes inside you.
It can hurt a lot sometimes.
To be any kind of deviant is to be hurt, always.
Sophie?
You're hungry. I'll get you some food.
David,
where are you? What's been happening?
We've camped for the night. We've covered a lot of ground today, in spite of the sniping.
Are you coming further?
Yes, as soon as it's light. Rachel can only just reach me. She's right at the end of her limit. Another 2 or 3 miles and we'll be out of touch.
Well, Petra doesn't seem to have any sort of limit. She'll be able to keep in touch with Rachel as soon as she wakes up. Oh, sorry, I spilt the soup.
It's all right. Are you talking to them?
David, we thought you were dead. We thought they'd killed you. Oh, David.
Rosalind.
David.
Oh, Rosalind.
This is hardly decent for third parties. Could you two disentangle yourselves, do you think, while we make some sort of plan?
It depends how far the Sealanders have got.
Do you think you can still reach us?
Yes.
When?
About 16 hours.
Then the great thing is to keep you three alive for that long.
Wait a minute. Sophie?
You were talking to that girl.
Yes. Sophie, do you think there's any way they can be got out of out of Gordon's tent before he comes back?
Yes. No, you stay here, David.
But
if anyone saw you, they'd raise the alarm.
The wait seemed interminable, but it was probably only a question of half an hour or so before they were back.
Rosalind? Oh, Rosalind. And Petra.
David! Stuck a knife into him. The man who was guarding us. It didn't make a sound.
Sophie, oughtn't we try to get as far away as we can before it's light?
No, they'd find you in the woods, but they'll never think of looking for you here.
You mean we can stay here?
I must clean my knife.
Why are you doing all this for us? Why?
Leave me alone, damn you! God damn your pretty face!
Oh, David.
Are you going to sleep all day?
What's the time?
About 8. It's been light for 3 hours. We routed the Fringes lot with only 2 or 3 wounded. They tried to ambush us.
Are you still advancing?
Yes, no opposition at all.
It looks as though we're going to be taken by the Norms. We can't leave this cave in daylight without being seen by the Fringes people.
What about the Sealanders? They'll make it in time. They've got to.
We will. We should be arriving in about 8.5 hours from now. The country that we are passing over. We have seen Badlands before, but not as terrible as this. If we had not known that you were on the other side of it, we would have turned back. We will not turn back. We will reach you.
That's nice to know. Petra?
Yes?
We've got too far away for any of us to reach Rachel, except you. See how she is.
She's very miserable, and she wants to know if Michael's all right.
Tell her he's quite all right. Tell her we love her, and we're terribly sorry she's all alone. But she must be brave and careful.
She understands. She says she'll try. I think Rachel's afraid. She's crying inside. She wants Michael.
Did she tell you that?
No. It was a sort of behind think, but I saw it.
We'd better not say anything about it. A person's behind things aren't really meant for anyone else. So we must pretend we haven't noticed.
I brought you some food.
No trouble?
Trouble?
That albino guard.
Not about that. They found him. They think you did it. But they've got other things to worry about. The men who went to the fighting are coming back in 2s and 3s. What happened, do you know?
There was an ambush. It failed. And the Norms are advancing.
How far have they got?
Michael, how far?
Just clear of the forest and into rough country.
They've just got to rough country.
3 hours to the riverbank. Perhaps a bit less. Well, there are a lot more men back now. Some of them are drifting away. Some of them are collecting round Gordon's tent. I'll see what I can find out. You, dish the food out.
Oh, right.
An hour went by and we heard nothing.
I can't stand this waiting.
They should be over the river by now.
There are hardly any Fringes people left in the camp.
And they're mainly women.
We're across the river downstream from you. No opposition.
It's all the Fringes people. They're pouring back out of the woods.
What's happening? Was that your lot shooting?
No, the other party. We're coming in from the opposite side to take them in the rear.
You're still safe. Steady, child. Steady. They're coming.
Arrows from Michael's lot. They're between 2 fires.
Poor devils.
With complete panic.
There's Sophie. She's with the Spider-Man. Why doesn't he run away? Why doesn't he run away? Sophie's trying to make him. Oh, run! Run, Sophie! Why don't they run?
There's your father, leading the horsemen. Oh, he's down.
What's happened to Father?
Spider-Man shot him.
Oh, don't look. Don't look, darling.
Sophie!
They got them. Both of them.
What's that? What's that queer noise?
Don't be frightened. We're coming. Stay just where you are.
What is it? What are they looking up at?
There it is.
Oh, like a bank of mist with flashings inside it.
It's a silver fish thing. It's a silver fish.
Oh, glistening.
Yes.
And funny glistening threads coming down from it.
Like cobwebs. It's much lower now.
There's Michael. There he is.
Michael, this way. Over here.
Wave! Wave to him, Petra.
I see you. He's coming.
No, he's not. He's stopped.
It's like a cobweb, but sticky. I can't get my hand. It's stuck. I can't move it.
Don't struggle. You'll exhaust yourself. Lie down on the ground so that it can't get round you. Keep calm. Don't move.
All the men! They're falling down! All over the place!
The horses, too.
It's the strands.
Wrapping all round them!
Get back! Get back from the entrance. One's drifted in across my arm.
David?
Get back!
Lie down, David.
Lie down, Rosalind. Petra, lie down. They're across my face now. Stifling, mummifying, unbearable, like being buried alive. But resurrection came at last. You are free. Michael, you're all right.
Yes. And the other two?
David.
That was very horrid.
Petra.
It was worthwhile. Yes, certainly it was worthwhile.
Nobody's moving down there.
It's just as though giant spiders have been spinning over everything.
And it's so silent. They're not all dead.
Yes. The threads contract as they dry. It is more merciful than your arrows and spears. It is not pleasant to kill any creature, but to pretend that one can live without doing so is self-deception. There has to be meat in the dish. There have to be vegetables forbidden to flower, seeds forbidden to germinate. The essential quality of life is living. The essential quality of living is change. Change is evolution, and we are part of it.
I know, but still...
Sometime there will come a day when we ourselves shall have to give place to a new thing. We shall struggle against the inevitable, just as these remnants of the old people do. Treachery to one's own species must always be a crime. You are our species. The machine is waiting. We will start now.
For Wacknock?
I'm sorry. We have not enough fuel. The journey was much longer than we expected and much worse.
Petra, do you think you could reach Rachel for me?
Yes, of course. Yes, she's there. She wants to know what's happening.
Right. Now, I want you to tell her this, very carefully. She's to go on being brave, and in a little time, 3 or 4 days perhaps, I shall come and fetch her away. Tell her that.
Oh, dear. She's gone all muddled up and crying again. She does seem to cry an awful lot, that girl. Only her behind thinks aren't miserable this time. It's a sort of happy crying. Isn't that silly?
Michael?
She's quite alone. Would you leave David alone there? Or would David leave you? Since the machine can't take her, someone's got to bring her.
It's a very long way off, with thousands of miles of badlands in between.
I know that, but there must be another way to get there.
It would be hard and dangerous.
No more dangerous than to stay in Wacknock. Besides, how could we stay, knowing that there is a place for people like us, where we belong?
When you do reach us, Michael, you can be very sure of your place with us.
We're still waiting for them. We haven't given up hope. Not yet. Hope's something we must keep, for Michael's sake. I can still see his face, turned towards us as our ship soared.
We're up.
So fast!
David, it's awfully wonderful. I can see for simply miles and miles. Oh, Michael, you do look funny and tiny down there.
I feel a bit funny and tiny just at present, Petra. But it'll pass. We'll be coming after you.
Don't give up, Michael. Don't give up, Rachel.
Our minds are open for you, always. And your coming will be coming home, as ours was.
Very soon. Now, we are nearly there.
There's the bay with the blue water.
And the boats.
And the carts without horses.
And the white houses you told me about.
We're going down.
My dream. It's my dream, Rosalind.
Oh, it's beautiful. And there's something else, too. Something you didn't tell me about.
What?
Listen. Oh, listen, David. Open your mind a bit more.
What is it?
Can't you guess? It's people, David. Lots and lots of them. Our kind of people.
Wake up, David. It's time to wake up.
And she's wake up. The night's ended.
It's a perfect day.
And there's so much to do.
It's morning, darling.
Morning.
In The Chrysalids by John Wyndham, you heard Stephen Garlick as David, Amanda Murray as Rosalind, Judy Bennett as Petra, and Spencer Banks as Michael. Catherine was Philippa Ritchie, Rachel Jenny Lee, Anne Catherine Hurlbert, Mother Sonia Fraser, Father Peter Baldwin, Mary Elizabeth Ryder, and Uncle Axel Michael Spice. David as a child was Susan Sheridan, Sophie as a child Alyssa Derwent, Mrs. Wender and the Sealander Jennifer Piercy, Mr. Wender and the Spiderman Robin Brown, the Inspector John Rye, Jacob William Edel, Skinner Martin Reed, and Sophie as a woman, Jane Knowles. The Chrysalids was dramatized for radio by Barbara Clegg and directed by Michael Bartlett.
Had once been the gymnasium. The floor was of varnished wood with stripes and circles painted on it for the games that were formerly played there. A balcony ran around the room for the spectators, and I thought I could smell the pungent scent of sweat shot through with perfume from the watching girls, felt skirted as I knew from pictures, later in miniskirts, then pants, then in one earring with spiky hair. There was old sex in the room, and loneliness, an expectation of something without a shape or name. I remember that yearning for something that was always about to happen, and was never the same as the hands that were on us there and then in the small of the back, or out in the parking lot, or in the television room with the sound turned down. We yearned for the future. How did we learn it? That talent for insatiability. It was in the air. And it was still in the air. An afterthought as we tried to sleep in the army cots that had been set up in rows, with spaces between so we could not talk. The lights were turned down. Aunt Lydia patrolled with an electric cattle prod. No guns, though. Guns were for the guards. In the semi-darkness, we could reach out our arms and touch each other's hands. We learned to lip-read, our heads turned sideways, watching each other's mouths. In this way, we exchanged names from bed to bed. Alma, Janine, Dolores, Moira, June. A chair, a table, a lamp. Above, in the center of the ceiling, a blank space plastered over. There must have been a chandelier once. They've removed anything you could tie a rope to. The bell that measures time is ringing. Time here is measured by bells, as once in nunneries. As in a nunnery, too, there are few mirrors. I get up, advance my feet in their red shoes, flat-heeled to save the spine. The red gloves are lying on the bed. Everything, except the wings around my face, is red. The skirt is ankle-length, gathered to a flat yoke over the breasts. The sleeves are full. The wings, too, are prescribed. They are to keep us from seeing, but also from being seen. I pick up the shopping basket, walk along the hallway past the sitting room into the kitchen. Rita is here, standing at the table. She's in her usual Martha's dress, dull green, much like mine in shape, long and concealing, but with a bib apron over it, and without the white wings. Her sleeves are rolled to the elbow. She is making bread. She sees me. Frowning, she tears out 3 tokens from the token book and hands them to me. The frown isn't personal. It's the red dress she disapproves of, and what it stands for. She thinks I may be catching, like a disease or a form of bad luck. Despite her pressed lips, I would like to stay here in the kitchen. Cora might come in carrying her duster, and Rita would make coffee. In the houses of the commanders, there is still real coffee. And we would sit and talk about aches and illness, our feet, our backs. How I used to despise such talk. Now I long for it. At least it was an exchange of sorts. I take the tokens. They have pictures on them of the things they can be exchanged for. Eggs, cheese, a brown thing that's supposed to be a steak. I place them in the zippered pocket in my sleeve where I keep my pass. I go out by the back door into the garden, which is large and tidy, a lawn in the middle, weeping catkins around the edges. The garden is the domain of the commander's wife. She isn't there now, and I start to wonder where she is. I don't like to come upon the commander's wife unexpectedly. I am a reproach to her, and a necessity. We stood face to face for the first time 5 weeks ago, when I arrived at this posting. The guardian from the previous posting brought me to the front door. On first days, we are permitted front doors, but after that we're supposed to use the back. She had a cigarette. She put it between her lips and gripped it there while she lit it. Her lips were thin. The cigarettes must have come from the black market. This gave me hope. She, then, was a woman who might bend the rules. Even now that there is no money, there's always something that can be exchanged. "I want to see as little of you as possible," she said. "Yes, ma'am." "Don't call me ma'am," she snapped. "You're not a Martha?" I was disappointed. The wife in my previous posting had spent much of her time in her bedroom. The Marthas said she drank. I wanted this one to be different. I wanted to think I would have liked her in another time and place. But I could see already I wouldn't have liked her. Or she me. "As for my husband," she said, "he's just that, my husband. I want that to be perfectly clear. Till death us do part, it's final." Suddenly she wasn't looking at me. She was looking down at her knuckled, diamond-studded hands. And I knew where I'd seen her before. It was on television when I was 8 or 9, when my mother was sleeping in on Sunday mornings, and I would get up early and flip through the television channels looking for cartoons. Sometimes I would watch the Growing Souls Gospel Hour, where they would tell Bible stories and sing hymns. The lead soprano was called Serena Joy. She could smile and cry at the same time, 2 tears sliding gracefully down her cheek as her voice lifted through its highest notes. The woman sitting in front of me was Serena Joy, or had been once. I walk along the gravel path that divides the lawn. In the driveway, one of the guardians is washing the car. His cap is tilted at a jaunty angle, and his sleeves are rolled to the elbow, showing his forearms, tan but with a stipple of dark hairs. He has a cigarette stuck in the corner of his mouth, which shows that he too has something he can trade on the black market. I know this man's name is Nick. I've heard Rita talking about him. He lives over the garage. Low status. He hasn't been issued a woman. He doesn't rate, some defect, lack of connections. But he acts as if he doesn't care. He's too casual, not servile enough. He looks at me. Then he winks. I drop my head and keep walking. What if I were to report him? Perhaps it was a test to see what I would do. Perhaps he is an eye. I walk to the corner and wait. A shape, red with white wings around the face, a shape like mine, a nondescript woman carrying a basket, comes along the sidewalk towards me. "Blessed be the fruit," she says, the accepted greeting among us. "May the Lord open," I answer, the accepted response. We turn and walk together towards the center of town. We aren't allowed to go there except in twos. This is supposed to be for our protection. The truth is that she is my spy, as I am hers. This woman has been my partner for 2 weeks. Her name is Offglen. I don't know what happened to the one before. One day, she simply wasn't there, and this one was in her place. "The war is going well, I hear," she says. "Praise be," I reply. "They've defeated more of the rebels, Baptists. They've smoked them out of a stronghold in the Blue Hills." "Praise be." I don't ask her how she knows. I'm ravenous for news, any news, even if it's false news. It must mean something. We reach the first barrier. The guardians salute us. They are obliged to show respect because of the nature of our service. And we walk on, into the heart of Gilead, where the war cannot intrude. Doctors lived here once, lawyers, university professors. There are no lawyers anymore, and the university is closed. Luke and I used to walk together sometimes along these streets. We used to talk about buying a house like one of these, a big old house, fixing it up. Although we knew we would never afford one, it was a game. Such freedom now seems almost weightless. We turn the corner onto a main street. In front of us is the store where we order dresses. Some people call them habits. Habits are hard to break. We cross the street to a store with another wooden sign, 3 eggs, a bee, a cow. Milk and honey. Nobody talks much, though there is a rustling as the women's heads move furtively from side to side. Here, shopping is where you might see someone you've known in the time before, or at the Red Center. If I could see Moira, just see her, know she still exists. It's hard to imagine now, having a friend. As we wait our turn in the line, 2 more women come in, both in the red dresses and the white wings of the handmaids. One of them is vastly pregnant. Her belly under her loose garment swells triumphantly. There is a shifting in the room, a murmur, an escape of breath. Our fingers itch to touch her. She's a magic presence, showing us what can be done. We too can be saved. As I pass, she looks full at me, and I know who she is. She was at the Red Center with me, one of Aunt Lydia's pets. I never liked her. Her name in the time before was Janine. Around the corners of her mouth, there is a trace of a smirk as she glances down to where my own belly lies flat under my robe. Offglen and I reach the counter. We hand over our tokens. One guardian enters their numbers into the compubite, while the other gives us the milk, the eggs. We put them in our baskets and move outside onto the street. A group of people comes towards us. They're tourists from Japan. A trade delegation, perhaps, on a tour of the historic landmarks. Each one has his or her camera, his or her smile. I can't help staring. The skirts on the women reach just below the knee, and the legs come out from beneath them, nearly naked in their thin stockings, blatant, the high-heeled shoes with their straps like delicate instruments of torture. I stop walking. Offglen stops beside me. She, too, cannot take her eyes off these women. We are fascinated, but also repelled. They seem undressed. It has taken so little time to change our minds about things like this. The tourists come towards us, twittering. Their interpreter steps forward. "Excuse me," he says, "they're asking if they can take your picture." I look down at the sidewalk, shake my head for no. The interpreter turns back to the group. He'll be telling them that the women here have different customs, that to stare at them through the lens of a camera is for them a violation. "Excuse me," the interpreter says again. They ask, "Are you happy?" I can feel their bright black eyes on us. We are secret, forbidden. We excite them. Offglen says nothing. There is a silence. But sometimes it's as dangerous not to speak. Glenn pauses as if hesitant about which way to go. We already know which way we will take because we always take it. We walk sedately. The sun is out. In the sky there are white, fluffy clouds, the kind that look like headless sheep. We walk to the thing we've come to see. The wall. Today there are 6 more bodies hanging by their necks, their hands tied in front of them, their heads in white bags. We stop together, as if on signal. It doesn't matter if we look. We're supposed to look. Sometimes they'll be there for days, until there's a new batch, so as many people as possible will have the chance to see them. The men wear white coats. Each has a placard hung around his neck to show why he has been executed, a drawing of a human fetus. They were doctors then, in the time before, when such things were legal. Angel makers, they used to call them. Or was that something else? These men are like war criminals. It's no excuse that what they did was legal at the time. Their crimes are retroactive. They have committed atrocities and must be made into examples for the rest. Though this is hardly needed. No woman in her right mind these days would seek to prevent a birth, should she be so lucky as to conceive. What we are supposed to feel towards these bodies is hatred and scorn. What I feel towards them is relief, because none of these men is Luke. Luke wasn't a doctor. Isn't. I feel a tremor in Offglen beside me. Is she crying? I can't afford to know. "Ordinary," said Aunt Lydia, "is what you are used to. This may not seem ordinary to you now, but after a time it will. It will become ordinary." The night is mine. My own time, my time out. Where should I go? Somewhere good. Moira's sitting on the edge of my bed in her purple overalls, one dangly earring, a cigarette between her stubby, yellow-stained fingers. Let's go for a beer. You're getting ashes in my bed, I said. I had a paper due the next day. What was it? Psychology, English, economics? We studied things like that then. What's your paper on? Moira asked. I just did one on date rape. Date rape, I said. You're so trendy. It sounds like some kind of dessert. Date rape. Moira said, get your coat. I'm borrowing $5 off you, okay? In a park somewhere, with my mother. Grey sky, 2 ducks in the pond. She said we were going to feed the ducks. But there were some women burning books. That's what she was really there for, to see her friends. She lied to me. I turned away, sulking, but the fire drew me back. They must have poured gasoline because the flames shot high, and then they began dumping books and magazines from boxes. Some of them were chanting. Their faces were ecstatic. But then what happened? The good weather holds. It's almost like June. There are 3 new bodies on the wall. We should go back, I say to Offglen. I'm always the one to say this. Sometimes I feel that if I didn't say it, she would stay here forever. Without a word, she swivels, as if she's voice-activated, as if she's on little oiled wheels, as if she's on top of a music box. It's a beautiful May day, she says. I feel her waiting for a reply. Yes, I say. Praise be. May Day used to be a distress signal a long time ago in one of those wars we studied in high school. It was Luke who told me about May Day. Mayday, Mayday for pilots whose planes had been hit. Do you know where it comes from? Said Luke. It's French. From Mayday. Help me. We go past the shops to the barrier again. We are passed through. At the corner, Offglen turns to me. Under his eye, she says. The right farewell. In the driveway, Nick is polishing the car again. He looks up and begins to whistle. Then he says, Nice walk? I nod, but do not answer. He isn't supposed to speak to me. In the garden, the commander's wife is sitting in a chair. Serena Joy. What a stupid name. Her real name was Pam. I read that in a profile on her in a news magazine. She wasn't singing gospel anymore by then. She was making speeches about the sanctity of the home, about how women should stay at home. Serena Joy didn't do this herself. She made speeches instead. But she presented this failure of hers as a sacrifice she was making for the good of all. Luke and I would watch her sometimes on the late-night news. Bathrobes, nightcaps. We'd watch her sprayed hair and her hysteria. The tears she could still produce at will. We thought she was funny. She doesn't make speeches anymore. She has become speechless. She stays in her home, but it doesn't seem to agree with her. How furious she must be, now that she's been taken at her word. She's looking at the tulips. She doesn't turn her head, although she knows I'm there. It's not the husbands you have to watch out for, said Aunt Lydia. It's the wives. Of course they will resent you. It's only natural. Try to pity them. I walk around to the back door, set my basket on the kitchen table, then follow the runner down the long hallway back to the room. There's someone standing in the hall. It is a man, his back to me. He's looking into the room. It's the commander. He isn't supposed to be here. He hears me coming, turns, hesitates, walks forward. Towards me. He is violating custom. What do I do now? I stop. He pauses. I can't see his face. He's looking at me. What does he want? He steps to the side to avoid touching me, inclines his head, is gone. Something has been shown to me, like the flag of an unknown country seen for an instant. It could mean attack. It could mean parley. It could mean the edge of something, a territory. Was he in my room? My room. Someone has lived in this room before me. Someone like me, or so I prefer to believe. I discovered it 3 days after I moved in here. I was exploring the room, section by section, examining each part with the greatest minuteness, when I found it on the cupboard floor. There it was in tiny writing, quite fresh it seemed, scratched with a pin or maybe just a fingernail, in the corner where the darkest shadow fell. No lite te bastardes carborundarum. I didn't know what it meant. I thought it might be Latin. Still, it was a message, and it was in writing, which is forbidden, and it hadn't yet been discovered, except by me, for whom it was intended. It was intended for whoever came next. It pleases me to ponder this message, to think I'm communicating with her, this unknown woman. I wonder who she was, what's become of her. I tried it out on Rita the day I found the message. Who was a woman who stayed in that room, I said, before me? She didn't work out, she said. In what way? What you don't know won't hurt you, was all she would say. Yesterday morning I went to the doctor, was taken by a guardian. I'm taken to the doctor's once a month for tests, urine, hormones, cancer smear, the same as before, except that now it's obligatory. Inside the waiting room there are other women, 3 of them in red. This doctor is a specialist. Covertly we regard each other, sizing up each other's bellies. Is anyone lucky? When I'm called, I go through the doorway into the inner room. It's white, featureless like the outer one, except for a folding screen with a gold eye painted on it. After I fill the small bottle left ready for me, I take off my clothes and leave them folded on the chair. When I'm naked, I lie down on the examining table, on the sheet of chilly, crackling, disposable paper. I pull the second sheet up over my body. At neck level, there's another sheet suspended from the ceiling. It intersects me so that the doctor will never see my face. When I'm arranged, I fumble for the bell. After a minute, the door opens, footsteps come in, there is breathing. He isn't supposed to speak to me except when it's absolutely necessary. But this doctor is talkative. "How are we getting along?" he says. The sheet is lifted from my skin. A cold finger, rubber-clad and jellied, slides into me. I am poked and prodded. The finger retreats, enters otherwise, withdraws. "Any pain, honey?" He calls me honey. "No," I say. My breasts are fingered in their turn, a search for ripeness, rot. Then the voice, very soft, close to my head. "I could help you," he says, whispers. "What?" I say. "Shh," he says. "I could help you. I've helped others." "How?" I say. "Does he know something? Has he seen Luke? Can he bring him back?" "How do you think?" he says. Is that his hand sliding up my leg? He's taken off the glove. The door's locked. No one will come in. They'll never know it isn't his. He lifts the sheet. His face is covered by the white mask, regulation. 2 brown eyes, a nose, a head with brown hair on it. His hand is between my legs. "Most of those old guys can't make it anymore," he says, "or they're sterile." I gasp. He said a forbidden word. Sterile. There is no such thing as a sterile man. There are only women who are fruitful and women who are barren. That's the law. Lots of women do it, he goes on. You want a baby, don't you? You're soft. It's time. Today or tomorrow would do it. Why waste it? It'd only take a minute, honey. I hesitate. He's offering himself to me, his services. I hate to see what they put you through, he murmurs. It's genuine sympathy, and yet he's enjoying this, sympathy and all. His hand is moving on me nervously and patient. It's too dangerous, I say. No, I can't. The penalty is death, but they have to catch you in the act. What are the odds? Is the room bugged? Who's waiting just outside the door? His hand stops. Think about it, he says. I've seen your chart. You don't have a lot of time left, but it's your life. Thank you, I say. I must leave the impression that I'm not offended, that I'm open to suggestion. He could fake the tests, report me for cancer, for infertility, have me shipped off to the colonies with the unwomen. He pats my thigh, withdraws himself behind the hanging sheet. Next month, he says. I put on my clothes again. My hands are shaking. Why am I frightened? I've crossed no boundaries. I've given no trust, taken no risk. All is safe. It's the choice that terrifies me. A way out. A salvation. To spare. This is one of the things I wasn't prepared for, the amount of unfilled time. If only I could embroider, weave, knit, something to do with my hands. I want a cigarette. I remember walking in art galleries through the 19th century, the obsession they had then with harems. Fat women lolling on divans, a eunuch in the background standing guard, studies of sedentary flesh. These pictures were supposed to be erotic, but I see now what they were really about. They were paintings about waiting, about objects not in use. They were paintings about boredom. But maybe boredom is erotic when women do it for men. I wait, washed, brushed, fed like a prize pig. I read once in an introduction to psychology that cage rats give themselves electric shocks for something to do. I lie down on the braided rug. You can always practice, said Aunt Lydia. Several sessions a day fitted into your daily routine. Arms at the sides, knees bent, lift the pelvis, roll the backbone down. Breathe in to a count of 5. Hold. Expel. In the afternoons, we lay on our beds for an hour in the gymnasium. They said it was a period of rest and meditation. I thought then that they did it because they wanted some time off themselves. But now I think that the rest was also practice. They were giving us a chance to get used to blank time. I must have been there 3 weeks when Moira came. She was brought into the gymnasium by 2 of the aunts in the usual way while we were having our nap. She still had her clothes on, jeans and a sweatshirt, and her hair was short. She saw me, but she turned away. She already knew what was safe. There was a bruise on her left cheek, turning purple. I couldn't talk to her for several days. We looked only. Small glances, like sips. Friendships were suspicious. But on the 4th day, she was beside me during the walk, 2 by 2 around the football field. The aunts walked to the head of the line and at the end, so the only danger was from the others. Some were believers and might report us. This is a loony bin, Moira said. Where can we talk? Washroom, I said. End stall 2:30. That was all. 2:30 comes during testifying. It's Janine telling about how she was gang raped at 14 and had an abortion. She told the same story last week. She seemed almost proud of it while she was telling. It may not even be true. At testifying, it's safer to make things up than to say you have nothing to reveal. But since it's Janine, it's probably more or less true. But whose fault was it? Aunt Lydia says. Her fault, her fault, her fault, we chant in unison. Who let them on? She did, she did, she did. Last week, Janine burst into tears. Aunt Lydia made her kneel at the front of the classroom, hands behind her head. She looked disgusting, weak, pink, blotchy, like a newborn mouse. For a moment, even though I knew what was being done to her, I despised her. That was last week. This week, Janine doesn't wait for us to jeer at her. It was my fault, she says. It was my own fault. I led them on. I deserved the pain. Very good, Janine, says Aunt Lydia. You are an example. I have to wait until this is over before I put up my hand. If you ask at the wrong moment, they say no. I raise my hand. Aunt Lydia nods. I walk into the hall. Aunt Elizabeth is standing guard. She nods, signaling that I can go in. I look carefully down under the stall wall. There are 2 red shoes. But how can I be sure who it is? I put my mouth to the wall. Moira, I whisper. Is that you? She says. Relief goes through me. God, do I need a cigarette, says Moira. Me too, I say. I feel ridiculously happy. I sink down into my body as into a swamp, where only I know the footing. Treacherous ground, my own territory. Each twinge, each murmur of pain, swellings and diminishings of tissue, these are the signs. Each month I watch for blood, fearfully, for when it comes it means failure. I'm running with her, holding her hand, dragging her through the bracken. She's only half awake because of the pill I gave her, so she wouldn't give us away. The ground is uneven, rocks, dead branches. She can't run fast enough. Now she's crying, she's frightened. I want to carry her, but she's too heavy. Quiet, I say to her angrily. Then the shots come behind us, not loud, not like firecrackers, but sharp and crisp like a dry branch snapping. Nothing ever sounds the way you think it will. I pull her to the ground and roll on top of her to cover her, shield her. Quiet, I say again. My face is wet, sweat or tears. I curl myself around her, keeping my hand over her mouth. There's breath and the knocking of my heart like pounding at the door of a house where you thought you would be safe. It's all right. I'm here, I whisper. Please be quiet. But how can she? She's too young. It's too late. We come apart. My arms are held, and the edges go dark, and nothing is left but a little window, like the wrong end of a telescope. I can see her, going away from me through the trees, holding out her arms to me, being carried away. The bell wakes me. I sit up on the rug, wipe my wet face with my sleeve. Of all the dreams, this is the worst. It's a Saturday morning. The little girl sits in the back seat with her stuffed rabbit, mangy with age and love. She thought we were going on a picnic. We didn't want her to know, to tell by mistake if we were stopped. We didn't want to lay upon her the burden of our truth. She had on her sneakers, the laces with hearts on them, red and purple. We have the forged passports paid for with jewelry, a stamp collection. Such things can be exchanged for money in other countries. Luke glances over at me, squeezes my hand. You're white as a sheet, he says. That is how I feel, white, flat. transparent. How will I be able to hold on to Luke and her when I'm so flat? Don't think that way, Moira would say. Think that way and you'll make it happen. Cheer up, says Luke. He's driving a little too fast now. He's singing. Oh, what a beautiful morning, he sings. Even his singing worries me. We've been warned not to look too happy. I pray silently. Nolite te bastardes carborundorum. I don't know what it means, but it sounds right, and it will have to do because I don't know what else I can say to God. The scratch writing on my cupboard wall floats before me, left by an unknown woman with the face of Moira. Are you there? I whisper. Large as life and twice as ugly, Moira whispers back. I've got to get out of here. I'm going bats. I feel panic. I'll fake sick. Moira, don't. I couldn't stand the thought of her not being here with me. You in there? Time's up, said the voice of Aunt Lydia from the doorway. I flushed the toilet. I saw her go out to the ambulance on a stretcher carried by 2 angels. I was having dinner that evening at a table near the window. I saw the ambulance return. They hauled Moira out. She was having trouble walking. Afterwards, her feet would not fit into her shoes. They were too swollen. It was the feet they do for a first offense. They used steel cables frayed at the ends. After that, the hands. Remember, said Aunt Lydia, for our purposes, your feet and hands are not essential. I am still praying, but what I am seeing is Moira's feet. They looked like drowned feet, swollen and boneless. They looked like lungs. Oh, God, I pray. Nolite te bastardes carborundorum. The ceremony begins as usual. I lie on my back, fully clothed except for the healthy white cotton underdrawers. What I could see, if I were to open my eyes, would be the large white canopy of Serena Joy's 4-poster bed, suspended like a sagging cloud over us. Above me, towards the head of the bed, Serena Joy is arranged, outspread. Her legs are apart. I lie between them, my head on her stomach, her pubic bone under the base of my skull, her thighs on either side of me. She, too, is fully clothed. My arms are raised. She holds my hands. This is supposed to signify that we are one flesh, one being. What it really means is that she is in control of the process and thus of the produce, if any. The rings of her left hand cut into my fingers. It may or may not be revenge. My red skirt is hitched up to my waist, though no higher. Below it, the commander is fucking. I do not say making love because this is not what he's doing. Copulating, too, would be inaccurate, because it would imply 2 people, and only one is involved. Nor does rape cover it. Nothing is going on here that I haven't signed up for. There wasn't a lot of choice, but there was some, and this is what I chose. Serena Joy grips my hands as if it is she, not I, who finds it either pleasurable or painful. And the commander fucks with a regular 2-4 marching stroke, on and on like a tap dripping. There's an impatience in his rhythm now. But isn't this everyone's wet dream? 2 women at once? They used to say that. Exciting, they used to say. What's going on in this room under Serena Joy's silvery canopy has nothing to do with passion or sexual desire. This is not recreation, even for the commander. This is serious business. The commander, too, is doing his duty. Kissing is forbidden between us. This makes it bearable. One detaches oneself, one describes. He comes at last, with a stifled groan as of relief. Serena Joy, who has been holding her breath, expels it. The commander, who has been propping himself on his elbows away from our combined bodies, doesn't permit himself to sink down onto us. He withdraws, re-zippers. He nods, then turns and leaves the room, closing the door with exaggerated care behind him, as if both of us are his ailing mother. There's something hilarious about this, but I don't dare laugh. Serena Joy lets go of my hands. "You can get up now," she says. "Get up and get out." She's supposed to have me rest for 10 minutes with my feet on a pillow to improve the chances. There is loathing in her voice, as if the touch of my flesh sickens her. I untangle myself from her body, stand up. The juice of the commander runs down my legs. Before I turn away, I see her lying on the bed, gazing. Lie on my bed. I want Luke so badly. I want to be held and told my name. I want to steal something. What I would like to steal is a kitchen knife, but I'm not ready for that. In the hall, the night light's on. I sneak through the house. I reach the sitting room. Old perfume fills my nostrils. There's a slight light coming through the closed drapes from the searchlight outside. I can see outlines. The door closes behind me with a click, then a whisper, "Don't scream, it's all right." As if I'd scream, as if it's all right. I turn. He steps towards me. Nick. "What are you doing in here?" I don't answer. He too is illegal. Here. He can't give me away. He pulls me against him, his mouth on mine, without a word, both of us shaking. But it's too dangerous. We push each other away. Too risky already. "I was coming to find you," he breathes. I want to reach up, taste his skin. Why? Is it so bad for him that he'd take the risk? I think of the hanged men on the wall. I must get away before I dissolve. His hands on my shoulder, pressing down on me like warm lead. Is this what I would die for? I'm a coward. I hate the thought of pain. "The commander wants to see you," he says, "in his office tomorrow." In the dark, we move away from each other slowly, as if pulled together by a force. I find the door. It's all I can do. In bed, I'm still trembling. Lying with Luke, his hand on my rounded belly, the three of us in bed, she kicking. We will be slow and careful. If I thought this would never happen again, I would die. But nobody dies from lack of sex. It's lack of love we die from. All the people I could love are dead or elsewhere. Here's what I believe. I believe Luke is lying face down in a tangle of bracken. I pray the shot was quick, straight through the skull, so that there would only have been one flash of pain. I also believe that Luke is sitting up on the edge of a bed. I don't want to think what they've done to his body. Does he know I'm alive, that I'm thinking of him? I have to believe so. You have to believe all kinds of things. I believe in thought transference now, vibrations in the ether, that sort of junk. I also believe that they didn't catch him after all, that he made it, swam the river, crossed the border, dragged himself up on the far shore, found his way to a farmhouse where they understood. They were friendly, Quakers perhaps. They smuggled him inland, house to house. He made contact with the others. There must be a resistance. Someone must be out there. Or where do all the criminals come from on the television? Any day now, there may be a message. It will come from the least likely person. The message will say that he will get me out. We will find her. She'll remember us, and we will be all three of us together. The things I believe can't all be true, but I believe in all of them. Whatever the truth is, I will be ready for it. This also is a belief of mine. This also may be untrue. As I'm eating my egg, I hear a siren winding its way among the large houses and clipped lawns. I run down the hall. The red birthmobile is parked in the driveway. Its back door is open. I clamber in. "Who is it?" I say to the woman beside me. I have to shout, the noise is so loud. "Of Warren!" she shouts back. She grabs my hand. There are tears running down her cheeks. Envy? Disappointment? What will Of Warren give birth to? A baby? Or something else? An unbaby, with a pinhead or a dog's snout or two bodies, or a hole in its heart, or no arms, or webbed feet? There's no telling. They could tell once, but that is now outlawed. What would be the point of knowing? Whatever it is must be carried to term. The chances are 1 in 4. We learned that at the center. The air got too full once of chemicals, rays, radiation, not to mention the exploding atomic power plants, the mutant strains of syphilis. Some had themselves tied shut. How could they? Said Aunt Lydia. Jezebels, scorning God's gifts. It's a risk you're taking, said Aunt Lydia, but you are the shock troops. The greater the risk, the greater the glory. She clasped her hands, radiant with our phony courage. We looked down at our desks. To go through all that and give birth to a shredder, it wasn't a fine thought. Aunt Lydia stands at the front of the room. Beside her is a graph showing the birth rate. For years and years, a slippery slope down past the 0 line of replacement, and down and down. A thing is valued, she says, only if it's rare and hard to get. We want you to be valued, girls. Think of yourself as pearls. I think about pearls. Pearls are congealed oyster spit. This is what I will tell Moira later, if I can. The van stops. The guardian herds us out past the van with the doctors. They are only allowed in if it can't be helped. It used to be different. They used to be in charge. Aunt Lydia shows us an old film. A pregnant woman wired up to a machine, electrodes coming out of her, an intravenous drip in her arm. Some man with a searchlight peering between her legs, where she'd been shaved. A tray full of knives. Once they drugged women, induced labor, cut them open, sewed them up. No more. No anesthetics, even. Aunt Lydia said it was better for the baby, but also, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. Once a week we had movies, sometimes old porno films, women kneeling, sucking penises or guns, tied up or chained, women hanging from trees or upside down, naked, women being raped. Once we had to watch a woman being slowly cut into pieces. Consider the alternatives, said Aunt Lydia. You see what things used to be like? Her voice trembled with indignation. Moira said later that it wasn't real. It was done with models. But it was hard to tell. Sometimes the movie would be what Aunt Lydia called an unwoman documentary. I sit on my mat, hands folded, the lights go out. Then I see my mother. She's wearing overall jeans with a plaid shirt, the sort of thing Moira once wore. She's in a group of other women holding a banner. The camera pans up and we see the writing. Take back the night. Behind this, there are other signs. Freedom to choose. Recapture our bodies. You were a wanted baby, my mother said. She liked to come over while Luke and I were fixing dinner. Her hair was gray. She wouldn't dye it. Why pretend, she'd say. Anyway, I don't want a man around. A man is just a woman's strategy for making other women. Not that your father wasn't a nice guy, not that I expected anything of him. Just do the job, then you can bugger off, I said. I make a decent salary, I can afford daycare. You young people don't know what we had to go through just to get you where you are. Sometimes she would cry. I was so lonely, she'd say. You have no idea how lonely I was. I admired my mother in some ways, although things between us were never easy. She expected me to vindicate her life for her. I'm not your justification for existence, I said to her once. I want her back. I want everything back the way it was. It's hot in here, and too loud after the days and days of silence. The women's voices rise around me. The room smells, too, of our own flesh, and another smell, more animal, that's coming from Janine. The smell of dens, of caves. Breathe, breathe, we chant as we have been taught. Hold, hold, expel, expel, expel. Janine tries to slow her breathing. No, she screams. Oh, no, oh, no. She had another child once. I know that from the center when she used to cry about it at night, like the rest of us, only louder. But who can remember pain once it's over? And Martha arrives with a jug of fruit juice, the kind you make from powder, and a stack of paper cups. I lean to get one, and the woman next to me says in my ear, "Are you looking for anyone?" "Moira," I say. "Dark hair, freckles." "No," the woman says, "but I'll watch for you." Sometimes you can find things out on birthdays, but there would be no point in asking about Luke. He wouldn't be where any of these women could see him. The chanting goes on. It's hard work. "Identify with your body," said Aunt Lydia. Already I can feel pains. My breasts are heavy. Janine screams. "I want to sit," she says. How long have we been here? Minutes? Hours? I'm sweating now. The false pains clench me. 2 aunts lead Janine to the birthing stool, where she sits on the lower of the 2 seats. Her commander's wife hurries in. 2 of the wives hold her by the arms as if she needs it. She has a tight little smile on her face. She must know what we think of her. She scrambles onto the birthing stool, sits on the seat above Janine, so Janine is framed by her. Her skinny legs come down on either side, the arms of an eccentric chair. But we pay no attention to the wife. Our eyes are on Janine. She's grunting now with the effort. "Push, push, push," we whisper. We're with her. We're the same as her. We're drunk. Here's the crowning. The head purple. Another push, and it slithers out. Oh, praise. We hold our breath as Aunt Lydia inspects it. A girl. Poor thing, but at least there's nothing wrong with it. Tears run down our cheeks. What I remember is Luke standing beside my head, holding my hand in the green gown, the white mask. "Oh," he said. "Oh, Jesus," in wonder. We crowd around Janine, patting her. The 2 wives help the 3rd wife down from the birthing stool and over to the bed, where the baby is placed ceremoniously in her arms. The visiting wives are crowding in now, pushing us aside. Envy radiates from them, faint wisps of acid mingled with their perfume. The commander's wife looks down at the baby as if it's a bouquet of flowers, something she's won, a tribute. We stand by Janine so she won't have to see this. She's crying burnt-out, miserable tears. Nonetheless, we are jubilant. It's a victory for all of us. She'll be allowed to nurse the baby for a few months. After that, she'll be transferred to see if she can do it again. But she'll never be sent to the colonies. She'll never be declared an unwoman. That is her reward. By now, I'm exhausted. We sit in the birthmobile facing one another as we are transported back. What confronts us now the excitement's over is our own failure. Mother, I think, wherever you may be, you wanted a woman's culture. On with this story. Here is a different story, a better one. This is a story of what happened to Moira. Part of it I can fill in myself. Part of it I heard from Alma, who heard it from Dolores, who heard it from Janine. There can be alliances even in such places. There will always be alliances of one kind or another. Aunt Lydia called Janine into her office. "Blessed be the fruit, Janine," Aunt Lydia would have said without looking up from her desk, where she was writing something. For every rule there is always an exception. The aunts are allowed to read and write. "May the Lord open," Janine would have replied. "I feel I can rely on you, Janine," Aunt Lydia would have said. She thought all Janine's sniveling meant something. She thought Janine had been broken. "Janine," said Aunt Lydia, "something terrible has happened." Then she told her story. Moira had raised her hand to go to the washroom during exercises. Aunt Elizabeth was on washroom duty. After a moment, Moira called to Aunt Elizabeth. The toilet was overflowing. It was true that the toilet sometimes overflowed. Aunt Elizabeth went into the washroom. Water was running over the floor and pieces of fecal matter. It was not pleasant. Moira stood politely aside, and Aunt Elizabeth hurried into the cubicle and bent over the back of the toilet. She had both hands on the lid when she felt something sharp jab into her ribs. "Don't move," said Moira, "or I'll stick it all the way in." She dismantled the inside of one of the toilets and taken out the long, thin, pointed lever that attaches the handle to the chain. "Oh," said Janine weakly, as if to protest at this sacrilege. And Moira took off her own clothes and put on those of Aunt Elizabeth, except for the veil which she tore into strips. She stuffed some cloth into Aunt Elizabeth's mouth and tied it in place with another strip. She tied a strip around Aunt Elizabeth's neck and tied the other end to her feet. "I could kill you, you know," said Moira. "I could injure you badly so you would never feel good in your body again. I could zap you with this thing or stick it into your eye. Just remember I didn't if it ever comes to that." Aunt Lydia didn't repeat this part to Janine, but I expect Moira said something like it. In any case, she didn't kill or mutilate Aunt Elizabeth. She drew her shoulders back and compressed her lips and marched straight out the front door with the bearing of a person who knew where she was going. And she disappeared. "Oh," said Janine. "So, Janine," said Aunt Lydia, I want you to keep your ears open. Maybe one of the others was involved. Yes, Aunt Lydia, said Janine. She knew she would not have to kneel down any more at the front of the classroom and listen to all of us shouting at her that it was her fault. Now it would be someone else for a while. She was temporarily off the hook. The story passed among us that night in the semi-darkness from bed to bed. Moira was out there somewhere. Moira had power now. She'd set herself loose. She was now a loose woman. I think we found this frightening. Already we were losing the taste for freedom. Already we were finding these walls secure. Nevertheless, Moira was our fantasy. In the light of Moira, the ants were less fearsome and more absurd. We expected her to be dragged in at any minute, as she had been before. We could not imagine what they might do to her this time. It would be very bad, whatever happened. But nothing happened. Moira didn't reappear. She hasn't yet. This is a reconstruction. All of it is a reconstruction. It's a reconstruction now in my head as I lie on my single bed rehearsing what I should or shouldn't have done, how I should have played it, if I ever get out of here. Let's stop there. I intend to get out of here. It can't last forever. Others have thought such things in bad times before this, and they were always right. They did get out one way or another, and it didn't last forever. Although, for them, it may have lasted all the forever they had. I want you to kiss me, said the commander. Well, of course something came before that. Such requests never come out of the blue. The clock in the hall downstairs strikes 9. I set out along the hall and down the stairs. My presence here is illegal. It is forbidden for us to be alone with the commanders. We are for breeding purposes. We aren't concubines, geisha girls, courtesans. We are wombs, that's all. So why does he want to see me at night, alone? If I'm caught, it's to Serena's tender mercies I'll be delivered. He isn't supposed to meddle in household discipline. That's women's business. After that, reclassification. I could become an unwoman. But to refuse to see him could be worse. There's no doubt about who holds the real power. But there must be something he wants, from me. To want is to have a weakness. It's this small weakness that entices me. It's like a crack in a wall. If I press my eye to it, I may be able to see my way clear. I want to know what he wants. I raise my hand, knock on the door of this forbidden room. I'm told to enter. I open the door, step in. What is on the other side is normal life. I should say it looks like normal life. There is a desk, of course, with a computalk on it, and a leather chair. There's a potted plant, a penholder, papers. There's an oriental rug on the floor, a sofa, a television, a couple of chairs. But all around the walls are bookcases, filled with books, right out in plain view, no locks, no boxes. No wonder we can't come in here. I try not to stare. The commander is standing in front of the fireplace, one elbow on the overmantel. When I knocked, he probably rushed over to the fireplace and propped himself up. It's all very well for me to think these things, an inner jeering. The fact is, I'm terrified. Close the door behind you, he says pleasantly enough. I do it and turn back. Hello, he says. It's the old form of greeting. I haven't heard it for a long time, for years. I think I will cry. He looks at me, puzzled, gives a little frown I choose to interpret as concern, though it may merely be irritation. Here, he says, you can sit down. He pulls out a chair for me, then goes around behind the desk and sits down. What this act tells me is that he hasn't brought me here to touch me in any way against my will. I sit up straight on the chair, my hands folded on my lap. "You must find this strange," he says. I look at him. The understatement of the year was a phrase my mother used. "I want," he says. I try not to lean forward. Yes, what does he want? "I would like," he says. "This will sound silly." And he does look embarrassed. Sheepish was the word. The way men used to look once. "I'd like you to play a game of Scrabble with me," he says. I hold myself absolutely rigid. Scrabble. I want to shriek with laughter. This was once a game of old women in retirement villas, to be played when there was nothing good on television. Now, of course, it's something different. Now it's forbidden. Now it's dangerous. Now it's desirable. Now he's compromised himself. "All right," I say, as if indifferent. I can, in fact, hardly speak. He takes a box from his desk. There are the wooden counters, the board divided into squares, the little holders for setting the letters in. "You know how to play?" he says. I nod. We play 2 games. Larynx, I spell. Valence. Quince. Zygote. I finger the letters. The feeling is voluptuous. This is freedom. Limp, I spell. Gorge. What a luxury. I win the first game. I let him win the second. I still haven't discovered what the terms are. Finally, he tells me it's time for me to go home. Those are the words he uses. Go home. He asks me if I will be all right, as if the stairway is a dark street. I say yes. We open his study door a crack and listen for noises. This is like being on a date. This is like sneaking into the dorm after hours. This is conspiracy. "Thank you," he says, "for the game." Then he says, "I want you to kiss me." I think about how I could take the back of the toilet apart. I could get the sharp lever and smuggle it into the commander's study the next time, because after a request like that, there's always a next time. I could approach the commander, take off his jacket, put my arms around him, and slip the lever out and drive the sharp end into him, suddenly between his ribs. I think about the blood coming out of him, hot as soup, sexual over my hands. In fact, I don't think about anything of the kind. I put it in only afterwards. Maybe I should have thought about that at the time, but I didn't. As I said, this is a reconstruction. "All right," I say. I place my lips closed against his. He draws away. There's the smile again, sheepish. Such candor. "Not like that," he says. "As if you meant it." He was so sad. That is a reconstruction. I go back along the dimmed hall and up the muffled stairs to my room. "Men are sex machines," said Aunt Lydia. "They only want one thing. You must learn to manipulate them for your own good." Aunt Lydia did not actually say this, but it was implicit in everything she did say. But how to fit the commander into this, with his word games and his desire for what? To be played with? To be gently kissed as if I meant it? I know I need to take it seriously, this desire of his. It could be a passport. It could be my downfall. No matter what I do, there's something hilarious about it. I hear something crack inside my body. I've broken. Noise is coming up. If I let the noise out into the air, it will be laughter. Too loud, and who knows? The wandering womb, they used to think. Hysteria. And then a needle, a pill. I cram both hands over my mouth. I crawl into the cupboard. I'll choke on it. I shake. I heave. Oh, to die of laughter. I stifle it in the folds of the hanging cloak. Try to compose myself. Here I am in the closet. Nolite te bastardes carborundarum. I trace the tiny writing with the ends of my fingers, as if it's a code in Braille. It sounds in my head now less like a prayer, more like a command. But to do what? Why did she write it? Why did she bother? There's no way out of here. I lie on the floor, evening out my breathing, as in the exercises for giving birth. All I can hear now is the sound of my own heart. Open. Next morning was a scream and a crash. Rita dropping the breakfast tray. I was still half in the cupboard. I must have gone to sleep. Rita was kneeling beside me. "What's wrong?" I said. "Oh," she said, "I thought..." She thought what? The eggs had broken on the floor. "What was you doing on the floor like that?" she said, pulling at me to get up. I didn't want to tell her I'd never been to bed at all. I told her I must have fainted. "It must have been the strain," she said, "of yesterday and all." She meant the birth, and I said it was. "They'll want to know why the extra eggs, unless you could do without." She looked at me slyly, and I saw that it would be better if we both pretend I'd eaten my breakfast. If she said she'd found me lying on the floor, there would be too many questions. "I'll do without," I said. It pleased me that she was willing to lie for me. It was a link between us. "It did give me a turn," she said. "At first I thought—" "You thought I'd run off," I said. "Well, but—" she said, "but it was you." The commander and I have an arrangement. It's not the first such arrangement in history, though the shape it's taken is not the usual one. I visit him 2 or 3 nights a week. The signal is Nick. If he's polishing the car when I set out for the shopping, then I go. If he isn't, then I stay in my room. The difficulty is the wife, as always. After dinner she goes to their bedroom, from where she could conceivably hear me as I sneak along the hall. Or she stays in the sitting room with the door ajar, and I don't dare go past it. When I've had the signal but can't make it, the commander understands. He knows my situation. He knows the rules. The first time, I was confused. Also, there had been a letdown of sorts. What had I been expecting? Something unspeakable, down on all fours perhaps, perversions, whips, mutilations. To be asked to play Scrabble instead seemed kinky in the extreme, a violation too in its own way. The second evening began in the same way as the first. I knocked on the door, was told to come in. Then followed the same 2 games. Prolix, quartz, quandary, sylph, rhythm. It was like trying to walk without crutches, the way my mind lurched and stumbled among the consonants. That night, when we'd finished the second game, he sat back in his chair. "I have a little present for you," he said. Then he pulled out a magazine. A women's magazine, here, in a commander's private study where you'd least expect to find such a thing. Staring at it, as he dangled it before me, I wanted it. At the same time, I saw this longing as trivial and absurd because I'd taken such magazines lightly enough once. After I'd leafed through them, I would throw them away, for they were infinitely discardable, and a day later I wouldn't be able to remember what had been in them. Though I remembered now. What was in them was promise. They dealt in transformations. They suggested one adventure after another, one wardrobe after another, one man after another. The real promise in them was immortality. "It's an old one," he said, "from the 70s. I thought you might like to look at it." I hung back. He might be testing me. "It's not permitted," I said. "In here it is," he said quietly. Having broken the main taboo, why should I hesitate over another one? I took the magazine from him. There they were, the images of my childhood, bold, striding, confident, their arms flung out as if to claim space. "Why do you have this?" I asked him. "Some of us," he said, "retain an appreciation for the old things." "But these were supposed to have been burned," I said. "What's dangerous in the hands of the multitudes," he said, with what may or may not have been irony, "is safe enough for those whose motives are beyond reproach." "Why show it to me?" I said. "Who else could I show it to?" he said. And there it was again, that sadness. I didn't want to push him. Nevertheless, I said, "How about your wife?" "No," he said. "She wouldn't understand." So there it was. His wife didn't understand him. The same old thing. It was too banal to be true. When the week for the ceremony came around again, there was an awkwardness. Before, I'd treated it as an unpleasant job to be gone through as fast as possible, but that night I felt shy of him. The lights were on as usual, since Serena Joy always avoided anything that would have created an aura of romance or eroticism. I was conscious that my legs were hairy. I felt uncouth. He was no longer a thing to me. That was the problem. Serena Joy had changed for me, too. Once I'd merely hated her for her part in what was being done to me, and because she hated me, too, and because she would be the one to raise my child, should I be able to have one after all. But now the hatred was no longer pure and simple. Partly, I was jealous of her. I also felt guilty. Now that I was seeing the commander on the sly, I was taking something from her, although she didn't know it. I walk with Offglen along the summer street. It's warm, humid. We're used to each other now. We don't bother much with formalities. We move in tandem along our daily track. We've been to the stores already. Now we're at the wall. Nothing on it today. They don't leave the bodies hanging long in summer because of the flies. Somehow, it is even more foreboding when it's empty like this. When I can see the bodies, when I can guess from the sizes and shapes that none of them is Luke, I can believe also that he is still alive. At last, Offglen speaks. "Do you think God listens?" she says. In the past, this would have been a trivial enough remark. Right now it's treason. I could scream. I could turn away from her to show I won't tolerate this kind of talk. Subversion, sedition, blasphemy, heresy. "No," I say. She lets out her breath in a long sigh. We have crossed the invisible line together. "Neither do I," she says. We walk, heads bent as usual. I'm so excited I can hardly breathe. "I thought you were a true believer," Offglen says. "I thought you were." "You can join us," she says. "Us? There is an us, then?" "You didn't think I was the only one," she says. It occurs to me that she may be a spy, a plant, but I can't believe it. Hope is rising in me like sap in a tree. I can't nap this afternoon. There's too much adrenaline. What would Moira tell me if she were here? She'd disapprove about the commander. She disapproved of Luke, of the fact that he was married. She said I was poaching on another woman's ground. I said he wasn't a fish, he was a human being and could make his own decisions. She said I was rationalizing. I said I was in love. We said all this in my kitchen, drinking coffee. In the apartment where I lived for the 2 years it took Luke to pry himself loose. I paid for it myself, with my job at the library. It's strange now to think about having a job. The Book of Job. All those women having jobs. Hard to imagine now. It's like remembering the paper money when they still had that. I must have used that kind of money myself before everything went on the CompuBank. I guess that's how they were able to do it all at once without anyone knowing. If there had still been portable money, it would have been more difficult. It was after the catastrophe when they shot the president and the army declared a state of emergency. "Keep calm," they said on television. "Everything is under control." "Look out," said Moira. "Here it comes." "Here what comes?" I said. "You wait," she said. "They've been building up to this. It's you and me up against the wall, baby." She was quoting an expression of my mother's, but she wasn't intending to be funny. Newspapers were closed down for security reasons, they said. Then roadblocks began to appear, and identity passes. Then one morning I stopped in the corner store for a packet of cigarettes. I was smoking more those days. It was the tension. Everyone was a little jumpy. It was after we'd been married. She was 3 or 4 in daycare. We got up in the usual way and had breakfast, and Luke had driven her off to school. When I got to the corner store, the usual woman wasn't there. Instead, there was a young man. "She sick?" I said as I handed him my card. "Who?" he said aggressively. "The woman who's usually here." "How would I know?" he said. He was punching my number in. "Sorry," he said. "This number's not valid." "That's ridiculous," I said. "It must be. I've got thousands in my account." "It's not valid," he repeated. "See that red light? Means it's not valid." "I'll phone them from the office," I said. "You do that," he said indifferently. I did phone from the office, but all I got was a recording. The lines were overloaded, the recording said. Could I please phone back? About 2 o'clock, the director came in. He looked terrible. His eyes were pink and wobbling. We all turned off our machines. "I'm sorry," he said, "but it's the law. I have to let you go." "We're being fired?" I said. "But why?" "Not fired," he said. "Let go. You can't work here anymore. It's the law." I went home and telephoned Moira. "So," she said when I told her, "tried getting anything on your CompuCard today?" "Yes," I said. I told her about that, too. "They've frozen them," she said. "Mine, too. Any account with an F on it instead of an M. All they needed to do is push a few buttons. Were cut off. Luke can use your CompuCount for you," she said. "They'll transfer your number to him. Husband or male next of kin." "But what about you?" I said. She didn't have anyone. "I'll go underground," she said. "Some of the gays can take over our numbers and buy us the things we need." "But why?" I said. "Why did they?" When he got back, Luke put his arms around me. "I heard," he said, "on the car radio driving home. Don't worry. I'm sure it's temporary. It's only a job," he said. "Anyway, you know I'll always take care of you." I thought, already he's starting to patronize me. Then I thought, already you're starting to get paranoid. That night he wanted me to make love. "What's the matter?" he said. "We still have—" He said. It occurred to me that he shouldn't be saying we, since nothing that I knew of had been taken away from him. "We still have each other," I said. He kissed me then, as if now I'd said that things could get back to normal. But something had shifted. When he put his arms around me, I was small as a doll. He doesn't mind this, I thought. He doesn't mind it at all. We are not each other's anymore. Instead, I am his. Unworthy, unjust. But that is what happened. So, Luke, what I want to ask you now is, was I right? I'm sitting in the commander's office. My body's lax. My shoes are off. He leans back, fingertips together. "What would you like to read tonight?" he says. This, too, has become routine. So far, I've been through a Mademoiselle, an Old Esquire, a Ms. magazine. I read quickly, voraciously, trying to get as much into my head before the next long starvation. "I think I'd rather just talk," I say. I'm surprised to hear myself saying it. He doesn't appear surprised. "What would you like to talk about?" I falter. "Anything, I guess. You, for instance." "Me?" He smiles. "There's not much to say about me. I'm just an ordinary kind of guy." Ordinary guys do not become commanders. "You must be good at something," I say. I know I'm prompting him, drawing him out, and I dislike myself for it. But we are fencing. Either he talks or I will. I can feel speech backing up inside me. It's so long since I've really talked with anyone. The terse, whispered exchanges with Offglen hardly count. And if I talk to him, I'll give something away. I can feel it coming, a betrayal of myself. "Oh, I was in market research," he says. "After that, I sort of branched out. You might say I'm a sort of scientist," he says. After that, he doesn't say anything. We are outweighting each other. I'm the one to break first. "Well, maybe you could tell me something I've been wondering about," I say. "What might that be?" I'm heading into danger, but I can't help myself. It's a phrase I remember from somewhere. I think it's Latin. "Tell me," he says, more alert, or am I imagining it? "Nolite te bastardes carborundarum," I say. I haven't pronounced it properly. I don't know how. "I could write it down," I say. He hesitates. Possibly he doesn't remember that I can. I've never held a pen in this room, not even to add up the scores. "Women can't add," he said once jokingly. When I asked him what he meant, he said, "For them, 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 don't make 4. "What do they make?" I said. "Just 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. But now he thrusts his pen at me, almost defiantly, as if taking on a dare. I print the phrase carefully, copying it from inside my head, from inside my closet. He takes the page, then begins to laugh. "That's not real Latin," he says. "That's just a schoolboy joke." "A joke?" I say, bewildered. "You know how boys are," he says. His laughter is nostalgic. "It's hard to explain why it's funny unless you know Latin," he says. "But what does it mean?" "It means, don't let the bastards grind you down." I force a smile. I can see why she wrote that on the wall of the cupboard. But I also see that she must have learned it here, in this room, with him. I have not been the first, then. "What happened to her?" I say. He hardly misses a beat. "Did you know her?" "Sort of," I say. "She hanged herself," he says thoughtfully. That's why we had the light fixture removed in your room. Serena found out, he says. Things have changed. I have something on him now. What I have on him is the possibility of my own death. What I have on him is his guilt. At last. I would like, I say. What would you like? He says lightly, as if it's a minor transaction. I would like to know... It sounds indecisive, stupid even. I say it without thinking. Know what? What's going on? Today, with Ofglen, on our shopping walk, we go as usual to the wall. There's a password, she says in her low, penetrating whisper. What for? So you can tell who is and who isn't. What is it, then? Mayday, she says. I tried it on you once. Mayday, I repeat. Now remember, Mayday. Don't use it unless you have to. It isn't good for us to know about too many of the others, in case you get caught. Then she turns to me. We know you're seeing him alone. I ask her how. We just know, she says. What does he want, kinky sex? How can I describe what really goes on between us? It's easier for me to say, in a way, that at least has the dignity of coercion. You'd be surprised, she says, how many of them do. I can't help it, I say. I can't not go. Of course you can't. But find out and tell us. Find out what, I say. Anything. I leave her at the corner. She glides away along the sidewalk, and I go toward the house. There's Nick, hat askew. As soon as he knows I've seen him, he walks off towards the garage door. Serena Joy is sitting under the willow tree. I lower my eyes. Offred, she says. I pause, uncertain. Yes, you, come here. I want you. I stand before her. Sit, she says. It's too damn close in there. You need a little air. I sit. I note the swear word, something new. Well, then, she says. Nothing yet? There are not many subjects between us. No, I say. Too bad, she says. She'd like me to be pregnant, over and done with, no more humiliating tangles. Your time's running out, she says. Yes, I say neutrally. Maybe he can't, she says. Does she mean the commander or God? Either way, it's heresy. No, I say. Maybe he can't. I look up at her. It's the first time we've looked into each other's eyes. The moment stretches out between us, bleak and level. Maybe, she says. Maybe you should try it another way. What other way? Another man. You know I can't, I say carefully. It's against the law. You know the penalty. Yes, she says. I know you can't officially, but it's done all the time. With doctors, you mean? I remember the sympathetic brown eyes, the gloveless hand. Some do that, she says, almost affable now. That's how Offwarren did it. The wife knew, of course. She pauses to let this sink in. I would help you. I would make sure nothing went wrong. Who would we use? I was thinking of Nick, she says, and her voice is almost soft. He's loyal. I could fix it with him. So that's who does her little black market errands for her. Is this what he gets in return? What about the commander? I say. Well, we just won't tell him, will we? This idea hangs between us, almost palpable. Collusion of a sort. Betrayal of a sort. She does want that baby. It's a risk, I say. It's my life on the line, but that's where it will be sooner or later, one way or another. We both know this. All right, I say. Yes. She leans forward. Maybe I could get something for you, something you want, she says, because I have been good. I can't think of anything I want that she'd be likely to give me. A picture, she says. I look at her puzzled. Of her, she says, your little girl. She knows where they've put her then. She's known all along. Something chokes in my throat. The bitch not to tell me. Not even to let on. She's made of iron. She can't imagine. But I can't say this. I can't speak. The commander tonight, fingers together, looking at me. Tonight he has a drink, scotch and water. He's taken to drinking in my presence to unwind after the day, he says. I'm to gather he is under pressure. He never offers me one, though, and I don't ask. When I kiss him good night, as if I mean it, his breath smells of alcohol. I breathe it in like smoke. I relish it, this lick of dissipation. Sometimes, after a few drinks, he becomes silly. Sometimes he sits on the floor beside my chair holding my hand. It must amuse him, this fake subservience. Once in a while, I think I can see myself as he may see me. There are things he wants to prove to me. He wants, all right. Especially after a few drinks. He wants to explain things to justify himself. The problem wasn't only with the women, he says. The main problem was with the men. There was nothing for them anymore. They could make money, I say a little nastily. It's hard to be afraid of a man who is sitting at your feet. This lack of fear is dangerous. It's not enough, he says. It's too abstract. I mean, there was nothing for them to do with women. Sex was too easy. Anyone could buy it. There was nothing to work for, nothing to fight for. We have the stats from that time. You know what they were complaining about the most? Inability to feel. Do they feel now, I say? Yes, he says, looking at me. They do. He stands up, puts his hands on my shoulders from behind. I can't see him. I'd like to know what you think, his voice says from behind me. I don't think a lot, I say lightly. What he wants is intimacy, but I can't give him that. Come now, he says, pressing a little with his hands. I'm interested in your opinion. About what? About what we've done, how things have worked out. I hold myself very still. I try to empty my mind. I have no opinion, I say. He sighs. He knows what I think. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs, is what he says. We thought we could do better. Better, I say in a small voice. How can he think this is better? Better never means better for everyone, but we've given them more than we've taken away. Think of the trouble they had before, the singles bars, the blind dates, the terrible gap between those who could get a man and those who couldn't. They starved themselves, pumped their breasts full of silicon, had their noses cut off. Think of the misery. He waves his hand at a stack of magazines. Remember the personal columns? Bright, attractive woman. This way, you all get a man. Nobody's left out. Now tell me, what did we overlook? with our fresh passports that said we were not who we were. The man went inside, after we'd explained about the picnic, and he glanced into the car and seen our daughter asleep. Luke patted my arm and got out of the car as if to stretch his legs, and watched the man through the window of the immigration building. Then Luke got into the car, too fast. He was picking up the phone, he said, and he began to drive very quickly. And after that there was the dirt road, the woods. We jumped out of the car and began to run. Maybe he had a plan, a map of some kind in his head. As for me, I was only running, away. I don't want to be telling this story. I don't have to tell it. I could just sit here, peacefully. I could withdraw. It's possible to go so far in they could never get you out. Nolite te bastardes carborundarum. Fat lot of good it did her. Why fight? This will never do. Love? Said the commander. Falling in love, I said. It was the central thing. It was the way you understood yourself. Falling in love, we said. I fell for him. We were falling women. We believed in it, this downward motion so lovely, like flying. That kind of love comes and goes and is hard to remember afterwards, like pain. You would look at a man one day and you would think, I loved you. And the tense would be past, and you would be filled with a sense of wonder because it was such an amazing and precarious and dumb thing to have done. If you don't like it, change it, we said to each other. And so we would change the man for another one. Change, we were sure, was for the better. We were revisionists. What we revised was ourselves. It's strange to remember how we used to think, as if everything were available to us, as if we were free to shape and reshape our lives. You'll have to forgive me. I'm a refugee from the past, and like other refugees, I go over the customs I've been forced to leave behind. Like a white Russian drinking tea in Paris, marooned in the 20th century. I become maudlin. I weep. The knock comes at my door. I've brought it for you, says Serena Joy, and she's holding it, a Polaroid print. You can only have it for a minute, she says, her voice conspiratorial. I have to return it before they know it's missing. Is this her? Is this what she's like? So tall and changed, smiling a little, so soon. Time has not stood still. It has washed me away. I am only a shadow, as dead mothers become. You can see it in her eyes. I am not there. But she exists. She grows and lives. Isn't that a good thing? Still, I can't bear to have been erased like that. I knock on his door, adjust my face. He's standing by the fireplace. In his hand is an almost empty drink. How is the little one this evening? He's in a courtly phase. Tonight, I have a surprise for you. He laughs. It's more like a snigger. Tonight, I'm taking you out. Out? It's an archaic phrase. Surely there is nowhere anymore where a man can take a woman out. I know without being told that what he's proposing is risky for him, but especially for me. But I want to go anyway. Anything that breaks the monotony. He goes to his desk, brings out a handful, it seems, of feathers, mauve and pink. It's a garment, apparently. There are cups for the breasts. The feathers are around the thigh holes. All such clothing was supposed to have been destroyed. "You expect me to put that on?" I say. My voice sounds prudish. I've never worn anything remotely like this, so glittering and theatrical. And it would be so sinful, so free. Freedom, like everything else, is relative. "It's a disguise," he says. "You'll never get in without it." By this time, he's quite excited. It's as if we're dressing for a party. "Terrific," he says when I slip the thin sequin straps over my shoulders. Then he goes to the cupboard, gets a blue cloak. This must be Serena's. "What about my pass?" I say. "Don't worry about that," he says. And so we set out. We glide through the darkened streets. The commander has hold of my hand, as if we're teenagers. I clutch the cape about me, as a good wife should. Through the tunnel made by the hood, I can see the back of Nick's head. Does he know what I've got on under this cloak? Did he procure it? And if so, does it make him feel angry or lustful or envious or anything at all? The checkpoints are no problem. Everything goes smoothly, despite the heavy pounding of blood in my head. Then Nick says, "Here, sir," and the car pulls over. So this, too, is something he's done before. We're in an alleyway. The commander has a key to a door, which is made of steel. He slips a purple tag around my wrist, like the tags for airport luggage. "If anyone asks, say you're an evening rental," he says. He takes me by my bare upper arm and steers me forward, inside a concrete corridor lit with fluorescent overhead lights. We emerge into a central courtyard. It's wide and high. There's a fountain in the middle of it. I know where I am. I've been here before with Luke in the afternoons. It was a hotel then. Now it's full of women. They are sitting, lounging, strolling, leaning against one another. The men are mingled with them, but in their dark uniforms, they form only a kind of background. The women are tropical, dressed in all kinds of festive gear. All wear makeup. Their eyes look too big, too dark, and shimmering. Their mouths too red, blood-dipped and glistening, perhaps even clownish. "Don't gawk," says the commander. "Just act natural." Again, he leads me forward. A man has spotted him. "Steady," he whispers. "Don't lose your nerve." All you have to do, I tell myself, is keep your mouth shut and look stupid. The commander does the talking, and as he talks, his chest expands. It occurs to me he is showing off. He is showing me off to them, but he is also showing off to me. He is demonstrating his mastery of the world. He's breaking the rules under their noses. Perhaps he's reached that state of intoxication which power is said to inspire, the state in which you believe you are indispensable and can therefore do anything you like, anything at all. He sits me down, puts an arm around my shoulders. The fabric of his sleeve is raspy against my skin, so unaccustomed to being touched. "Well," he says, "what do you think of our little club?" I thought this sort of thing was forbidden. "Well, officially," he says, "but everybody's human after all." I'm getting fed up with him. What I'd really like to do is talk with the women. "Who are these people?" I ask him. "It's only for officers," he says, "and senior officials. And trade delegations, of course. You can hardly do business without it. We try to provide at least as good as they can get elsewhere." "No," I say, "I mean the women." "Oh," he laughs. "Well, some of them are real pros from the time before. They couldn't be assimilated. Anyway, most of them prefer it here. And the others, well, that one is a sociologist, or was. That one was a lawyer. That one was in business." Then I see her. Moira. She's standing with two other women over near the fountain. She's dressed absurdly in a strapless black outfit. She's smoking a cigarette. She takes a drag, passes it to the woman on her left. I will her to look at me, but her eyes slide over me. She swivels her head around again, checking perhaps for prospects. This time, her eyes snag on me. She knows enough not to react. She takes the cigarette back from the woman beside her, lets her hand rest in the air a moment, all 5 fingers outspread. Our old signal. I have 5 minutes to get to the washroom. I turn and smile at the commander. "Is there a washroom?" I say. "It's over there," he nods. It still says ladies in scrolly gold script. There's a woman seated at a table, supervising the entrances and exits. 15 minutes, she says to me. Inside, several women are sitting on a sofa, with their shoes off, smoking. They stare at me as I come in. There's perfume in the air and stale smoke and the scent of working flesh. I look around for Moira. She comes out of a pink cubicle. "It's all right," she says to me and to the other women. "I know her." The others smile now, and Moira hugs me. She grins. "You look like the whore of Babylon." I can't believe it's her. I touch her arm again. Then I begin to cry. "Don't do that," she says. "There isn't time." "Tell me everything," I say. She shrugs. "What's the point?" But she knows there is a point, so she does. This is what she says, whispers more or less. "I left that old hag tied up behind the furnace. I wanted to kill her, but now I'm just as glad I didn't, or things would be a lot worse for me. I couldn't believe how easy it was to get out of the center. I just walked right through. I remembered the address of a Quaker couple. They took me in. I was taken from one safe house to another. I almost made it out. They got me up as far as Salem, then into Maine. They were planning to get me across the border by boat up the coast. Maybe somebody got cold feet about it, or somebody outside got suspicious. By that time, it must have been crawling with eyes up there and everywhere else close to the border. Whatever it was, they picked us up just as we were coming out the door. Me and the guy, and his wife, too. I don't know what became of them, because they took me in a separate van. I thought it might be the end for me. I won't go into what happened after that. I'd rather not talk about it. All I can say is they didn't leave any marks. When it was over, they showed me a movie about life in the colonies. In the colonies, they spend their time cleaning up the toxic dumps and radiation leaks. They figure you've got 3 years before your skin pulls away like rubber gloves. They don't bother to feed you much or give you protective clothing. I had my choice. They said this or the colonies. So here I am. You have 3 or 4 good years before your snatch wears out and they send you to the boneyard. The food's not bad, and there's drink and drugs if you want it, and we only work nights. You don't mean that, I say. She is frightening me now. What I hear in her voice is indifference. Don't worry about me, she says. It's not so bad. There's lots of women around. Butch paradise, you might call it. Now she's teasing and I feel better. What about the others, I say. Habit again, having shed the spangles. Serena Joy arrives at midnight, as she said she would. I follow her along the hall and down the stairs. I won't go outside with you, she whispers. Odd to hear her whispering, as if she's one of us. You go out through the door and up the stairs. He's expecting you. The commander's in his bedroom, she says. He won't come down this late, he never does. That's what she thinks. I open the kitchen door, step out. It's so long since I've been outside alone at night. I open the garage door. The stairway is dark. I feel my way up. I reach the top, knock on the door. He opens it himself. He's in his shirt sleeves and is holding a cigarette. He doesn't even say anything. Outside, like punctuation, there's a flash of lightning. He's undoing my dress. I can't see his face. I can hardly breathe. His mouth is on me, his hands. I can't wait, and he's moving already. Love. It's been so long. I'm alive in my skin again. Arms around him, falling. I knew it might only be once. I made that up. It didn't happen that way. I reach the top of the stairs. He opens it. I look past his eyes. It's a single bed, military. The blanket says U.S. He's holding a cigarette. Here, he says, have a drag. I take the cigarette from him. Our fingers hardly touch. I don't have much time, I say. This isn't what I mean. I could just squirt it into a bottle and you could pour it in. He doesn't smile. There's no need to be brutal, I say. Possibly he feels used. He leads me to the bed, lies me down, begins to unbutton, then to stroke, kisses my ear. No romance, he says. Okay? Once it would have meant no strings. Now it means no heroics. It means don't risk yourself for me if it should come to that. There wasn't any thunder, though. I added that in to cover up the sounds which I'm ashamed of making. It didn't happen that way either. I'm not sure how it happened. The way love feels is always only approximate. I wish this story were different. I wish it were more civilized. I wish it showed me in a better light. This is a story, then. I went back to Nick. Time after time, without Serena knowing. In order to do this, I became reckless. Each time the kitchen door clicked shut behind me, it sounded like a mousetrap or a weapon. I would hurry across the few feet of illuminated lawn, expecting at any moment to feel the bullets rip through me. I would make my way up the dark staircase. Then I would knock softly. A beggar's knock. Each time I would expect him to be gone, or worse. I would expect him to say I could not come in. I told you it was bad. Being here with him is safety. This is a delusion. This room is one of the most dangerous places I could be, but I'm beyond caring. I talk too much. I tell him about Moira, about Ovglen. I tell him my real name, and feel that therefore I am known. He, on the other hand, talks little. He seems indifferent to most of what I have to say, though he watches me while I'm speaking. He watches my face. Impossible to think that anyone for whom I feel such gratitude could betray me. As I walk with Ovglen to and fro, I hardly listen to her now. You could go into his desk at night, she says. The door is locked. We could get you a key, she says. But the commander is no longer of interest to me. Keep on doing everything exactly the way you were before, Nick says. Don't change anything, otherwise they'll know. He kisses me, watching me all the time. Promise, don't slip up. I put his hand on my belly. It's happened, I say. I feel it has. This, I know, is wishful thinking. He'll love you to death, he says. So will she. But it's yours, I say. It will be yours, really. We don't pursue this. I can't, I say to Ovglen. I'd get caught. We could get you out, she says. We can get people out if we really have to, if they're in immediate danger. The fact is, that I no longer want to leave, escape, cross the border to freedom. I want to be here with Nick. Some days I am more rational. I say to myself, I have made a life here, of a sort. Humanity is so adaptable, my mother would say. Truly amazing what people can get used to as long as there are a few compensations. Ovglen is giving up on me. She whispers less. I do not regret this. I feel relief. The bell is tolling. We hear it from a long way off. It's morning and we've had no breakfast. There's a heavy contingent of guards around the outside of the wall with riot gear in case of hysteria. This is a district salvaging for women only. It was announced yesterday. We take our places kneeling. There's a long rope which winds along the rows of cushions. The front end of the rope runs onto the stage like a fuse. On stage are those who are to be salvaged. 2 handmaids, 1 wife. Wives are unusual, and despite myself, I want to know what she has done. There's almost nothing they can get salvaged for. They can do almost anything to us, but they aren't allowed to kill us, not legally, especially not when we are pregnant. Now the official procession is approaching the stage. 1 aunt in front, 2 salvagers in their hoods pace behind her. The aunt steps forward to the mic. It's Aunt Lydia. How many years since I've seen her? I've begun to shiver. Hatred fills my mouth like spit. Good afternoon, ladies, she says. I'm sure we are all aware of the unfortunate circumstances that bring us here, but duty is a hard taskmaster. The salvagings will proceed without further ado. I've seen it before. The white bag placed over the head. The woman helped onto the stool. The noose adjusted delicately around the neck. The stool kicked away. I've leaned forward to touch the rope in front of me, in time with the others, then placed my hand on my heart to show my complicity in the death of this woman. I don't want to see it any more. I look at the grass instead. Eventually, the 3 bodies hang there. Today's salvaging is now concluded, Aunt Lydia announces. But she has always known how to space her pauses. A ripple runs over us. You may stand up and form a circle. She is about to give us something. You know the rules for a partycution, she says. You will wait until I blow the whistle. After that, what you do is up to you. 2 guardians drag a 3rd man into the circle. His face is cut, bruised, swollen, like some unknown vegetable. This man, says Aunt Lydia, has been convicted of rape. Her voice trembles with rage and a kind of triumph. I might add that this crime involved 2 of you. I will not offend your ears with details, except to say that 1 woman was pregnant and the baby died. Despite myself, I feel my hands clench. The baby, too. After what we go through, I want to tear, gouge, rend. Aunt Lydia raises the whistle to her lips. The guardians let go of the man. He staggers like a half-dead rat. There's a surge forward. The air is bright with adrenaline. We are permitted anything. This is freedom. I'm reeling, but before the tide of bodies hits him, Ovglen is shoving through the women, propelling herself with her elbows towards him. She knocks him down, then kicks his head viciously 1, 2, 3 times. Now there are gasps. A noise like growling, yells, and the red bodies tumble onto him. He has become an it. Ovglen's face is tight, expressionless. Why did you do that? You! I thought you... Don't look at me, she says. They're watching. I don't care. My voice is rising. Get control of yourself. She pretends to brush me off. He wasn't a rapist. He was one of ours. I put him out of his misery. Don't you know what they're doing to him? Aunt Lydia blows her whistle again. The guardians move in, pulling them off from what's left. Now, things are back to normal. Compared with this morning, this is normal. For lunch, there was a cheese sandwich, a glass of milk, canned pears. Now I'm going shopping as usual. There's some consolation in routine. I wait at the corner for Ofglen. At last I see her, a red and white cloth like a kite. As she comes nearer, it's as if she's shrunk. Then I see she isn't Ofglen. "Blessed be the fruit," she says. "May the Lord open," I reply. "You must be Offred," she says. I say yes, and we begin our walk. My head is churning. "Has Ofglen been transferred so soon?" I ask. But I know she hasn't. I saw her this morning. "I am Ofglen," the woman says. And of course she is the new one, and Ofglen, wherever she is no longer Ofglen. I never did know her real name. That is how you can get lost in a sea of names. "I didn't know Ofglen well," I say. "I mean the former one. I should not be rash. I should not take unnecessary risks. But I can't control myself." "Oh," she says. "I've only known her since May," I say. My heart is speeding. And how to get to the next vital word? Around the 1st of May, I think it was. What they used to call May Day. "Did they?" she says, indifferent, menacing. "That isn't a term I remember. I'm surprised you do. You ought to make an effort." She pauses. "To clear your mind of such..." She pauses again. "Echoes." Now I feel cold seeping over my skin. She is warning me. She isn't one of us, but she knows. I walk the last blocks in terror. I've been stupid. If Ofglen's been caught, she may talk. She will talk. She won't be able to help it. They know where my child is. What if they threaten something to her? I can't bear to think what they might do. Or Luke. Or my mother. Or Moira. I would not be able to stand it. I know that. I'll confess to any crime. At the corner, we turn to one another in the usual way. "Under his eye?" says the new Ofglen. "Under his eye." I try to sound fervent. Then she leans forward, so the stiff white blinkers on our heads are almost touching. "She hanged herself," she whispers, "after the salvaging. She saw the emptied of air. So she's dead, and I'm safe. I will mourn later. I breathe in, breathe out. I can see my way. I turn, open the gate, keeping my hand on it a moment to steady myself. Nick is there, still washing the car. He seems very far away. Dear God, I think, I will do anything you like. Now that you've let me off, I'll give up Nick. I'll accept my lot. I'll sacrifice. I'll repent. I'll renounce. Everything they taught at the Red Center, everything I've resisted comes flooding in. I don't want pain. I don't want to be a doll hung up on the wall. I want to keep on living in any form. They can do what they like with me. I feel for the first time their true power. I go along past the flower beds, aiming for the back door. I will go in. I will be safe. Serena Joy is standing on the steps. She calls to me. Her eyes flare hot blue against the shriveled white of her skin. I look away from her, at the ground at her feet. "I trusted you," she says. "I tried to help you." Guilt pervades me. I've been found out. But for what? For which of my many sins am I accused? "Well," she asks, "nothing to say for yourself?" I look up at her. About what?" I manage to stammer. She brings her hand from behind her back. "How could you be so vulgar?" she says. The purple sequins fall, slithering over the step like snakeskin, glittering in the sunlight. "You could have left me something," she says. Does she love him after all? She raises her cane. I think she's going to hit me, but she doesn't. "Pick up that disgusting thing and get to your room. You're just like the other one, a slut. You'll end up the same." I stoop, gather. Behind my back, Nick has stopped whistling. I want to turn, run to him, throw my arms around him. This would be foolish. There is nothing he can do to help. He too would drown. I go upstairs. I sit in my room, waiting. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I am in disgrace, which is the opposite of grace. I ought to feel worse about it, but I feel serene, at peace, pervaded with indifference. Don't let the bastards grind you down. I repeat this to myself, but it conveys nothing. Outside, the light is fading. Soon it will be dark. I look out at the dusk and think about it being winter. The snow falling, gently, effortlessly, covering everything. Freezing to death is painless, they say, after the first chill. You lie back in the snow and go to sleep. Behind me, I feel her presence, my ancestress, my double, turning in mid-air under the chandelier in her costume of stars and feathers. How could I have believed I was alone in here? There were always two of us. "Get it over," she says. "I'm tired of this melodrama. There's no one you can protect. Your life has value to no one." I hear the black van. It appears out of its own sound like a clotting of the night. It turns into the driveway, stops. Worse is coming then. I should have taken things into my own hands while I had the chance. I should have stolen a knife from the kitchen. There were the garden shears, the knitting needles. The world is full of weapons if you're looking for them. I should have paid attention. But it's too late to think about that now. Already their feet are on the stairs. I expect a stranger, but it's Nick who pushes open the door, flicks on the light. I can't place that, unless he's one of them. There was always that possibility. Nick, the private eye. Dirty work is done by dirty people. "You shit," I think. I open my mouth to say it, but he comes over close to me, whispers. "It's all right. It's Mayday. Go with them." He calls me by my real name. Why should this mean anything? I see the two men standing behind him. My suspicion hovers in the air. Why shouldn't he know about Mayday? All the eyes must know about it. "Trust me," he says, which in itself carries no guarantee. But I snatch it, this offer. It's all I have. They escort me down the stairs. Despite the fear, how ordinary it is. I can see the clock. It's no time in particular. Nick is no longer with us. He may have gone down the back stairs, not wishing to be seen. Serena Joy stands in the hallway, looking incredulous. The commander is behind her. His hair is very grey. He looks worried and helpless, but already distancing himself. Whatever else I am to him, I am at this point a disaster. No doubt they've been having a fight about me. I still have it in me to feel sorry for him. "What has she done?" says Serena Joy. She wasn't the one who called them, then. Whatever she had in store for me, it was more private. "We can't say, ma'am," says the man in front. "Have you a warrant?" says the commander. "Violation of state secrets." The commander puts his hand to his head. What have I been saying, and to whom? Possibly he will be a security risk now. There have been purges among them. There will be more. Serena Joy is white. "Bitch," she says. "After all he did for you." The van waits in the driveway. Its double doors stand open. Whether this is my end or a new beginning, I have no way of knowing. I have given myself over into the hands of strangers, because it can't be helped. And so I step up into the darkness within, or else the light.
Historical notes. A partial transcript of the 12th Symposium of Gileadian Studies, which took place on June the 25th, 2195. Professor Piexotto, Director, 20th and 21st Century Archives, Cambridge University, England. The title of my talk today is Problems of Authentication in Reference to the Handmaid's Tale. I wish to consider some of the problems associated with the soi-disant manuscript, which goes by the title of The Handmaid's Tale. I say soi-disant because what we have before us is not, strictly speaking, a manuscript, and the superscription, The Handmaid's Tale, was appended to it by myself, partly in homage to the great Geoffrey Chaucer, but I must confess that all puns were intentional, particularly that having to do with the archaic vulgar signification of the word tale, that being, to some extent, the bone, as it were, of contention in that phase of Gileadian society of which our saga treats. This item was unearthed on the site of what would once, prior to the inception of the Gileadian regime, have been the state of Maine, in the United States of America. We know the region was a prominent way station on what our author refers to as the Underground Female Road, since dubbed by some of our historical wags the Underground Frail Road. The item, in its pristine state, consisted of a metal footlocker, U.S. Army issue circa perhaps 1955. Within this footlocker were approximately 30 tape cassettes of the type that became obsolete sometime in the 90s with the advent of the compact disc. Luckily, with the aid of an excellent antiquarian technician, I have reconstructed a machine capable of playing such tapes, and I immediately set about the painstaking work of transcription. The voice is a woman's, and, according to our voice print experts, the same one throughout. Once I had the transcriptions in hand, several possibilities confronted me. First, the tapes might be a forgery. As you know, there have been several such forgeries for which publishers have paid large sums. It appears that certain periods of history quickly become the stuff of not especially edifying legend, and the occasion for a good deal of hypocritical self-congratulation. If I may be permitted an editorial aside, allow me to say that, in my opinion, we must be cautious about passing moral judgment upon the Gileadians. Gileadian society was under a good deal of pressure, demographic and otherwise, and was subject to factors from which we ourselves are happily more free. Our job is not to censure, but to understand. Supposing, then, the tapes to be genuine, what of the nature of the account itself? Obviously, it could not have been recorded during the period of time it recounts, since, if the author is telling the truth, no tape machines would have been available to her. Also, there is a certain reflective quality about the narrative that would, to my mind, rule out synchronicity. It has a whiff of emotion recollected, if not in tranquillity, at least post facto. If I could establish an identity for the narrator, I felt I might be on the way to an explanation of how this document came into being. I had no hope of tracing the narrator herself, though it was clear from internal evidence that she was among the first wave of women recruited for reproductive purposes, and allotted to those who could lay claim to such services through their position in the elite. The reasons for the sudden plummeting Caucasian birth rates during that period are not altogether clear to us, but the effects were noticeable. Now, the need for what I call birth services was already recognized in the pre-Gilead period, where it was being inadequately met by artificial insemination, fertility clinics, and the use of surrogate mothers who were hired for the purpose. Gilead outlawed the first two as irreligious, but legitimized and enforced the third, which was considered to have biblical precedence. As we know from the study of history, no new system can impose itself on a previous one without incorporating many of the elements to be found in the latter, as witness the pagan elements in medieval Christianity, and the evolution of the Russian KGB from the Tsarist secret service that preceded it. Gilead was no exception to this rule. Our author, then, was one of many, and must be seen within the broad outlines of the moment in history of which she was a part. As for her ultimate fate, it remains obscure. Was she smuggled over the border of Gilead, into what was then Canada, and did she make her way thence to England? If so, why did she not take her taped narrative with her? Perhaps her journey was sudden. Perhaps she feared interception. On the other hand, she may have been recaptured. If indeed she did reach England, why did she not make her story public, as so many did upon reaching the outside world? She may have feared retaliation against her daughter. Or perhaps she was among those escaped handmaids who had difficulty adjusting to the outside world after the protected existence they had led. She may have become, like them, a recluse. We do not know. We can only deduce also the motivations for Nick's engineering of her escape. We can assume that once her companion Offglen's association with Mayday had been discovered, he himself was in some jeopardy. Offred was certain to be interrogated, and the penalties for unauthorized sexual activity with a handmaid were severe. He could, of course, have assassinated her himself, which might have been the wiser course. But the human heart remains a factor. In calling forth a rescue team of eyes, who may or may not have been authentic, he may well have brought about his own downfall. This, too, we shall never know. Our document, though in its own way eloquent, is on these subjects mute. We may call Eurydice forth from the world of the dead, but we cannot make her answer. As all historians know, the past is filled with echoes. Voices may reach us from it, but what they say to us is imbued with the obscurity of the matrix out of which they come, and try as we may, we cannot always decipher them precisely in the clearer light of our own day. Are there any questions?
And Carleton Hobbs, in a 3-part serial adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's novel by Peggy Wells and Barry Campbell. Part 1. The Monster of Enmore Park. London, 1907.
It all began quietly enough in the little parlour of a house at Streatham. For an hour or more that evening I had been forced to listen to Mr. Hungerton, the father of the girl I loved. He seemed to believe that I came round to the Chestnuts 3 days a week, simply for the pleasure of his company, to hear him talk about bad money driving out good and the true standards of exchange. However, now I was alone with Gladys at last, and the moment of fate had come. There Gladys sat, aloof as a goddess, with a dreamy look in her eyes and her profile outlined against the red curtain. How beautiful she was, and how very remote. But come what might, I must speak.
You're looking very thoughtful, Ned.
Gladys, I mean to say...
I have a feeling you are going to propose, Ned. I do wish you wouldn't. Things are so much nicer as they are.
How did you know I was going to propose?
Don't women always know? Oh, Ned, what a pity to spoil our friendship. Don't you feel how splendid it is that we can talk face to face as we have talked?
Well, I can talk face to face with the station master, but that doesn't satisfy me in the least. I want... Oh, Gladys, I want...
No, Ned, stop. You've spoiled everything. It's all so beautiful and natural until this kind of thing comes in. It's such a pity.
It's nature. It's love.
Well, perhaps if both love, it may be different. I have never felt it.
Why can't you love me, Gladys? What's wrong with me?
I'm in love with somebody else, Ned.
To tell the truth, Gladys, I was afraid of that.
Oh, no, Ned, please don't look like that. It's nobody in particular.
Nobody in particular? But you said...
It's an ideal, Ned. A glorious, magnificent ideal. Oh, this man I'm thinking about, I wish I could describe him to you.
Well, what does he look like? What does he do that I can't do?
Please, Ned.
Teetotaler, vegetarian, theosophist, superman. By George, I'll even have a shot at flying the channel. Just tell me what would please you.
In the first place, Ned, I don't think my ideal would speak quite like that.
Why not?
He would be harder, sterner. He would be a man who could look death in the face and have no fear. He would be a man of great deeds and strange experiences.
Hang it all, Gladys, I'm Edward Malone, a reporter on the Daily Gazette, earning £3, 10 shillings a week. Where would I run into any great deeds and strange experiences?
That's just it, Ned. You're so prosaic.
And you don't want me to be prosaic. Is that it?
Well, my ideal would never be that. He wouldn't be content with the work he happened to be doing. He'd go out and look for adventures. He'd make his own chances. Well, think of Burton. Think of Stanley.
We can't all be Burtons or Stanleys, I'm afraid.
And you, Ned, with your newspaper work. Now, when you described that coal mine explosion last week, why couldn't you have gone down into the pit and helped those people who were trapped?
I did.
You did? But you never said so.
There was nothing worth bragging about.
Oh. I didn't know, Ned. Well, that was brave of you.
I had to. If you want to write good copy, you must be where things are.
Oh, Ned, there it is again. Such a prosaic motive. I dare say I'm being foolish, but it's so real to me, so much a part of myself. If I do marry, I want to marry a famous man.
And why shouldn't you marry a famous man, Gladys? If I get a chance, Gladys, I will...
Please, Ned. Someday, perhaps, when you've won your place in the world, we shall talk it over again.
By George, we will. I'll make a chance, Gladys. I'll tackle my editor first thing tomorrow morning. Old McCardle's not a bad sort. I'm sure he'll help me if he can. Yes, Gladys, I'll make a chance and prove myself worthy of you. You see if I don't.
Come in, come in. Lush, lad. You needn't break the door down. What is it?
May I have a very serious word with you, Mr. McCardle?
Lad, what about?
I want to ask you a favour.
Your salary, Mr. Malone, is already...
It wasn't about my salary.
No, it wasn't about your salary, Mr. Malone. Then what is it about?
I want to break my neck.
What?
Not exactly that, but I want to justify my life. Do you think, sir, you could possibly send me on a special mission for the paper?
Special mission, Mr. Malone? Well, what sort of special mission had you in mind?
Anything with adventure and danger in it. 2,000 miles in a balloon, over the Himalayas, down in the pyramids. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure, Mr. Malone. I do know what you mean. I mean, these special missions are very expensive.
I know that, sir.
And they want a writer with a name that will justify the expense. But I have got a wee assignment for you that may just be the thing. Now, what do you say to a nice interview?
Interview, sir?
Oh, come, lad, you needn't look so dashed. You haven't heard the name of the man you're yet to interview.
Well, sir?
Professor George Edward Challenger of Enmore Park.
Professor Challenger? The famous zoologist?
Aye.
But, look here, sir. Isn't that the man who broke the head of the chap from the Daily Telegraph?
Yes.
And through the Morning Post reporter down 2 flights of stairs?
Yes.
And broke his spectacles and danced on his hat?
Aye, he doesn't like reporters, you can.
But why do we want an interview with Professor Challenger?
To show up an impostor, Mr. Malone, to expose a modern man chosen, insulting the sacred name of science.
But look here, he's no impostor. He's quite a scientific bigwig. Got a string of degrees after his name, an international reputation.
A grand international reputation. On the last occasion, a debate in Vienna, they had to call on the police. Oh, I've got his record here, with his published works, and a fine, stimulating record it is.
All the same, sir. Why do you call him an impostor?
Because of the South American business.
What South American business?
Well, the Skellum claims to have discovered, a lost world.
A lost world, sir?
A lost world up the Amazon, full of prehistoric monsters and dinosaurs 50 feet high. But it would make a grand exposure story if you could get in to see him.
You think I can't manage to see him, sir?
I dinna ken, Mr. Malone.
You say you've got his published works there?
Aye.
What are they?
Some observations upon a series of Kalmuck skulls, outlines of vertebrae evolution, the underlying fallacy of Weissmanism. And here is an account of the row at Vienna. It was about Weissmanism, if you ken what that is.
Give me an account of the row at Vienna.
Well, what do you want to do with it, lad?
Give it to me.
You won't understand 2 words of it.
That doesn't matter. All I want is a sentence.
What sentence?
Any sentence.
Well, here it is. See for yourself.
Good Lord.
I told you so. Yourn is jargon. Scientific jargon.
This will do. Mr. McCardle, I think I found the answer. I'm going to write a letter.
Dear Professor Challenger, as a humble student of nature, I have always taken the most profound interest in your speculations as to the difference between Darwinism and Weissmanism. I have recently had occasion to refresh my memory by rereading your masterly address at Vienna. That lucid and admirable statement seems to be the last word on the matter. There is one sentence, however, where you say, I protest strongly against the insufferable and entirely dogmatic assertion that each separate id is a microcosm possessed of an historical architecture.
Elaborated slowly through the series of generations. Have you no desire, Professor, in view of later research, to modify that statement? No. I have certain suggestions which I can only explain in a personal conversation. With your permission, I trust to have the honor of calling on you at 11 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Wednesday morning. I remain, sir, with assurances of profound respect, yours very sincerely, Edward D. Malone. Oh! Austin! Austin! Where the devil is the fellow?
You called, sir?
Yes, I did. Twice. Now listen. At exactly 11 o'clock this morning, a gentleman calling himself Malone will present himself at the front door and ask to see me.
I understand, sir. I shall send him away.
Don't speak until you're spoken to, sir. You do not understand. When this Mr. Malone arrives, you will show him in. I am rather interested to know just who Mr. Malone is and what Mr. Malone is after. Ha! Modify my opinions, indeed.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Malone. I have an appointment. Well, a kind of appointment with Professor Challoner.
The professor is expecting you, sir. If you will kindly follow me.
Thank you.
Austin? Austin, did I hear someone at the door?
Yes, madam. Mr. Malone, madam.
I have an appointment with your...
Shh. Yes, I know. Please, keep your voice down. Oh, dear. Mr. Malone, may I ask, have you ever met my husband before?
No.
Then I must apologise to you in advance and tell you that he is a perfectly impossible person. If you are forewarned, you will be more ready to make allowances.
Allowances?
Yes. Now, get out of the room quickly if he seems inclined to be violent. Don't wait to argue with him. I suppose it wasn't about South America you wanted to see him, was it?
Why, yes, it was.
Oh, dear.
Mrs. Challenger! Mrs. George Edward Challenger.
Oh, there he is now. Yes, George, dear?
I am, I trust, a man of singularly docile and reasonable mind.
Oh, yes, dear, of course.
Yet if there is one thing I cannot abide, it is whispering outside doors. It interrupts my work. And to interrupt my work, I might point out, is scarcely fair to posterity.
I'm sorry, George, dear. It was only that
My work, I fear, is destined to interruption. I am expecting this morning a visitor. I know nothing of this visitor, except that he will be ignorant in mind and perhaps revolting in appearance.
Yeah, wait a minute.
He's just arrived, George, dear. He's here now.
Indeed, I fancied as much. Then be good enough to send him in.
Goodbye, Mr. Malone. After all, well...
Yes, Mrs. Challenger?
You do look big enough to take care of yourself. And remember, just get out of the room if he seems inclined to be violent. And if he starts talking about South America, please don't contradict him. In you go now.
I pushed aside the partly open door and walked, somewhat apprehensively, into the room. The professor was sitting in a swivel chair behind a broad table which was covered with maps and diagrams. As I entered, he spun round to face me. I was prepared for something strange, but not for so overpowering a personality as this. It was his size which took one's breath away. His size and his imposing presence. His head was the largest I have ever seen upon a human being. He had the face and beard which I associated with that of an Assyrian bull. His eyes, which were blue-grey under great black eyebrows, were very clear, very critical, and very masterful. A huge spread of shoulders and a chest like a barrel were the other parts of him which appeared above the table. And I must confess that his appearance made me gasp with surprise.
Well, young man?
Well, sir.
What do you mean, sir, well, sir? What the devil are you staring at?
Well, sir, you are rather impressive.
Impressive, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, yes. Yes, perhaps impressive is the right word. Majestic, if I may say so, might be an even better one. But we are not here, young man, to discuss the effect of greatness on its underlings.
No, sir.
You were good enough, I believe, to write me a letter and to approve my general views regarding Weissmanism.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That strengthens my position very much. But you had, I think, some comments to make on the proposition I advanced. Come, Mr. Malone, speak up.
I am, of course, a mere student, really just an earnest inquirer.
What comments, Mr. Malone?
It did seem to me you were a little severe on Weissman in this matter. Hasn't the general evidence since that date tended to strengthen his position?
What evidence, Mr. Malone?
I mean, I alluded to the trend of modern thought, to the general scientific point of view. Why are you looking at me like that?
I suppose you are aware, young man, that the cranial index is a constant factor?
Naturally, sir.
Yes. And the question of telegony is still sub judice?
Undoubtedly, sir. I've always said so.
Yes. And the germplasm is different from the parthenogenetic egg?
Why, surely.
But what does that prove?
Ah, what indeed? What does it prove?
Shall I tell you?
Please do.
It proves, sir, that you are the rankest impostor in London, a vile, crawling journalist, here under false pretenses. Gibberish. That's what I've been talking to you, sir. Do you think you could match cunning with me? You with your walnut of a brain? Why, you infernal scribbler...
Wait a minute, Professor. Please wait. Sit down.
To say that I would like to cut your heart out and stuff it like a Christmas turkey would be beneath my dignity. I shall begin, therefore, in a more decorous way. You observe this plaster bust of Socrates, which has always seemed to me of somewhat doubtful aesthetic value.
Now, look here, sir. Just let me explain.
I shall begin by discharging this bust with an erring aim at your head.
George! George, what's happening? Stop this at once!
Keep out of this, Mrs. George Edward Challenger. Keep out of this.
I won't keep out of this. George, what on earth are you going to do?
I propose, Mrs. C., to take this young man by the neck and expel him forcibly from the house.
You put your hands on me, sir, and you'll ruddy well wish you hadn't.
Will I so, young man? Will I so?
Keep away from me, Professor. What chance have you got? I'm 15 stone play centre 3/4 every Saturday for the London Irish. I'm not a man.
Mr. Malone! Look out! Austin! Austin, open the front door!
The front door is open, madam. I anticipated some such eventuality.
Would you raise your fist to me? By God, I'll throw you down the front stairs. Take that, you infernal scribbler.
Oh, my eye!
Blast you! Enough. No, you infernal bully. Take that.
Austin, they'll be killed! They've fallen down the front steps. We must separate them. Come along quickly.
That will not be necessary, madam. I see from the window that both the professor and the young man are on their feet again, and apparently unharmed, except that, oh dear me, the young man appears to have acquired a black eye.
We'll go and try to persuade the professor to come in at once before someone sends for the police.
That will not be necessary either, madam, since I perceive that there is a constable already on the scene.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Now then, what's all this?
This man attacked me. You will oblige me, Constable, by removing your obnoxious presence from what I must designate as a purely private scene of acrimony.
I don't know what that means, Professor Challenger, but I do see this young gent with a black eye, and it's not the first time this has happened by a long chalk. Well, sir?
Oh, it's all right. We had a bit of a row. This man let fly at me.
I'll bet he did, sir. He's been doing nothing else for the past 2 years. Do you give him in charge?
Well,
Do you give him in charge, sir?
No, I don't.
What's that?
I was as much to blame as he was. I intruded on him. He gave me fair warning.
I see, sir. Well, Professor, don't let's have any more such goings-on. Right, move along now, move along.
An interesting phenomenon. As interesting a phenomenon, indeed, as was ever discovered by G.E.C. in his greatest days. Come back to the house, young man. Come back into the house. I've not finished with you yet. Sit down, Mr. Malone. Take that chair.
Whatever you say, Professor.
May I offer you a cigar?
Thank you.
You're excitable, young man. Very excitable.
I am excitable.
Oh, you'll oblige me, young man, by not jumping up again in that impetuous Irish fashion. Doubtless you've been wondering, with whatever small intelligence you may possess, why I invited you back into the house, eh?
I have been wondering.
Then permit me to tell you. The subspecies of the human race to which you unfortunately belong...
Subspecies of the human race?
Yes, I refer, of course, to the whole tribe of journalists.
All right, don't stick your beard out. I agree.
Oh, you agree to this self-evident truth?
Anybody who got annoyed with you, Professor, would just have to stay annoyed all the time. I agree.
This subspecies, I repeat, has always been beneath my mental notice. But in your reply to that officious policeman a moment ago, I seem to detect signs of a latent good feeling, which raised you somewhat above the level of your revolting clan. I found myself, in short, almost liking you.
Thank you.
You came here, I dare say, for some information about my explorations in South America.
Yes, Professor Challenger, I did.
You will not get that information, young man.
I was afraid of that.
Like Darwin, Galileo, and other great prophets, I have been derided. The word liar applied to George Edward Challenger is offensive to a degree which you, as a journalist, would not appreciate.
All right, all right.
Yet it occurs to me, after several years of patient silence, that the time has come to make some public answer and proposal to my critics.
Answer, sir? What sort of answer?
There will be held this evening a public meeting at the Royal Zoological Institute's hall. Would you care for a seat on the platform among the speakers?
I don't know what you're up to, sir, but I'd appreciate it very much.
It'll be a large meeting, young man, of the utmost dignity and decorum. My presence, of course, will be guarantee of that.
Of course, of course.
The chairman will be the Duke of Durham. The principal speaker will be Professor Summerlee, on the record of the ages. You have perhaps heard of Professor Summerlee?
Good Lord, yes. He's as famous a zoologist as...
As I am, you were about to say.
No, not at all. Nothing like that.
You'll pardon my candour, young man, if I remark that Professor Summerlee has a face like a goat, and his views on the subject of vertebrate evolution would make a cat laugh.
Well, what are you going to do at the meeting, sir?
I am to move a vote of thanks to Professor Summerlee. In doing so...
Yes, sir?
I shall make it my business to point out, with infinite tact and delicacy, where I disagree with Professor Summerlee. If you care to be at that meeting, young man, I fancy that you might find it rather interesting. Yes, rather interesting.
When I arrived at the hall that night, I found a much greater concourse than I had expected. And as soon as I had taken my seat among the bigwigs on the platform, I realized that a youthful and even boyish spirit was abroad in the gallery and at the back of the hall. The medical students were out in force. I don't know what these meetings were usually like, but it struck me that this was a strange prelude to a scientific lecture.
Ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please. Thank you, gentlemen. It is my proud duty to introduce to you tonight's speaker, a man of the highest academic and scientific qualifications, who is, I think, well known to you all, Professor William Summerlee.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I have chosen as my subject tonight evolution.
I say.
And have entitled my lecture...
I say, young fella, my lad.
Yes? What is it?
Well, excuse me speaking to you and all that, but, I mean, well, you haven't got a beard.
Beard? Why the devil should I have a beard?
Well, deuce take it, all the rest of these chaps have got 'em. Never saw such a collection of beards in all my born days. You're a bit young, aren't you, to be such a learned sort of bloke?
Good Lord, I don't belong here. I'm a reporter from the Daily Gazette. My name's Malone.
Ah, George, then we're two of a kind. I was feeling a bit nervous myself in all this company. My name's Roxton.
Not Lord John Roxton, the Amazon explorer, a big game hunter.
Well, I've got a bit of shooting in my time. I say, watch out, we're interrupting the old josser.
Thank you, gentlemen. Perhaps I might now be allowed to continue. Science has not succeeded to date in making organic life from inorganic materials. The gulf between the dead and the living is something which our chemistry has not been able to bridge. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen,
what are you doing
I have only these few words to
I
say.
heard there was going to be trouble. I wanted to see it. Look at old Challenger over there. He's positively bristling.
I know, but... Lord John, but...
We have seen the drying of the seas, the emergence of the sandbank, the tendency of the sea creatures to take refuge on the mud flats, the abundance of food awaiting them, and their consequent enormous growth. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, that frightful brood of monsters which still affright our eyes when seen in the wielding slates, but which, fortunately, were extinct long before the appearance of man on this earth.
Question? I deny that statement.
May I inquire, Mr. Chairman, which of the gentlemen on the platform behind me spoke then?
I spoke, sir. George Edward Challenger, at your service.
We want Challenger! We want Challenger! We want Challenger! Silence, please! Quiet! Gentlemen, please.
You spoke, Professor Challenger.
I spoke, Professor Summerlee.
You are discourteous, Professor Challenger.
You are inaccurate, Professor Summerlee.
I am inaccurate, sir.
You are inaccurate, sir.
In the face of such manifest absurdity, Mr. Chairman, I must ask leave to end my remarks at this point and leave matters to the distinguished Professor Challenger. Perhaps you, sir, will take my place at the reading desk.
I will do that, sir, with the greatest of pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg pardon. Ladies, gentlemen, and children. I have been selected to move a vote of thanks to Professor Summerlee for the very picturesque and imaginative address to which we have just listened. Popular lectures are the easiest to listen to, but the Professor will excuse me when I say that they are necessarily both superficial and misleading, since they have to be graded to the comprehension of an ignorant audience. Now, what is the particular point upon which I, as an original investigator, have challenged our lecturer's accuracy? It is upon the permanence of certain types of animal life upon the earth. Professor Summerlee is very wrong in supposing that because he has never himself seen a prehistoric animal, therefore these creatures no longer exist. How do I know, you ask me? I know because I have visited their secret haunts. I know because I have seen some of them. Am I a liar, do you think? Yes. Then I will not detain you. I will merely put you to the test. Now, will you accredit one or more of your own number to go out as your representative and test my statement in your name? Yes! Yes! Well, Professor Summerlee, will you dare to take part in an expedition to the lost world to see these creatures?
Yes, I will.
Then I guarantee that I will place in your hands such material as will enable you to find your way. I don't disguise from you that there are difficulties and dangers. You will need a younger colleague.
I'll go, Mr. Chairman, I'll go.
I volunteer to go. You sit down, young fella.
What is your name, sir?
Edward Malone. I'm a reporter from the Daily Gazette. I claim to be an absolutely unprejudiced witness.
And you, sir, what is your name?
I'm Lord John Roxton.
Lord John Roxton's reputation as a sportsman is world famous. At the same time, it would certainly be well to have a member of the press on such an expedition.
Then I move that both these gentlemen be elected as representatives of this meeting to accompany Professor Summerlee on his journey.
Well, young fella, so we're committed.
If I can only get McCardle to stump up expenses.
McCardle? Who's McCardle?
My news editor. And Gladys. If only Gladys could see me now.
You'll go, young fella, if I have to stump up expenses myself. By George, I never knew scientific meetings were such lively places, or I'd have come to one long ago. And now, young fella, shake hands.
Shake hands?
To the lost world.
To the lost world?
That night, wearied as I was after the wonderful happenings of the day, I sat with Mr. McCardle explaining to him the whole situation, which he thought important enough to bring to the notice of Sir George Beaumont, our newspaper chief. He agreed that I should be allowed to go on the expedition as the Gazette's representative. There followed such a period of confusion and bustle as I made my preparations for the journey, that I barely had a moment to reflect on the enormity of the step that I had taken
Until some 2 weeks later, when I found myself pacing a wet and glistening dockside in the shadow of the great liner which was to take our expedition to South America. My reflections were soon interrupted, however, by the arrival of my two companions.
Well, young fella, so we're off at long last. And I must confess that I can't wait to get to this lost world of old challenges.
Neither can I.
Have either of you gentlemen had any dealings with the great man since the night of the lecture?
Well, my paper rang him only to be told that he would hand us our last-minute directions just before we left. When I rang to get more information, he abused me roundly, then abused the press in general, and ended up by shattering his telephone receiver.
Well, I'm as much in the dark as you are. I just had a note to say he'd be seeing us all.
I, too, had a similar communication. Ah, and here, if I am not mistaken, comes the great humbug himself.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad to see you all here. I had imagined that the learned professor might have got cold feet.
Well, I really...
Now, I have only a few words to say to you. Firstly, I beg you not to imagine that I am in any way indebted to you for making this journey. Truth is truth, and nothing you report can affect it in any way, although it may excite the emotions and allay the curiosity of a number of very ineffectual people. My directions for your instruction and guidance are in this sealed envelope. You will open it when you reach a town upon the Amazon which is called Manaus, but not until the date and hour which is written on the outside.
Oh, really, I must protest it.
Protest as much as you like. It will do you no good. Now, have I made myself clear? You do not open the envelope until the date and hour which is written on the outside. Here, Lord John, you take it.
Thank you.
I leave the observance of my conditions entirely to your honour. Yes, Malone, what are you fidgeting about?
Well, sir, about my reports, I am anxious.
Mr. Malone, I will place no restrictions upon your reports, since the ventilation of the facts is the object of your journey. But I demand that you shall give no particulars as to your exact destination, and that nothing be actually published until you return.
Very well, Professor.
Now, goodbye, sir. You have done something to mitigate my feelings for the loathsome profession to which you so unhappily belong. Goodbye, Lord John. Science is, as I understand it, a sealed book to you. But you may congratulate yourself upon the hunting field which awaits you. Goodbye to you, Professor. If you are still capable of self-improvement, which I very much doubt, you will return to London a wiser man. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Professor Challenger.
Really? That man is insufferable.
I would not bore those who listen to my story with an account of our luxurious voyage upon the liner, nor will I tell of our week's stay at Para, or of our journey up the wide, slow-moving river in a steamer. Eventually, we found ourselves through the narrows of Obidos and reached the town of Manaus. Here we were rescued from the limited attractions of the local inn by the representative of the British and Brazilian Trading Company. In his hospitable fazenda, we spent our time until the day when we were empowered to open our letter of instruction.
Well, gentlemen, the time is almost here, as you see. Instructions to Lord John Roxton to be opened at Manaus upon July the 15th at 12 o'clock precisely. We've just 1 minute to go.
What difference can it possibly make if we open it now or in 1 minute? It's all part and parcel of the quackery and nonsense for which I regret to say the writer is notorious.
Well, the old dear's very precise. I think perhaps we'd better wait.
He is also thousands of miles away, while we are here on a wild goose chase.
Oh, come on now, play the game. It's his show. Be rotten bad form if we didn't follow his instructions to the letter.
A pretty business this is. It struck me as preposterous in London, and it seems even more so now. I don't know what is inside this envelope, but unless it's something pretty definite, I shall commence the return journey to London immediately.
Oh, come now, Professor Challenger won't let us down, I'm sure. The envelope no doubt contains a map and instructions.
I hope so. But surely it's time now.
Time it is. Now, let's see. Well, there's just one sheet of paper. Good God. It's blank.
Ha! I knew it. It's an open admission. What more do you want? The fellow's a self-confessed humbug. We have but to return home and expose him for the brazen impostor that he is.
Perhaps something is written on it in invisible ink.
Sorry, young fella. There's no use deceiving ourselves.
Oh.
It's all off.
Can't be. Look, perhaps there's been a...
May I come in?
God!
Oh, God.
Well, I'll be damned. I fear that I'm a few minutes late. When I gave you this envelope, it was my intention to be with you before the hour. I never intended that you should open it. Well, gentlemen, you seem surprised to see me.
Well, I am bound to say, sir, that your turning up is a considerable relief. But I can't for the life of me see what... Well, I mean, why you should have worked it in such an extraordinary manner.
Because, gentlemen, there is really only one person who is qualified to lead this expedition, and that person is myself. Now, is all ready for the journey?
Yes, I've engaged 2 half-breeds from Para, one of whom speaks English. His name's Gomez. They'll act as servants, make themselves generally useful. Besides these, I've had 3 Murho Indians from the river tribes, and a hulking great fella called Zambo. Should be pretty useful. The equipment's been checked, rechecked. We've a steam launch to take us up the river.
What about canoes?
We have canoes. In fact, we could start tomorrow, if need be.
I see. And now, gentlemen, I feel that the time has come to let you know a little more of the background to this expedition, so that you can see exactly what you've let yourselves in for. I suggest that you gather round this table and listen carefully. Well, some years ago, I made a journey to South America. It was my business to visit the little-known backcountry and investigate some of the hitherto unexplored tributaries which run into the main river, in order to examine fauna for my great work on zoology. I was returning, my work accomplished, when I had occasion to spend the night at a small Indian village. The natives were Kukama Indians, an amiable but degraded race, with mental powers hardly superior to the average Londoner. Imagine my surprise when, on entering this village, I was immediately taken to a small hut. There, to my amazement, I discovered the body of a white man who had but recently expired.
Good Lord. Well, how did he get there?
And kindly have the goodness not to interrupt, sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He was clad in rags, very emaciated, and bore every trace of prolonged hardship. As far as I could gather, he was a complete stranger to the natives, and had only recently arrived in the village, in the last stage of exhaustion. From the contents of the man's knapsack, it was obvious to me that he was an artist and a poet. His name was Maple White, an American, it seems. Well, the knapsack contained scraps of verse which, I must say, appeared to me to be singularly lacking in merit. And there were also some rather commonplace pictures. Such were the total effects of this strange American bohemian.
Good Lord.
I was turning away from him when I noticed something projecting from his jacket. It was this sketchbook, which I now hand to you and ask you to examine page by page. Carefully now. I can assure you that this book is as valuable to me as a first folio of Shakespeare.
Eagerly watched by my companions, I opened the volume with some expectation. The first page was disappointing, however. It contained nothing but a picture of a fat man in a pea jacket with the legend Jimmy Culver on the mailboat. There followed several pages filled with sketches of Indians. Glancing around, I could tell by their expressions that Lord John and Professor Summerlee felt as disappointed as I did.
Really, Challenger, what nonsense is this? These are just a collection of rather mediocre sketches, and of no scientific use whatsoever.
Shh. Try the next page.
Huh?
What on earth?
Good Lord. It's the most extraordinary creature I've ever seen.
Isn't it? Head of a fowl, body of a bloated lizard. That trailing tail. What do you think of that?
Well, it's monstrous. Grotesque.
But what made him draw such an animal?
Trade gin, I should think.
And that's the best explanation you can give, is it?
Well, what's yours?
The obvious one. That the creature exists.
One thing puzzles me. This tiny human figure in the foreground. Could it be evidence of a pygmy race, perhaps?
Wonderful. Look here. You see that plant behind the animal? What do you think that is? A Brussels sprout? Damn it, man. It's an ivory palm. They grow to 60 feet. Don't you see? That figure was put there for a purpose. He was put there to give the scale of heights.
Good God, then the creature must be as big as Charing Cross Station.
Exactly. Now look at this. Here's an illustration from a monograph by Professor Lancaster. Probable appearance in life of the Jurassic dinosaur Stegosaurus.
Yes, there certainly is a resemblance.
It might, of course, be coincidence. The American may have seen a picture of this kind and carried it in his memory. It would be likely to recur to a man in a delirium.
Well, now, look at this bone. What known creature does that belong?
I must confess that it is unfamiliar to me.
Well, you needn't be ashamed of your ignorance. I don't suppose the whole staff of the South Kensington Museum could give a name to it.
But bones can be faked quite easily, I believe.
You can take it from me that it belongs to a creature which exists upon the face of the earth, and which has not yet come under the notice of science. Oh, very well, I can see that you're still unconvinced. Well, now, let me continue my story. We will leave the dead American and continue. You can imagine that I could hardly come away from the Amazon without probing deeper into the matter. There were indications as to the direction from which the dead man had come, and I also found that rumors of a strange land were common among all the riverine tribes. You have no doubt heard of Kurupuri?
No, sir. Kurupuri is the spirit of the woods. It's something evil.
Exactly. Well, all the tribes agree as to the direction where Kurupuri lives. It was the same direction from which the American had come. Eventually, I managed to persuade 2 of the tribesmen to become my guides, and after many adventures, which I need not describe, I came at last to that country which has never been described or indeed visited by any other man except the unfortunate Maple White, the dead American. Here, look at this photograph.
It's certainly discolored and blurred.
Yes, the unsatisfactory appearance is due to the fact that on descending the river, the boat was upset and nearly all my photographs were ruined.
How very unfortunate.
Just a moment. Those cliffs, like an enormous waterfall, aren't they the same as in the picture of the monster?
Well done. Yes, it is the same place. I found traces of the fellow's camp. Now, look at this photograph. Again, somewhat blurred, I'm afraid, Professor Summerlee. Do you see the tree-crowned pinnacle of rock there?
Yes, I see it. Well, just about.
Do you observe something on that tree? Look. There.
By George, it looks like a large bird.
Where? Let me see. Oh, yes. Yes, I see it. It's a pelican, surely.
It is not a pelican, nor is it a bird. It may interest you to know that I succeeded in shooting that specimen, and I was able to bring it away with me.
You have it here, then?
No. It was unfortunately lost in the same boat accident which ruined my photographs.
Dear me, what a remarkable coincidence.
However, I do have part of its wing, and this I now lay before you.
It's part of a monstrous bat.
Nothing of the sort. Here, in Lancaster's book, this picture is an excellent reproduction of a pterodactyl. On the next page is a diagram of the mechanism of its wing. Now kindly compare that, gentlemen, with the specimen on the table before you.
Good Lord. You're right. It's exactly the same.
It would certainly appear to be similar, but...
But fiddlesticks.
But surely, Professor, with such conclusive evidence, you had only to lay all this before the proper authorities.
So in my simplicity I had imagined. And I was called a liar and a shout.
What happened after you shot the bird? That terrier thing. Here, pass over the picture, Malone. I'd like a closer look.
Pterodactyl. And it was the wet season, and my stores were all but exhausted. I explored some portion of this huge cliff.
You see another trace of life?
No, but we heard some strange noises while we camped at the base of the cliff.
But what about the creature the American drew?
Well, we can only suppose he must have made his way to the summit, seen it, and drawn it later. We know, therefore, that there is a way up.
We know, Professor Challenger, precisely nothing. Here we are, asked to believe in the existence of a lost world inhabited by prehistoric monsters, purely on the basis of a few blurred photographs, unfortunately ruined in a boating accident, A piece of bat's wing? The rest of that unfortunate creature having been lost in the same boating accident? Some drawings made by an American artist in a delirium? And a few supposed noises at the base of a supposed cliff in this supposed lost world?
You also have my word, sir.
Yes, we do, sir. And may I remind you that it is your word, sir, that we have come here to verify. It would seem to me that this whole thing, including your magician-like appearance among us, is merely a last-minute attempt to turn us back.
Blast your impudence, sir. And you other gentlemen, what do you think?
Well, I'm not so sure. Things seem different in London. There's many a man there who keeps his experiences to himself for fear of being disbelieved.
Malone?
I don't know. I'm so confused. The evidence seems irrefutable, and yet... Tell me, Professor, this land, these monsters, how do they come to be there?
Well, South America is a granite continent. At this single point in the interior, there has been, in some far distant age, a great sudden volcanic upheaval. These cliffs are basaltic, and therefore plutonic. An area as large perhaps as Sussex has been lifted en bloc with all its living contents and cut off by precipices of a hardness which defies erosion. The ordinary laws of nature have thus been suspended, and creatures have survived which would otherwise have disappeared.
Amazing. Fantastic. Poppycock! I still maintain that this whole elaborate subterfuge is merely an attempt to put us off at the last moment from exposing you, sir, as a humbug.
Indeed, Summerlee, it is nothing of the kind. For we leave at first light tomorrow morning for the lost world.
It was on August the 2nd that we snapped our last link with civilization when we left the steamer which had taken us upriver. Thereafter, we made our way by canoe and then overland through thick Amazonian forest. Our two learned companions contrived to bicker constantly throughout the journey, whilst Lord John and myself endeavoured, unsuccessfully, to keep the peace. It was exactly 1 month to the day after leaving Manaus that Lord John and I realized that we were at last in the vicinity of the lost world.
I'm exhausted. Isn't it nearly time we rested, Lord John?
Soon, young fella. Soon.
Listen. What's that?
War drums, I think. Yes, I've heard them before. They watch us every step of the way, you know.
I didn't. But how can they? In this dense forest.
Oh, they have their own ways. And they talk drum talk to each other, sort of pass us along. You'd be surprised.
You hear the drums? No, I'm a Walker Indian. You agree, Summerlee?
No doubt, sir. Like all such tribes, I should expect to find them of polysynthetic speech and of Mongolian type.
Polysynthetic, certainly. The Mongolian theory I regard with deep suspicion.
Don't they frighten you, sir? Hearing the drums like that?
Not at all, young man. Besides, we shall soon be in the land of Kuripiri. They don't dare to follow us there.
As for the Mongolian theory, I should have thought that even a limited knowledge of comparative anatomy would have helped to verify it.
No doubt, sir, a limited knowledge would have that effect. However... Look there! Look! Did you see it? Did you see it through the trees? There it goes. Look, Summerlee. Did you see it? A pterodactyl.
Pterofiddlestick. It was a stork if ever I saw one. A pterodactyl.
Damn it, man, you must be blind as well as senile.
I say, Malone. Just a minute.
What is it?
Well, now, it seems to me these two scientific Johnnies are too caught up in their own arguments to take notice of any dangers. They're going to want wet nursing, young fella. It's going to be our job to do it. Can you shoot?
About average territorial standard.
Good Lord. Bad as that?
But look here. What's all this about?
Well, Malone, I happened to have my glasses focused on that creature before it got up over the trees. Up to now, I've never really been sure whether our Professor Challenger was a madman or a liar. But now I know different.
Why? What is it?
That creature. It was no bird I've ever seen.
In the first part of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World, adapted for radio by Peggy Wells and Barry Campbell, Professor Challenger was played by Francis de Wolfe, Edward Malone by Kevin McHugh, Lord John Roxton by Gerald Harper, and Professor Summerlee by Carleton Hobbs. Gladys, Carol Boyd, McArdle, Henry Stamper, Austin, Paul Gaiman, Mrs. Challenger, Norma Ronald, Policeman, Alan Dudley, Chairman, Dennis McCarthy. The episode was produced by Betty Davis.
Part 2, The Edge of Terror. Extracts from the Expedition Journal of Edward Malone, reporter, London Gazette.
It was in May 1907 that our small party set out from London in search of the lost world of the Amazon. After travelling through dense forests, almost impenetrable jungle, and sinister swamplands, we finally found ourselves on the very threshold of that lost world. We had come at last to the line of high red cliffs, which we had first seen in the drawings of the dead American artist, Maple White. Our problem was to scale these cliffs, and late one afternoon, camped at the base of a huge pinnacle as high as the cliffs themselves, we held a council of war. Professor Challenger, as always, presided.
I need not say that on the occasion of my last visit, I exhausted every means of climbing the cliffs. And where I failed, I do not think that anyone else is likely to succeed, for I am something of a mountaineer. I had none of the appliances of a rock climber with me, but I've taken the precaution of bringing them now. With their aid, I am positive I could climb the detached pinnacle to the summit. But so long as the main cliff overhangs, it's useless to attempt ascending that.
There seems to be only one sensible course. Let us split up into two parties, eastward and westward along the base of the cliffs, and seek for a practical point for our ascent.
I agree with Professor Summerlee. The odds that this plateau is of no great size, and if we travel round it, we shall either find an easy way up or come back to the point from which we first started.
There is no easy way up, Lord John. But I admit that there is a point at which ascent is possible.
How do you know, sir?
Because, Professor Summerlee, my predecessor, Maple White, actually made such an ascent. How otherwise could he have seen the monster which he sketched in his notebook?
There you reason somewhat ahead of the proved facts, Professor Challenger. I admit your plateau because I've seen it, but I have not as yet satisfied myself that it contains any form of life whatever.
What you admit, sir, or what you do not admit is really of inconceivably small importance. I'm glad to perceive that the plateau itself has actually obtruded itself upon your intelligence. Now, gentlemen, I think we cannot do better than to commence our scouting expedition.
Leaving our Negro servant, Zambo, to guard the camp, we set out. Challenger and Summerlee, with our 3 Indian bearers, took the easterly direction. Lord John and myself, accompanied by Gomez and Manuel, our 2 half-breed guides, went towards the west, through a rocky country of tree and bamboo, and always in the shadow of those gigantic cliffs.
So, young fella.
Yes,
How
Lord
far
John?
do you reckon we've come now?
From the camp?
Yes.
A mile or two, perhaps.
Well, that's far enough, I think. Turn round, young fella. We're heading back to the camp.
Any special reason, Lord John?
The light's failing. It'll be pitch dark in half an hour, and I don't like the feel of this place.
I've been thinking the same thing myself. Only I didn't like to admit... I mean, I couldn't explain.
You don't have to explain. Look up there at those cliffs.
I am looking.
There's life up there. Bad life. Life that keeps watching us. When I think of that thing I saw flapping up out of the trees in the forest. Oh, it had a 20-foot wingspread and it had teeth like bread knives. If we... Hey, wait a minute. Where are those two half-breeds?
I don't know. I haven't seen them for the past 10 minutes.
Gomez! Manuel!
You don't think...
It's getting dark, young fella. Gomez! Manuel!
Senores! Senores!
It's all right, that's Gomez.
What's the matter?
Oh, senores! The other senor with the black beard, he has said there is a way up these cliffs. Manuel and I, we think we have found it.
What's that?
We'll show you, yes?
Show us what?
On these cliffs, I show you. We find what you call an arrow, drawn in white chalk.
Maple white for a fiver.
We follow this arrow where it point. And we come to one opening in this rock of the cliff, an opening what you call
a cleft.
That's it, a cleft, one cleft, where the rock open up. You follow me, yeah?
You bet your boots we follow you. Come on, Malone.
Hello there!
You don't expect an answer, do you?
I don't know what to expect. It's only a kind of gorge cut in the rock, not very deep. Oh, John, it's blocked. A dead wall.
Oh, no, it's not. Look.
Where?
Up the side of the wall, higher, up there. Heap of stones, loose like a ruddy staircase. And on top of that...
It looks like the mouth of a cave.
It is the mouth of a cave, and another arrow drawn on the rock. Up those stones with you now. Go on. Steady, steady that. Here, mind those loose stones, young fella.
Gomez! Manuel, you come too.
Si, senores. We come.
It's the gateway to the land of monsters, laddie. Through the mouth of that cave, there's a tunnel up inside the cliffs as sure as you're born. Easy now. Here, look, let me give you a hand to the top. Go on, up you go. Oh. Nothing can stop us now, young fella. I defy anything or anybody on top of these cliffs to...
What's wrong?
Well, I hate eating my words, young fella, when I'd barely put salt on them. But look there.
You mean...
It's blocked, that's all. The roof of the ruddy cave has fallen in. We're cut off by 2 tons of rock from the only way up.
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like... Gomez, Manuel, did either of you laugh just now?
Laugh, senor?
Somebody laughed just then.
I don't know, senores. Maybe it was what Indians call a spirit of the woods that laughed.
Never mind the spirit of the woods. Can't we dig away through that loose rock?
No good, young fella.
Why not?
Well, you'd only start an avalanche. It'd bury us. Don't you touch it.
And there isn't any way up.
No, I'm afraid not. Come on. It's high time we were getting back to camp.
Too much cast down to speak. We made our way back to the camp. One incident occurred, however, before we left the gorge, which is of importance in view of what came afterwards. We were at the bottom of the chasm, some 40 feet beneath the mouth of the cave, when a huge rock rolled suddenly downwards and shot past us with tremendous force. We could not see where it had come from, but Gomez and Manuel, who were still at the opening of the cave, said it had flown past them and must have fallen from above. Looking upwards, we could see no sign of movement in the green jungle which topped the cliff. There could be little doubt, however, that the stone was aimed at us, so the incident surely pointed to some form of life upon the plateau. As we moved away, our minds were full of this new development and its bearing on our plans. When we reached the camp, We found the others waiting for us.
And you're sure, Lord John, there is absolutely no chance of our clearing the fallen rocks?
None at all.
Pity. Great pity. As to the incident of the falling rock, it would merely seem to confirm my theory that some form of life does indeed exist on the plateau. A theory which, I may add, has already been proven by our own discoveries, and it seems
Stop a minute. What did you find?
A human skeleton.
A what?
A human skeleton, lying in a patch of bamboo, with the bamboo canes growing through its smashed ribs. Almost certainly the skeleton of a white man.
I quite agree, and I don't like this.
How did the skeleton get there?
Can't you guess, Lord John?
You mean this man fell from the top of the cliff?
He fell, yes, or was thrown. This man, probably a friend or colleague of Maplewhite.
We have no evidence of that.
We have every evidence, sir. This man was running in blind terror from something which appeared to him monstrous or diabolical. He fell to his death on the sharp bamboo points, or else he was taken by human hands.
Human hands?
Taken by human hands, as I now take this skull of his from my knapsack, and dropped over the edge of that cliff, as I dropped the skull on the ground. So.
Oh, Santa Maria.
Will you now admit, Professor Summerlee, that there is malignant life on the plateau?
I don't know.
But does that matter now, sir?
Matter, young man?
Since we can't get to the top of the plateau...
I beg your pardon. We can get to the top of the plateau.
You found... You mean you found a way up?
I venture to think so.
How? We can't climb the sheer face of the cliff. That's impossible.
Agreed, Lord John, agreed.
Then how, in all blue blazes, are you going to do it?
Will you permit me, gentlemen, to sit down on this log and address you as I might address a somewhat backward class?
All right, get on with it.
You will also, I hope, spare me your congratulations. My natural modesty forbids any such display. The inspiration, if I may term it so, came to me only 10 minutes ago. I was thinking, oddly enough, of a paper read to the Edinburgh Zoological Society by a certain Dr. Illingworth.
One moment, Professor Challenger.
You spoke, Professor Summerlee?
Were you by any chance referring to Dr. Angus Illingworth of Edinburgh?
I was, sir. Is he a friend of yours?
That charlatan, that insufferable mountebanker, a friend of mine?
You agree, perhaps, that Dr. Illingworth has no sense?
I agree with the utmost emphasis.
His views on the Wealden slates are entire puerility?
His insulting review of my last book occupied 7.5 pages of the Zoological Quarterly.
Professor Summerlee, shake hands.
Professor Challenger, it's a pleasure.
Young fellow, my lad, listen.
Lord John.
We've got it. The password, Dr. Illingworth of Edinburgh. Whenever these two start spitting in each other's eye, just mention Dr. Illingworth of Edinburgh. Got it?
Got it, Lord John.
You were telling us, Professor Challenger, how we could get to the top of the plateau. Now, if we put the same question to Dr. Illingworth of Edinburgh...
Dr. Illingworth, the great zoologist?
He could probably tell us straight away.
Tell us like a shot.
And do you intimate, sir, that I can't? Look around you.
Well?
What do you see?
I see a campfire, load of provisions, line of red cliffs.
Nothing else, my friend?
Well, nothing that'll help us, no.
You don't see, for instance, the pinnacle of rock there. The pinnacle of rock that rises as high as the plateau and has a huge tree on top of it.
Well, that won't help us.
You think not, Lord John?
We've got rock climbing gear, yeah, we could get to the top of the pinnacle, yes. But even if we got there, we'd still be 40 feet from the edge of the plateau.
We can never get across.
We can at least all reach the summit. When we are up, I may be able to show you that the resources of my brain are by no means exhausted.
It was towards noon the next day, a brilliant, burning day, that the last of us managed to crawl up on top of that pinnacle, a grassy space some 25 feet square. It was a hair-raising climb, to say the least. But now, at last, we were able to gaze across at that curious plateau. There it lay, the lost world, across the 40-foot gulf, green and silent, its trees glistening in the sun where it stretched away from us, deep and sinister as a new continent.
This is indeed curious. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
What, Professor Summerlee?
This tree, Mr. Malone. You will please note the smooth bark and the small ribbed leaves. Tell me, are they not familiar to you?
Why, it's a beech.
Exactly, a beech tree. A fellow countryman in a far land.
Not only a fellow countryman, my good sir, but also, if I may be allowed to enlarge your simile, an ally of the first value. This beech tree will be our saviour.
George, a bridge.
Exactly, my friend, a bridge. Where willpower and intellect go together, there's always a way out. A drawbridge had to be found, which could be dropped across the abyss. Behold it. There is our bridge, gentlemen, to the lost world.
Brilliant, sir. The tree's a good way, 60 feet high. If it only falls the right way, it'll easily cross the chasm.
Mr. Malone.
Yes, sir?
You, my young friend, have the thews and sinews. I think you will be the most useful at this task.
I can hardly wait to begin, sir.
One moment, Mr. Malone. I must beg that you will kindly refrain from thinking for yourself. You will do exactly as you are told. Now, I suggest that you make your first incision here. Really, Mr. Malone, can't you go any faster?
Easy now, the lad's doing his best.
Oh, but this, sir, is a mere tree.
It is a tree 60 feet high. It's got to fall exactly across the gulf with its edge on the other side.
I have a presentiment, sir, that it won't.
Won't what?
Won't fall as we wish it.
Oh.
If it rolls over the edge and leaves us still without a bridge...
You know, Professor Sumley, you're the cheeriest little ray of sunshine I ever did see.
I state an obvious possibility, Lord John.
I tell you, man, it can't.
Indeed, sir. And why not?
Professor Challenger's calculations.
I'm deeply suspicious of any calculations made by Professor Challenger on any subject.
Indeed, sir.
I repeat it, sir. And suppose the tree does fall as we wish it, how are we to get across?
Let us try the trunk of the tree and hop across.
Over 1,000-foot gulf underneath.
Dash it, man, there's no other way.
Even on this big grass plot, I have an unsteady feeling in the legs, as though something were urging me onto the edge. I confess it without shame. And to cross that gulf on a tree trunk...
Glory, hallelujah!
Got it!
Stop dead on the edge, Professor Challenger. Shake hands.
Well, it seems to me there's a lot of indiscriminate handshaking going on, but by George, here's my hand too.
I remove my hat, gentlemen, and I thank you deeply for this not unmerited tribute. The resources of a great brain, if I may modestly say so, are equal to any small obstacle. There is the bridge. There is the lost world. I shall now, with your permission, be the first to cross the bridge.
Half a minute, old chap. I can't allow that.
Do my ears deceive me, Lord John? You can't allow it?
Listen, old chap. Look over at those bushes.
Well, sir?
We're invading enemy territory, don't you see? It may be all right over there.
Oh, of course it's all right.
But there may be a tribe of cannibals waiting for lunchtime. We haven't got rifles, we haven't got anything.
Then what do you suggest?
Malone and I'll climb down again, fetch up the rifles.
Oh, this delay is intolerable.
I know, old chap, but better learn wisdom, before you get served up as veal stew. Oh, speaking of that, we'll also fetch up Manua Gomez with provisions. Then you can cross the bridge, while we cover you with the rifles.
This is good sense, Professor Challenger.
I am not aware, sir, that I need to be instructed in good sense by you or anyone else. But I do agree that a certain elementary caution... Oh, very well, go and get the rifles, but hurry, hurry!
Ready now, everybody?
Quite ready, Lord John.
As for me, Lord John, I await your lordship's gracious permission to cross the tree bridge. Had I been aware that your lordship's permission was necessary at the beginning of this adventure...
All right, old chap, don't get your temper up. No. Gomez!
Yes, senor.
You and Manuel stay here when the rest of us go over. We may need to give you some instructions.
True, senor. You may need to give instructions, yes.
Ready with the rifles, everybody else? All right, Professor Challenger, you first.
Sit down carefully, sir. Don't lose your grip.
I have no intention, young man, of losing my grip, either mentally or physically. The position, I confess, is a trifle undignified. It is not suited...
Easy now.
It is not suited to the historical painting, which will no doubt one day be made of this momentous occasion.
You next, Professor Summerlee.
I'm quite ready, gentlemen. If you'll sling two of those rifles round my neck.
What's wrong, Professor Summerlee?
Has it occurred to you?
Well, what?
Has it occurred to you that our friend Challenger, as he hops across there, looks exactly like a gigantic bullfrog?
One moment, sir. Did you by any chance say what I thought you said?
Don't stop, Professor Challenger. For God's sake, don't turn round.
Did you say bullfrog, sir? Were my ears assailed by any mention of a bullfrog?
Go on, sir. Go on to the other side.
I'm sorry, Professor Challenger, if the harmless joke offends you. Now, if you'll continue over to the other side, I shall follow you along the tree like this.
Easy now. Both of you.
Look here, Lord John, you don't think they're going to sit out on that tree and begin sloshing at each other 1,000 feet above ground?
I can't say. They're crazy enough for anything.
It's all right. Challenger's over. Any sign of life in those bushes?
I can't see any. Done it. Somebody's over. All right, now you're next, my lad. Go on, over you go.
I don't like this a little bit. But if those two professors can go over and never turn a hair...
Now get careful. Get a good grip on the tree. That's right. And don't look down. It's looking down that gives you the vertigo.
I've got vertigo already, thanks, but...
Now, don't look down. I keep telling you, don't look out.
I'm all right, Lord John. Nearly slipped. Phew.
Now, follow your own advice, young fella. Don't look round. What's the matter?
I'm just wondering, Lord John, what you think you're doing.
Me, young fella?
Yes, you.
Oh, I'm walking across, young fella, like this. It's so much simpler, don't you think?
And that was how, as the sun began to sink across the jungle, we first set foot on the lost world. No sign of life in all that green stillness. Not even the cawing of a bird. The last thing we saw as we looked back was Gomez standing motionless on the rock pinnacle, smiling at us. Ahead was a bolt of dense scrub, and we shouted congratulations to each other as we hurried forward. It was the last time we did congratulate ourselves on that evil day. Because when we had got no more than 12 feet into the scrub, and I was nearest the edge of the cliff,
What was that?
I hesitate to pronounce an opinion, sir, when I can't see.
Professor Challenger! Lord John! Professor Summerlee!
Yes, what is it?
Come here! Come back here!
What is it? What's wrong?
The bridge has gone.
The bridge has gone?
Look for yourselves. The tree slipped off the edge of the cliffs. It smashed to pieces 1,000 feet below.
Listen!
I've sworn I'd heard that laugh before.
You did hear it. It's the same laughing we heard in the gorge last night.
Lord John Roxton! Lord John Roxton!
That sounded like Gomez.
It is Gomez, senores. It is your faithful Gomez.
Where the devil is he?
I am on the other side of this, what you call, pinnacle, senores, where you can't see me and you can't shoot me. Who led you to this place? Manuel and I. Who pushed the tree over the edge? Manuel and I.
Challenger, just talk to the fella, will you? Hold him there. I'm going to slip along the edge of the cliff where I can get a side shot at him with my rifle.
Oh, John, wait.
Let him go, young man. Let vengeance go its course. I ask you the meaning of this, Gomez.
Ask Lord John Roxton. Ask him if he remembers shooting Lopez of the Putumayo River. I am the brother of Lopez, senores. Flail of the slave traders is Lord John Roxton. Flail of Lord John Roxton am I.
Professor Challenger, I can see Roxton now.
I say this last to you, and then I go away. You will die up there, senores. Cut off from the world. You will die up there because Lord John Roxton has shot my brother. And now at last I...
Lord John Roxton, they say, is a dead shot.
Yes.
Where's Manuel? He was with Gomez. Something tells me, with peculiar clearness, gentlemen, that we shall not be troubled with either of them any longer.
Excellent, Professor Challenger. Very good indeed. And doesn't it tell you anything else?
Anything else?
You've brought us to the ends of the earth, sir.
You gratify me, Professor Summerlee.
Your ingenuity has shown us a way to a land of monsters. But with that bridge gone, can your ingenuity show us any way down? By the Lord's mercy, sir, you've really done it this time. We're marooned.
For a moment, we stood staring at each other in bewilderment. Marooned in a mysterious land in which lay unknown terrors. Marooned without supplies or without any hope of contacting the outside world. In our first brief panic, however, we had forgotten the Negro Zambo, and it was his voice calling across that 40-foot gap which restored us to our senses.
Master! Master! Can you hear me, sir? Master!
Zambo! Zambo! You hear me?
Yes, master, I hear.
You perceive, I hope, that we are in a somewhat precarious position.
Now look here, old chap, you won't understand that highfalutin talk.
Look, am I the leader of this expedition, or am I not?
All right, but speak so you can get the hang of what you're saying.
I shall make myself perfectly clear. Zambo!
Yes, master.
You observe, no doubt, the critical nature of our situation.
Yes, master. Maybe ghosts get you.
What ghost? Oh, be quiet, Professor Summerlee. You have the rope there, Zambo?
Rope no good, master. Too thin to make bridge across.
I know that, my good Zambo.
Well, then what's the game? Would you tell us?
Throw one end of the rope across to us, then tie the other round as many boxes of provisions and ammunition as you can bring up. We'll drag them over to this side. Don't forget to include a camera.
Did you say a camera, Professor Challenger?
Yes, Professor Summerlee, I said a camera. I want photographic evidence if something should attack us.
Attack us?
If, in short, a flesh-eating dinosaur should step out of these bushes now.
Zambo, don't forget the elephant gun cartridges, will you?
No, Chief. I not forget.
And you won't leave your post?
No, Chief. I not leave. But no evil keep Indian.
Why not?
Too much afraid ghosts. You be careful.
That thought was in our minds when we slept for our first night on the lost world. We supped and camped at the very edge of the cliff among some bushes. These bushes turned out, however, to be infested with enormous blood ticks, as I found out to my cost in the morning.
Most interesting, Mr. Malone. That blood tick on your leg, which you have so unfortunately crushed.
Good Lord, Professor Summerlee, did you think I was going to let that vile thing stay where it was? Look at all the blood which squirted out when I picked it off and burst it. My blood, sir. Mine.
Steady on, young fella, my lad. It's rotten luck we settled on this spot. Might have known there'd be some pretty diabolical insect life in these bushes.
Well, Mr. Malone should be proud to be chosen. We cannot do less than call this first fruit of our labours Ixodes Maloni. The very small inconvenience of being bitten, my young friend, cannot, I'm sure, weigh with you as against the glorious privilege of having your name inscribed in the deathless roll of zoology. Unhappily, you have crushed this fine specimen.
Fine specimen? Filthy vermin, you mean?
You should cultivate the scientific eye and the detached mind, Mr. Malone. To a man of philosophic temperament like myself, the blood tick, with its lancet-like proboscis and its distending stomach, is as beautiful a work of nature as the peacock or the aurora borealis. It pains me to hear you speak of it in so unappreciative a fashion. No doubt, with due diligence, we can secure some other specimen.
There can be no doubt of that, Professor Challenger. One has just disappeared behind your shirt collar.
What? Oh,
The bushes were full of the horrible pests, and it was clear that we must shift our camp. We moved to a small clearing, thickly surrounded by trees on all sides. There were some flat slabs of rock in the center with a spring of water close by. Here we made our first plans for the invasion of this new country, surrounded by our ammunition and enough provisions to last for several weeks. This was to be our headquarters, our place of refuge against sudden danger and the guardhouse for our stores. Fort Challenger, we called it. The others slept that night, round a dying campfire that threw gleams among the great trees round about. But I can't say I slept much. It was towards morning, in the hour of suicides and bad dreams, that suddenly...
Good Lord! Look out! Get away, you swine! What is this? Somebody call out.
Easy, young fella, my lad. Now, what's wrong?
I don't want you to think I'm out of my mind, but I saw something.
Professor Summerlee, will you perk up that fire? Now, you saw what?
A white face. A human face.
All right, now where did you see it?
In that big tree, there, with the branches like ferns. The branches parted and the face looked down. It was flat and white, and it had a body like a reddish pig.
You were dreaming, young fella.
I wasn't dreaming, I tell you.
What, a human face?
A human face, or an ape's. That's it, an ape's, only without any hair, and with curved teeth. The anthropoid ape, young man, is unknown in South America. Are you quite sure of this? Absolutely sure. Had this creature a tail? No. Did you notice whether it could cross its thumb over its palm? Hang it all, sir. I only got a brief glimpse, then I threw a stone and it swung away. Well, that was very hasty of you, my boy. Very hasty and injudicious. Had you been able to coax it down here... Coax it down? That's what I said. It was the evilest-looking brute I ever saw in my life. You didn't want me to invite the damn thing to breakfast. In the interests of science, young man.
As a scientist myself, sir, I agree with Malone.
You agree with Malone, sir?
I agree with Malone, sir. Have you forgotten the skeleton?
What skeleton?
The skeleton of the man thrown from these cliffs and impaled on the bamboo points 1,000 feet below.
Listen.
Was that the sound it made?
Yes.
If there are any more of these brutes hanging about, watching us...
They very probably are.
Then we've got to walk softly and look sharp.
As soon as it's daylight, we begin our exploration.
In which direction?
Following the course of the stream, naturally. That will always lead us back to camp. We can surround our stores with thorn hedges. Then, when we penetrate into that forest in full daylight...
Very little forest, I should say. Swamp, and nothing but swamp. Shall we turn back?
Turn back? Why?
I see no plant life of interest to the botanist. Only the swamp and our own footprints.
Stop a bit.
Well, Lord John?
Not only our own footprints. Look at that.
What in the name? Now do you believe, Professor Summerlee? Now is your small conceit broken. Aye.
What in the name of sense is it?
A three-toed footprint,
Well, I see that. Confounded, but the thing must be 4 times the size of an elephant. What sort of a bird leaves a track like that?
Not a bird, Lord John. A reptile.
A reptile with...
To be exact, a dinosaur. And you, Professor Summerlee, do you call me a liar now, in face of these tracks?
I must confess, Professor Challenger. I really must confess. Surely, these tracks are Wealden.
Wealden, exactly.
Meaning what?
This is a creature walking erect on 3-toed feet, and occasionally putting one of its 5-fingered forepaws to the ground. Now, if we were to see one of these animals...
We're going to see one, old chap.
How so?
Because I swear these tracks are fresh.
Shh! Creep forward, all of you. Look through this screen of brushwood. Is it? Yes, my friend. The denizens of the lost world.
There were 5 of them, like a nightmare in daylight. Scaled like lizards, with witless rolling eyes that seemed to look at us through the brush. They sat up on their haunches in that glade and browsed on tree branches as a rabbit browses on lettuce. Stare of their eyes shocked you. It was like the dragon you dreamed about as a child. Their forepaws struck and slashed at the tree branches. When one fell down on its feet, you could feel the thud as the ground shook.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
How am I seeing things?
Do you question, sir, the evidence of your own eyes? One moment. Don't fire.
Why not?
In the first place, the sound of a shot might alarm the whole
I
countryside.
know that, but if I could get one head, look, just one head to take home with me.
Oh, sporting one would turn green. What about the newspaper readers?
Look here, Professor, if I just drilled the nearest one and looked straight through the eye...
You still wouldn't hurt him.
Well, not even with this gun?
Not even with that gun. Have you got the camera, Mr. Malone?
Yes, but I can't even get the blinkers into the viewfinder. They're too big. Keep down. They'll see us.
And you, Professor Summerlee, I can scarcely wonder that your eyes bulge and that your mockery of a pure intelligence returns to haunt you. What do you say?
Professor Challenger, I apologize.
Professor Summerlee, your apology is accepted.
Look, wait a minute, you two. Look, don't stand up, not to shake hands with the brutes right on top of us. Look out!
That one came down with all his paws at once. If he'd come down on us when he fell...
Like an elephant, walking on a grape. Yes.
But they seem harmless now.
My dear sir, they are harmless. The iguanodon?
The what?
The iguanodon, Lord John. You'll find his prehistoric footprints all over the sands in Kent and Sussex.
He's charming and childlike, like our friend Malone. He's all brawn and no brain. Observe the nearest one.
Well, not too close, thanks.
See, there. He reaches after a bunch of foliage too high in the tree. He can't reach it. So he uproots the whole tree. When the tree crashes over on top of them, the whole tribe take fright and run. A brief thunder of their passing, a gleam of slaty scales, and the glade is empty.
What will they say to this in England?
Oh, my dear Summerlee, I can tell you with great confidence exactly what they will say. They'll say that you are an infernal liar, just as you said of me.
Why, in the face of photographs?
Oh, faked, Summerlee, clumsily faked.
In the face of specimens.
Ah, there we may have them. Malone and his filthy Fleet Street crew may be all yelping our praises yet. The day we saw 5 live iguanodons in a glade of maple whiteland. Put it down in your journal, my young friend, and send it to your rag.
And we're ready to get the toe end of the editorial boot in return. Things look a bit different from the latitude of London, young fella. All this will seem a bit of a dream to ourselves in a month or two. I can't see us being able to lead an iguanodon back, show it off in Hyde Park.
You're quite right, Lord John. There's hardly any likelihood we shall get back ourselves. In the meantime, there's nowhere to go but forward.
We may have travelled a mile or more, keeping to the bank of the stream. A belt of brushwood led up to a tangle of rocks at the top of that boulder-strewn slope. Grey and eerie the place looked, with its graveyard rocks. Lord John was well ahead, scouting. We saw him get to the top of that slope. Then we saw him drop down suddenly as though he'd been shot, and peer over the edge.
What is it, Professor Challenger?
I don't know. He's signalling us to stop.
Listen.
Well?
Perhaps it was my imagination, but I could have sworn I heard a kind of...
Kind of what?
Oh, it doesn't matter now. Lord John is coming back.
Lord John? Isn't he?
Keep quiet.
Is anything wrong?
Well, listen, all of you. You want to see something that'll raise your hair, just crawl up and look over the edge of those rocks. Crouch down and don't make a noise.
What is it?
Forward now. That's it. Keep low.
What is it? I insist on knowing.
Do you hear anything, Lord John? All of you must hear it now.
I hear something.
You hear the Devil's Nursery, old chap.
Devil's Nursery?
It's a volcanic pit, like a big bowl in the rocks, with green, scummy water at the bottom. And in that pit...
Well?
Pterodactyls. Thousands of them.
Pterodactyls?
Well, don't you remember that flapping thing with wings 20 feet long? I saw it over the trees the other day.
I do indeed remember the pterodactyl. Professor Summerlee said it was a stork.
I said so.
Do you deny you said it was a stork?
Keep quiet, for God's sake.
Remember Dr. Illingworth of Edinburgh?
By George, neither Dr. Illingworth nor anybody else ever saw a sight like this. Crouch down and look over the edge.
The place was a breeding ground of pterodactyls. On rocks and in water seethed hundreds of specimens like medieval devils.
Hideous mothers brooded over their leathery, yellowish eggs and watched their young in the water. Round the higher rocks sat the horrible males. They sat absolutely motionless, except for the rolling of their red eyes or a snap of their rat-trap beaks as a dragonfly went past.
Professor Challenger, I ask your pardon again. This is worth risking everything to see.
Refreshing, is it not?
Very refreshing. The flood of light it throws on the habits of the pterodactyls.
Shh, keep down, you two.
Observe the dead fish and birds among the rocks. This proves... Gregarious, my dear sir, like penguins.
Not a doubt of it.
If we could perhaps have a closer view of the apes.
Why not?
I'll tell you why not.
Aren't you interested, Lord John?
Interested? Yes, I'm interested in the soil around the edge of that water. Blue volcanic clay, ain't it?
I believe so. Why?
Well, never mind, but if you want to start something you can't finish, just stick your head up and say pretty pretty to a nest of pterodactyls.
Well, there is, of course, a certain amount of danger.
Certain amount? They'll come diving down on us with teeth like bread knives.
Not with the care I take, Lord John.
Oh, no, old chap?
No. I rather pride myself on my ability to stalk unseen, as quietly as a shadow. I can put my hand on this loose boulder, for instance, and rest my weight on it without once disturbing...
Look out!
That's done it. It occurs to me, Professor
Those
Challenger.
brutes are spreading their wings. They're going up.
It occurs to me, Professor Challenger, we better run for it.
Run for it, sir?
Science or no science, yes.
Make for the wood and keep together. If we get among the trees.
Mr. Malone.
Yes,
Have you got the camera?
Certainly, but...
Photograph it. I implore you to photograph that fine specimen coming down for us now.
He's diving at a mile a minute. Doc! Now, come on, make for the trees, all of you. If anybody talks science, I'll brain him. Now run!
We staggered through the brushwood, and even as we reached the trees, the harpies were on us again. Summerlee was knocked down. We tore him up and rushed among the trunks. Once there, we were safe, for those huge wings had no space for their sweep beneath the branches. As we limped homewards, sadly mauled, we saw them for a long time flying at a great height against the blue sky, soaring round and round, no bigger than wood pigeons. Their eyes, no doubt, still following us. At last, as we reached the thicker woods, they gave up the chase and we saw them no more. We halted beside a brook to bathe our wounds.
Oh,
Well, a most interesting and convincing experience, gentlemen. We are exceptionally well informed, Summerlee, as to the habits of the enraged pterodactyl.
Yes, indeed.
It's worth noting that our young friend has received an undoubted stab, while Lord John's coat could only have been torn by a bite. Professor Summerlee has a nasty cut on his forehead, and I myself have been beaten about the head by their wings. Yes, we have indeed had a remarkable exhibition of the pterodactyl's various methods of offence.
Well, it was touch and go for our lives, and I can't think of a more rotten sort of death than to be ousted by such filthy vermin. I'm sorry to fire my rifle, but by Jove, there was no great choice.
We should not be here if you hadn't, Lord John.
May do no harm. Among those woods there must be many loud cracks from falling trees, which may sound like a gun. Now, I think we'd had enough thrills for one day. The quicker we get back to camp in the surgical box, the better. We don't know what venom may have been in those hideous jaws.
Well, I must confess, gentlemen, I'm rather glad to see our camp again.
Just a minute. Somebody's been here.
How do you mean?
The thorn hedge has been disturbed. Somebody's handled the tins of provisions. Spilled a box of cartridges.
Somebody? You mean... apes?
I don't know.
Is anything else going to happen?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. When it gets dark, all sorts of things could be looking at us from those trees. We better get a fire going at once.
Oh, this, sir, is mere superstition.
You think so?
What we need, sir, is food. The minds and spirits of all men, even including myself, are depressed by long exertion without sustenance. Good meal, a night's sleep, and tomorrow morning...
One moment.
Yes, Professor Summerlee?
May I suggest, sir, that we sit down and call a conference here and now?
A conference?
Yes, for some plan of immediate strategy.
Oh, by all means, if you insist.
You agree, Lord John?
Blue volcanic clay.
What's that?
Sorry, old chap. I was wool gathering. Yeah, go ahead.
Several references, I believe, have been made to Professor Challenger's giant brain.
Come down, no. Modesty forbids.
Very well. I suggest he employed this giant brain on some scheme for getting us off this plateau. He got us here. Now let him get us away.
And our exploration of the plateau?
That must stop, sir. Here and now.
Are you mad, sir?
No, sir. We came here, if you remember, with a perfectly definite purpose, to find out whether or not you were telling the truth.
And you did find out?
Yes, I admit it.
Thank you.
That mission is now fulfilled. We can't explore the plateau, and you know it. It'll require a large expedition and special equipment.
You know, Challenger, there is truth in that.
The plateau is huge. It's thickly wooded with immense trees. Why, we could blunder here for weeks and still have no notion of the geography.
Thickly wooded with huge trees. Geography. By George!
What's wrong with you, young fella?
Huge trees, I've got it.
Got what?
Look at that tree there. The one where I saw the ape last night. It must be 100 feet high.
Well?
If I climbed up there tomorrow morning with a notebook and pencil...
You could see out over the whole plateau.
And draw a map of everything. Then we'd have real data, the whole geography for an exploring party later.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
Worthy, if I may say so, of a more enlightened intelligence has ever been shown by a journalist in all the history of your repulsive tribe. Will this satisfy you, Professor Summerlee?
If you agree to stop exploring, yes.
Then there is nothing, I think, that will trouble us further.
I wonder.
When I devote the powers of my own intellect to our descent from the plateau, the problem is as good as solved. In the meantime, we take our ease by a good campfire with a starless night outside. There's nothing to menace us now, nothing to trouble our slumbers in all the vast peace and quiet.
Listen, wait.
Summerlee. What on earth was that?
Nothing to trouble our slumbers.
Vast peace and quiet.
Malone, throw some wood on the fire.
Right. Got your rifle.
That row wasn't very far away from here. No further away, I'll swear, than the glade where we saw those...
Iguanodons?
Yes, that's it. And you're the oracle, Professor Challenger. Now, what's going on out there?
A forest tragedy, Lord John. I spoke too soon.
Forest tragedy?
I warned you, gentlemen, that we might meet carnivorous monsters. Beasts of prey that could feed on lions and tigers as a cat feeds on mice.
Then you think...
The big, blundering iguanodon, small-brained and harmless, has been attacked by something that tore it in pieces as easily as you might rip up a sofa cushion.
Something bigger?
No, something smaller, but infinitely more deadly.
Well, I don't know what that bounder is. I'm past guessing anything by this time, but I only hope it's afraid of fire.
Why so?
Because it's heading towards this camp now.
How'd you know that?
You don't live in the bush without being able to smell trouble. And listen. You hear that?
Yes.
To judge by the sound, Professor Challenger.
Yes, Professor Summerlee?
I should say an Allosaurus.
Or a megalosaurus?
Exactly. We speak with insufficient data and without actual sight of the creature.
Look here, Lord John, there's a big gap in our thorn hedge. Do you think it can...
Get through?
Yes.
I don't know. Keep your rifle ready, young fella, and hand me a blazing stick out of the fire.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. But something's got to be done, and done in a hurry. It's outside the thorn hedge.
In the second part of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World, adapted for radio by Peggy Wells and Barry Campbell, Professor Challenger was played by Francis de Wolfe, Edward Malone by Kevin McHugh, Lord John Roxton by Gerald Harper, and Professor Summerlee by Carleton Hobbs. Gomez, Trader Faulkner, Zambo, Tommy Eitel. Special effects were by the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and other effects were by Janet Mitchell and Lloyd Silverthorne. Technical assistance was by Patience Pratt, and the episode was produced by Betty Davis. Part 3, Our Eyes Have Seen Great Wonders. Extracts from the Expedition Journal of Edward Malone, reporter, London Gazette, 1907.
Black night on the lost world. Around a campfire, surrounded by a thin hedge of thorns, my 3 companions and I stood petrified, clutching our rifles tightly. Outside our flimsy barrier, something huge, something formless, something out of black prehistoric night, was approaching, breathing almost at the gap in the thorns, making the hedge quiver as it brushed past.
Malone.
Yes, Lord John?
Hand me a blazing branch out of that fire.
What are you going to do?
You'll see.
A most curious breathing, Professor Challenger. It's found the gap in the hedge.
Surely a well-placed rifle shot.
No.
Why not? If it gets over the hedge, we're done.
And if we only wound the brute, Professor Summerlee, we're double done. The branch, young fella.
On the sparks, we don't want to set the hedge on fire.
Now, take hold of the thorns on each side of the gap. Tear it. Make it wider.
Make it wider.
Yes, I'm going out.
Don't be a blasted fool, don't.
Picture to yourself a monstrous shape standing 15 feet in height from its clawed pads to the crest of its squat, toad-like head. Imagine a face alike to some nightmarish gargoyle, warty and leprous, the mouth daubed with fresh blood, looming above the light of the flames as Lord John held up the blazing branch.
Roxton, for God's sake! Roxton, come back!
We saw the toad face burn as he flung the fire straight at it. The scream of that beast brought out the sweat on my body. Then, as it crashed away in the undergrowth, silence fell again.
That's done it. Oh, bit of a near thing, though.
Bit of a near thing.
Yes, I thought he wouldn't face the fire.
As leader of this expedition, I say you should not have taken such a risk.
There was nothing else to be done, old chap. If he got in here among us... Oh, did you see those teeth?
I did, I assure you.
However, Lord John, I thank you. We can only hope, despite the very bad light and the slowness of photographic film, that this camera will record some...
Wait a minute.
Is anything wrong?
You mean to say you were sitting here trying to photograph the brute?
The scientific mind, sir, is always alert.
Oh, my.
This creature which attacked us, this Allosaurus...
Or Megalosaurus.
Thank you. This Allosaurus, or Megalosaurus, was somewhat repulsive to look at, reminding me forcibly of one or two of my colleagues in the scientific world. But science required a record of it. You agree, Professor Summerlee?
I agree, sir, that we must get off this plateau as quickly as we can. What we ought to be doing today, tomorrow, and all the time is finding some way out of the trap into which we've fallen. You're all turning your brains towards getting into the country. I say we should be scheming how to get out of it.
I am surprised, sir, that any man of science should commit himself to so ignoble a sentiment. You suggest leaving this land before we've acquired more than the most superficial knowledge of it, or its contents.
You must remember that I have a large class in London. who are at present at the mercy of an extremely inefficient locum tenens.
I must say, I think it'd be a mighty poor thing to go back to London for. I know a great deal more of this place than I do at present.
I could never face old McCardle, my editor. Still, it's not really worth discussing. We can't get down, even if we want to.
As our young friend observes, we cannot get down in any case, so it's a waste of energy to discuss it.
It's a waste of energy to do anything else. Let me remind you that we came here upon a perfectly definite mission to test the truth of Professor Challenger's statements. Those statements we are now in a position to endorse. Our ostensible work is therefore done. Professor Challenger has devised means for getting us onto this plateau when it appeared to be inaccessible. I think we should now call upon him to use the same ingenuity in getting us back to the world from which we came.
The problem of the descent is, at first sight, a formidable one, yet I cannot doubt that the intellect can solve it. I am prepared to agree with Professor Summerlee that a protracted stay in Maple Whiteland is, at present, inadvisable. At the same time, I refuse to leave until we have made at least a superficial examination of this country and are able to take back with us something in the nature of a chart.
The one intelligent suggestion has come from Malone here. Tomorrow, he must climb the biggest tree and make a map of the plateau. Then our work is done.
Look here, young fella, can you do it?
Do what?
Swarm up that tree without breaking your neck. It's tricky work. Why, it must be 80 foot high.
I'll do it, Lord John, if I do break my neck. This is the first time I've contributed anything to this show.
Not at all, my boy, not at all.
And I used to be pretty good at trees when I was a boy in Ireland.
What about apes, though?
Apes, sir?
Well, Malone saw a nasty-looking ape human in that tree. What if it's got friends?
I'll risk that. Just give me a chance to prove I'm good for something. Tomorrow, when there's a good light and I can get a grip on that tree, I'll go up, high up, to the topmost branches.
Malone! I say, Malone! Can you hear me?
My dear sir, he can't hear you. He's too far up among the foliage.
But he's been gone in that tree for hours, if anything's happened up there.
If anything had happened, Lord John,
well,
the law of gravity would have returned him in short order. Rest easy.
Hello,
oh, listen.
down there.
I thought I heard...
Hello, down there.
Malone! Are you all right?
Perfectly all right. Just a bit winded.
Did you find out?
Half a tick. Give the lad a chance to get down.
Stand clear. I'm going to swing from the lowest branch and drop.
You all right, young fella?
Fine, thanks.
Well, sir, and what did you see?
I've been clear to the top. I could see for miles. I've got a sketch of the whole country here in this notebook. And I can tell you what's in the middle of the plateau.
Yes, what is in the middle?
A lake.
A lake, eh?
A big lake with red cliffs on the other side. And, I think, caves in the cliffs. What's more, I'll swear the caves are inhabited.
Or by these ape things, you mean?
No, by human beings. Like Indians. This is the biggest thing yet. Can't we set off now and explore it?
My dear young man.
Can't we?
You must learn, Mr. Malone, to curb your natural impatience. I myself am never impatient, and I find it helps me in life. It's much too late to go exploring. Well, I must say, Mr. Malone, that you have done very well.
By George, he has.
This lake in the middle, what shall we call it? It's up to you to name the lake, my young friend. You saw it first. If you want to call it Lake Malone...
Not Lake Malone, no, but...
But what?
I want to call it Lake Gladys.
Lake Gladys?
Yes. Why not?
Oh, this is most unscientific. It wouldn't look well on a map.
Who in blazes cares how it looks on a map? If Malone wants to name it after his gal, why not?
Professor Summerlee, I think, has never been young.
Huh?
Ah, gentlemen, the season of youth. How much I sympathize. How well I remember. I myself, I fear, was well known in my youth as something of a Don Juan.
You, sir?
I, sir. And why not?
It seems to me improbable, sir, that any young lady not totally blind could view your countenance without the gravest perturbation.
Lord John!
Yes, young fellow?
Don't you think that Dr. Illingworth of Edinburgh is a man of very distinguished appearance?
Ah, yes, I do, as it happens. That's got 'em. Go on, pile it up. All the same, Challenger's right, you know, about one thing. We can't go exploring that lake until tomorrow.
But I could. And like a fool, I did. The full moon was shining brightly that night, and the rest of them were asleep when the great idea came to me. Suppose I crept out of the camp now and explored the central lake and came back at breakfast time with a full account of it. And out I slipped, while Summerlee, the most futile of sentinels, dozed by the fire. It was a fearsome walk. How can I convey the utter silence, the loneliness, the emptiness of that forest moonlight? Emptiness, and yet shadows seemed to prowl on padded feet. It might have been 2:30 in the morning when I saw a gleam of water through the jungle. There was the lake. But it was not at the lake that I stared in amazement. It was at the cliffs beyond, where I had seen the caves that afternoon. Now I could see tiny discs of light along those caves. Fires. Fires lighted by the hand of man. This was proof to take back on my homeward journey. I was more than halfway back, emerging from the dreadfulness of the forest when... What's that? No movement of the shadows or moonlight. But 1/2 mile more along that road and... Then it flashed across me that the beast, whatever it was, must surely be after me. I remembered again the blood-slobbered face we had seen in the light of Lord John's torch. Then I saw it. The movement of the bushes when it hopped out into clear moonlight, hopping like a monstrous moving shadow. I turned to run, but to my horror I found I could not move. Sheer terror held me frozen to the spot. A rifle shot. Something was happening to my companions back at the camp. I must help them. Then I began to run. Up to then, the beast had hunted by scent, and his movement was slow. But now he had seen me. Now, as he came round the curve in the path, he was gaining on me in great bounds. The moonlight shone on his huge projecting eyes, on the row of enormous teeth in his open mouth, on the gleaming claws of his forearms. His thick, gasping breathing seemed louder and louder. I could hear the thud, thud, thud as he overtook me. Then he was beside me. Every instant I expected to feel his grip on my back. Then I felt myself falling. When I came to my senses, I found myself at the bottom of an evil-smelling pit. By the clear light of the moon, I was able to see the great blood-stained, sharpened stake pointing towards the sky, and I realized that the pit was a trap, dug by man, in order to trap monsters, and that stumbling into the pit had saved my life. Then I remembered the rifle shots I had heard, and scrambling hurriedly to my feet, I began the laborious climb out of the pit. I had to get back to the camp.
Professor Challenger! Lord John! Professor Summerlee! Where are you?
My companions were gone. The cold light of dawn showed our camp wrecked, our effects scattered, and close to the smouldering ashes of our fire, the trampled grass was stained with blood. I was so stunned that for a time I think I must have nearly lost my reason. I have a vague recollection of rushing about through woods all round the empty camp, wildly calling their names. But no answer came back. It was 24 hours later, in the grey light of another dawn, when I was roused out of tortured sleep by a touch on my arm, and there in front of me, pale, wild-eyed, scratched and blood-stained.
I say, young fella.
Lord John!
Keep your voice down.
You're alive!
And if we want to stay alive, young fella, we'd better get a move on. Thank God they didn't damage the rifles.
Who didn't damage the rifles?
The 8 men.
So that's it. What happened?
Well, it was early in the morning.
Yesterday morning?
Yes. Our learned friends were just stirring, hadn't even begun to argue yet. All of a sudden, it rained apes. They came down as thick as apples from a tree. I shot one of them through the belly.
I heard the shots.
But they had us down before we could move. Mind you, I call them apes, but they carried sticks and stones. They jabbered to each other, ended up by tying our hands with creepers.
The apes did that?
Apes or 8 men are a kind of missing link, and I wish to God they'd stayed missing.
And then?
They carried off their wounded friend. He was bleeding like a pig.
Then it wasn't any of you. What about Challenger and Summerlee?
Look here, young fella, there's no time to explain now. You take 2 of the rifles, I'll take the other 2, and as much food and ammunition as you can cram into your pockets. Now, hurry.
What for?
Anywhere away from this camp.
You mean...
They'll be heading straight for here as soon as they discover I've escaped. Now, get a move on or we're done.
But Challenger and Summerlee...
I tell you, there is no time to explain now. Into the brush. Follow me. This ought to do. Keep down.
You think the apes are close to us?
Well, they'll have scouting parties all through the forest. You better load those guns.
But what happened?
Happened?
After the apes tied you up.
Oh, that's just it. Old Challenger managed to struggle onto his feet, tied up and all, and started raving at 'em like a lunatic. If there'd been a row of his favourite pressmen, he couldn't have slanged 'em worse. But that's the funny part of it. It was Challenger's looks that saved us.
Challenger's what?
Challenger's looks. When he began slanging 'em, I thought it was the end of us, but...
Well?
They started jabbering themselves. Then one of 'em stood out beside Challenger, and word of honour, they might have been kinsmen.
What?
This old 8 man, he was their chief, was a sort of red Challenger, with every one of our friend's beauty points, only a trifle more so.
Challenger and the 8 man?
That's right.
Did you point this out to the professor?
Well, dash it all, he must have seen that for himself.
I wonder.
When the 8 man stood by Challenger, put its paw on his shoulder, the thing was complete. Summerlee was a bit hysterical. He laughed till he cried.
What about the 8 men?
Well, they laughed too, or at least they put up the devil of a cackling. Then they set to work to drag us off through the forest. Summerlee and I got a bit of rough handling, but Challenger was all right. I mean, they carried him shoulder high, like a Roman emperor.
Yes.
Duck down.
Is that...
The 8 men. Yes. That's the row they make when they get excited.
Do we fire at them?
No, not unless they see us. We've got a surprise rescue to make.
Surprise rescue?
Oh, I know. They haven't seen us. I think they're going past.
What were you saying about a rescue?
Now, look here, young fella, this next bit, it's not a bit pleasant.
Go on.
These apes, they've got a kind of town, huts made out of leaves and branches. Well, it's about 4 to 5 miles from here. It's near the edge of the cliff. Well, when we got there, they tied us up. The fellow who handled me could tie like a bosun, and there we lay with our toes up beneath a tree while a great brute stood guard over us with a club in his hand.
We?
Summerlee and myself. Old Challenger was up a tree, eating pines, having the time of his life. If you'd seen him sitting up in that tree, hobnobbing with his twin brother.
I can guess, but you couldn't have found it very funny at the time.
Well, we weren't in much mood for laughing. They let Challenger do what he liked within limits, but they drew the line pretty sharply at Summerlee and me. It was a mighty consolation to us all to know that you were running loose, young fella. Had the archives in your keeping. Well, now I'll tell you what's going to surprise you.
I doubt whether I can be surprised at anything else, Lord John.
You say you saw signs of men and fires over in those caves by the lake?
Yes.
Well, we've seen the natives, little down-faced chaps, like Indians. You see, it seems the humans hold one side of this plateau over yonder, where you saw the caves, and the 8 men hold this side. And there's bloody war between them. Yesterday, the apes got hold of a dozen Indians, brought them in as prisoners. You never heard such a jabbering and shrieking in your life. The men were little red fellows. They'd been bitten and clawed so they could hardly walk. The 8 men put 2 of them to death there and then. Fairly pulled the arm off one of them.
Oh.
Yeah, it was perfectly beastly. Turned us absolutely sick, and the business afterwards, guys, was awful. This morning, there's to be another ceremony.
Ceremony? What do you mean?
You remember those sharp bamboo canes below the plateau? Where we found...
Well, we found the skeleton in
That's
there.
it.
You mean?
Yes. This town is the jumping-off place for prisoners. They chuck 'em over the edge there. The game is to see whether they're just dashed to pieces or they get skewered on the bamboo canes below. 6 of the Indians went yesterday, and this morning...
Not Challenger and Summerlee, too?
Summerlee for certain. Challenger, too, if they turn nasty.
And you?
Oh, I was included in the bill. It seemed to me our only chance was for me to get away, pick up the rifles, try a rescue. Well, now that you're here...
How soon will they...
I don't know. And that's why we'd better hurry.
2 men, 4 rifles. Can we do it?
We've got to do it, young fella. We've got to do it. Listen.
Is that ape tongue?
Yes. Part the bushes. Careful and look through.
An open space lay before us. All green turf and low bracken growing to the very edge of the cliff. Round this clearing was a semicircle of trees with huts built of foliage. The opening of these huts, the branches of the trees, were thronged with ape people. In the open near the edge of the cliff stood some 100 of these shaggy, red-haired creatures. And a little group of Indians stood among them, small and brown-skinned against their huge guards. That was when 2 of the ape guards darted forward towards one of the Indians. They caught him by the leg and arm. They swung him backwards, forwards, backwards again, and...
My God, I can't stand this.
Easy now. Keep your hands off that trigger.
We can't let them go on with it.
We're not going to. Just pick your man before you start firing.
Look at them. Delighted as maniacs. Rushing to the edge to see whether...
See whether it was the ground or the bamboos, yes.
But where's Challenger? Where's Summerlee?
Well, there's Challenger. Can't you see him?
Good Lord, I didn't...
Recognize him from the apes? No.
Have we got a chance?
Yes, and more than a chance. Look, there.
What is it?
Indians, young fella. Pals of these poor devils, on the edge of the clearing, creeping up for a surprise attack while the apes are occupied. If we attack when the Indians do...
We could drive the whole tribe straight over the edge of the cliff.
If we're lucky, yes.
Oh, John, it's too late. They've got Summerlee now.
Rifle up, my lad. Get ready.
But we can't fire into the middle of them. We might hit Summerlee.
That crowd will have to stand back when they begin to swing him. There.
Instructions?
You take the guard on the left, I'll take the guard on the right. Fire when I count 3. 1.
The Indians are creeping forward. I saw them move.
Never mind the Indians. Draw your sights on that guard. 2.
It's the Ape King himself who's got hold of Summerlee on one side. He's yours. You drill him. But they've swung that body for the 3rd time. If you don't hurry up and give the order...
3!
You've got him! You've got the Ape King!
Shoot into the thick of them. Go on, Sonny. Shoot!
Magazine after magazine we emptied, and with our 4 guns the 2 of us made horrible havoc. Both of Summerlee's guards were dead. He was staggering about like a drunken man. But Challenger seized him, a nightmare Challenger, with matted black beard and clothes in rags. And they ran towards us. Then, out of the woods poured the Indians, with bows and spears for weapons, and the battle was joined.
Challenger! Summerlee this way!
You think they can see us?
They see us all right. Keep on firing.
Professor Challenger!
Oh, you arrived, gentlemen. Almost too late.
It's not necessary to support me, sir. I'm quite capable of walking upright.
Not only we as individuals, but European science collectively owe you a deep debt of gratitude for what you've done. I do not hesitate.
Never mind that, old chap. Just here's a rifle. Use it. These Indians are as active as cats when they go in with a spear.
Find their arrows. The place is humming with them.
Ah, I got a hit then. I distinctly got a hit.
One last go may do it. Now step quick now and keep firing.
Forward the battle surged on the very edge of the plateau. Apemen and Indians, clubs against spears, rolled over together. Others broke towards the woods. The Indians might have gone down, crushed under clubs, if it hadn't been for our rifles. Then, in a moment, came panic and collapse. Shrieking and howling, the apemen streamed in mad disorder towards the brushwood, with Indians in pursuit. The scream of battle soared just before it died away.
All right, my lads. That's done it.
Is it over?
All but the tidying up. And the less we see of the tidying up, the better we're going to sleep.
You need not blench, Professor Summerlee. You need feel no regret at what has happened this day. I, George Edward Challenger, say that we have been privileged.
Privileged, sir?
Privileged, sir, to be present at one of the typical decisive battles of history. Of man against ape, of man against nature. And at last, man is supreme on the plateau.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong now?
There are a dozen Indians, important-looking fellas, too, coming back out of that wood. Coming towards us.
You don't think
they regard us as enemies?
We can't tell. Steady now.
Here. Wait a minute.
Good gracious.
Enemies, did you say?
Oh, John, the whole gang are going down on their knees, practically prostrating themselves. Can't you do anything?
Well, how in blazes can I talk to them?
But this is...
Oh, get up, little fella. No, take your face off my boots. Oh, hang it all.
This is certainly most distasteful. Don't you find it uncomfortable, Professor Challenger?
I, sir, find it most interesting.
Interesting, sir?
These Indians may be undeveloped types, it's true, but their deportment in the presence of their superiors might be a lesson to some of our more advanced Europeans. Strange how correct are the instincts of natural man.
What's that?
It's all right, young fella. It's only one of the Indians who hasn't seen Challenger before.
Hasn't seen me before?
Oh, take it easy, little chap. Don't run away. He's only human.
Really, sir?
Hang it. Oh, man, it's lucky for you that you are a little out of the ordinary. You hadn't been so like the king of the apes.
Oh, upon my word, Lord John, you allow yourself great latitude.
Well, it's a fact, ain't it?
I beg, sir, that you will change the subject. Your remarks are irrelevant and unintelligible. Mr. Malone.
Yes, sir?
You keep a diary of these events, I believe. You expect eventually to publish it?
That's right, sir.
You may have heard just now some rather fatuous remarks which seem to imply that there was some resemblance.
Yes, I heard them.
I need not say that any publicity given to such an idea, any levity in your narrative, would be exceedingly offensive to me.
I will keep well within the truth.
The king of the ape-men was really a creature of great distinction. A most remarkably handsome and intelligent personality. Didn't it strike you?
Most remarkable creature.
Is it any good, sir, arguing what Mr. Malone will or will not publish, when he will never return alive to publish it?
I beg your pardon, sir. I was about to announce, before this unmannerly interruption...
Well, sir?
...that I have already found a way down from the plateau.
You've already... Do you know what you're saying, old chap?
Perfectly well, Lord John.
A way down? But how?
You observed, I think, that I showed no sign of surprise at the homage of these intelligent Indians.
All right, what about it?
You also observe among them now a taller Indian, clearly a chief of some description.
The Indian to whom you refer was a captive with us among the apes. Well, sir?
Well, sir, it seemed obvious to me that centuries of contact between ape and human, if only the contact of warfare, must have developed some means of communication between them. By closely observing the sign language, I was easily able to imitate the ape. That is to say, I was able to establish a rude working means of communication with the Indian before you.
You don't mean you can talk these fellas' lingo?
No, but I flatter myself that we understand each other. Does Mr. Malone remember describing a line of caves on the other side of the plateau?
Yes. You mean...
The way down, gentlemen, lies in a tunnel leading from those caves.
How are you sure of this?
The Indian before you drew me what I believe to be a rough map of it. And I venture to predict that 24 hours more will see us safely on solid earth again.
Good God.
Back to England.
Back to civilization.
Back to Gladys.
Professor Challenger, this is inspiration.
Professor Summerlee, not at all.
We must start immediately.
Hold on a bit. We'll start fast enough, but not before I've had another look at that pterodactyl swamp.
Lord John, will you tell us the meaning of your constant references to the pterodactyl swamp?
Oh, in good time, old chap, in good time. But I say, Professor Summerlee, why on earth are you looking so uneasy?
For the first time, Lord John, I begin to have qualms.
Qualms? Why?
We have, if you recall, a report to make to the Zoological Institute.
I recall it.
We have travelled far into the unknown. But I asked the question before, and I ask it now in a new spirit. What will they say of this in England?
That, sir, remains to be seen. Meanwhile, I suggest that we begin making preparations for our departure with the utmost secrecy.
You mean...
I mean, sir, that it would perhaps be better if the Indians do not know what we are about. They might not take too kindly to our sudden departure. Now, here's what we shall do. Quietly gather together what belongings we now possess, plus one or two other small items as may be necessary, and then, in 2 days from now, at dawn, while the Indians are still asleep, we shall endeavour to make our escape through the caves.
Careful, young fella. Oh, you nearly had me over.
Sorry, but this crate's damned heavy. Perhaps if you were to lower your end slightly. That's better.
Come along, don't hang back.
Sorry, but this thing's heavy. What is it?
Wait and see. Now, hurry.
I can't see a thing. I do wish, Professor Challenger, that you wouldn't rush on so with the torch.
Well, keep up, sir. Listen. What's that?
Drums. Oh, that's torn it. They've discovered we're missing.
Blast!
Oh, what's that?
It's pitch black. What's happening?
Oh, there's not the slightest need for panic. The torch has blown out. I shall relight it. There. Now, come along. Can't be much further. According to the map, it was only a... Oh.
What's the matter? Why, it's a dead end.
A cul-de-sac.
Then we're done.
No, we're not. Come back here, Professor.
What?
Don't you remember the map showed a small fork just before the tunnel ended? Just about here. No. Further back. Bring the torch, that's it. Just about where the torch blew out. Don't you see? The torch blew out.
By Jove, he's right. Look, the entrance to another tunnel.
Shall we try it?
We've no choice. Come on.
Look, what's that? Careful, Professor.
Challenger stuff, I figure.
It's a wall of flame across the cave.
Then we're trapped.
Indeed we are not, gentlemen. It's the sun shining right into the mouth of the tunnel.
What? Then we're through, boys. We're through.
And so we were. And after a short descent by rope, we found ourselves at the foot of those sinister cliffs. Save for Challenger's mysterious luggage, we had no difficulties. Then we set out to locate Zambo's camp, only to find, to our great delight, that a rescue party had already arrived there. And shortly afterwards, we began the long journey home. And so we returned in triumph to England. Almost as soon as the liner docked at Southampton, we were hurried off, luggage and all, to London, there to attend the extraordinary meeting of the Zoological Institute, which was to be held at the Queen's Hall in Regent Street. We had agreed beforehand not to talk to reporters, other than to say that our expedition had been successful. And so, when we were eventually led onto the platform, we faced a packed hall with the audience in a high state of curiosity and excitement.
Well, young fella, seems 100 years ago since that last meeting, don't it?
I say, you haven't heard a word I've been saying? What's up, nervous?
No, I'm sorry. I was just thinking, perhaps I should have contacted Gladys.
Oh, I see. Oh, I shouldn't worry if I were you. Give her a surprise. I'm told women like surprises.
Yes, but all the same, I think...
Fun's about to start, I think.
Professor Challenger.
Yes, Professor Summerley?
I have observed a certain person in the audience, and the presence of this villain, I repeat, sir, villain, fills me with the greatest disquiet. Look at the aisle seat beside the stage.
I see him, Professor Summerley. Surely that can only be the deplorable countenance of...
Yes.
Who is it?
Quiet, young fella. The chairman's going to begin. Quiet.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not, ladies and gentlemen, stand for more than a moment between you and the treat which lies before you. It is not for me to anticipate what Professor Summerley, the spokesman of this committee, has to say to you. It is common rumour, however, that their expedition has been crowned with extraordinary success. And I shall, without further ado, introduce to you the spokesman of the party, Professor Summerley, FRS.
Did you hear, sir, a sound distinctly resembling a hiss?
I heard it.
Did you observe that it came from the person in the aisle seat?
Get up, old chap. Begin your speech.
Who is this villain in the aisle seat?
Get up, Professor. Get up.
But who is he? He may cause trouble. You can't mean it.
Young man, that is Dr. Illingworth of Edinburgh.
Professor Summerley, FRS.
Ladies and gentlemen, many of you will no doubt remember that at the last meeting of this society, Professor Challenger made certain observations regarding the supposed survival of certain prehistoric monsters and of a lost world. At that time also, you may remember. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I have only this to say. These things are true. The pterodactyl, the iguanodon, the megalosaurus, and all forms of animal life I have described to you lived and had their being before our eyes. You have honored me with a deep silence following my words. What that silence may portend, I cannot tell. But I have been asked to render my report to this institute, and I have done so. Mighty is truth, and will prevail. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman!
That's Illingworth. He does mean trouble.
Steady now.
Mr. Chairman! Mr. Chairman!
Yes, Dr. Illingworth.
I believe that a resolution of thanks to these gentlemen is to be moved by Professor Sergius.
Yes, sir, that is so.
Is it not the procedure for an amendment to be taken before a resolution?
Yes, sir, if there must be an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, there must be an amendment.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, whether I have leave to put Dr. Illingworth into the street?
For the love of Mike, easy. Illingworth's climbing up on the platform. That's done it.
Ladies and gentlemen of this audience, hear me. At a previous meeting of this society, one man, Professor Challenger, said certain things. Now 4 men say other and more startling things. I admit that the members of this committee are men of character, but even distinguished professors may be misled by the desire for notoriety. Heavy game shots like to cap the tails of their rivals, and journalists surely are not averse from sensational coups. Each member of this committee had his own desire to make the most of the results. I have no desire to be offensive.
You are, sir.
The corroboration of these wonderful tales is really of the most slender description. What does it amount to? Some photographs. Is it possible that such can be taken as evidence? What more? We have a story of a flight and a descent by ropes, which precluded the production of larger specimens. Ingenious, but not convincing. I understand that Lord John Roxton claimed to have the skull of an iguanodon. I can only say that I should like to see that skull.
Is this fella calling me a liar?
Dr. Illingworth, I must direct you to bring your remarks to a conclusion and to move your amendment.
Now for the fight, young fellas. Challenger's on his feet, and he's got the gloves off.
You're certainly having an arresting effect on this mob. There was a free fight going on at the back.
Quiet, Sonny, quiet.
It will be in the memory of many present that similar foolish and unmannerly scenes marked the last meeting at which I made an address. On that occasion, Professor Summerlee was the chief offender. And though he is now chastened and contrite, the matter cannot be entirely forgotten. I have heard tonight similar, but even more offensive sentiments from the person who has just sat down. And though it is a conscious effort of self-effacement to come down to that person's mental level, I will endeavour to do so. I have safely conducted these three gentlemen to the spot mentioned, and I have, as you have heard, convinced them of the accuracy of my previous account. We had hoped to find on our return that no one was so dense as to dispute our joint conclusions. Warned, however, by my previous experience, I have not come without such proofs as may convince a reasonable man. 8 men ransacked our camp, and most of our photographic negatives were ruined.
Tell us another wonder.
In mentioning 8 men, I cannot forbear from saying that some of the sounds which now meet my ears bring back most vividly to my recollection my experience with those interesting creatures. In spite of the destruction of so many invaluable negatives, there still remains in our collection a certain number of corroborative photographs showing the conditions of life upon the plateau. We could only bring with us a limited amount of luggage, but Professor Summerlee's collection of butterflies and beetles and many new species is intact. Is this not evidence?
No.
Who said no?
Our point is that such a collection might have been made in other places than a prehistoric plateau.
No doubt, sir. We have to bow to your scientific authority, although I must admit the name is unfamiliar. Passing, then, both the photographs and the entomological collection, I come to the varied and accurate information which we bring with us, upon points which have never before been elucidated. For example, upon the domestic habits of the pterodactyl. I say that upon the domestic habits of the pterodactyl, we can throw a flood of light. I can exhibit to you from my portfolio a picture of that creature, taken from life, which would convince you.
No picture could convince us of anything.
You would require to see the thing itself, Dr. Illingworth?
Certainly.
And you would accept that?
Beyond a doubt.
Then came the sensation of the evening, an event unparalleled in the history of scientific gatherings. Professor Challenger raised his hand in the air as a signal. Lord John Roxton rose to his feet immediately and made his way to the back of the platform, and with Zambo, our faithful Negro servant, he dragged forward a packing case. There wasn't a sound in the hall, and all eyes were fixed on the case. Professor Challenger slid the lid open. Peering down into the box, he snapped his fingers several times.
Come then, pretty. Come on, pretty. Come along, pretty.
Even the unexpected fall of the chairman into the orchestra pit failed to distract the petrified attention of the vast audience. A pterodactyl, for such it was, though a baby one, glared upon them with malicious red eyes, as bright as points of burning coal. Its long, savage mouth showed a double row of pointed teeth, its shoulders were humped, and its folded wings were draped round them like a faded grey shawl. It was the devil of everyone's childhood, in person.
It's going up! Grab it!
No, I can't reach it. It's flying straight towards the balcony.
The window! For heaven's sake, shut the window!
Too late, old chap. It's gone.
Suddenly it seemed that everyone was on his feet. Everyone was moving, shouting, gesticulating. A dense crowd of cheering students surged round us. My three companions were hoisted shoulder high. In vain they strove to break loose. I managed to get away in the melee, and I watched them as they were carried out through the main doors and out into the street. It seemed that thousands of people were waiting, blocking the streets from side to side. The crowd set forth, down Regent Street, Pall Mall, St. James's Street and Piccadilly, and it was not until after midnight that the travellers were released at the entrance to Lord John Roxton's chambers in the Albany. Meanwhile, I managed to slip away, for I had a most important call to make in Streatham.
Yes, what is it?
Gladys. Gladys? Don't you recognize me? It's Ned. Ned Malone.
Yes, I recognize you, Ned. What do you want?
Who is it, Gladys?
Gladys, listen. What's the matter? You are Gladys Hungerton, aren't you?
No, Ned. I am Gladys Potts. Let me introduce you to my husband. Come in, won't you?
You? What?
My husband. William? Didn't you get my letter?
No. I got no letter.
Oh, what a pity, Ned. It would have made everything quite clear.
Yes, what is it, dear?
I think it is quite clear.
This is my husband, William Potts, Ned Malone. I'm very sorry about this, Ned, but your love couldn't have been very deep, could it? If you could go off to the other end of the world and leave me here alone. Well, say something, William.
No offence, Mr. Malone. It's always like this, ain't it? And must be, unless you have polygamy, only the other way round. You're not angry, are you?
No, not at all. But may I ask you a question?
Well, within reason.
How did you do it?
Do what?
Have you searched for a hidden treasure, or discovered a continent, or what? How did you get the glamour of romance?
Don't you think all this is a little personal, Mr. Malone?
Well, just one question. What do you do? What's your profession?
I'm a solicitor's clerk, the second man at Johnson & Merivale's 41 Chancery Lane.
Thank you. My friends are waiting. Good night. It was a little later that night when Challenger and Summerlee and Lord John and I sat around the table in Lord John's rooms.
The fact is, you fellas, I've been saving up a bit of a surprise.
Surprise, Lord John? Oh, of what nature, may one inquire?
to surprise the mind of George Edward Challenger.
Well, this will surprise you, old chap. You remember back on the plateau how interested I was in the pterodactyl swamp?
Well, it was to get the pterodactyl, surely.
There's the unfortunate specimen which has escaped us forever.
Yes, but that wasn't all. You remember I said the pit was a volcanic vent full of blue clay?
I remember it well. Why?
There's only one place in the world would have seen the same thing, and that was... Hold on now. The Great De Beers diamond mine of Kimberley. I had several goes at the place, and this is what I found.
Diamond?
This little lot, I had them valued at para. It's worth a minimum of £200,000. Oh. Of course, it's fair shares among us. I won't hear anything else, mind.
This is most generous.
It's nothing of the kind. What'll you do with your 50,000, old chap?
Well, if you really persist, Lord John, I should found a private museum. The George Edward Challenger Museum.
And you, somebody?
I should retire from teaching in order to research.
I'll use mine, I think, for another expedition to the dear old plateau. And you, young fella, 'cause you'll be getting married.
Not yet, Lord John. Not just yet.
Not just yet?
That's it. And I'm not altogether sure it's not a good thing. I think, if you'll allow me, I'd rather come along